Chapter 1. Unexpected and Various Surprises. Whoosh, what is happening? Where am I? Our protagonist, Gohan, gazes around in confusion, finding himself surrounded by desolate rocks and an overwhelming sense of emptiness. At that moment, a strange memory unfurls within Gohan's mind. He is no longer the same Gohan he once was. The soul inhabiting his body now belongs to a hapless college student from the 21st century. After a brief interlude, Gohan awakens with a newfound awareness. So, I've transmigrated into Gohan, he muses, yet oddly, he feels neither panic nor excitement. Most of his former memories linger, yet he struggles to recall the faces of those around him or even his own appearance. What he does remember is that his transmigration was triggered by a handmade power strip, which, unlike conventional ones, lacked a grounding wire. His roommate affectionately dubbed it the grad school board. At this thought, Gohan can't help but scoff. Well, this is certainly a problem. Just then, an enchanting yet somewhat foolish voice, tinged with a hint of sorrow, resonates in Gohan's mind. Oh no, everything feels wrong. What on earth? Gohan exclaims, startled. The voice continues, actually, I am your system. No, to be precise, I am not your original system. You were supposed to be in the Naruto world with a ninja system, completing missions to earn rewards. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, you have arrived in the Dragon Ball universe and are bound to me. This lifestyle system. Regrettably, I only possess mundane items and a few advanced skills, which may hold little value for you. Upon hearing this, Gohan breaks into a cold sweat. Let's set aside other matters for now. Why am I not in a bustling city, but in the Dragon Ball world? Gohan is at a loss. In his previous life, he was a fervent Dragon Ball fan, intimately familiar with a universe where planets could be obliterated with ease. This system, which offers minimal assistance in combat, seems utterly inadequate. Even the original ninja system would have been of little use. Could the Sharingan truly be more precise than sensing energy? Could Susanoo withstand an enemy's casual assault? Did it expect illusions to control deities? Clearly, it was impractical. The Dragon Ball world is characterized by its peak combat prowess, rendering most items from other universes useless to Gohan. Well, I intended to add the Senza beans from Dragon Ball to my system's shop, but I accidentally brought you here. The system's voice chimes in, gradually fading. Forget it, I now possess Saiyan blood, which is quite the advantage in the Dragon Ball world. Gohan muses. What abilities do you possess? He inquires, surprisingly, I am quite useful to you. After all, your mother desperately wishes for you to become a scholar, the system replies. My system shop offers knowledge for sale, along with various artistic skills, daily necessities, and even food. Additionally, I boast a remarkable feature that allows for a lottery system, enabling you to draw items from martial arts and extraordinary realms. Such as what? Physical enhancement potions or martial arts techniques? Gohan asks, intrigued. This potion is impressive. It can elevate a common person's combat power from 5 to 7. Quite remarkable, isn't it? The system responds with a hint of pride, leaving Gohan unimpressed. In my estimation, it should allow one to contend with at least 5 or 6 opponents simultaneously. How does an increase of merely 2 points make sense? Don't underestimate those 2 points. Your father, Goku, only had a combat power of 10 upon his arrival and could withstand a close-range gunfire barrage, the system retorts. 7 points of combat power should enable an ordinary person to take on 10 foes, the system insists, and Gohan reflects that it holds some truth. After all, 2 fighters with a power level of 5 would struggle against his father upon his initial appearance. Is this even useful for me? Gohan inquires with anticipation. Don't be naive. Using it for a bath wouldn't yield any benefit. Are you unaware of your own condition? The system replies, exasperated. What about martial arts manuals? Gohan presses M. Would improving your fighting stance count? The system weakly suggests. So, you're essentially useless? Gohan scoffs. I've told you, your combat power won't be significantly enhanced. After all, I have Senza beans. Do you think Master Karen has an abundance of them? The system retorts angrily. Fine, you have a point. Given the circumstances, I deserve some form of compensation, as your blunder has led to this predicament, Gohan protests. Rest assured, I have prepared for this, the system assures him. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have earned 200 points. Before Gohan can respond, a mechanical voice, devoid of emotion, announces, originally, it was 100 points, but I swiped the compensation from the ninja system. Ha ha ha. Gohan is taken aback, astonished by this unexpected turn of events to in another realm. Zhangsen finds himself in a modern world, acquiring a ninja system. What a windfall. I have a ninja system. Is my journey as a dragon-slaying hero about to commence? All thanks to that foolish system's mistake, he exclaims, overjoyed. All right, let's tackle your first task to officially activate the system. His system instructs. Let me see. Cultivate the first strand of chakra. That seems simple. Wait, I don't have chakra extraction techniques. What do I do? Zhang Sen queries. Don't worry, I've anticipated this. I will compensate you with 100 points, just enough to buy the basic chakra extraction manual, the system replies. Great. Give me those 100 points. Zhang Sen urges eagerly. What? You didn't receive the 100 points? No, you never gave them to me. Zhang San's system exclaims in confusion. Oh no, where did my compensation go? Zhang San's system panics. Why are you in such a hurry? Just give me 100 points, Zhang San shrugs. You don't understand. I can't just give you rewards for nothing. The system insists. Zhang San is left dumbfounded. What now? The only option left is to consume a divine fruit. That will do the trick, the system boasts. How do I acquire this divine fruit? Zhang San inquires. Good question. It costs 1 million points in the system shop. Zhang San is rendered speechless. How do I earn points? After a brief pause, he asks. By completing tasks, of course. The system replies as if it were obvious. What use do you have now? Zhang San laments. I can chat with you. The system responds cheerfully. Zhang San is left in disbelief. Chapter 2. The Commencement of Training. Chapter 7. The fearsome Nappa Gohan offered no opportunity for the cultivators, swiftly resolving the battle before they could even resort to self-destruction. Prompting a subtle nod from Piccolo, who observed from the sidelines. Is this truly the son of Goku? It is quite astonishing to witness such strength at such a tender age. Upon witnessing Gohan's triumph over the cultivators, Tien was equally taken aback. I never anticipated that even Goku's son would exhibit such formidable prowess, Yamcha concurred. However, this is merely a prelude to the exhilarating combat that lies ahead. Piccolo remarked to the others. Haha, are you hoping for an exhilarating battle? Vegeta inquired, his interest piqued by Piccolo's words. Then I shall grant your wish. The game is over, Vegeta proclaimed. Humph, now it is our turn to take action, Nappa declared, stepping forward. Watch closely. I can effortlessly eliminate all 6 of them in one go. Wait a moment, you little brat. Do not participate in the upcoming game. After all, the last game was played solely by you, Vegeta pointedly stated, directing his gaze at Gohan. I cannot partake in the forthcoming battle? Gohan responded, surprised and somewhat apprehensive. After all, in the original storyline, Gohan played a significant role in confronting Nappa, even if Yamcha had not met his demise and Krillin had not sustained severe exhaustion. Yet, this was insufficient to compensate for the impact he had in this encounter. Vegeta, do you intend to keep him out? Nappa inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. It matters not. We shall see if we can assimilate him into our ranks later. If not, we can always dispose of him, Vegeta replied nonchalantly. Hey. Why should we heed your commands? Yamcha retorted angrily. If the rules of the game are not followed, then the game itself loses its significance. In that case, I shall personally ensure your annihilation, Vegeta explained, surprisingly taking the time to clarify, perhaps due to his relatively good mood at that moment. How infuriating. That guy views this battle merely as a game? There should be limits to arrogance. Yamcha exclaimed, clearly vexed. Surprisingly, Piccolo remained remarkably composed, unaffected by the emotional turmoil that had ensnared the others. Very well, I shall acquiesce, Gohan finally spoke, recognizing the inevitability of the situation. With Vegeta's current strength, if he were to truly engage, none present would be able to await the arrival of their fathers. Then stand beside me, Vegeta instructed. Gohan understood that Vegeta's intention was to prevent him from influencing the forthcoming battle. As for the prospect of ambushing Vegeta, that notion was absurd. Given the vast disparity in their powers, success was impossible. Even if he succeeded, it would hardly inflict any significant damage on Vegeta. The idea of fearing a sneak attack from Vegeta? That was even more ludicrous, as he could effortlessly obliterate everyone present in a single encounter. Why would he resort to such underhanded tactics? At this moment, Gohan could only obediently remain on the sidelines, silently observing the impending battle. From here on, there will be no issues. Let us commence our training, Nappa declared, adopting a combative stance as an overwhelming aura emanated from him. In an instant, the very ground beneath them began to tremble. Seeing Nappa advance, Kaiatsu hurriedly invoked his psychic abilities in an attempt to weaken the enemy's combat effectiveness. However, to Kaiatsu's dismay, his powers appeared utterly ineffective against Nappa. "Tien, my abilities are useless," Kaiatsu exclaimed urgently. "Why is this happening?" Krillin, sensing the terrifying energy radiating from Nappa, could not help but feel a sense of dread. He had not anticipated that their adversary would possess such overwhelming strength. What manner of monster is this? Yamcha echoed his sentiments. Among them, the strongest, Piccolo, understood the magnitude of Nappa's power and couldn't suppress a few beads of cold sweat as he widened his eyes in astonishment. "He's astonishingly formidable," he remarked. At that moment, Gohan too felt Nappa's energy, and his expression grew increasingly grave. If Nappa harbored such an immense aura, how powerful must Vegeta be, who could presumably annihilate Nappa in an instant? Gohan found himself inevitably pondering this. Even before the battle had officially commenced, they were already intimidated by Nappa's imposing presence. Who shall I target first? Nappa surveyed the group, and suddenly, he charged towards them with a speed that defied imagination. "He's coming," Piccolo warned the others, sensing Nappa's movement. Yet, Nappa's speed was too swift. Before they could react, he had already appeared before Tien, delivering a crushing punch. "Get out of the way," Piccolo shouted, feeling the force behind the blow and urgently trying to alert them. However, it was too late. Fortunately, Nappa had not aimed to kill Tien outright. Instead, he struck at Tien's arm. With a single blow, Tien's arm was severed cleanly at the elbow, sending it flying as he cried out in agony, prompting the others to finally react. "Tien!" Kaiatsu shouted in alarm. "Humph! Worthless!" Vegeta scoffed, standing aside and watching coldly. "The first to die will be you," Nappa declared, swinging another punch. This time, Tien's third eye was fixed on Nappa. As soon as he sensed Nappa's movement, he took to the air, narrowly evading the attack. Nappa, seeing Tien escape, showed no change in expression. With a dismissive grunt, he soared into the air, approaching Tien, and delivered a kick that sent Tien crashing to the ground with no means of defense. After a moment, Tien slowly began to rise. "What a tenacious fellow, still alive," Nappa remarked, observing Tien's resilience as he stood once more. The terrifying force, upon witnessing this, was also muttering to himself. Krillin and Yamcha, seeing Tien's pitiful state, felt compelled to rush in to rescue him. "Come back. He is beyond saving," Piccolo shouted urgently at them. "Shut up," Krillin retorted at Piccolo. In a flurry, Piccolo grasped Krillin, yet he could not stop Yamcha, who continued to charge towards Tien. "Humph, foolish and unaware of your own peril," Nappa remarked, somewhat surprised by Yamcha's boldness, before raising his arm and striking towards Yamcha's direction with a ferocious swing. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as Yamcha was sent flying by the shockwave unleashed by the attack. As the dust settled, everyone beheld a gaping chasm, unfathomably deep, that had formed between them and Tien. The sheer magnitude of this strike was beyond imagination, and Piccolo remarked on the devastating power of such an attack. At that moment, Yamcha, gazing at the vast pit before him, felt a surge of dread. Had he been struck, he would have been obliterated without a trace. Chapter 8. The warriors' consecutive demise. While the group marveled at the potency of Nappa's recent assault, Kaiatsu had quietly slipped away. "Where's Kaiatsu?" Krillin, originally standing beside him, began to search frantically. "Kaiatsu, where are you? Damn it, could he have been killed by that last attack?" Krillin's anxiety grew as he failed to locate his friend. "What did you say?" Tien, momentarily disregarding his own injuries, hastily scanned his surroundings, appearing quite distressed. Just as they searched for Kaiatsu, Gohan and Vegeta turned their gaze towards Nappa, discovering Kaiatsu not far behind him. "Nappa, watch out behind you," Vegeta warned. "Didn't you say not to interfere in this battle?" Gohan questioned Vegeta, his voice tinged with incredulity. "Huh." Vegeta was taken aback by Gohan's remark. "With so many of you confronting Nappa alone, I believe a timely warning is warranted. Besides, I set the rules. What I choose to do is none of your concern," Vegeta replied defiantly. This left Gohan momentarily astonished. He had merely spoken offhandedly, never expecting Vegeta to engage him. Yet, he was certain that Vegeta would never allow him such a liberty. As Gohan and Vegeta exchanged words, Kaiatsu suddenly clung to Nappa's back. Thankfully, Nappa's large stature and muscular build prevented him from grasping Kaiatsu. "You little brat, Get off me. Nappa shouted, eager to seize Kaiatsu. Kaiatsu, what are you doing? No. Hurry and escape. Tien yelled desperately at Kaiatsu. Farewell, Tien. You must not perish. Kaiatsu declared, utilizing his psychic abilities to address Tien. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tien found himself at a loss for words, his final glance directed at Kaiatsu. No. Dumplings and Tianjin rice cried out in despair. Boom. With a thunderous roar. A terrifying explosion reverberated through the air, prompting astonished gazes toward the sky. At that moment, Tianjin Rice's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. Dumplings murmured, contemplating the notion of self-destruction to take down the enemy, seemingly resolved to embrace certain death. You rascal, you truly possess courage, Piccolo remarked, acknowledging Dumpling's actions. However, once the explosion subsided and the onlookers shifted their attention back to the scene, they were met with utter astonishment. Aside from a slight soiling of his body, Naba appeared remarkably unscathed. Having dealt with him, it is now your turn. Haha, perish. Naba proclaimed, addressing the group. Was it entirely ineffective? Gohan pondered, recognizing that even at equal power levels, Saiyans inherently stood on a different tier. Is this a trick? Yamcha exclaimed, his face reflecting shock at Naba's unblemished condition. This is impossible. He sustained no injuries, despite Dumplings sacrificing everything. Krillin exclaimed, his expression one of sheer terror. Last time, I used the Dragon Balls to revive Dumplings. He cannot be brought back again. Tianjin Rice declared in anger upon witnessing the scene. I shall reunite you with that little brat in another world. Thank me later. Naba taunted from the air. I will not let you escape. Tianjin Rice shouted defiantly from the ground. The scene shifted to Piccolo and the others. Hey, listen to me. The moment he initiates his attack, we still have a chance. Piccolo urged Krillin and Yamcha. Well done, keep it up. Vegeta chimed in from the sidelines, cheering them on. Go for it. Piccolo's nephew Gohan echoed, offering encouragement. Upon hearing this, Piccolo could not help but glance over. Don't dawdle. This opportunity is fleeting. Vegeta warned with arms crossed. You may feel confident now, but once Goku arrives, your laughter may cease. Piccolo retorted, unwilling to be outdone. Is that so? Goku? Is he your trump card? Vegeta replied. In the midst of their conversation, Naba charged swiftly toward Tianjin Rice. Piccolo's eyes widened in urgency. The moment had arrived. Now, he bellowed. Right. Krillin and Yamcha responded in unison, rushing toward Naba. Tianjin Rice, tensed and resolute, resolved to mount a desperate counterattack. Your time is up, Naba declared, closing in within 5 meters of Tianjin Rice, who prepared to unleash his final blow. Suddenly, Piccolo appeared behind Naba. What? Both Naba and Tianjin Rice were startled by Piccolo's sudden presence. Channeling all his strength, Piccolo delivered a powerful punch to Naba's face, sending him flying. The trajectory led directly toward Krillin, who seized the opportunity to unleash his own full-force punch, propelling Naba toward Yamcha. Momentarily disoriented by the dual assault, Naba was caught off guard. Quickly, now's your chance, Piccolo urged urgently. Yamcha, who had been preparing for a long time, unleashed a powerful energy ball towards Naba after gathering all his strength. Following suit, Krillin and Piccolo simultaneously launched a rapid Kamehameha and a special beam cannon. With a thunderous roar, a figure plummeted to the ground. Huh, we did it. We won, Krillin exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. However, before Krillin could bask in his triumph, Naba rose once more. His clothes were tattered, blood dripped from his mouth, and he appeared utterly wretched. Yet he had not sustained any grave injuries. Well done, but this will only hasten your demise. Naba gritted his teeth. I have changed my method of killing. Prepare to meet your end. With that, he charged towards Yamcha, the closest target, gathering a luminous energy sphere in his mouth. Naba's most formidable attack. It was evident that Naba was genuinely enraged. Yamcha sensed the impending danger. He knew that if struck this time, his demise was certain. However, he found himself caught in a state of exhaustion from his previous exertion, rendering escape impossible. Just as Naba was charging his attack, Tien Shinhan was secretly gathering energy. I will avenge you, Kairatsu, and then I shall join you, he murmured to himself. At the instant Naba released his energy blast, Tien shouted, Kikaho, launching his own attack at Naba. Surprised by this counter, Naba's strike was deflected, preventing it from directly killing Yamcha. Yet it resulted in Yamcha losing an arm and a leg. Fortunately, The nature of the attack cauterized his wounds, minimizing blood loss. Otherwise, he would have succumbed to the sheer volume of bloodshed. As for Naba, the earlier assault had inflicted further injuries upon him. In a moment, he approached the severely wounded Yamcha and delivered a punch to his chest, leaving Yamcha incapacitated on the ground. Naba then turned his gaze towards Tien. That move was indeed impressive, he acknowledged. How infuriating, Tien muttered, slowly collapsing. Yamcha and Tien Shinhan were defeated. In the aftermath, Krillin remarked, is it possible he is immortal? Observing their failed attempts to vanquish Naba. It's surreal, seeing Tien and Yamcha fall one after another, he stammered. I never anticipated Yamcha would perish. Was it merely bad luck or an inevitable fate? Gohan lamented the absence of the renowned Yamcha, pondering the circumstances of his demise. Gohan felt little impact from Yamcha's death, as he was not particularly familiar with him, and in his previous life, he had never favored Yamcha's character. He had never truly dedicated himself to his training. And by the later stages, although the Saiyans were the primary fighting force, even Tien, not to mention Krillin, had begun to outpace him. In both the Cell Saga and the Majin Buu Saga, Krillin and Tien had contributed significantly, while Yamcha had acted as if he were an uninvolved bystander, accomplishing almost nothing. Gohan now only hoped to ensure that Piccolo remained alive. Without being a burden, he believed Piccolo could manage to evade that Nappa's wrath. As for the others, they were not even within his realm of consideration. Goku, hurry back. We're counting on you. Krillin couldn't help but shout towards the sky. Goku's name was often on their lips, and Vegeta, upon hearing it again, felt a twinge of confusion. Huh, another one down. That guy over there actually perished from exhaustion. What a foolish way to die. Now, only the two of you remain, Nappa declared, addressing Piccolo and Krillin in the sky. You from Namek? I'll keep you around a bit longer. I still have questions regarding the Dragon Balls, Nappa said. Piccolo, you're quite fortunate. They think you're the only one who knows about the Dragon Balls, Krillin quipped, attempting to ease the anxiety that now gripped his heart. It doesn't matter, in the end. We all meet the same fate, Piccolo replied. I never expected to join forces with you, but it feels surprisingly good, unexpectedly so. Krillin responded. Do you think we have a chance of winning? He inquired, glancing at Nappa, who looked in a dire state. Impossible, Piccolo declared without a hint of hesitation. What a monster. I didn't anticipate their power to be so formidable, far stronger than the Saiyans who came before, Piccolo continued. I might die, Krillin said, forcing a smile. Meanwhile, in the Supreme Kai's realm, there was a sense of urgency. What is happening? Why hasn't Goku arrived yet? The Kai fretted. Can you not sense his energy? Bubbles asked, noticing the Kai's growing anxiety. Yes, time is running out for me. Death is drawing near. As the guardian of Earth, I can feel it, the Kai responded. This won't end well, he added ominously. Let us fight on the ground. That guy is better suited for aerial combat. Piccolo suggested to Krillin, and they began their descent. Huh, it's meaningless. Just a futile struggle, Nappa said, pursuing them with great speed. Before Krillin could prepare his attack, Nappa was already descending rapidly. This is bad, Krillin shouted in alarm. Stop, Nappa. At that critical moment, Vegeta suddenly shouted at Nappa. Nappa halted, confused, and looked at Vegeta. What's wrong, Vegeta? Why can't I? Nappa began, but was abruptly interrupted by Vegeta. No need to rush. I just have a few questions for them, Vegeta stated. Questions about what? Nappa replied, bewildered. Hey, little ghost, is it true that the son Wukong you have been talking about is your father, Kakarot? Vegeta inquired of Gohan. Indeed, he is my father, Gohan replied. Acknowledging Vegeta's question, it must have been through the Dragon Balls that he was resurrected. It seems everything I heard through the communicator is indeed true. So, the savior you all have been counting on is him, Vegeta remarked with a hint of disdain. What use is a person who couldn't even defeat Raditz? He mocked further. He is no longer the same. He is undoubtedly stronger now. Krillin interjected, defending Goku against Vegeta's disparagement. Yes, my father is indeed exceptionally powerful now, Gohan echoed Krillin's sentiments. Do not underestimate son Wukong, Piccolo added, supporting their claims. Humph, then why isn't he here? Is he afraid? Nappa laughed derisively at the group. If you do not believe, why not wait and see? After all, if my father cannot handle you, the outcome will remain unchanged. If he truly can confront you, you may enjoy the thrill of battle, won't you? Gohan understood that Saiyans were notoriously proud and combative, except for the rare exceptions like Tien, and suspected that Vegeta would be inclined to accept this challenge. Ha ha. Do you truly believe he will save you? Vegeta scoffed. Very well. Then I shall wait and see what kind of surprise he brings me, Vegeta stated with a smirk, seemingly disregarding everyone around him. Stop joking, Vegeta. He will definitely not come. Don't be foolish. Let us finish this quickly. Nappa, still seething from earlier attacks, was frustrated at being stalled just as he was about to exact revenge. We will wait for 3 hours. If he does not arrive by then, we will proceed. Vegeta dismissed Nappa's outburst, addressing the rest of the group. 3 hours? What are we supposed to do during that time? We rested enough before coming to Earth. I was eager for a proper fight. Why waste time waiting? Nappa could not contain his agitation and questioned Vegeta. Damn it. I refuse to wait, Nappa declared, preparing to launch an attack. Nappa, do you dare defy my orders? Vegeta bellowed, observing Nappa's intent to strike. Upon hearing Vegeta's command, Nappa halted in shock, his body trembling uncontrollably, his voice quaking as he stammered, I am sorry. I shouldn't have acted so impulsively. Consider it settled. You may thank me later. You will live a little longer, Vegeta said to the group. Hey, Kakarote's son, you should come over here too, Vegeta called out to Gohan. I have a name. I am Gohan, he retorted to Vegeta. Names are trivial to me, Vegeta replied dismissively. So, what wishes do you desire with the Dragon Balls? Gohan, instead of leaving immediately, posed a question to Vegeta. Certainly, it is the eternal life that one desires, for only then can one continuously revel in the exhilaration of battle. At this moment, Vegeta, finding himself somewhat bored while waiting for 3 hours, engaged in an unprecedented conversation with Gohan. What will you do if you encounter an insurmountable foe? Gohan inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. After all, even Frieza, in his later days, never entertained such a wish. He merely aspired to grow 5 centimeters taller. At this juncture, Gohan perceived that Vegeta was in greater need of this wish, considering that Vegeta had yet to surpass Frieza's height. Quickly, Goku, Vegeta exclaimed impatiently. This matter does not concern you, so be on your way. He seemed to have a sudden thought and dismissed Gohan with an irritable expression. That tall one was frightened to such an extent. Could it be that the shorter one is even more formidable? Piccolo reflected upon the recent display of incompetence. Vegeta, why must we wait for Kakarote? And why did we let that little brat go? Naba questioned, perplexed. Because Kakarote is a traitor among the Saiyans. Initially, I intended for that boy to join us, but now that Kakarote is still alive, we must personally eliminate him. Thus, he cannot ally with us. As for why we let him leave, Vegeta paused momentarily. Any traitor must face punishment. I want him to witness the slaughter of his son and companions. And then I shall torment him, subjecting him to unbearable agony. In 3 to 4 hours, we shall witness a splendid spectacle. As he spoke, Vegeta activated the timer on the power level scanner. Ah, I see. How splendid, Vegeta! Naba exclaimed with enthusiasm, yet he had to arrive within 3 hours. Kakarote is yours to deal with. I shall handle the other 3. Naba requested of Vegeta. Very well, but ensure that Namekian reveals the matter of the Dragon Balls. Vegeta cautioned, unwilling to have his wishes thwarted due to Naba's recklessness. I can hardly wait to see you, Kakarote, Naba declared eagerly. Damn it! Why hasn't Goku arrived yet? Is he truly resurrected? Krillin expressed his anxiety at Goku's prolonged absence. Perhaps we should flee. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood, Krillin suggested to Piccolo, unable to contain his urgency. Fool! They aim to eradicate all of humanity. Can we afford to escape? Piccolo retorted sharply. Do not worry, Uncle Krillin. My father will surely come, and then we will defeat them. Gohan reassured. Damn it. Please, Goku, hurry. Show them your true strength. Krillin thought anxiously to himself. Meanwhile, Goku was racing along Snake Way. And only as the 3 hours drew to a close did he finally glimpse the end of the path. At that moment, Vegeta's scouter emitted a sound, signaling that the 3-hour interval had elapsed. 3 hours have elapsed, and it appears that Kakarote, that timid fellow, will not be making an appearance. Vegeta and the others have also risen to their feet. Can we wait a little longer? How about just another half hour? Gohan pondered, still clinging to a last-ditch effort. This is ridiculous. Why hasn't he arrived? Krillin expressed his frustration. We have already waited long enough. Our patience is wearing thin. Vegeta dismissed Gohan's remarks. Let me unleash my full wrath upon them. It is truly a pity that Kakarote has missed this spectacle. Nappa ambled over, exuding confidence. I might not see the sun rise tomorrow. What a predicament. Krillin lamented with a wry smile. We still have a glimmer of hope, if we can seize the opportunity. Piccolo interjected. Uncle Piccolo, You're not referring to their tails, are you? Gohan suddenly recalled, realizing he had yet to inform the others that they had trained their tails, significantly diminishing that vulnerability. Indeed, when a Saiyan's tail is grasped, they become utterly powerless. That will be our chance, Piccolo affirmed. But Uncle Piccolo, do you believe they would allow such a weakness to persist without training it? After all, such formidable warriors would not tolerate such a glaring flaw, Gohan cautioned. After a moment of contemplation, Piccolo conceded, You are correct, I had not considered that. Thus, we must strive to buy some time and hope that Goku arrives soon. At that moment within the temple, the deity suddenly sensed Goku's energy. He is here. Goku has arrived. In an instant, he vanished and appeared before King Yama. Spotting Goku immediately. Quick, grab onto me. The deity hastily beckoned Goku, whisking him away back to the temple. King Yama, surprised to see Goku back from King Kai's, remarked, So you've returned. I've made significant progress. Goku exclaimed, panting, offering merely a brief greeting before hastily departing. It's all up to you. Go, Goku. The deity and Bubbles encouraged. Hang in there, everyone. Gohan. Goku rushed towards Korin Tower. He has arrived. Goku must be exhausted. Korin had already prepared the Senzu beans in anticipation of Goku's arrival. Shortly, Goku soared near Korin Tower, where only 2 Senzu beans remained. Thanks, Goku said, swiftly catching the beans as Korin tossed them to him. Eat one, it's fantastic for revitalizing energy. Goku had expended considerable stamina traversing Snake Way, and upon consuming a Senzu bean, he felt his vitality restored. Flying Nimbus, Goku called out, exclaiming, it's been a while, as he mounted the cloud and sped towards the battlefield. Returning to Gohan, he declared, It seems we have no choice but to launch a frontal assault. Krillin stated, preparing for battle alongside Piccolo and Gohan. All right, I'm making my move. Krillin shouted, charging directly towards Nappa. Charging recklessly from the front, it was akin to courting death. Upon witnessing such an audacious move, Nappa found it somewhat amusing. However, just as Krillin was about to collide head-on with Nappa, he suddenly unleashed a wave of energy directed towards the ground. Utilizing this thrust, Krillin soared into the air, and in that fleeting moment when Nappa's attention was diverted, Piccolo seized the opportunity to strike, launching an energy sphere towards him. Aware of Nappa's formidable prowess, Piccolo held nothing back. Compounded by his previous injuries that had yet to fully heal, Nappa staggered under the impact. From the moment Krillin began to move, Gohan had been gathering energy. Sensing that the time was ripe, Gohan unleashed a special beam cannon, and by the time Nappa regained his composure, Gohan's attack was already upon him. Realizing escape was futile, Nappa hastily raised his hand to defend himself, but the outcome was inevitable. His entire left arm was pierced from palm to shoulder. Curse be you. I will annihilate you all, Nappa shouted furiously, clutching his wounded arm. Ignoring Nappa's enraged cries, after Gohan's assault, Krillin began to gather energy behind Nappa. A circular attack formed in Krillin's hands, rotating with considerable power before he hurled it at Nappa. Nappa, quick! Dodge! Vegeta, sensing the extraordinary nature of this attack, called out a warning. However, still reeling from Gohan's earlier strike and underestimating Krillin's assault, Nappa only began to evade when Vegeta alerted him. Ultimately, he could not escape entirely. Krillin's energy blade cleaved through half of Nappa's left arm. Though it did not sever his entire limb, he would find it impossible to utilize it in the ensuing battle. How foolish you are not to perceive such tactics. If you cannot deal with these few, then you have no reason to continue living, Vegeta stated coldly to Nappa. How dare you? You have truly infuriated me. Nappa seethed, his rage reaching a boiling point as he found himself toyed with by 3 adversaries. With fury emanating from him, he raised his right hand and launched a strike at Krillin. Observing this, Piccolo retaliated with an energy blast, slightly diminishing the force of Nappa's attack, while Krillin swiftly dodged, narrowly avoiding a direct hit. Yet, he sustained severe injuries from the ensuing explosion. Just as Nappa sought to extinguish Krillin's life, Piccolo and Gohan acted in unison. Piccolo unleashed a special beam towards Nappa, who raised his arm to block. Simultaneously, Gohan delivered a powerful kick that sent Nappa flying several dozen meters away. Without delay, Gohan rushed to Krillin to assess his condition. How could you be so gravely injured? If this continues, you won't survive, Gohan exclaimed, taken aback, as he hurriedly retrieved a healing elixir he had drawn from the system earlier. Then, prying open Krillin's mouth, I administered the healing elixir. for it was imperative that Krillin did not perish. After all, how else could Goku transform into a Super Saiyan on Namek? Would Gohan assume Krillin's place as a sacrificial offering? Not to mention, Gohan, the Soul Z fighter in the original tale to avoid an untimely demise, would face insurmountable backlash if he were to meet his end in this narrative which centers around him. Fortunately, the healing elixir provided by the system proved remarkably effective. While it did not wholly mend Krillin's wounds, it did initiate the scabbing process across his injuries, and even his internal organs showed signs of recovery, at least averting any immediate threat to his life. Gohan exhaled in relief upon witnessing this. You are insufferable. It is only due to Dragon Ball that I spared your life. Do not push your luck, Nappa retorted, directing his ire towards Piccolo. Just as Piccolo was about to respond, he suddenly sensed something and hurriedly gazed in a certain direction. Huh, there is an overwhelming energy from afar, Piccolo exclaimed. Indeed. It feels so familiar. It's my father's energy. Gohan couldn't help but relax. He was coming. Son Goku. Even Piccolo revealed a smile. At that moment, Nappa appeared slightly anxious. Kakarot? Where is he? They could sense another's energy. Could it truly be Kakarot? Vegeta remarked as he readied his power-level scouter once more. Let me see, Vegeta said, directing his gaze toward the direction Piccolo was looking, and was taken aback by the readings on the scouter. Vegeta, is it true? Has Kakarot really arrived? Nappa inquired. I cannot say for certain yet, but he will arrive in 4 minutes, Vegeta replied after glancing at the readings. He possesses a power level of 5,000. Vegeta's next words sent Nappa into a frenzy. 5,000. This is impossible. There must be a mistake, Nappa declared incredulously. In the past, Kakarot would have never reached such a level. It seems their power levels fluctuate. Therefore, 5,000 must be his minimum, Vegeta mused internally. Nappa, quickly eliminate these two. Should they join forces, it will become problematic. Consider this a warning for Kakarot, Vegeta instructed. What about the Dragon Balls? Nappa asked, unable to suppress his concern. Fear not. I have my methods. We can proceed to Namek, where undoubtedly superior Dragon Balls await. Initially, I believed this to be mere legend, but if Kakarot has indeed resurrected, then this legend is corroborated, Vegeta asserted. Very well, then your demise is imminent, Nappa replied ominously. With that, Nappa charged at Piccolo and Gohan, and the three engaged in battle. Though Nappa was gravely injured, it was merely the result of his overconfidence and the unexpected nature of his attacks. Now, in a direct confrontation, even in his weakened state, Nappa matched the two fighters blow for blow. Suddenly, a sphere of energy coalesced once more in Nappa's mouth. This time a full-force strike aimed directly at Piccolo and Gohan. Fortunately, the two managed to evade in time, though the residual shockwave sent them flying for a brief moment, leaving them relatively unharmed. Just as the three were about to engage in battle once again, Vegeta unleashed a sudden attack, startling Gohan, who immediately dodged. However, Nappa seized the opportunity, releasing a strike that was about to hit Gohan when Piccolo instinctively stepped in front of him. Piccolo fell before Gohan, leaving the latter bewildered. Why? When they were so close to the end, would Uncle Piccolo sacrifice himself like this? Tears streamed down Gohan's face as he cried out, Uncle Piccolo, just hold on a little longer. My father is on his way. Please, just a bit longer. It was truly humiliating for the formidable Piccolo to risk everything to protect a child. Ah, but Gohan, you are the only one I can converse with. These past few months spent with you have not been unenjoyable. Please don't die, Piccolo uttered before his breath ceased. Simultaneously, the deity in the distant temple vanished. Gohan stared blankly at Piccolo's lifeless body, his heart swelling with rage, both towards the enemy and himself. He knew the narrative all too well, yet had failed to alter its course. The deaths of his revered Uncle Piccolo and other warriors overwhelmed him, prompting a primal scream as his energy surged uncontrollably. At that moment, the battle power reading on Vegeta's scouter fluctuated rapidly, leaving him agape as he exclaimed, What in the world is happening? Over 10,000 in battle power. Before Nappa could finish his words, Gohan unleashed a kick directed at him. Faced with Gohan's furious wrath, Nappa had no means to defend himself. A single blow caused him to spew blood and internal organs, sending him careening like a ragdoll. When he finally landed, he was several hundred meters away, gasping for breath, clearly on the brink of death. Such a waste of time, Vegeta thought, feeling frustrated at the impending battle with Kakarot. He attempted to intervene. But who could have anticipated this creature suddenly exhibiting such overwhelming power, skyrocketing to 12,000? Special beam cannon. Before Vegeta could regain his composure, Gohan launched another attack at him. Vegeta hastily crossed his arms to shield himself, but ultimately, he was struck and sent hurtling away. After all, a significant disparity still exists between them, exceeding 13 times the threshold for a decisive strike. Thus, the blow inflicted upon Vegeta did not cause him substantial harm. It merely caused a slight tremor in his arm. The gloves and the fabric of his sleeves were tattered, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Given the resilience of a Saiyan, one might liken the impact to that of an ordinary individual being grazed by a shared bicycle in motion. Although painful, it bore little consequence, and a brief respite would suffice for recovery, albeit some recuperation was indeed necessary. This young lad is quite formidable. At this moment, Vegeta could not help but regard Gohan with newfound respect. After all, he was a Saiyan with a power level exceeding 10,000, a rarity in Vegeta's recollection. Once Gohan unleashed his attack, his aura diminished instantaneously, rendering him barely able to maintain his stance. What? His power level has plummeted to a mere 700? Did that last strike deplete all his energy? Vegeta realized the situation with sudden clarity. This won't do. If I allow him to strike me again during my battle with Kakarot, it could spell trouble. With this thought, Vegeta concentrated and formed a sphere of energy, launching it toward Gohan. At this point, Gohan was in a dire state, suffering from both mental and physical exhaustion, rendering him incapable of evading the attack. However, he remained calm, for he could now sense his father's energy. Indeed, as the energy sphere approached, Gohan suddenly felt an unexpected softness beneath him. Glancing down, he discovered it was the flying Nimbus. Gohan had been rescued by the cloud, though he felt somewhat perplexed. Hey, system, is it really possible for someone like me to ride the Nimbus? Gohan inquired of the system, which had been notably absent for several chapters. One cannot say such things. Regardless of the circumstances, I am still a system, and safeguarding the host's innermost thoughts from prying eyes is fundamentally my duty, the system replied. Currently, the Nimbus cannot perceive the host's psyche. It feels as though it is merely carrying a stone. Thus, you are certainly able to ride it, the system continued. Step aside. I likely won't need you for a while, Gohan said dismissively. Returning to the battlefield, Vegeta's gaze was fixed intently on Goku, who was gradually descending. At last you've arrived. Kakarot, did you come here with the intention of defeating me? What a farce. Vegeta declared to Goku. Despite his bravado, Vegeta remained cautious. Particularly after Gohan's earlier strike had heightened his alertness. He was uncertain of the full extent of Goku's combat capabilities, estimating conservatively that Goku could unleash a maximum power level of around 15,000. Dad, Uncle Piccolo, he died to save me, Gohan exclaimed tearfully upon seeing Goku. After all, Goku was his father, and in his past life, he held no memories of anyone else, only fragmented recollections of various experiences. He had inquired of the system, which informed him that returning was no longer an option. Remembering such things would hinder his existence in this world. The system could assist in restoring his memories if Gohan desired, but he had resolutely declined. After all, if there were indeed memories of that nature, they would only serve to increase one's troubles. It is far more pragmatic to live anew. Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, Krillin, and even Piccolo all looked around and spoke in turn. No, Krillin is still alive. Upon hearing this, Goku immediately rushed towards Krillin, helped him up, and forcefully placed a senzu bean in his mouth, compelling him to swallow it. Instantly, Krillin stood up. Krillin, your energy tells me you have made significant progress, Goku remarked to Piccolo. But it's useless, they are far too powerful. We are no match for them and can only watch as everyone perishes. Kairatsu, Yamcha, Tianjin Fan, and now even Piccolo, Krillin lamented. It turns out Kairatsu has met with misfortune as well. How come I didn't sense his energy? Goku pondered. Piccolo is already dead, and the Dragon Balls can no longer be used. They have no hope of revival, Krillin stated sorrowfully. There is still a way, Gohan interjected. Gohan, what do you mean? What other way is there? Goku inquired, intrigued by Gohan's words. Earlier, they mentioned Uncle Piccolo is a Namekian. The Namekian planet should also possess Dragon Balls. Gohan explained to the two. Indeed, Gohan, you're brilliant, Krillin exclaimed joyfully upon hearing this. Goku, you have been training with that formidable King Kai, haven't you? Krillin asked. Yes, from now on, I will handle the battle alone, Goku replied, his aura radiating a terrifying intensity. Seeing this, Krillin and Gohan chose to remain silent. I will not let you escape, Goku declared angrily at Vegeta, who felt somewhat wronged at that moment. After all, he had not even made a move. It was Nappa who had been attacking, so why should the blame fall upon him? Uncle Krillin, I remember that big guy was the one fighting us just now. At most, he only distracted that giant and gave us 3 hours to wait for my dad. Gohan could not help but say to Krillin. Well, Gohan, one shouldn't speak so lightly. After all, they came together, Krillin contemplated, finding himself unable to refute the point and thus responded perfunctorily. At that moment, Goku unleashed his full power, causing the surrounding pebbles to levitate. A power level of 7,000, 8,000, impossible, Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment as he observed the readings on the scouter. Previously, the others had only exhibited such power when launching attacks. Goku reaching this level directly indicated that his combat strength would soar even higher during an assault. A power level exceeding 8,000, Vegeta declared, shattering the scouter in frustration. Uncle Krillin, we should retreat. That guy is too formidable. Staying here will only distract my dad. Gohan urged Krillin. Indeed, we should leave. But what about everyone's bodies? If they are damaged, it will complicate their revival, Krillin responded. Do not worry. Dad will know what to do, Gohan reassured Krillin. All right, Gohan, stay close to me. Let's depart from this place, Krillin instructed, beckoning Gohan to follow. The speed of updates on the Xiaoku Chinese network is unparalleled. Chapter 13. The battle between Vegeta and Goku. A preliminary note. The confrontation between Goku and Vegeta largely adheres to the manga, with no embellishments. However, this segment is essential for narrative coherence. So please bear with me. Indeed, as Gohan had remarked, Goku now proposed to Vegeta, shall we change locations? It matters not. Anywhere is fine, Vegeta replied. And the two soared into the distance. At this moment, Goku cast a glance at Vegeta, thinking to himself, impressive. He can effortlessly match my speed. Soon, they arrived at a desolate area. Perfect. There seems to be no one and no animals around here. Gohan observed as they descended. What? Have you chosen this place as your final resting ground? Vegeta taunted Goku with a chuckle. Humph. It is an honor for a lowly warrior like you to spar with a genius like me, Vegeta remarked, his gaze fixed on Goku. As a Saiyan, one must undergo a rigorous assessment of combat potential at birth. Individuals with low scores, like you, are dispatched to planets devoid of formidable opponents. Which means you have been eliminated, Vegeta mocked. Well, I consider myself fortunate to have come to Earth. Moreover, with relentless effort, even those deemed inferior can surpass geniuses. Goku retorted, unperturbed. Haha, how absurd. Allow me to enlighten you on what true genius entails, Vegeta declared. The two ceased their banter, assuming combat stances. Their eyes locked in a fierce gaze. Suddenly, Goku lunged at Vegeta with remarkable speed, delivering a punch aimed at him. But Vegeta swiftly evaded. In retaliation, Vegeta struck back, aiming a punch at Goku's face. Goku caught Vegeta's hand mid-strike and retaliated with a kick, forcing Vegeta to perform several somersaults to distance himself from Goku, who immediately pursued. Vegeta charged at Goku with astonishing speed, delivering an elbow strike that sent Goku plummeting towards the ground. Goku quickly twisted his body, landing on his feet before launching himself into the air, only to find that Vegeta had vanished from sight. Suddenly, Vegeta appeared behind Goku, and sensing his presence, Goku instinctively lowered his head, causing Vegeta's strike to miss. Goku then kicked at Vegeta, but Vegeta deftly avoided the attack without much effort. The two exchanged blows in a continuous flurry of punches and kicks, ascending higher into the air with each exchange. What is the matter, Kakarot? Is this all you've got? Vegeta said with an air of ease, following up with a kick to Goku's abdomen. Where has your earlier momentum gone? Vegeta, uttering words of challenge, launched a swift kick, only for Goku to narrowly evade it. Come on, let me experience your power. Vegeta struck again, delivering a hammering blow to Goku's head. Goku was knocked down but seized the opportunity to distance himself from Vegeta, landing cautiously with a wary gaze directed at his opponent. He is indeed formidable. Even without exerting his full strength, he surpasses me, Goku murmured to himself. Vegeta, perched above, gazed down at Goku with a calm demeanor. Very well. Just wait and see, Goku retorted defiantly. In the next instant, he was enveloped in a crimson aura. Kaioken, Goku shouted. The Kaioken technique could instantaneously amplify all of his energy, significantly enhancing his power, speed, destructive capability, and defense. However, such a potent technique bore considerable risks. If not controlled properly, it could lead to his own demise. Should Goku attempt to exceed double the Kaioken, his body would be unable to withstand the strain. Goku charged towards Vegeta at an unprecedented speed, catching Vegeta off guard. With a single punch, he struck Vegeta in the face. Seizing the momentum, Goku unleashed a flurry of rapid punches, culminating in a powerful kick that sent Vegeta flying. Goku pursued him, but Vegeta quickly regained his composure. In that fleeting moment, Vegeta abruptly changed direction, delivering a kick to Goku's chin to his astonishment. Is this the Kaioken? How disappointing. Vegeta scoffed. Indeed, this opponent is formidable. Yet, the dire circumstances only fuel my excitement, Goku thought, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Despite facing a powerful adversary, Goku felt invigorated, perhaps due to the warrior spirit coursing through his Saiyan blood. Why the smile? Have you given up? Or do you believe you can easily contend after boosting your battle power? Vegeta taunted. It seems you are nearing your limits. I shall end you. Prepare to witness the might of a Saiyan. Vegeta declared. Let us see you try. Goku replied, undeterred. Humph. Soon, you will have no reason to smile. Vegeta asserted. At that moment, Vegeta concentrated his energy, causing the very environment around him to shift dramatically. Goku looked to the sky, noticing dark clouds gathering ominously. Such overwhelming energy. The earth is trembling, he exclaimed, astonished. It's as potent as a typhoon. Finally, Vegeta ceased his energy buildup, the atmospheric disturbance subsiding as the clouds dispersed. Goku gazed at the sky in disbelief. Your doom is at hand, Kakarot, Vegeta proclaimed as he charged at Goku, who was caught off guard by a headbutt delivered by Vegeta. As Goku was still adjusting, Vegeta struck him with an elbow to the abdomen. Goku hastily landed and warily glanced upwards, exclaiming, Fool, I'm right behind you. Vegeta suddenly appeared behind him and delivered a swift kick. Goku was sent flying a considerable distance, only to turn around sharply and discover Vegeta poised above him, gathering energy. With a fierce blast of energy, Vegeta launched an attack towards Goku, who, in a desperate bid, activated the Kaioken ×2 to evade the assault. Observing Goku's precarious state, Vegeta let out a cold chuckle and unleashed an energy wave directed at him. Goku, seeing the rapid approach of the energy wave, barely managed to dodge aside, yet he still sustained a scratch from the attack, revealing that he was clearly no match for Vegeta at this moment. Even with the Kaioken ×2, Goku's power was insufficient, while Vegeta's strength was overwhelming. Not bad. You escaped swiftly, Vegeta remarked, feeling no remorse at Goku's evasion. Damn it, my speed and strength cannot even compare to his. Even with the Kaioken ×2, Goku lamented. Fine, even if I shatter into pieces, I must unleash the Kaioken ×3, he declared, tearing off his shirt to reveal his well-defined muscles. Humph. Don't get too cocky. I allowed you to evade that previous attack on purpose. If I had killed you in one blow, where would the enjoyment of battle be? Vegeta said, crossing his arms with an air of arrogance, his confidence stemming from his prowess. At that moment, an inexplicable scene unfolded as Yachirobe stealthily hid behind a large rock near the battlefield between Vegeta and Goku. I simply couldn't resist. I had to see the situation. That guy's skills are astonishing. It truly feels like a nightmare. Yachirobe, clad in his bulky attire, trembled in fear. This begs the question, why did Yachirobe not reveal himself during the earlier battle, only to appear now as the climactic showdown nears? Moreover, I am perplexed as to how he managed to evade the senses of both Vegeta and Goku, getting so close without detection. Returning to the matter at hand, Goku, now acutely aware of the disparity between himself and Vegeta, felt a surge of exhilaration. Can my body withstand the power of the Kaioken ×3? He pondered. What are you doing, Kakarot? Why aren't you making a move? Haha, are you powerless? Vegeta taunted as he noticed Goku's hesitation. In this moment, Goku resolved himself, recognizing that victory was only attainable through sheer determination. It seems I have chosen the wrong opponent. I am the strongest among the Saiyans. No matter how you train, you will ultimately fall before me, Vegeta declared. Meanwhile, a sense of foreboding enveloped the Kakarot as he realized the overwhelming advantage held by the Saiyans. It was time for him to flee. At that moment, Goku cast a fleeting glance at Vegeta, and his energy surged dramatically. Kaioken ×3. Prepare yourself, Goku shouted. On King Kai's planet, a wave of concern washed over him. No, Goku. You cannot endure this. However, the circumstances indeed foretold an impending defeat. He never anticipated such formidable strength from the adversary. This battle may be lost, he murmured to himself. On Turtle Island, Bulma and the others anxiously awaited the outcome. Suddenly, Bulma's power level detector began to react. What is happening? Master Roshi inquired anxiously. It must be Goku. His power is rapidly escalating. Bulma exclaimed just as the detector exploded. I must interject here. This generation of power level detectors can only measure up to a certain extent, while the next generation can gauge levels between 300, 000, and 500, 000. Quite a significant leap. Returning our focus to the battlefield, Goku's aura erupted, surpassing even the commotion Vegeta had previously created. Even though Vegeta had yet to master the perception of energy, he could distinctly sense Goku's overwhelming presence. With a flash of determination in his eyes, Goku seized the opportunity presented by Vegeta's momentary astonishment and charged forward. By the time Vegeta regained his composure, it was too late. Goku delivered a powerful punch directly to Vegeta's face and swiftly darted behind him, launching himself off Vegeta's back, propelling him into the air. Goku quickly pursued, while Vegeta hastily adjusted his stance, preparing to unleash an energy wave. However, Goku suddenly altered his trajectory and appeared at Vegeta's side. Reacting swiftly, Vegeta fired an energy blast at Goku, but Goku effortlessly dodged it and retaliated with a kick to Vegeta's face, sending him crashing into several boulders before coming to a halt, buried among the rubble. Vegeta, enraged, unleashed a shockwave that shattered the stones surrounding him. You bastard! He bellowed as he noticed Goku charging at him once more. Vegeta threw a punch, but Goku executed a graceful flip to evade it. As he landed, he stomped the ground with such force that a deep crater formed beneath him, delivering a knee strike that sent Vegeta hurtling through the air. Furious, Vegeta charged again. But after dodging another punch from Goku, he was struck in the abdomen, causing him to clutch his stomach and cough up blood. Ultimately, Goku's power was merely a temporary enhancement, a facade of strength. Otherwise, after enduring such an onslaught, Vegeta would have been gravely injured, if not dead. You wretched Vegeta, he gasped, his eyes bloodshot and his condition desperate. Yet, Goku was not in a favorable state either, though he had not endured many assaults. The burden of the triple Kaioken on Goku was no less than the injuries suffered by Vegeta. How could this be? His power level has surpassed mine, Vegeta exclaimed, his anger palpable. This fellow is truly formidable. I must conclude this battle swiftly, or it could become perilous, Goku thought, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. This move is remarkable. Perhaps Goku can prevail. The armored Yasuo observed quietly from the sidelines. This is absolutely impossible. I am a super genius warrior. How could I lose? After enduring several of Goku's attacks, Vegeta, with his immense pride, was now exceedingly furious. I am the universe's strongest warrior. Vegeta gritted his teeth. My entire body aches. I truly cannot bear the triple Kaioken. If I continue to use this technique, I will surely be the first to fall, Goku thought. Forcibly wielding a power he could not yet fully control, his body on the verge of collapse if he persisted in this combat. Goku, hang in there. Defeat him. A Kairobe encouraged from the sidelines. At that moment, Vegeta sensed something amiss, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand and looking down. What? That useless fool has drawn my noble blood. Vegeta gazed at his own blood, unable to accept that as a genius. He had been wounded by this inferior warrior who had been eliminated. I will not forgive you. I would sooner abandon this planet. I will destroy you along with Earth. In that moment, Vegeta was consumed by fury, his entire being exuding an overwhelming aura. What did you say? Goku exclaimed, astonished by Vegeta's words, as he witnessed Vegeta ascend into the air. Now, let us see if you can evade this. Even if you manage to escape, Earth will still be obliterated. Indeed. Vegeta's hands came together, a terrifying energy coalescing upon them. One could sense that he was not merely boasting. This strike could truly annihilate the planet. How could you do this? How despicable. Goku gasped in shock upon witnessing the scene. Good heavens. The armored Yasuo gazed up at Vegeta in terror, resigning himself to a fight. Gritting his teeth, Goku prepared to unleash the Kamehameha wave, despite the discomfort in his body. You will not withstand my final flash. Soon, Earth will become naught but cosmic dust. In that moment, Vegeta cared little for the question of whether he could survive in the cosmos after Earth's destruction. His singular desire was to vanquish Goku, thus redeeming the humiliation Goku had inflicted upon him. Had I known I would meet my end, I would have indulged in more meat buns, a Kairobe exclaimed in terror, displaying his characteristic quirkiness even in his final moments. The two attacks clashed instantaneously, plunging both into a state of fierce struggle. The shockwaves from their intense confrontation altered the surrounding environment dramatically, the stones around them crumbling as if made of tofu, continuously breaking apart and soaring into the air. What on earth? Is it possible that this technique possesses power equal to my Big Bang attack? Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. Both combatants were relentlessly channeling their energy into their respective assaults, yet Goku began to feel the strain. After all, his strength had been forcibly augmented by the Kaioken technique, rendering him ill-equipped for a prolonged battle. To prevent Earth from facing annihilation, he had no choice but to resolve the conflict swiftly. With a determined grit of his teeth, Goku invoked the Kaioken. For times, to everyone's amazement, Goku unleashed a quadruple Kaioken. In an instant, his Kamehameha wave overpowered Vegeta's Big Bang attack. It's been deflected, Vegeta exclaimed. Disbelief etched across his face as he was gradually consumed by Goku's Kamehameha wave, propelled into the sky, his form fading from view. At that moment, Goku remained immobile, gasping for breath. It wasn't that he lacked the will to move. Rather, he was utterly incapacitated. The triple Kaioken had already pushed his body beyond its limits, and now, having forcefully activated the quadruple Kaioken, his condition was dire. Wow, you did it! Yajirobe exclaimed with a grin. Goku, you are incredible. He rushed towards Goku, who finally noticed his presence. Yajirobe, what are you doing here? Goku asked, struggling to speak through the immense pain he was enduring. Did you not notice my arrival? You seem to be fighting with a resolve to face certain death, Yajirobe replied, a hint of pride in his tone. But finally, you've dealt with that troublesome foe. Well done. He patted Goku on the shoulder, prompting a pained cry from Goku, revealing just how dire his condition had become. What's wrong? Are you okay? Yajirobe inquired, unable to suppress his concern. The power of that last attack was beyond my capacity to endure, Goku responded, his gaze fixed on the sky. It doesn't look good, Yajirobe observed after examining Goku. Listen, Yajirobe, you must leave now, Goku urged him. Why? Yajirobe initially questioned, only to quickly realize the gravity of the situation. That guy is not dead yet. If he could be so easily defeated, I wouldn't have had to struggle so hard, Goku affirmed, confirming Yajirobe's suspicions. That is not a problem. You are far stronger than him, Yajirobe reassured Goku hastily. No, I exerted every ounce of strength in that last attack. My stamina has reached its limit, Goku declared, gazing skyward. Really? Yajirobe was now sweating profusely. All right, I'm leaving. You take care. With that, he hurried away. The scene shifted to Vegeta, who had narrowly evaded Goku's assault, staring in silence at the remnants of Goku's energy. You fool! Vegeta roared, veins bulging in frustration. How is it possible? Kakaroto's combat power cannot surpass mine. Vegeta's hair stood on end in a furious display. Even the fur on his tail bristled, as if he were a cat in a state of agitation. Impossible. I am a Saiyan, the mightiest warrior in the universe. He bellowed skyward, but soon after, he took several deep breaths and calmed himself. I will not be defeated, despite my disdain for that ghastly appearance. I must transform into a great ape. Prepare to witness the overwhelming destructive power of my transformation. Vegeta reassured himself. I specifically chose the night of the full moon to arrive on Earth to swiftly eradicate the humans, yet here I am, forced to transform into a great ape by just one Kakaroto. How infuriating. As he spoke, he scanned the surroundings in search of the moon. What is happening? The moon should have appeared by now, he pondered, perplexed. Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, the king chuckled at Vegeta's futile search for the moon. Saiyan. You will not find the moon on Earth. Thankfully, Piccolo foresaw this and destroyed it beforehand. However, Goku is utterly exhausted. Even if the Saiyan does not transform into a great ape, his situation is perilous. Yet, the Saiyan is nearing his limits. Perhaps if he utilizes the spirit bomb, he might prevail. At that moment, Goku gazed at the sky, wondering what Vegeta was searching for. How strange. What is he looking for? Why isn't he attacking? Goku mused, equally puzzled by Vegeta's actions. No moon. How can this be? Vegeta was taken aback by the absence of the moon. Curse it. It must have been Kakaroto who destroyed the moon. Goku, bewildered, found himself entangled in the situation. Well, it seems I have no choice. Though it will drain some energy. I must proceed this way. Heh, that brat's panicked expression must be quite amusing. Ahahaha. Vegeta laughed heartily as he descended. Goku, seeing this, braced himself. It seems the only way to defeat him is with the spirit bomb. I should be able to concentrate and gather energy, he thought. You destroyed the moon, didn't you? But you will still lose. Vegeta declared to Goku. The moon? What are you talking about? Goku replied, completely oblivious to Vegeta's words. Stop pretending to be confused. Let me enlighten you about the secret of Saiyans transforming upon witnessing a full moon. Vegeta gradually explained to Goku, now unhurried. I must admit, Saiyans are truly reckless. Transform. Goku was even more bewildered by this revelation. When sunlight reflects off the moon, it creates moonlight, and only this reflected sunlight contains Blutz waves. The energy of the Blutz waves generated during a full moon can reach 17 million, Vegeta elaborated slowly. When a Saiyan's eyes absorb such potent Blutz waves and transmit that energy to their tail, they transform. In the vast cosmos, numerous planets are encircled by moons of varying sizes. However, it is only during a full moon that one can generate over 17 million Bur's light waves. At this point, Vegeta paused momentarily. The Saiyans possess the unique ability to harness oxygen and energy spheres to create an artificial full moon that emits more than 17 million Bur's light waves. As he spoke, Vegeta began to condense a luminous sphere in his hand. I apologize for the wait, Kakarot. Your demise is imminent. Huh. A lowly warrior like you can never surpass me, for I am a prodigious warrior, he declared with a triumphant laugh, though he was beginning to pant heavily from the effort of concentrating the energy. As he formed that sphere, his energy was rapidly depleting. I cannot fathom what he intends to do, Goku observed, bewildered by the light sphere in Vegeta's grasp. In the midst of Goku's confusion, Vegeta suddenly hurled the sphere skyward. What are you doing? Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Combined with the oxygen, Vegeta shouted, and in an instant, the sphere he released erupted in a brilliant glow. What is happening? What is that? Goku braced himself, wary of the unfolding spectacle. Could he have created a moon? King Kai exclaimed in shock. You should lament the loss of your tail. Kakarot. Vegeta laughed heartily. Goku hastily turned his gaze towards Vegeta, noticing that the latter's form was expanding, his jaw protruding outward, and fangs gradually emerging. The scene shifted to Gohan. Frankly, it is rather untimely for the protagonist to appear after such a long interval. It turned out that after their departure, they had not ventured far. Gohan had led Krillin to a resting spot, where he exchanged 100 points for a substantial amount of food, and they began to feast. You are indeed fortunate, Gohan. To stumble upon someone else's discarded storage capsules during their travels is quite a stroke of luck, Krillin remarked as he stuffed food into his mouth. Indeed, I feel the same way, Gohan responded, his demeanor calm. This reasoning held considerable validity. For although the storage capsules made items easier to carry, they were equally prone to being lost. After they had rested sufficiently, Gohan, having sustained no injuries aside from exhaustion, felt rejuvenated after their meal, while Krillin had the advantage of consuming a senzu bean. Suddenly, a radiant light illuminated the surroundings. What is that bright light in the distance? Is it a star? Krillin wondered aloud. This must be the artificial moon created by Vegeta. It seems he is about to transform into a great ape, Gohan mused internally. What is happening? There is an overwhelming energy, and it is escalating, Krillin remarked, taken aback by the power emanating from Vegeta. That energy must belong to the Saiyan named Vegeta. We need to go assist him, Gohan stated firmly. Are you heading back to aid Goku? Krillin was momentarily taken aback by Gohan's words. Indeed, if this continued, his father would be in grave danger. Gohan was acutely aware of the immense strain his father faced while employing the Kaioken technique. That guy's martial prowess is far too formidable. Our presence would be futile. Krillin remarked to Gohan. No, if this goes on, my father will surely be no match for him. Without waiting for Krillin's response, Gohan soared towards the battlefield. Hey Gohan, wait for me. I'm coming too, Krillin exclaimed, hastily following suit. At that moment, Vegeta had transformed into a colossal great ape, towering over several meters, remarkably. His battle suit remained intact. What on earth? How could you become like this? Goku asked, his eyes wide with astonishment at Vegeta's transformation. Great ape. The great ape monster. Goku murmured, as a realization dawned upon him. Humph. Allow me to enlighten you. When a Saiyan transforms into a great ape, their battle power increases tenfold. Vegeta explained, having successfully completed his transformation. However, Goku was too preoccupied with memories flooding his mind to heed Vegeta's words. Goku, on nights of the full moon, great apes roam. You mustn't go outside, just stay home and sleep. Goku's deceased grandfather had warned him. Let your tail never grow back, or disaster will ensue. The divine being had cautioned. Oh, I finally understand. The creature that trampled my grandfather and ravaged the Wudong arena is none other than me, Goku, he realized. I'm sorry, Grandpa. The Saiyans are overwhelmingly powerful. I've exerted myself to the utmost, yet still cannot defeat him. If I perish, I shall seek forgiveness in the afterlife. Goku silently pondered. What is that thing? It's monstrous. Such malevolent energy. Clad in Saiyan attire, could he be a Saiyan? Yajirobe thought. Observing the towering Vegeta in the distance, feeling the terrifying aura emanating from him. Humph. Let me demonstrate the unmatched power of my Kamehameha. Goku mused, yet Vegeta was unyielding. Delivering a fierce punch towards Goku, who narrowly evaded the blow. The boulder struck by Vegeta's fist shattered instantly, scattering debris in all directions. Seizing the opportunity while Goku was airborne and unable to regain his footing, Vegeta delivered a powerful kick that sent Goku hurtling away. Vegeta then lunged forward with great strides, prompting Goku to exclaim in alarm, Kaioken. Reluctantly, Goku activated the Kaioken technique to evade. Although Goku managed to escape Vegeta's grasp, he was struck by Vegeta's tail, sending him flying. Ahaha, are you in despair now? Have you lost even the strength to flee? Vegeta taunted, charging once more at Goku. This massive form, yet so agile. I have no time to gather energy for a Kamehameha. Goku lamented. He then glanced at Vegeta, contemplating that even with the use of the Kaioken at 5 times its usual strength, subduing him would be a formidable challenge. 10 seconds would suffice. I need time to gather energy. Suddenly, Goku devised a plan. At that moment, Vegeta charged towards Goku. Tenshinhan, may I borrow your technique? Solar flare, Goku exclaimed. In an instant, he radiated a blinding light. Ah, my eyes, Vegeta shouted, shielding his eyes. Seeing his move succeed, Goku quickly flew to a distance, utilizing the opportunity to gather energy while Vegeta struggled to open his eyes. Shortly, Goku arrived at a clearing. This distance is just right, he remarked, glancing in Vegeta's direction. Earth, ocean, all living beings on this planet, please lend me a portion of your life energy. Thank you, Goku proclaimed, raising his arms high. Meanwhile, Vegeta was still rubbing his eyes. Just a little more, the spirit bomb will soon be complete, Goku thought to himself. At that moment, the troublesome Vegeta opened his eyes. He can see me now. Thankfully, there's still some distance between us. I can launch the spirit bomb before he attacks, Goku calculated silently. Damn it, where are you? Trying to escape? You can't get away. I can sense your energy. Vegeta searched for Goku's presence, proving himself to be a genius warrior, quickly learning to sense energy. The life energy was coalescing, Goku mused. Vegeta, having sensed Goku's energy, spotted him. He sees me. I must act quickly. Goku felt a surge of urgency as well. In the next moment, the spirit bomb took shape. Wonderful. All the life energy of the earth has gathered. Goku rejoiced, just as he prepared to launch the spirit bomb. Vegeta unleashed a wave of energy from his mouth. Goku's heart sank. He was sent flying far away, crashing heavily to the ground. What now? The spirit bomb I painstakingly completed has vanished, Goku lamented. Quite resilient, aren't you? You must be exhausted, Vegeta remarked, looking at Goku. It's hopeless. Defeating him is utterly impossible. I nearly exhausted all my strength, Goku thought with a bitter smile. Due to their proximity to the battlefield, Gohan and Krillin arrived swiftly. How could he transform into a great ape? Krillin pondered. They hurried towards Vegeta's direction, but suddenly, Yajirobe appeared before them, startling Gohan and Krillin. Yajirobe? Krillin exclaimed in surprise. Do you know? That monster is a Saiyan. Yajirobe hurriedly informed Krillin. I know. If we can cut off his tail, he can revert to his original form, Krillin declared. Gohan, you and Yajirobe distract him while I find a way to cut off his tail from behind, Krillin commanded before dashing away. Mr. Yajirobe, is it? It seems I may soon rely on you. Gohan did not rush over immediately. Instead, he addressed Yajirobe before departing. Don't be ridiculous. Diverting his attention? That would be akin to courting death. Even if he reverts to his original form, he cannot prevail against him. Akairobe muttered to himself. The scene shifts to Vegeta, who exclaims, "Ha ha! Feeling good, are we?" as he thrusts his foot towards Goku. Goku hastily dodges, only to be sent flying by Vegeta's palm. Vegeta then aims a foot at the incapacitated Goku, causing him to cry out in agony. Just as Vegeta was about to make his next move, he suddenly sensed something. It seems someone is approaching. Where? Vegeta had now mastered the perception of ki, instantly aware of an impending presence. "I'm right here. Put my father down," Gohan shouted, unleashing a ki blast towards Vegeta. Vegeta effortlessly deflected the attack. But just as he was about to respond, Goku unexpectedly struck Vegeta's eye with a ki wave. The eye, being one of the most vulnerable parts of the human body, caused Vegeta to clutch his eye in pain. Gohan has arrived. Animals struggle before their demise, but at this moment, I lack even the strength to resist, Goku remarked as he collapsed. At that moment, Krillin, who had circled behind Vegeta, seized the opportunity and launched a ki attack aimed at Vegeta's tail. Vegeta, still shielding his eyes, suddenly leaped to evade the strike just before impact, leaving Krillin astonished. "No way," he exclaimed. "I've seen you lurking behind me for ages. You Earthlings are so easily swayed by emotions. It is impossible for just a child to save his father. Even though you are aware of the tale, it is futile. How amusing it is that Kakarot's son and friends have come, merely to witness Kakarot's final moments. It is just right for them to claim his remains." Vegeta laughed heartily. This bastard has transformed into a great ape, yet his mind remains so clear. "I am sorry, Goku. I cannot stand idly by as you are slain. But his power is too formidable for me to approach," Krillin contemplated. "Ha ha ha. You think you can defeat me? Such delusions." Vegeta continued to laugh when suddenly his body froze. Akairobe had seized the moment while Vegeta was distracted by Gohan and his companions, appearing from behind to sever Vegeta's tail. "What? There is still another tail?" Vegeta exclaimed, gradually shrinking back to his original form, rather short. At this point, Akairobe concealed himself again, thinking, "I can only do this much. The rest is up to you. The tail has been severed. Well done, Akairobe. He has returned to his original state." Krillin exclaimed joyfully. "No, this has nothing to do with me. You all handle the rest," Akairobe thought, inwardly cursing. "You despicable creatures, you have angered me, and you shall perish swiftly. Humph. I will kill you all," Vegeta shouted, racing towards Gohan. "Gohan, run!" Krillin cried out. Vegeta hurled a punch towards Gohan, who quickly dodged. At this moment, Vegeta, having endured numerous attacks and significant physical exhaustion, could muster only a combat power of approximately 5,000. In contrast, my previous battle with Nappa had raised my maximum combat power to 4,000, allowing me to hold my own against Vegeta for a brief period. As a hybrid of Saiyan and Earthling, Gohan displayed remarkable prowess, prompting Vegeta to express astonishment at his opponent's capabilities. At that moment, Krillin charged in, prompting Vegeta to abruptly disengage from Gohan's confrontation. He swiftly kicked Krillin away, while Gohan seized the opportunity to launch a ki blast at Vegeta. Undeterred, Vegeta evaded Gohan's attack after sending Krillin flying and resumed battling Gohan. Despite Gohan's rapid growth and experience facilitated by a skill acquired from the system, allowing him to engage in combat with Vegeta, he still fell short in both strength and battle experience. After all, Vegeta had honed his skills through relentless combat from a young age, possessing an intimidating level of combat intuition and experience. Thus, it came as no surprise when Gohan was sent flying toward Goku. However, to perish alongside his father was a bittersweet fate. "How kind of me," Vegeta remarked, glancing at the fallen Gohan and Goku. "Gohan, your father is gravely injured and cannot move. You must gather your strength and fight in his stead," Goku urged Gohan, who was attempting to rise. "You must have sensed it during our skirmish. He too is wounded and his combat power has diminished significantly." Kakarot is indeed impressive. His mind remains quite sharp, Vegeta acknowledged, impressed by Goku's words. "Now, let us establish the order of this game. First, Kakarot. Next I will eliminate Kakarot's son, and finally, that bald-headed brat. And last, the short, stout one who severed my tail." Vegeta's final declaration was nearly a roar. He hasn't forgotten that incident, Yajirobe thought, drenched in cold sweat upon hearing Vegeta's words. In his current state, Gohan was severely injured. His earlier confrontation with Vegeta had been less of a battle and more of a one-sided assault, with Vegeta's every strike inflicting considerable damage while Gohan's attempts were mostly evaded. As Gohan struggled to rise, Vegeta charged once more. Get lost. It is not your time to shine yet. With that, Vegeta unleashed a ki blast, sending Gohan hurtling away. Approaching Goku, Vegeta looked down upon him disdainfully. A worthless being like you has made me exert so much effort. He did not immediately strike Goku down, instead repeatedly trampling him, seemingly intent on venting his own humiliation. Stop! You must cease this at once, Son Gohan exclaimed, witnessing his father's dire situation. His aura surged, elevating his power significantly. At that moment, Vegeta turned to face him. You dare to challenge me? Son Gohan assumed a combat stance, declaring, I will defeat you. Vegeta scoffed. Defeat me? With those feeble skills? Gohan, undeterred by the taunt, channeled his energy, launching a powerful wave towards Vegeta. Despite his injuries, Vegeta evaded the attack by leaping into the air. However, he was caught off guard as Gohan executed a feint. In an instant, he closed the distance and delivered a swift kick that sent Vegeta soaring. Impossible! Vegeta gasped in disbelief. He retaliated with a swift kick, but Gohan deftly dodged, employing Vegeta's own techniques against him. A relentless barrage of energy blasts surged toward Vegeta, who quickly retreated from Gohan's range. Nevertheless, he still suffered several hits, accumulating new wounds. Gohan, emboldened by his momentum, relentlessly engaged Vegeta, clearly gaining the upper hand as Vegeta struggled to defend himself against Gohan's onslaught. Krillin, come here quickly. Goku, despite his injuries, urged. Goku, I can't. He is too powerful. You should let Gohan escape. Krillin replied, moving towards Goku while continuing to speak. Now, Krillin, I entrust this to you. This is an energy sphere formed by gathering the life force of the entire Earth. What? What are you giving me? Krillin inquired, puzzled. The energy sphere contains the life force of our planet. Although much of it has dissipated, it should still be enough to defeat him. Goku explained. Krillin, grasp my hand. Goku insisted urgently. What? Hold hands. I don't quite understand, but I'll do as you say, Krillin responded, approaching Goku. Like this? My bones feel like they're breaking. He exclaimed in shock. It's fine, just hold on tight. Goku urged him. Suddenly, a colossal and overwhelming power surged into Krillin's hand. What is this? Such immense energy. He marveled, staring at his palm. With your palm facing upwards. Concentrate to form a sphere. Focus. Gohan cannot control the energy sphere yet. Goku instructed. In a short while, the life force began to coalesce in Krillin's hand, shaping into a spherical form. The energy sphere was complete. It's formed. Krillin gasped in astonishment, while Gohan's aura began to wane, hinting at a possible resurgence of pressure. Krillin, use the energy sphere to defeat him. I lack the strength to create another, so it must hit its mark. Goku urged earnestly. Understood. Leave it to me. Krillin vowed confidently. Truly, Vegeta is formidable, even severely injured. Gohan mused internally as he continued to engage in fierce combat with Vegeta. No, this won't do. His movements are far too swift. I cannot strike him at all. Krillin lamented, gazing at the ever-dodging Vegeta, his frustration mounting. When employing the Spirit Bomb, one must not rely solely on sight to locate the target. Rather, it necessitates a heartfelt attunement to his malevolent energy, followed by a vigorous assault. As Krillin grappled with his despair, a sudden voice echoed. Who is it? Krillin gasped in astonishment, for there was no one in proximity. I am the King Kai, the one who imparted the Spirit Bomb to Goku. Your actions will determine the fate of Earth. This Spirit Bomb embodies the hopes of the entire planet. The King Kai's voice resonated once more. Feel the evil energy and strike with all your might. Enlightenment dawned upon Krillin as he comprehended the King Kai's guidance. At that moment, Vegeta had commenced his princely combat style, launching energy blasts relentlessly towards Gohan, who valiantly retaliated. Neither side yielded ground. I can feel it. Suddenly, Krillin discovered that elusive sensation and prepared to launch his attack. Why are you dawdling, you bald idiot? Hurry up and strike. The unexpected shout from a nearby character startled Krillin, inciting a surge of irritation within him. This fool, he muttered through gritted teeth, hastily propelling the Spirit Bomb towards Vegeta, inadvertently alerting him to the impending threat. Seizing the opportunity presented by his exchange with Gohan, Vegeta deftly maneuvered away from his original position, and the Spirit Bomb soared directly towards Gohan. It's over. I missed. Krillin exclaimed in a crescendo of despair. It's all finished. The King Kai, attentively monitoring the situation on Earth, remarked on the unfolding events. Yet, Gohan remained unperturbed. For he understood that due to the system's parameters, the spirit bomb could not detect him, allowing him to rebound it. Gohan, send it back. The spirit bomb is ours. Your heart harbors no trace of evil, and you can certainly redirect it. Goku's voice echoed in Gohan's mind. Prepared. Gohan forcefully propelled the spirit bomb back towards Vegeta. Caught off guard, Vegeta had no forewarning that the attack could be returned. In an instant, he was struck. The overwhelming force detonating around him, eliciting a piercing scream of agony as Krillin watched in astonishment, his mouth agape, before erupting in exuberant celebration. Yay! Incredible! Goku! We have triumphed! He exclaimed, leaping with joy. At this moment, Gohan felt a wave of relief wash over him, fully aware that Vegeta was not yet defeated. Merely gravely wounded, with his combat power reduced to a mere 700. Gohan recognized that with the unscathed Yajirobe alongside him, they could indeed vanquish Vegeta together. As Gohan and Krillin approached Goku, they finally felt the thrill of victory. Haha, I truly believed we were doomed. Krillin exclaimed. You both are injured, Goku replied, noting their condition. However, Krillin interjected, it's not as severe as your injuries. As they conversed, Vegeta descended from the sky. Krillin intended to approach, but was immediately halted by Gohan, who looked at him with a questioning gaze and quickly explained, Uncle Krillin, he is not dead yet. What? He survived such a formidable attack? Krillin was utterly astonished. It's all right. He is now left with a fraction of his strength, Gohan reassured him. You're right. This technique is indeed powerful. I thought I was doomed. Vegeta slowly regained his footing. How could this be? The spirit bomb surely struck him, King Kai mused, perplexed. Though the spirit bomb is quite potent, the time lapse from its gathering to its release allows life energy to dissipate significantly. Although I am gravely wounded, I still possess enough strength to eliminate you worthless fools. I shall kill you first, and once my stamina is restored, I will obliterate this planet, Vegeta declared. While Vegeta was still expounding on his intentions, Gohan unleashed a flash attack. Startled, Vegeta hastily evaded, realizing that this young warrior had no regard for martial ethics. In his current condition, he could not withstand another blow. Your current state is not as defiant as your words suggest, Gohan remarked to Vegeta. Damn it! Your doomsday is upon you. Vegeta shouted, unleashing the last remnants of his power, creating a violent explosion around him. Gohan, albeit prepared, was still propelled backward, spitting blood. Yet, Gohan remained undeterred, surprised to discover that his tail had grown back. Initially, he believed that due to the butterfly effect, his tail would not reappear as it did in the original narrative. After all, he could not entrust his life to such an uncertain factor. What? Is my destructive capacity only this minimal? Not a single one of you has perished. Vegeta pondered in self-doubt. Hey, Vegeta, look at this. Gohan exclaimed, revealing his tail. What? A tail? Vegeta was genuinely alarmed. If Gohan transformed, his fate would be sealed. Hey, system, stop being unhelpful. Tell me, if I turn into a great ape, how much of my sanity will remain? Gohan inquired of the system. If your sanity is not significantly compromised, you need not worry. As a reincarnated soul, having absorbed the essence of the original Gohan, your sanity will be fully retained, the system replied. Upon hearing the system's assurance, Gohan felt relieved, without hesitation. He focused on the artificial moon created by Vegeta and began to transform. Damn it, he must not succeed, Vegeta thought, attempting to intervene. Suddenly, Yajirobe charged in, striking Vegeta in the back, causing him to collapse to the ground. Haha, I have succeeded. You despicable brat. You got what you deserved. What now? Do you now recognize the prowess of Piccolo? Duck, chicken, and radish danced with excitement, while Vegeta arose once more. My apologies. It seems I've caused a bit of pain, haven't I? Just a jest. I assure you, I never intended to harm you. Piccolo hastily remarked with a sheepish grin directed at Vegeta. In a flurry of fists and feet, Vegeta sent the meat-laden Yasuo flying. At that moment, he cast his gaze anew toward Gohan, only to discover that Gohan had successfully transformed into a great ape, curiously surveying his surroundings. In the past, when Goku transformed into a great ape, he would lose all rational thought. Krillin, upon witnessing Gohan's transformation, felt a pang of anxiety. In the worst-case scenario, They might not perish at the hands of their foes, but rather succumb to one of their own. Is this the transformation of a Saiyan into a great ape? The surge of power is indeed remarkable. Gohan, feeling the explosive energy coursing through him, couldn't he help but exclaim, "What? Impossible! How could Kakarot's lowly offspring retain his sanity after transforming into a great ape?" Vegeta expressed his astonishment. Gohan's retained consciousness might be attributed to his half-earthling lineage, which relieved Krillin to some extent. Damn it! Were it not for my grievous injuries, I would not fear one or two more monsters. The moon I created will last at least a month. I must find a way to sever his tail, Vegeta contemplated, strategizing in his mind. Chapter 20. The narrow escape of Vegeta. Gohan, suppressing his curiosity, advanced cautiously toward Vegeta. No, in my current state, I cannot possibly confront him. I must first sever his tail, Vegeta mused. Meanwhile, Gohan was oblivious to Vegeta's thoughts, launching an explosive ki blast toward him. Vegeta, startled and drenched in cold sweat, hurriedly dodged to the side, yet still found himself struck by the explosion. Injured and spitting blood, he clearly lacked the capacity to continue fighting. Gohan approached Vegeta, realizing the dire situation. Oh no, I am powerless to resist, Vegeta thought, as everyone assumed Gohan was about to decisively defeat him. Yes, Gohan has succeeded, Krillin pondered, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. I was so worried. Achieving this outcome was no small feat. Although I cannot show favoritism, the Saiyans could plunge the entire universe into terror. It must be done this way. However, the roots of evil had not yet been eradicated, and King Kai, lost in thought, considered what lay ahead. Suddenly, Gohan heard Goku's voice echoing in his mind. He knew his father was about to intercede on Vegeta's behalf. Gohan, could you allow your father to be a bit reckless this once, and let him go? Goku implored. Father, is it because you wish to engage him in a fair fight in the future that you want to spare him? Gohan inquired. Ha ha ha, indeed. I believe in my father. I shall surpass Vegeta and cultivate an extraordinary strength to defeat him, Goku proclaimed. Father thinks just like I do, Gohan remarked to Goku. Perhaps it is because we are also Saiyans. Goku could not help but chuckle at this notion. At that moment, Vegeta swiftly retrieved a remote control from his possession to summon his spacecraft. Meanwhile, in the ruins of East City, a group of curious onlookers gazed at the approaching vessel. Suddenly, one of them took flight, startling everyone present. Gohan glanced at the tail behind him, steeling his resolve as he cautiously employed a technique he had surreptitiously learned from Krillin to sever his tail. After all, Gohan had no desire to possess an unnecessary vulnerability. The issue of the tail could be addressed later. For now, he was deliberating whether to write about GT or Super. Gradually, Gohan's form returned to normal, and he hastily spent 20 points from his system to purchase an outfit, quickly donning it. Hey, Vegeta, my father has instructed me to spare you this time. If there is a next time, my father will defeat you decisively. You may leave, Gohan declared to Vegeta, who was now approaching in his spacecraft. How infuriating. Are you pitying me? Vegeta retorted with a laugh. Mark my words, you worthless fools, there will be no miracles next time. Just wait and see. With that, Vegeta entered his vessel. The scene shifted to an aircraft where Master Karen was directing everyone towards the battlefield. There, a sphere of light. Goku and the others are right beneath it. Is that true? Is Gohan alive? He must still be alive, Chi-Chi exclaimed, gripping Master Karen's neck in a fervent outcry. Chi-Chi had endured much hardship. After marrying Goku, she managed the household single-handedly. Saiyans consumed a great deal, and Goku possessed little ability to earn money. Recently, matters had worsened. Not only had her husband died, but her son had also been abducted by villains. Most ordinary individuals would have crumbled under such pressure. I genuinely sympathize with Chi-Chi. Compared to Bulma, who is older than Chi-Chi, she seems to bear the weight of her years more heavily. Gohan will certainly honor his mother. It should be all right. Master Karen hastily replied. I did mention that it would be best not to bring her. Master Roshi interjected. What do you mean by shit? Why say shit? Chi-Chi shouted once more. There's no alternative. Can you sense the energy of those 4? No. 5. Their energies are feeble. What on earth is happening? Master Roshi stated after a careful assessment. True to his status as a martial arts master, though he may not possess as much energy as Goku and Krillin, his understanding and perception of energy far surpass theirs. I'm unclear. I can only see part of it. However, that Saiyan is surely on the brink of death, Master Karen remarked. Ding. Congratulations, host. Mission accomplished. Rewards have been credited. With Vegeta's departure, the system's voice echoed. At this moment, Gohan had already acquired points. Yet he hesitated to redeem the Senzu beans to heal his father. Firstly, he could not elucidate the origin of the beans, and secondly, if Goku and Krillin were to venture to Namek without the gravity chamber for training, it was highly probable that they would struggle against even Jinyu, let alone Frieza. Gohan did not believe he could elevate his combat power to the prerequisite level of 3 million for the Super Saiyan transformation on Namek. Presently, Gohan sat beside Goku with Krillin, lamenting the loss of so many lives and pondering how to address such devastation. Krillin, too, was deeply troubled. At that moment, an aircraft descended, and the cabin door slowly opened. Gohan. Chi-Chi rushed out in haste. Surprised, Goku observed, but Chi-Chi bypassed him entirely, leaping over his head to embrace Gohan. Gohan, are you alright? Mommy's here. My poor child. Chi-Chi exclaimed, her heart swelling with joy upon seeing that Gohan had survived. Though she soon noticed his injuries, and her heart ached for him. I'm fine, Mom. The battle is over, Gohan reassured her. Enveloped in the warmth of his mother's embrace and her profound concern. Though Gohan is safe, Goku's condition is dire, Krillin informed Chi-Chi. That poor child has suffered so much. He must never leave your side again. However, Chi-Chi paid no heed to Krillin's words and continued speaking to Gohan. Let us go see your father. He is gravely injured. Gohan, unable to contain his worry, took Chi-Chi's hand and led her to Goku's side. How are you, Goku? The others inquired anxiously, observing his severe wounds. He is gravely injured. Master Roshi lamented. I'm sorry, the Saiyan escaped, Krillin stated. It's all right. Managing to drive him away is a considerable achievement. Karin consoled. Karin, that villain is exceedingly powerful. Aside from the four of us, everyone else has been killed. Krillin struggled to articulate, feeling the weight of the situation. This time, due to Yamcha's demise, he felt little compulsion to mention him. I know. It's all right. In a year, we can use the Dragon Balls to resurrect them, right? Bulma remarked nonchalantly. Huh. Krillin, somewhat perplexed, asked, what's wrong? Is there an issue? Bulma turned to the silent Karin, seeking clarity. Piccolo is dead, which means the Dragon Balls no longer exist. Goku explained to Bulma. What? No way. You said there were still 4 alive. Is one not Piccolo? Bulma inquired urgently. Sorry, the other one is me. A smug Yajirobe emerged, his demeanor brimming with pride. What? Yamcha can't be. Bulma broke down in tears. To be candid, in the original narrative, Bulma's tears were rather subdued. It seems that at this juncture, her feelings for Yamcha were not particularly profound, especially considering the earlier events during the martial arts tournament. It is more a matter of mourning the loss of a familiar friend. Did you know all along? Master Roshi inquired curiously of Karin. Karin acknowledged this with a nod. How could this be? I thought Piccolo was still alive, Master Roshi said, his brow furrowed in concern. What do you mean? Am I not alive? I truly apologize. Would you be happier if I were replaced by Piccolo? I played a significant role in this battle, after all. Am I truly so worthless? Yajirobe exclaimed with frustration. He had indeed contributed greatly, and it was unkind to blame him, particularly since the fate of Uncle Piccolo was not his doing. At that moment, Gohan and Chi-Chi rushed over. Quickly, we must get the injured to the hospital. We are out of Senzu beans. Karin hurriedly changed the subject. Before long, everyone boarded the aircraft. Their bodies should be around here, yes? Just a bit further, Krillin was directing Master Roshi in the search for their comrades' remains. Actually, we have a method to revive the others, but don't get your hopes too high, Gohan remarked. What? Is there truly a way? Master Roshi asked. Wait. Let's discuss this later, Master Roshi. We must first locate their bodies, Krillin interjected. After a while, with the exception of Kaiatsu, who had perished in a self-destructive explosion, all the bodies were recovered, including that of Nappa. They did not overly complicate matters with the body. Instead, they dug a simple grave and laid Nappa to rest, which seemed a fitting conclusion. Once all affairs were settled, Bulma inquired, Now, can we clarify the situation? Allow me to explain, Krillin began. The Saiyans must have discovered the existence of the Dragon Balls on Earth, and their ability to grant wishes through the power level detector that Goku carries. Really? Is that so? Goku replied, astonished. Yes, when they encountered Piccolo, they mentioned that Namekians also had the ability to grant wishes, Krillin continued. With such bizarre appearances, it's no wonder. Yajirobe interjected. However, What they said afterward was even more crucial. They mentioned that Namek also possesses magical orbs capable of fulfilling wishes. If we cannot find them on Earth, we must venture to Namek, Krillin stated, oblivious to the astonishment of the others. If all this is true, and if we locate Namek, perhaps we can procure the Dragon Balls, Krillin asserted, disregarding the astonished expressions surrounding him. Indeed, if we use the Dragon Balls of Namek to revive Uncle Piccolo, then the Dragon Balls on Earth could regain their power. Gohan proclaimed. Gohan, what are you talking about? Chi-Chi exclaimed, perplexed, for in her eyes, the individual who had taken Gohan away for a year was hardly a good person, especially considering he was once the formidable Demon King Piccolo. Wu Fan, your intellect is truly remarkable. How did I not conceive of this? Splendid. Everyone is filled with hope for revival upon hearing this news. The atmosphere was one of elation. Ah, you are rather naive, indulging in dreams that are unlikely to materialize. Bulma interjected, casting doubt on the group's optimism. But Bulma, why is it impossible? Krillin inquired, perplexed. Do you know where that star is located? Bulma asked. To which Krillin's spirits deflated. Let me take charge. I shall use telepathy to inquire with King Kai, who surely knows the whereabouts of Namek, Goku declared to the assembly. Namek? Of course, I know it. I am King Kai. The voice of King Kai resonated around them. Wow, we can all hear him. He truly is King Kai? Master Roshi exclaimed in astonishment. King Kai, everyone can hear your words. Please enlighten us. Goku urged. Very well, but first, I must commend your efforts. Honestly, when Goku was defeated, I believed all hope was lost. King Kai remarked. Indeed, I was equally astonished. Even the Kaioken technique was ineffective against him. Goku responded. Yes, Vegeta is indeed formidable. I underestimated him. I never anticipated he could reach such heights. Namek is located at the coordinates of 9045YX in the SU-83 quadrant. According to Earth's terminology, King Kai stated after consulting his notes. What? Coordinates 9045YX? Bulma exclaimed, taken aback. What is it, Bulma? Krillin asked, noticing her astonishment. Old Turtle, come assist me with the navigation. I need to calculate. Bulma directed towards Master Roshi. The Old Turtle, although feeling ambivalent about the title, accepted the task of piloting the aircraft. Once a beautiful planet, Namek had suffered a catastrophic climate shift long ago, leading to the extinction of its inhabitants. Now, Namek is in the process of recovery. It is uncertain if any of its people have survived. King Kai continued. How could this happen? Alas, we are still without the Dragon Balls. The group lamented. Do not despair. Allow me to investigate further, King Kai said, utilizing his abilities to search for Namek. Oh, it appears that the Namekians, who became deities to escape the climatic calamity, fled to Earth. In time, they lost their memories and forgot their past, perhaps having been mere children at that time. It is indeed a tragic tale. King Kai recounted the history of Piccolo and the Namekians to the group. Why did the Namekians not wish upon the Dragon Balls to alter the climatic anomalies? Yajirobe suddenly questioned. But did not the eternal dragon state that wishes exceeding the capabilities of the dragon's creator cannot be fulfilled? Hence, the dragon may be powerless against the Saiyans. Master Roshi explained to Yajirobe. It seems the Dragon Balls are not as omnipotent as one might hope. Yajirobe scoffed upon hearing this reasoning. Moreover, the Namekians, though fewer than 100 remain, are tirelessly striving to rebuild their homeland. At this moment, the King of the Worlds has also located the surviving Namekians. Really? Krillin exclaimed with excitement. There are still 100 of those beings. Yajirobe couldn't help but envision the wrinkled, green visage of the deity. Rest assured, the Namekians are exceedingly gentle, akin to that individual who became a deity on Earth. The King of the Worlds explained. It seems that the Demon King Piccolo may have been influenced by the malevolence of humans prior to his ascension to divinity. The king elaborated. Ah, I see now, indeed. Such villains do exist in this world. Yajirobe readily concurred. Why do you always interrupt? Master Karen admonished Yajirobe for his incessant interjections. So, it's possible that not only the Supreme Kai, but also Yamcha and Tien could be resurrected. Master Roshi remarked. Impossible. Don't be foolish. Bulma interjected. Having completed her calculations, have you considered that even though we know the location of Namek, how will we get there? Bulma countered the puzzled gazes of the group. Why not take a spaceship? Krillin replied without hesitation. That is precisely why I consider you all foolish. The spaceship my father developed possesses the finest engine in the world. But do you know how long it takes to reach Namek? Bulma continued. Don't be alarmed by this figure. It's 4,349 years and 3 months. We would need to attain immortality. Bulma stated. We could use a Saiyan spaceship. Gohan chimed in. Yes, Gohan, you are truly brilliant. Krillin couldn't help but shower him with praise. But the Saiyans have already left in their spaceship. Master Roshi questioned, perplexed. No, we have seen Vegeta's spaceship. It is quite small and accommodates only one person. Therefore, the spaceship of the deceased Saiyan must still be here. Gohan hurriedly informed the others. No worries. As long as we find one, we can study it and perhaps discover a solution. Bulma confidently asserted. Oh, that vessel must still be at the site where the Saiyans landed in East City. We must go there immediately. Master Roshi urged the group. Do not rush. Look, I found something useful. When Vegeta presses this, the spaceship will arrive. This must be a remote control. Krillin suddenly produced an object resembling a button-laden phone. At that moment, Gohan rummaged through his memories but could not recall when or from where Krillin had acquired such an item. After contemplating and yielding no results, he decided to let it go, considering it not significant. Aunt Bulma, please don't press anything recklessly before you thoroughly examine this. Gohan cautioned urgently. Rest assured, I will succeed, Bulma assured him. The following day, all the combatants entered the hospital. Gohan and Krillin, having sustained only minor injuries, were already able to move about freely. However, Goku was gravely injured and was thus assigned to a hospital room. Seeing that his father was undergoing examination and that many had come to visit him, Gohan decided to indulge himself. With over 12,000 points at his disposal, he pondered deeply. Currently, there were no useful skills available, and the odds of obtaining something worthwhile from the lottery were exceedingly low. Therefore, he resolved to exchange for 2 Senzu beans, as he would soon be heading to Namek, where combat would be inevitable. He also planned to try his luck at the lottery twice more and to save the remaining points for future necessities. With a plan in place, Gohan acted without hesitation, first purchasing 2 Senzu beans at the cost of 10,000 points. After spending another 1,000 points, a familiar container materialized before him. With a thought, he opened the jar, revealing a watch. What on earth? The first time I got a bag of salt. And now it's a watch, Gohan mused, feeling disappointed by the lottery's offerings. Could you at least inquire about the utility of an item before making such a hasty judgment? He questioned internally. This item is rather remarkable, remarked the system's voice. Oh, pray tell, what are its capabilities? Gohan asked eagerly. It is a storage watch. Akin to the spatial rings found in fantasy novels, the system explained. Isn't that rather useless? I could easily ask Bulma for an identical watch. Do you think the universal capsule can only take the form of capsules? Gohan retorted, expressing his disdain. It is not as inadequate as you believe. The moment this watch is subjected to an attack, it will virtualize, meaning it shall not be damaged. It possesses infinite space, a feat that the universal capsule cannot accomplish. Moreover, it can preserve the contents in a state of suspended time, allowing only living beings to remain unaffected. The system continued to extol the watch's virtues. Considering all this, it seems rather promising, Gohan conceded, taking the watch into his hands for inspection. Not bad, it aligns with my aesthetic, he remarked, fastening it around his wrist. Very well. Let us try again, keeping 1,000 points in reserve for emergencies. Another jar appeared before him, and as it shattered, a book emerged from the debris. The title read, 9 Yang Divine Skill. Wow, this is excellent. With this, I shall become even more formidable, Gohan exclaimed to the system, recognizing it as the best item he had ever drawn in the lottery. You're dreaming. In the Dragon Ball universe, even a dog would scoff at this. The techniques Piccolo taught you regarding key manipulation far surpass this. Do you think the characters in Dragon Ball are rudimentary in their control over ki? Master Roshi and Crane Hermit's teacher, Mateto, was indeed a legendary figure. If he were to lay eyes upon this object, he might well deem it too cumbersome for even propping a table, the system mockingly remarked. What a disappointment. I thought I had struck gold, Gohan retorted in frustration. After all, the prowess of ki vastly surpasses that of internal energy. Otherwise, why would I suggest that you might draw some techniques or martial arts? At best, they would merely enhance the aesthetics of your moves, given your current abilities. Using ki to drive various martial arts techniques is akin to attempting to fill a wooden barrel with lava. Do you think this is some kind of game? Chapter 23. A new spaceship hee. It will take 4 months to heal. What a trying ordeal. Moreover, there is a chance I may not fully recover. Goku lamented from his hospital bed, yet his spirits remained surprisingly buoyant. Fear not, in about a month, the new sins of beans should be ready to harvest. Corinne consoled from the side. Gohan and I are fortunate. However, the hospital mandates a 3-day stay if admitted. Otherwise, I could be discharged tomorrow. You look just like a mummy, Krillin jested, observing Goku, who was swathed in bandages. I've been through a lot as well. Why am I not allowed to stay? Yajirobe protested, lounging on a nearby chair with a disgruntled expression. Are you perhaps envious of the hospital meals? Corinne teased, unveiling Yajirobe's true motivation. When Yajirobe was nearly slain by a Saiyan, he shockingly exclaimed, I admire you. I wish to be your partner. How embarrassing. Krillin grinned mischievously, ready to share this story. Indeed, I recall how, after he defeated Vegeta, he hurriedly apologized, saying, sorry. That must have hurt, huh? He seemed more concerned about Vegeta's injuries. Gohan chimed in, joining the conversation. Beware, I might just give you a beating. I merely intended to incapacitate him. Yajirobe quickly defended himself, filling the room with laughter and merriment. Regardless of the circumstances, you all exhibit remarkable courage. Those who perish at the hands of a Saiyan still have a chance at resurrection. King Chappa remarked to the group. Perhaps Toriyama initially envisioned redeeming Vegeta. Otherwise, why would he come to Earth without slaying anyone? This served to alleviate Yajirobe's embarrassment. Hey, everyone, look at the television. At that moment, Bulma rushed in, her new hairstyle strikingly impressive. If there were to be another book, Bulma would undoubtedly be a character to follow. She possesses talent, a delightful personality, and beauty. Yet, our protagonist is merely 5 years old, while Bulma is already 29, clearly an ill match. We shall await the appearance of Bra, who will debut during the 3-year gap of the Android saga. Bulma, is that you? I thought you were a nurse with all that commotion. Master Roshi initially expressed confusion at the shouting within the hospital. Upon recognizing Bulma, he understood. Enough chatter. Turn on the television. Without further ado, Bulma swiftly complied, eager to unveil the unfolding events. Then everyone witnessed a news report concerning the Saiyan spacecraft. Krillin, upon seeing this, was utterly astonished. This was quite a predicament. The nation's scholars had first discovered it, and the turtle hermit, upon observing, also furrowed his brow, though we could not see it due to his sunglasses. Hey, how amusing. Let us use the remote control Krillin found to make it fly. It will surely startle them. Bulma exclaimed as she picked up the remote. Wait a moment. Aunt Bulma, are you certain you've conducted thorough research? We cannot just press buttons randomly. It would be prudent to contact the government directly, with your family's capabilities. It shouldn't be a challenge, Son Gohan interjected, feeling anxious. If Bulma were to successfully decipher the spacecraft that his father, Goku, used to travel to Namek, it could be utilized for training in the weight room, leading to chaos on Namek. Thus, it was best to avoid damaging this device. Don't underestimate me. I am a genius. I've already thoroughly studied this device. Just watch. I merely need to get it to move. Bulma declared, pressing the remote. Gohan, having already warned her, thought it would be fine, so he refrained from intervening. Is it moving? The group eagerly stared at the television. Let me see. Goku protested from behind them, visibly anxious. Unexpectedly, with a loud bang, the spacecraft exploded before their eyes. It was established that the remote could not be operated by others, as the spacecraft would automatically detonate. Otherwise, how could Bulma, who modified the combat power tester, not create a functional remote? What on earth is happening? That object just exploded. What transpired? The television host urgently reported amidst the debris of both the object and the surrounding buildings. Oh no, how could this be? Did I accidentally press the self-destruct button? Bulma's scream startled even the patients outside the room. Gohan, taken aback, realized that the device was indeed broken. His father's spacecraft, which had come to Earth, would not be easily found, and it appeared they would have to rely on the spaceship brought by Kami and Uncle Piccolo. Gohan felt a sense of despair wash over him. Their last hope had been extinguished. It's over. Both Master Karen and Yajirobe lamented simultaneously. This is a disaster, Krillin added, lamenting that even the flying Nimbus might not suffice. Goku contemplated the Nimbus and abandoned that idea. This is all your fault for picking up such a useless remote. Bulma naturally shifted the blame, to which Krillin retorted, clearly, you pressed the buttons recklessly. As the group continued their debate, Bubbles suddenly appeared by the window, startling Bulma, who had been speaking nearby. Whoever wishes to join me, I have found the spaceship, Bubbles announced, unfazed by their astonishment. Did you truly find the spaceship, Bubbles? Krillin asked eagerly. Indeed, Bubbles provided them with an answer. He had been residing with Kami all along, and he had lived in the temple even before Kami. Sun Wukong introduced to everyone the identity of Bobo. What does perhaps mean? Krillin inquired. I believe it might be a spaceship, but I cannot be certain. Hence I wish for one of you to accompany me, Bobo responded. Bulma turned to Krillin and exclaimed, Me? Pointing to herself in confusion. Only you are knowledgeable about spaceships, Krillin asserted, providing an irrefutable reason to the group. I want to go too. Gohan chimed in. What? Gohan, what do you wish to go for? Chi-Chi hurriedly asked. I want to see the spaceship too. Please let me go, Mom, Gohan pleaded with Chi-Chi. Yes, Chi-Chi. Gohan is at that age where curiosity about new things is piqued. Allow him to accompany me, and rest assured, I will keep an eye on Gohan. Bulma hastily assured Chi-Chi, recognizing that Gohan's presence would alleviate her concerns for safety. All right, you make a fair point, Chi-Chi contemplated and ultimately agreed. Initially, the blanket could only accommodate one person, but if it were a child, they could squeeze in. Bobo, having confirmed the participants, declared, Let us depart. Once the two were prepared, he said, with a swoosh, they vanished from the sight of the crowd. How did they disappear so suddenly? Master Roshi pondered. Is there truly a spaceship? Krillin expressed his worry. Update speed of the Xiaoku Chinese network is the fastest on the internet. Chapter 24, The Departure Approaches. The scene shifted, and Gohan and the others arrived at a barren land. We have arrived. You may disembark, Bobo announced. Huh, have we arrived so quickly? Where are we? It's so cold, Bulma exclaimed in confusion as she and Gohan followed Bobo down. This is the Sabaton Highlands, Bobo explained to Bulma. We are at the edge of the earth. We got here in the blink of an eye. Bulma was astonished. Mr. Bobo, is this the ability of the Earth's deity? Gohan inquired. In a way, yes. This blanket belongs to the temple and can appear anywhere on Earth. Bobo clarified to Gohan. Where is it? It should be over here, Bobo said to himself. Wait for me. How could a spaceship be in such a place? Bulma questioned. Aunt Bulma, let us follow Mr. Bobo, Gohan suggested, and the group proceeded for a while. Found it. This is it. Bobo suddenly halted, prompting Gohan and Bulma to take a few steps forward, revealing a structure resembling a giant insect. They leaped down along the rocky wall. This must be the spaceship, Bobo remarked. Let me investigate. Bulma approached to examine it as well. She first knocked on the oddly shaped building, producing a clear sound, and Gohan mimicked her. Although he could not draw any conclusions, witnessing Bulma's actions compelled Gohan, as if instinctively ingrained in his soul, to also knock and listen to the sound. What is this made of? It doesn't seem like metal. What exactly is it? He pondered. Could you explain it a bit more clearly? Bulma inquired of Bobo. Around a century ago, the deity suddenly recounted events from the past. Surprisingly, the celestial being mentioned that he had once resided in the Sabaton Highlands during his youth. I questioned the deity about the uninhabitable conditions of the Sabaton Highlands and why he lived there. The deity confessed he was uncertain, as if his head had suffered a significant blow, resulting in memory loss. By the way, why is it that both Goku and the deity lost their memories from head injuries? Couldn't the old bird consider some other reasons? I further inquired if the deity had any parents, to which he replied negatively, only possessing a letter that read, I will arrive shortly, await my presence. Bobo recounted the deity's tale. What are you talking about? I still don't understand. Bulma expressed her confusion. Aunt Bulma, didn't the King of Worlds mention that the deity and Uncle Piccolo are refugees from Namek? Perhaps they arrived on Earth aboard this vessel. Gohan reminded Bulma. Oh, right, how could I forget? Bulma exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Then Bobo continued to narrate the unfortunate, weak, and helpless childhood of the deity and Piccolo. After all you've said, what does it have to do with this thing? Bulma remarked, tapping the spacecraft. Why are you so anxious? I'm about to get to the main point. Bobo reassured her. Bobo then elaborated extensively on the spacecraft, before suddenly calling out for Piccolo. The bottom of the spacecraft abruptly opened, slowly descending into the air. Is this the entrance? Bulma marveled. Gohan and the others ascended onto the platform, and upon another call, the door closed. Bobo called out, and as the platform rose, they finally entered the spacecraft's interior. Take a good look. This is not a house, but a spacecraft, Bobo remarked to Bulma. I only remembered this place after hearing the King of Worlds' words, which led me here. Bobo continued with his speculation. Indeed, it certainly does not resemble a home, Bulma observed, surveying her surroundings. But is it operational? The door can open, so it must still be functional. Is this the ignition button? No. Bulma began to examine the surrounding equipment. Is this thing voice-activated? Gohan interjected, unable to restrain himself, providing a hint. Otherwise, they could guess indefinitely. And he dared not let Bulma continue tinkering. If she broke the spacecraft, it would truly be a disaster. Indeed, is it Piccolo? Bobo remarked. No. That is merely the password for entry and exit. Activate it, do you hear? Let's fly, let us take off. Bulma incessantly conversed with the device, speculating that it must be initiated using Namekian language, as Earth was certainly not the origin of this spacecraft. Gohan added, Indeed, Gohan, you are remarkably intelligent, far surpassing your father. I recall that during the prestigious World Martial Arts Tournament, the celestial being conversed with Piccolo in a language that must surely be the Namekian tongue. Bulma suddenly pondered. Is it the Namekian language? I am familiar with it. Bobo interjected. Really? Bulma exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, in the Namekian language. The term Piccolo translates to different world, perfectly suitable for describing entrances and exits, Bobo elaborated. Oh, how splendid. So, the title of the Demon King Piccolo signifies the Demon King of a different world. Let us give it a try. Say fly in Namekian. Bulma instructed Bobo. Fly to where? Bobo inquired. Anywhere. Let us go to Jupiter. Bulma replied, and then they heard Bobo utter a series of peculiar sounds that were difficult to decipher. Upon his completion, the instrument emitted a sound. This word means understand, Bobo explained to Bulma. Suddenly, everyone felt a sense of weightlessness, and as the situation stabilized, they gazed through the window, where Jupiter appeared before them. Gohan also stood on tiptoe, eager to gaze outside. After all, combining his previous and current lifetimes, this was his inaugural venture into outer space. Wow, we have arrived at Jupiter. How astounding. This spacecraft is incredible. How wonderful. Bulma exclaimed with exuberance. Marvelous. Now, the celestial being can be revived. Bobo, upon hearing this news, couldn't help but wipe away tears, and then they returned to the hospital. Thus, we possess a spacecraft. It will take merely a month to reach Namek. The interior of the spacecraft can also be renovated. Bulma narrated the previous events to those in the hospital. Gohan also shared his experiences of outer space with Chi-Chi. Gohan, this journey into outer space is a rare opportunity. You must study diligently to pursue research in this field in the future. Chi-Chi continually encouraged her son. In 5 days, we shall embark, Bulma finally informed everyone. Chapter 25. Departure to Namek. Embarking on the celestial being's spacecraft to Namek is truly marvelous. Krillin exclaimed excitedly. A faint hope is on the verge of becoming reality. Master Karen expressed with satisfaction. Bobo, you must assist with this matter. Bulma urged Bobo. Huh? No, I cannot go. Bobo hurriedly responded to Bulma's request. What? That cannot be. You must go. You alone understand the Namekian language. Bulma, upon hearing this, became anxious. I truly cannot go. The temple cannot be left unattended for 2 months. Do not worry. I will teach you the Namekian language, Bobo reassured Bulma, who appeared frantic. Then, it seems Bulma shall have to go. In the event of any mishap, only Bulma comprehends the machinery. Krillin also voiced his agreement with Bobo's sentiment. Well, it should be safe enough, Bulma remarked, then began to mutter to herself about the need for a restroom and a shower, just a plethora of disorganized living necessities. However, I cannot go alone. I must have someone accompany me. Bulma insisted on her requirements. Oh, do not even think about it. I absolutely refuse to go. Yachirobe, fueled by an inexplicable confidence, believed Bulma would choose him. No one expects you to go, Master Karen also remarked to Yachirobe. It takes 2 months for the round trip. All right, if I must, I shall go, the turtle hermit said with a sly grin. Your presence would only heighten the danger. Bulma vehemently countered. Krillin, since Goku is gravely injured, you should come with me. After pondering for a moment, Bulma declared. What? Me? Fine, but 2 months is quite a long time. I won't be able to train, and I have no idea when the Saiyans will return, Krillin reluctantly agreed. I want to go too. I am so curious to see what the Dragon of Namek looks like, Goku said from his sickbed. Krillin reassured Goku for a moment, and then advised him to rest well in preparation for the potential return of Vegeta. Ding. System task released. Reach Namek. Task reward. 5,000 points. The system's voice echoed, momentarily startling Gohan, who had initially planned to go as well, now finding himself with yet another reason. I want to go too, Gohan declared, suddenly silencing the room. Gohan, do not joke around. Chi-Chi hurriedly admonished him. Mother, I am not joking. I truly wish to go. No, I must go? Uncle Piccolo sacrificed himself to save me, and I need to personally rescue him. Gohan earnestly pleaded with Chi-Chi. Nonsense. It's a 2-month journey, Chi-Chi began. But Goku interrupted her before she could finish. All right, Gohan. Well said. Goku's words ignited Chi-Chi's frustration. Both of you be quiet. Gohan cannot go. What if something happens? This past year has already caused me enough worry. What about your studies? You have fallen so far behind your peers. I absolutely cannot agree to your going. Absolutely not. Piccolo's matters do not concern you. You are still a child and must behave like one. Chi-Chi shouted in exasperation. At that moment, her bias against Piccolo was evident. As he had once been the Demon King and had taken Gohan away from her for a year, preventing their reunion. Mother, I will catch up on my studies when I return. Besides, I have already missed a year. 2 more months won't make a difference. I promise to study hard when I get back. Moreover, do you not always teach me to be grateful? Uncle Piccolo cared for me for an entire year. He is not a bad person. Ultimately, he sacrificed himself to protect me. If I do not go to help, would that not make me a bad child? Gohan nestled into Chi-Chi's embrace, playfully seeking her affection. Gohan, having traversed into this world as Gohan, exhibited the innocence of a child, unabashedly seeking comfort from his mother. Gohan found it perfectly natural for Chi-Chi to react this way, considering that her child had been forcibly taken away for an entire year, leaving her in a state of uncertainty regarding his well-being. He also felt a sense of confidence. Although the system did not significantly enhance his combat abilities, it had considerable utility in social situations. He had perused the system's marketplace, noting that knowledge pertaining to the Dragon Ball world for grades 1 to 3 cost 2,000 points, while grades 3 to 6 required 3,000 points. Though slightly expensive, it was still reasonable, and he could redeem it when the time came. Here, it is established that the knowledge in the Dragon Ball world differs from that of the original world. Upon hearing Gohan's intention to become a bad child, Chi-Chi was somewhat moved. The others began to persuade her, saying, "Give in, Chi-Chi, let Gohan board the spaceship." The Ox King finally patted Chi-Chi on the shoulder and reassured her. "Rest assured, leave it to us. There will be no danger." Bulma also spoke to Chi-Chi, which ultimately led her to agree to Gohan's embarkation on the spaceship. "Well, I must first diligently study the Namekian language. Let us meet at Master Roshi's place in 10 days. Bulma announced to the group. Time swiftly passed, and at last, the day of departure arrived, with a spaceship resembling a 4-legged insect halting on Kame House. "Wow, Bulma, can this really fly to outer space?" exclaimed Krillin, who was clad in a cap, a yellow shirt, white pants, and a green jacket, looking every bit the part of a tourist ready for an adventure. "Krillin, dressed like that, do you think you're going on vacation? Don't underestimate space travel. I even cut my hair to fit into this spacesuit," Bulma remarked, standing in her full astronaut attire. "Where's Gohan? Why hasn't he arrived yet?" Bulma inquired impatiently after waiting for a while. "He said he wanted to say goodbye to Goku. He'll be here shortly," Krillin explained. "Bulma, should we bring an umbrella? Is it going to rain on Namek?" Krillin asked her. "Whatever. Stop being so tedious." Bulma responded with an exasperated expression, as she had no idea whether it would rain, having never been to Namek herself. After a while, the Ox King and Chi-Chi finally arrived with Gohan. "I'm sorry for being late," Gohan exclaimed as he stepped out of the vehicle. "Gohan, please be careful on the way, and remember to brush your teeth after meals," Chi-Chi admonished while guiding him down, but the others were taken aback by Gohan's appearance. Currently, Gohan was carrying a small backpack and had a water bottle slung over his shoulder, with his hair styled into a bowl cut. At first glance, anyone would assume he was a kindergarten child heading out for a spring outing. Although Gohan had vehemently opposed this hairstyle, he ultimately succumbed to Chi-Chi's maternal pressure, feeling humiliated by the imposed style. "Ha ha ha. Gohan, what happened to you? What did you do to your hair?" Krillin laughed heartily. Chapter 26, Vegeta's Restoration. "My father used to laugh like that," Gohan remarked. "This marks humanity's inaugural journey into space. We must dress appropriately." Chi-Chi chimed in from behind Gohan, urging, "Let us set off. We mustn't delay." Bulma, glancing at her unusually composed self, expressed her fatigue. After exchanging farewells with the group, Gohan and the others boarded the spacecraft. I'm so nervous, Bulma. Where do we stow our luggage?" Krillin inquired, surveying the interior of the spacecraft. "Anywhere. Just sit down quickly," Bulma replied impatiently, her attire making her appear rather foolish, and her mood was evidently not the best. 5 seconds until departure, destination Namek. Bulma commanded the spacecraft. Before Gohan and Krillin could settle in, the ship abruptly launched, nearly causing them to topple over. All right, you can move about freely now. Once we exit the atmosphere, it will stabilize. Ignoring Krillin's complaints, Bulma rose from the pilot's seat. Wait, have we already left the atmosphere? Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. But Bulma continued towards the cabin. Hey, Bulma, where are you going? Krillin questioned. How bothersome. I need to change my clothes. Bulma declared. Change clothes? Are you putting on pajamas? Is it time for bed already? Krillin queried, more perplexed than ever. Perhaps it's her outfit that seems so out of place, Gohan suggested. Huh. Is that so? Never mind that. I didn't bring pajamas. Did you? Krillin asked, giving Gohan's bald head a light pat. I did. My mother packed everything thoroughly. Gohan replied. Oh, are you planning to wear that suit the entire time? Krillin remarked, eyeing Gohan's attire. No, I secretly fashioned an outfit from the system's shop, Gohan said, playfully rummaging through his bag before retrieving clothes from his watch and changing. Oh, so you hold Piccolo in such high regard? Krillin inquired, noticing Gohan's similar attire to Piccolo's. Yes, much like I honor my father, Gohan responded. After a while, Bulma emerged from her change, and thus, the trio set forth on their journey to Namek, passing the time in an uneventful manner over the course of 7 days. Bulma, clad only in her undergarments, reclined on a small bed, absently flipping through a book while yawning in boredom. Scanning her surroundings, she noted the chaotic array of soda cans, plastic bags, cardboard boxes, and books scattered about. I'm going to suffocate from boredom. What can I do? Only 7 days have passed, and there are still over 20 days to go. If only I had a long-term sleep device. Bulma exclaimed, standing up. Meanwhile, Gohan and Krillin sat opposite each other, engaged in meditation training. That is not a bad idea. At least it helps pass the time. Bulma commented, observing the two. Suddenly, Krillin opened his eyes, bracing himself on the ground as he gasped for breath. You're impressive. With the lineage of Wukong and the rigorous training from Piccolo, Krillin praised Gohan, noting that Gohan's combat power had stabilized at 6,000, and in moments of intense exertion, it could reach around 8,000. However, Krillin expressed his admiration for Gohan, acknowledging that his own experiences in numerous battles far surpassed those of Gohan. Oh, it's commendable that you both remain dedicated to your training. Yet, it appears quite chaotic here. Perhaps it is time to tidy up? Bulma remarked to Krillin, recognizing that she could not expect a 5-year-old child to assist her in cleaning up. All of this is your doing. Our belongings were already organized. Krillin complained to Bulma. But I am quite busy. I have important matters to contemplate while you two merely sit there. Bulma countered as she sipped her drink. Did you not just say you were bored? Krillin retorted, yet he still helped Bulma tidy up. Gohan also joined in, and Bulma replied, enough of the chatter. One must be considerate towards a gentle lady. Ah, so busy. Bulma stretched and wandered off, to which Krillin remarked. Where is the decorum in a lady running around in nothing but her underwear? By the way, I have been meaning to ask, where could that Saiyan, Vegeta, have gone? Bulma inquired, puzzled. Where could he have run off to? Krillin was momentarily stumped by the question. Indeed, he was gravely injured. He must have fled to a technologically advanced planet, Krillin concluded. Isn't the Saiyan homeworld already destroyed? Bulma pointed out. I heard from my father that they exterminated the indigenous inhabitants of planets with favorable environments before selling them to aliens. He likely sought refuge among those extraterrestrials for treatment. Gohan explained. True, it seems Vegeta's return to Earth will depend on how far that planet is from here. If it is distant, it may take longer, Krillin speculated. How dreadful. Earth is under the watchful eye of that villain, Bulma lamented. Do not worry, my father will surely defeat him, Gohan reassured her. And both Krillin and Bulma shared that sentiment. On planet Frieza 79, 18 days after Vegeta's departure from Earth, the guards engaged in a card game when they suddenly noticed an object approaching. Could it be King Frieza? One soldier queried. Impossible, he just left. Another soldier countered. The object was spherical and identified as a combatant. The signal indicated it was Vegeta. They recognized his identity, but were puzzled. Strange. We have not received any message of his return. Has something happened? Soldier A wondered, while Soldier B commanded, attention. This is the administrator. Vegeta is returning. Prepare to receive him immediately. They knew they could not afford to cross someone of Vegeta's stature. As the spacecraft descended, the onlookers saw only a single vessel. Why is there only one? What about Nappa? A soldier questioned, perplexed. However, after waiting a considerable time, they noticed Vegeta had yet to disembark. Alarmed, they observed that Vegeta was utilizing a life support system, indicating his dire condition. The group hastily rushed to transport him to the medical bay. As time elapsed, the treatment chamber suddenly emitted a sound, indicating that Vegeta's healing was complete. "You may open your eyes now," said the subordinate responsible for his treatment. Regrettably, his tail had not regenerated. "It's of no consequence. It will grow back in due time," Vegeta replied nonchalantly. In the course of casual conversation, Vegeta inadvertently posed a question. "Is King Frieza present?" "He has just stepped out," the subordinate answered. "Has he grown weary of this planet?" Vegeta mused. "Lord Chiu-E requests that you visit the training room after your treatment. He has matters to discuss with you," the attendant informed him. "Tell him I have nothing to say," Vegeta retorted dismissively. You've forgotten this," the attendant said as he handed over a power level detector. "You can keep it." "I have no use for it," Vegeta declared, striding purposefully towards the exit. Having fully mastered the perception and manipulation of ki, Vegeta truly embodied the essence of a prodigy. He planned to return to Earth at dawn, intent on ensuring that the despicable foes would meet their demise without a trace. "No. First, I shall head to Namek," he pondered as he walked. Suddenly, a figure obstructed his path. "Hey, Vegeta, what's the matter? You seem rather miserable," the figure remarked with a mocking tone. "I heard that Raditz and Nappa have perished. Who could possibly possess the strength to bring the invincible Saiyans to their knees?" It was indeed Chiu-E, whose sarcasm was evident to anyone. "Step aside, Chiu-E. I have no time for your nonsense," Vegeta snapped. "Listen, King Frieza is quite displeased with your reckless assault on Earth," Chiu-E said, grasping Vegeta's shoulder to impede his progress. "I don't care. Remove your hand," Vegeta demanded. "However, King Frieza is magnanimous. He has forgiven your impetuous actions, as your discoveries hold considerable value," Chiu-E continued, unfazed. "What?" Vegeta's composure faltered at this revelation, a spark of joy igniting within him. Perhaps immortality was within reach. Chiu-E, ignoring Vegeta's astonishment, continued speaking. "Did you say King Frieza has gone to Namek?" Chiu-Yi's words struck a chord, and after enduring a few more of his trivial remarks, Vegeta hastily departed, boarding his spacecraft to leave. The scene shifted to Gohan and his companions. After 34 days away from Earth, they finally arrived on Namek. "Is this Namek? It's breathtaking. Buckle your seatbelts. The landing will be quite turbulent," Bulma reminded the two as they approached their destination. "Select a suitable terrain. Prepare for landing," she commanded the spaceship. Amidst a chorus of gasps, the spacecraft landed flawlessly. "Wait, let me assess the atmospheric conditions." Thankfully, the reconnaissance equipment is installed. "I hope there is still a sufficient level of oxygen," Bulma stated. Although they had prepared oxygen masks, their use was time-limited. However, after a prolonged wait, she received no response from the two. Bulma turned around in astonishment, only to discover that the two had already descended without any preparation. As if embarking on an ordinary journey, this place resembled the training grounds taught to her by Uncle Piccolo. "Isn't this the very location where we first battled the Saiyans?" Son Gohan remarked, surveying the surroundings. Perhaps it was instinct. Seeing a place reminiscent of his homeland brought him a sense of tranquility. Krillin shared his thoughts. "You two fools. Why did you rush out without considering the consequences? Impetuous idiots. Honestly, let's find the Dragon Balls quickly," Bulma exclaimed, activating the Dragon Radar. The moment it powered on, it responded with a signal. "Indeed, there are Dragon Balls here." Bulma's expression radiated excitement as she studied the radar. "Uncle Krillin, there's an intense energy coming from that direction," Son Gohan pointed, confirming the presence of numerous powerful entities. Krillin glanced in the same direction, perplexed. What could it possibly be? "Oh, don't be so tense. This is Namek. After all, both the gods and Piccolo are formidable. It's no surprise to sense strong energy here." Bulma dismissed their concerns. "Do you think it's possible that Vegeta has arrived? After all, he knows the Dragon Balls are on Namek," Gohan suggested. Just as he spoke, a circular spacecraft suddenly zipped across the sky, unmistakably resembling the model used by Vegeta. "Quick, conceal your energy. We must not be detected," Krillin urged Gohan. "See, you were right. He is definitely here to search for the Dragon Balls," Krillin noted. "What should we do now? Let's just return to Earth. We need to go back." Bulma was visibly anxious, fearing that Vegeta might discover them and resort to violence. If he obtains the Dragon Balls, it would spell disaster. Bulma, quickly inform Earth of the situation, then return. Gohan and I will remain here to search for the Dragon Balls. We have the radar, so don't worry, Krillin suggested. Bulma hurriedly agreed, promising to bring Goku in 2 months and urging them to hold on. Meanwhile, Vegeta had descended from his spacecraft. Frieza, I will not allow you to claim the Dragon Balls, he declared. As Vegeta voiced his grievances towards Frieza, he activated his power-level scouter and flew towards a specific direction, while Zarbon and Dodoria also approached. Vegeta observed the data on the scouter, revealing the scene shifting to Master Roshi's island, where he received a call from Bulma, leaving him astounded. Yes, please relay this to Goku urgently. And do not let Chi-Chi find out, Bulma added, not wanting to cause her friend concern over Gohan's safety. However, to everyone's surprise, yet another spacecraft descended from the sky. Another one, Bulma exclaimed in disbelief. This must be reinforcements for Vegeta and the others, Gohan speculated, providing a plausible direction for their thoughts. In a nearby village, the ground was strewn with the bodies of Namekians, revealing yet another grim discovery. It's Frieza, a peculiar little soldier cradled a Dragon Ball, which was astonishingly larger than Earth itself, adorned with 3 stars, clearly the 3-star ball. Shifting his gaze to the other side, he beheld 3 figures. One was seated upon a flying vessel, evidently the leader of the group, with crimson eyes, lips of a dark purple hue, and 2 streaks resembling blood tears beneath his eyes. This was none other than Frieza. Flanking him were Dodoria and Zarbon, each holding 1 and 2 Dragon Balls respectively. With the ball just acquired, Frieza had astonishingly collected 4 Dragon Balls. Dodoria, hold on to that tightly. It appears Vegeta is also in pursuit, Frieza commanded. Lord Frieza, I have just landed after tracking Vegeta. I detected 2 immense power signatures, but they have suddenly vanished. I shall investigate the source of the energy readings and ascertain what transpired, Zarbon remarked, glancing at the power level scanner. Indeed, the pressing question remains, how shall I deal with the treacherous Vegeta? Frieza pondered from his vessel. Leave that to Zarbon. They have always been at odds with each other, and their strengths are comparable. Vegeta will surely find himself at a disadvantage, suggested Zarbon, standing to the side. At that moment, Zarbon received his orders. Ha ha ha. This is a command from Lord Frieza. Did you hear that, Vegeta? This time, I shall end your life, Zarbon declared, activating the power level scanner as he soared towards Vegeta's direction. Vegeta stood with his arms crossed, gazing off into the distance. Who do you think you're intimidating? Zarbon, do you possess the capability to slay me? I await your arrival. Come forth. Vegeta sensed Zarbon's energy and prepared for the confrontation. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Gohan and his companions. I must return to Earth. Take care of yourselves. I will swiftly bring Goku back, Bulma exclaimed, realizing that Vegeta was also on Namek and focusing solely on escaping back to Earth. Wait, Bulma, should we not also return to Earth? Krillin suggested hastily. Uncle Krillin, what if they kill the dragon on Namek? Gohan countered with urgency. Just a moment, Uncle Krillin, someone approaches. Gohan suddenly sensed 2 incoming energies and turned to gaze in that direction. Is it Vegeta? Bulma asked nervously. It is not Vegeta. The approaching energies are considerably weaker. Krillin replied. Perhaps they are Namekians, Krillin speculated. Just as they were conversing, 2 figures clad in battle attire emerged into view. If they are not Namekians, then who could they possibly be? One fish-like soldier inquired. Regardless, our orders are to eradicate all life on this planet, another burly soldier asserted. These must be the extraterrestrials tasked with healing Vegeta, Gohan observed. Let us assess the situation. Gohan, conceal your energy and gradually gather your strength, Krillin remarked to Gohan, observing their brief exchange before raising his weapon, yet the demeanor of their approach seemed rather ominous. Gohan responded, and before either could react, he instantly concentrated his energy, charging forth to confront them, delivering a powerful punch and kick that sent the 2 henchmen flying. I have no desire to be careless and risk the destruction of the spaceship. Aunt Bulma, it would be prudent for you to refrain from returning to Earth for now. Your departure in the spacecraft might attract the enemy's attention, and if you were to be shot down during your voyage through the cosmos, it could spell disaster. Gohan advised Bulma. You have a valid point, Bulma conceded, retracting the spaceship into a multifunctional capsule. Aunt Bulma, we should vacate this area immediately. There are likely more formidable foes ahead. Once my father arrives, we shall defeat the enemies, and then we can safely depart, Gohan declared to Bulma. Sabo, what troubles you? Frieza inquired, noticing Sabo's sudden lapse into thought with a hint of curiosity. My lord, the individuals I dispatched for reconnaissance appear to be quite extraordinary. Their battle power surged dramatically in an instant. One of them dispatched 2 of our soldiers, and then their power signature vanished, Sabo reported urgently to Frieza. Indeed, how peculiar. It should not be Vegeta, Frieza responded, somewhat surprised. Vegeta's reactions are not typically characterized by such behavior. Sabo concurred, adding, the battle power I sensed just moments ago was around 6,000. 6,000. Quite impressive indeed. While it poses no threat to us, their lack of decorum is disconcerting. Let us eliminate them, Frieza stated with a measured tone. Sabo had previously encountered Vegeta, who had dispatched him with ease. Possibly due to Vegeta's intense disdain for the likes of him, which had rendered Sabo defenseless. Suddenly, Sabo's battle power scanner malfunctioned and exploded. What has happened now? Dodoria inquired. Puzzled by the commotion. It seems to be a malfunction. The scanner indicated that the battle power from the Arctic Tower has surpassed our expectations, Sabo replied. It must be faulty. You are utilizing an outdated scanner. Allow me to check with mine, Dodoria suggested, activating his latest model. What is the reading? Sabo inquired, concerned that his new device might also be defective. The readings indicated a battle power that left Dodoria in a state of perspiration as he adjusted the device. Has it truly surpassed us? Sabo's expression darkened upon hearing Dodoria's findings. This is impossible. It should only reflect that level of power. Dodoria exclaimed incredulously. It is not surprising. Vegeta has been in constant combat and must have acquired new techniques during his time on Earth. Furthermore, even if he possesses that level of power, you two should be capable of handling him together, Frieza remarked dismissively. Vegeta's purpose for coming here is likely akin to ours, the pursuit of eternal life. Otherwise, he would never dream of triumphing over us. He has long since regarded me with disdain, acting independently and venturing to Earth without my command. Yet, despite his audacity to openly betray me, Frieza, his bravado is devoid of wisdom. Although I utter these words, my countenance reveals no trace of anger. They have already become aware of my movements. While I can still contend with the powers of Zarbon and Dodo, Frieza presents a formidable challenge. Vegeta, too, feels a sense of helplessness. Frieza's strength is overwhelming, so much so that the current Vegeta is reluctant to confront him. It is said that without gathering all 7 Dragon Balls, one cannot achieve any effect. Thus, I need only to locate one of them and wait for them to collect the remaining 6, at which point I can seize the opportunity to take them for myself. If I can gather them all, I shall attain immortality, allowing me the potential to confront Frieza. Vegeta has already devised a strategy. Once he is eliminated, I shall be the strongest, and the entire universe will belong to me. Vegeta, he exclaimed with fervor. At this moment, Frieza and his entourage are in search of the next Dragon Ball, heading towards the next Namekian tribe, the very direction where Gohan and his companions are hiding. Chapter 29. The revived Goku. Meanwhile, Gohan and his group have discovered a cave. This cave seems quite suitable. Let us take refuge inside, Krillin suggested, pointing towards it. A cave? For how long shall we hide? Bulma replied, her eyes brimming with tears. Uncle Krillin, we must hide quickly. It seems a monster is approaching from that direction. Gohan, sensing an overwhelming and suffocating energy, urgently warned Krillin. With such a powerful aura on this Namek, it must surely be Frieza, Gohan thought to himself. As he spoke, Gohan pulled the two into the cave and swiftly concealed their energy. I don't quite understand how you knew this, Bulma remarked, her face etched with confusion. Shoo! Do not speak, he is coming. Krillin interrupted, halting Bulma from continuing. Moments later, a dozen figures swiftly flew past the entrance of the cave. Fortunately, they did not discover them. After some time, they left. Thankfully, it seems they did not notice us. But who were they? They moved too quickly to see clearly, Bulma commented. However, when she turned to look at the two, she found them trembling against the wall, beads of cold sweat glistening on their foreheads. Bulma, check the Dragon Ball radar. Krillin gasped for breath. What? What is going on? Bulma asked, equally perplexed by their state. It appears they have already acquired 4 Dragon Balls. If that is true, it is truly terrifying, Gohan said. Hearing this, Bulma ceased her inquiries and activated the Dragon Ball radar, glancing at the readings. Indeed, it's true. There are a total of 4 Dragon Balls. Bulma exclaimed, astonished. Is it so, Gohan? Did you see that? Krillin addressed Gohan. He beheld an awe-inspiring power. one so formidable that it seemed almost beyond belief. Merely meeting his gaze felt like an inescapable fate, and he sensed that this being surpassed Vegeta by an unfathomable margin, rendering any comparison utterly meaningless. Upon truly encountering Frieza, I have come to understand his terrifying prowess, remarked Gohan, though it was but a fleeting glance. The overwhelming aura he exuded instilled a profound fear, deterring any thoughts of confrontation. Indeed, while those accompanying him are also quite powerful, he stands apart, Krillin added. Who could be more formidable than Vegeta? Bulma inquired, her curiosity piqued. I have no idea, but their attire resembles Vegeta's. They must be his allies. Damn it. How could the Dragon Balls end up in the hands of such individuals? Krillin replied, seething with indignation. Look, they are heading straight for the location of the fifth Dragon Ball. Bulma exclaimed, glancing at the dragon radar with urgency. Uncle Krillin, that direction should lead us to the Namekians. Let's hurry. If we can secure just one Dragon Ball, they will be unable to fulfill their wishes, Gohan urged Krillin, who brightened at the suggestion. Hey, am I to be left here alone? Bulma exclaimed, startled by their intent to leave. It's safer here. If we venture out, we risk being detected by the enemy, Gohan reassured her. You're right. I shall wait for you both here, Bulma conceded after a moment's reflection. Do try to contact Master Roshi, Krillin reminded her just before departing. Be careful, Bulma called after them as they dashed away. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Goku remained in the hospital, though his confinement did little to quell his restless spirit. He was fervently exercising, disregarding his injuries. What on earth are you doing, Goku? A doctor exclaimed, entering with a nurse, scolding him as he forcibly returned Goku to his hospital bed. How's it going, Goku? Oh, the doctor is here, Master Roshi said as he entered the room, casually placing his belongings down. Goku, 2 hours ago, Bulma and the others sent word, he continued, though his hands were far from idle. At that moment, Master Roshi, with a mischievous grin, placed his hand on the nurse's backside, claiming that age had rendered him less in control of his actions. Have they reached Namek? Goku inquired eagerly. Yes, Bulma and the others have safely arrived on Namek. But they are not alone. The Saiyan Vegeta seems to be there as well, Master Roshi stated solemnly. Vegeta? He too has gone to Namek? Goku exclaimed, astonished by the revelation. Not only he, but I have also just received news from Bulma that there are several associates of Vegeta on Namek, who have already gathered 4 Dragon Balls, and one of them is even more formidable than Vegeta himself. Master Roshi has revealed yet another astonishing piece of information. What? One of them is even more powerful than Vegeta. Upon hearing this, Goku could no longer remain composed. Just then, Yajirobe arrived at the hospital, bringing with him a freshly harvested batch of senzu beans. Goku hastily consumed one of the beans, under the astonished gaze of the doctor, whose worldview was shattered. Goku's injuries were miraculously healed. He tore off his bandages, changed into his battle attire, and took the remaining senzu beans. All right, I shall also journey to Namek, Goku declared. How do you intend to get there? Master Roshi inquired, perplexed by Goku's decision to travel to Namek. I have spoken with Bulma's father, and to be on the safe side, I asked him to assist me in constructing a spaceship, Goku replied. Is that true? That is fantastic. Master Roshi sighed in relief. However, the materials needed to construct a spaceship are not available on Earth, and Bulma's father is unable to help. But I have a plan. There should still be 2 Saiyan spaceships remaining, one belonging to my brother, and the other is the one I used when I first came to Earth, Goku explained. I asked Bulma's father to help me locate them. My brother's ship has already exploded, but mine is still intact. It just needs some modifications. Now, I will be able to reach Namek in just 6 days. After explaining to everyone, Goku soared out of the window on his flying Nimbus. Shortly thereafter, thanks to the speed of the Nimbus, Goku arrived at Bulma's home. After exchanging pleasantries with Bulma's mother, he soon steered the conversation towards the spaceship. I wonder if Bulma's father has finished modifying the spaceship? Goku asked. It seems there is still a little work left. He has been continuously making adjustments, Mrs. Brief replied. Oh, still a bit more? Goku responded anxiously. Mrs. Brief then led Goku towards the spaceship, conversing with him along the way. Eventually, they arrived at a peculiar circular object. Dear, Goku has arrived. Mrs. Brief called to Dr. Brief inside. Is this it? Goku gazed in astonishment at the spaceship before him. Have your injuries fully healed? Those senzu beans are truly miraculous. Dr. Brief, equally amazed by Goku's recovery, remarked. Is this the modified spaceship? Isn't it already completed? Goku questioned in confusion. Doctor. Brief then invited Goku into the spaceship. Wow, it's so spacious. This tiny spaceship has transformed into something so grand, Goku exclaimed. His face alight with surprise as he admired the dramatically altered vessel. I followed all of your specifications. I have modified nearly every aspect. The scientific achievements of the Saiyans are truly remarkable, Dr. Brief declared. In this setting, one can truly immerse themselves in rigorous training. Which is the artificial gravity device? Inquired Sun Wukong. Ah, it is this one, Dr. Brief explained. It is fully operational. Here lies the switch for the artificial gravity device, and this is the controller. As per your specifications, it can generate a maximum gravitational force of up to 100 times. Dr. Brief cautioned, do not wield this carelessly. Do you comprehend what 100-fold gravity entails? If you weigh 60 kilograms, you would experience a force of 6,000 kilograms, which would be lethal for an ordinary person. Dr. Brief proceeded to introduce various other equipment, and ultimately, Sun Wukong discovered that the only missing component was the sound system. After much insistence from Wukong, Dr. Brief decided against the installation. Following a brief inquiry on how to pilot the spacecraft, Wukong hastily set course for Namek, embarking on his training journey. Meanwhile, let us shift our focus to Gohan, who, alongside Krillin, was sprinting at great speed. Be cautious, conceal your energy, and approach a bit closer to observe, Krillin advised. As they pressed on, they reached their destination beneath a cliff. Look over there, Krillin pointed, and as they drew nearer, they discovered a village. To their astonishment, the architecture bore an uncanny resemblance to their spacecraft. What are they doing? Exclaimed Krillin. Oh, look at those three peculiar individuals, particularly the one seated within that circular object. His energy is formidable, he remarked. He must be the one who just passed by our cave, Gohan noted. At that moment, Krillin's attention was suddenly captivated by the Dragon Ball held by Dodoria. Quick, look at what they have. It appears to be a Dragon Ball, he exclaimed. Suddenly, Dodoria turned and glanced in their direction, prompting the two to hastily conceal themselves. What is the matter, Dodoria? Frieza inquired. Nothing at all. I merely sensed a slight energy response over there, but it has vanished, likely just a small animal or insect, Dodoria replied. Krillin, having narrowly avoided detection, was drenched in cold sweat. Din must be inside there. We must devise a plan to rescue him, Gohan stated. Under Krillin's astonished gaze, 5 Namekians were led out by soldiers, resembling the likes of Kami and Piccolo. Indeed, they were Namekians. Krillin pondered, what are they planning to do with the Namekians? They likely intend to seize the Dragon Balls. They must be in grave danger, Gohan surmised. Vegeta is not here. He might be searching for Dragon Balls elsewhere, Krillin added. The Namekians, upon realizing that Frieza's group possessed a Dragon Ball, were filled with astonishment. Listen closely. I am Frieza, and I am here to claim your Dragon Balls. As far as we know, you should have 10 in total. Where have the others fled? Frieza demanded, gathering everyone together. After a series of intimidations, the Namekian finally spoke. The others had gone off to work, leaving only the elderly and the children behind. An aged Namekian remarked at that moment. Gohan was contemplating how to rescue Dandy without alarming Frieza. Indeed, if he simply answered my questions honestly, there would be no trouble, right? Very well. Continue to answer my inquiries. Are there Dragon Balls? Frieza slowly inquired. This is something we do not know, the elder Namekian replied. Dodoria, what did the second Namekian we killed say to us? Frieza inquired deliberately. He stated that only those recognized as true warriors are worthy of obtaining the Dragon Balls. Dodoria responded. Humph, he was quite obstinate, refusing to assist us. To compel his cooperation, we had to eliminate one of his kind. And then he obediently divulged that there are 7 Dragon Balls, created by the most esteemed Grand Elder of this planet, currently guarded by 7 elders. Anyone wishing to acquire the Dragon Balls must first outwit these 7 elders before they can voice their wish. Frieza's words utterly astonished the assembly. Only those acknowledged by the elders as warriors can claim the Dragon Balls, he proclaimed. Individuals like me shall never hope to possess them. Humph. I had to exert considerable effort to acquire the first Dragon Ball. The subsequent 3 were rather easy. They were quite compliant. However, unbeknownst to Frieza, every word he uttered was meticulously overheard by Vegeta through his power level detector. As Zarbon repeatedly eliminated more Namekians, Frieza once again questioned the elderly Namekian about the Dragon Balls. Why do you seek the Dragon Balls? The elder asked. Merely a trivial wish. I desire immortality, Frieza replied. What? So, Vegeta also seeks eternal life. Krillin gasped slightly upon hearing Frieza's words. This indicates that Vegeta and they are in conflict, Gohan remarked. It is possible. Krillin pondered and concurred with Gohan's assessment. Initially, the elderly Namekian was reluctant to hand over the Dragon Balls, but Frieza resorted to threatening them with a child, inciting considerable anger in both Krillin and Gohan, who were observing from the sidelines. Just then, Dodoria's power level detector suddenly blared an alarm. A formidable power level, Lord Frieza. Look, Dodoria exclaimed, glancing behind. It turned out that the younger Namekians had returned. Humph, they have ultimately arrived, Frieza remarked as the three Namekians landed, their gazes falling upon the deceased elder. Bastards, one of the younger Namekians exclaimed with fury. How troublesome, just as the Dragon Balls were within reach. You all came rushing back, abandoning your duties to seek death. Frieza did not cast a glance at them. He merely sat in his vehicle, slightly inclining his body. So it is you, he remarked. I have heard whispers of someone pillaging villages and seizing the Dragon Balls. You are utterly unforgivable. How can the peace of Namek be compromised? Said a few young Namekians. Exercise caution. These individuals are formidable, warned the sole surviving elder Namekian, a green-skinned old man. Oh, do they dare to challenge us? Frieza turned his head back. Let me investigate. Do not be disheartened. The three of them possess battle powers of merely around 1,000. Not worthy of our intervention, stated Dodoria as he observed the battle power scanner. At that moment, the elder Namekian, who had been closely monitoring the enemy's situation, realized, now I understand how they could accurately locate scattered villages across the vast expanse of Namek. That device can detect life forms on this planet. The elder was silently formulating a plan in his mind. This is absurd. They dare to confront us with a battle power of only 1,000? Scoffed one of the bizarre little soldiers. Humph, the Namekians merely conceal their energy. Those rogues are utterly oblivious, Krillin remarked, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Convinced it would astonish them, Gohan wholeheartedly agreed. The little soldiers rushed in eagerly, but a young Namekian suddenly retaliated, delivering a kick to one of the soldiers, who was effortlessly sent flying. The entire group gasped in disbelief. Subsequently, they launched an assault on the soldiers, swiftly bringing them all to the ground. The elder watched quietly, seeking the opportune moment to strike. What is happening? Were they not said to possess a battle power of only 1,000? Sabo inquired perplexedly of Dodoria. How has it risen to 3,000? Dodoria was equally baffled. Remarkable. I now comprehend. The Namekians can manipulate their battle power. They are indeed a rare breed, Frieza lauded. The elder thought silently. If we count that individual, only 3 scanners remain undamaged. Children, flee from me, quickly. He urged the 2 children beside him, already formulating a rough plan in his mind. Honestly, must I intervene and eliminate all 3 of them? Dodoria placed the 2 Dragon Balls on the ground and inquired of Frieza, whatever you wish. Frieza, indifferent to such trifles, dismissed the matter. However, just as Dodoria was speaking to Frieza, the elder Namekian unleashed a sudden attack from his fingertip, perfectly damaging Dodoria's battle power scanner. You scoundrel! With that meager skill, do not presume to defeat me, Dodoria exclaimed in shock, having never anticipated the elder would strike him, leading to the unfortunate destruction of the battle power scanner. The green-skinned elder sprang into action, clearly unwilling to confront Dodoria head-on. As he leaped into the air, he unleashed 2 swift attacks, obliterating the last 2 power-level detectors. It was only then that the onlookers grasped his true intention. He aimed to destroy their means of detection. This is bad. He intends to annihilate our detectors. Sabo exclaimed in disbelief at the elder's cunning plan. I will eliminate all of you, Dodoria shouted furiously. Meanwhile, Krillin, who had been observing from a distance, finally discerned the issue. No wonder they knew the location of the Dragon Balls. They were utilizing the power-level detectors to track the Namekians and seize the Dragon Balls. The elder had realized this and sought to destroy the detectors. Enlightenment washed over Krillin. What followed was a rapid and fierce battle. Dodoria swiftly moved behind one of the younger Namekians, and with a single strike, pierced through his chest, leaving him on the brink of death. Seizing the moment while others were still in shock, Dodoria unleashed a ki blast that struck another Namekian directly. In an instant, only one young Namekian remained. This final Namekian displayed greater strength, deftly evading Dodoria's 2 claw strikes before leaping back. Dodoria pursued him relentlessly. The young Namekian gathered all his energy and launched a ki sphere, but Dodoria, undeterred, absorbed the attack head-on. Before the Namekian could celebrate his apparent success, he witnessed Dodoria reappear before the group and scathed. With a powerful headbutt, Dodoria dispatched the last Namekian, and the green-skinned elder, observing from above, fell into despair. Huh? You wish to escape upon realizing you're outmatched? There is no escape. Come down at once. Frieza called out. Gritting his teeth, the elder descended slowly, acknowledging his predicament. Hand over the Dragon Balls as compensation for the damage detectors. You understand our methods, Frieza demanded. Very well, but you must guarantee the children will not be harmed. The elder replied after a moment's contemplation. If only you had done this sooner, we wouldn't be in this predicament, Frieza remarked. Soon, the elder produced the Dragon Balls. Take them and leave quickly, he said with resignation. One more thing, where are the last 2 Dragon Balls? Frieza inquired again. I will not divulge that information. We Namekians would rather die than betray our kin. As per our agreement, you should leave at once. The elder retorted, refusing to answer the unreasonable question. How is it that all the inhabitants of this planet are so alike? Never mind. You and these children are destined to perish, Frieza declared ominously. What a shameless scoundrel you are, the elder exclaimed, momentarily casting aside his fear. Uncle Krillin, I will definitely take action soon. They are utterly despicable. Gohan vowed to Krillin. The speed of updates on the Xiaoku Chinese network is unparalleled. In Chapter 32, the pursuit of Dodoria unfolds. Before the green-skinned elder could finish his words, he was hurled away by Dodoria's elbow strike. Will you retract your statements? Dodoria demanded. You have been given the Dragon Balls, yet you persist in your defiance. The elder, disregarding his own injuries, questioned Frieza, insisting that the absence of fewer than 7 Dragon Balls rendered their quest futile. You destroyed our scanner. Thus, you must reveal the whereabouts of the remaining 2 Dragon Balls. Frieza articulated his reasoning. Gohan, do not be agitated. They are formidable. If we act recklessly, our lives may be in jeopardy. You are not oblivious to their strength, Krillin advised. However, they have children. We cannot stand idly by while they face peril. Their objective is the Dragon Balls. If we conceal our energy during an attack, those exceptionally powerful beings will likely disregard us. Additionally, if we rescue that Namekian, they may divulge information regarding the Namekian Dragon Balls, Gohan countered. You make a valid point. The moment they strike will be our opportunity, Krillin pondered, conceding to Gohan's logic. Such prominent figures would hardly pay attention to mere trifles like them. I will never divulge anything, the green-skinned elder retorted defiantly. Very well. I shall grant your wish to perish. Frieza remained unfazed by the elder's potential reluctance to reveal the locations of the remaining Dragon Balls. But, my lord, how will we find the Dragon Balls without the scanner? Zarbon inquired. There are merely 2 left. We shall search other villages. Eliminate all 3. Frieza commanded. Children, run. Flee now. The elder proclaimed, standing resolutely before the 2 Namekian children. However, Frieza gathered energy at his fingertip, and in an instant, his attack bypassed the elder, striking one of the children, who fell to the ground without surprise. At that moment, Dodoria charged forward, preparing to snap the elder's neck when Gohan suddenly intervened, kicking Dodoria into the wall. Who are you? Do they have accomplices? Dodoria exclaimed as he attempted to rise. Krillin swiftly kicked him down again. Without hesitation, he scooped up Dend and took flight. When Gohan glanced back at the elder shook his head. Understanding the unspoken message, Gohan followed Krillin as they soared away. They are not Namekians. After them, we must capture those 2. Upon discovering that Gohan and his companions were not Namekians, Frieza ordered Dodoria to capture them. Dodoria was about to pursue them when an attack from an elderly green-skinned figure struck him. Although the blow did not inflict significant damage, Dodoria, still seething with anger, retaliated with a lethal strike, eliminating the old man. This momentary delay allowed Gohan and the others to escape, leaving only their shadows behind when Dodoria turned back. He hastily resumed his chase. Dodoria's speed was evidently superior to that of the 2. Uncle Krillin, during the battle between my father and Vegeta, he unleashed a luminous attack. Do you know the technique? Gohan inquired, referring to the solar flare, which could prove immensely beneficial in their current predicament. Although Gohan was unfamiliar with it, Krillin was not. You mean the solar flare? I do know that technique, and your idea is splendid. Protect the child while I execute the move, Krillin replied, tossing Dandy to Gohan. Gohan, close your eyes and do not open them, Krillin cautioned. Solar flare. Suddenly, Krillin pivoted, aligning his index and middle fingers on his temple. And a brilliant radiance enveloped the surroundings. At such close proximity, Dodoria's eyes were severely affected, forcing him to shield them while he screamed in frustration. In the midst of their pursuit, they had drifted far from land, now amidst a vast ocean dotted with numerous small islands. Seizing the opportunity, the trio sought refuge on one of the isles. "You little brats, how dare you? I will not let you escape. Where are you?" After a brief moment, Dodoria opened his eyes and soared through the air, searching for their whereabouts. "You think you can fool me? Just wait, you can't hide for long," he exclaimed, ascending rapidly into the sky. "Take this, brat." Once at the pinnacle of his ascent, Dodoria concentrated his energy and unleashed a wave of force downward, obliterating the surrounding islands and leaving nothing but ocean in its wake, erasing all evidence of their prior existence. "Ha ha ha, you deserve this misfortune. You shall be reduced to mere fragments. Although Lord Frieza commanded me to capture you, it is far better than allowing your escape." But who exactly are those two children? They are certainly not ordinary, Dodoria mused, surveying the devastation he had wrought, convinced that Gohan and his companions had perished in the attack. However, unbeknownst to him, the group was observing from above, having taken advantage of the dust stirred by Dodoria's assault to ascend unnoticed. In any case, they were presumed dead. And that was of little consequence to Dodoria, he remarked as he flew away, while Gohan understood that Dodoria was likely to encounter Vegeta, who would surely eliminate him. But what did that concern Gohan? Let us return to Bulma. "Can you fly?" Clint inquired of Dandy. "Ah, I can fly too," Dandy exclaimed, taking to the air. "Thank you for rescuing me," he addressed the two. Clint pointed towards son Gohan, saying, "You should be grateful to Gohan, for it was he who rushed out to save you. Without Uncle Clint, I could not have saved you either. Come with us. We mean you no harm," Gohan assured. Thus, they departed from that place. Turning to Dodoria, the absence of the scouter made the quest for the Dragon Balls quite arduous. Although the planet Namek was small, as Dodoria spoke, an unexpected attack struck him, causing him to plunge into the water. Upon laboriously climbing ashore, he found Vegeta waiting for him, clearly the source of the earlier assault, igniting Dodoria's fury. "Long time no see, Dodoria." Vegeta looked down upon him with an air of arrogance. "How dare you ambush me? You have some audacity." Dodoria bellowed in rage upon seeing Vegeta. "You and Zarbon have always lingered behind Frieza. I have been waiting for the moment you were alone. Without Frieza backing you, you are no match for me." Vegeta retorted, "Saiyan, do not boast foolishly. Hand over the scouter, and I shall let you go." Dodoria, observing Vegeta's scouter, dismissed him with arrogance. "I see now why I haven't received any messages from you. Your scouter is gone. Ha ha ha. This is splendid. I have finally awaited this opportunity." Vegeta, upon hearing this, wore a look of realization. Retrieving the scouter from planet Frieza will take considerable time. "Do you truly desire this?" As he spoke, he removed the scouter and placed it on the ground, seemingly preparing to surrender. "Very wise of you. With a stroke of luck, you might survive." Dodoria thought nothing of it, believing Vegeta would not dare to oppose him, as he represented Frieza. Yet, to Dodoria's astonishment, Vegeta crushed the scouter underfoot, leading to an ensuing battle. Having been close to Frieza for so long, Dodoria had not engaged in true combat for years. His fighting prowess had stagnated. Ultimately, Dodoria met his demise at the hands of Vegeta. After Dodoria was slain, Vegeta hovered in the air, exhilarated. "I did it. I have defeated the self-proclaimed mighty Dodoria. I have truly grown stronger, more than I dared to believe. It seems that my battles on Earth have greatly aided me." As Frieza's former favorite, Vegeta understood well Dodoria's formidable strength, and his ability to vanquish him had significantly bolstered his confidence. "I am now fully aware. Those two little brats are indeed Earthlings." Vegeta was once again reminded of the enigmatic words uttered by Dodoria during their battle, leaving him utterly perplexed as to what connection it held with the Earthlings. However, the two inexplicable phrases spoken by Dodoria indeed carried an aura of formidable power, moving with remarkable speed. It could not possibly be the Earthlings. Could they be the Namekians? Such uncertainty was disconcerting to Vegeta. He resolved to investigate further, vowing that anyone who dared to obstruct him, regardless of their identity, would face his wrath without hesitation. At that moment, Gohan and his companions were hurrying towards the cave where Bulma was located. Having learned that Frieza and his cohort's power level detectors had been destroyed, they could no longer conceal their energy and thus soared through the skies with great velocity. Suddenly, They sensed an approaching presence. What? Something is rapidly approaching us. It's fast. Krillin exclaimed, urging everyone to find cover. They quickly landed and concealed themselves against the rock face. Stay calm and suppress your energy. We must rely on fate now. Could it be those fiends? But how could they locate us without their detectors? Krillin pondered, equally baffled. Just then, Vegeta arrived on the scene and noticed the absence of the two energies he had sensed earlier. What was happening? They had been right around here. He began to search the vicinity. Krillin was frantic, while Gohan remained remarkably composed, seemingly untroubled by the prospect of Vegeta discovering their location. In the midst of their concealment, Gohan spotted Vegeta. Hey, Uncle Krillin, it's Vegeta? He seems to have learned to sense energy from our previous battle, Gohan informed Krillin. This is disastrous. How could he possibly discern our position without a detector? We can suppress our energy, but that child. Krillin was increasingly anxious. Damn it. Is my intuition flawed? Have I not mastered the technique of sensing enemies through energy? I shouldn't have destroyed that detector so carelessly, Vegeta mused, continuing to hover in the air. Suddenly, he felt something and glanced towards the direction where Gohan and the others were hiding. It seemed he had picked up on Dandy's energy. I sense a faint energy. This time, I must be right. I will search more thoroughly. They must be nearby, Vegeta declared, drawing closer to Gohan and his friends. This is bad. We are about to be discovered. At this point, we can only brace ourselves for battle. Even if it leads to our demise, we must fight with all we have, Krillin thought. Just then, a massive fish, roughly 10 meters in length, leapt from the water, momentarily distracting Vegeta's gaze. Gohan, however, was not surprised by this turn of events. Returning to the moment when Gohan and his companions had just landed, he thought to himself, I can't guarantee that I will be as fortunate as in the original story. I need to prepare. Thus, he exchanged for a super bait from the system marketplace. Hey, system, will this bait be effective on Namek? Will the fish there even like it? Gohan inquired in advance. Rest assured, this bait can attract the fish of Namek. After receiving a reassuring confirmation from the system, Gohan no longer harbored any doubts. Seizing an opportunity while Krillin was distracted, he cast the bait into the water, which would allow fish within several miles to sense it. Gohan was convinced that a large fish would not be able to resist the allure. As he anticipated, just as the moment of truth arrived, the massive fish appeared. This is the key, he mused. I must hasten to find the Dragon Balls, secure the remaining ones, and conceal them. Frieza will never gather all 7. Vegeta contemplated, plotting to seize Frieza's 5 Dragon Balls at the next opportunity. They lack detectors, like blind men wandering aimlessly. Fortune smiles upon me. Vegeta chuckled heartily. I managed to escape. I thought I was doomed just moments ago. I owe my life to that creature in the water. Krillin gasped, catching his breath. How about we stew it for dinner tonight? Gohan suggested, only to be met with bewildered looks from both of them. Just kidding, just kidding. Gohan quickly clarified. We should head back to Aunt Bulma, he urged, redirecting the conversation. We can't be far now, but we must remain cautious to conceal our energy. Although we haven't engaged in direct combat, I'm utterly exhausted and yearn for rest, Krillin remarked, as the group hastened towards Bulma's cave. Careful not to unleash their energy as casually as before, for they wished to avoid detection by Vegeta once more. Chapter 34. The Destruction of the Namekians. To be candid, I began to regret coming to this wretched place, though I felt somewhat guilty towards the friends we lost on Earth. The current circumstances suggested that we might not be able to resurrect them, and we could very well jeopardize our own lives, Krillin lamented. Since we are here, let us give it our all, Uncle Krillin. It's right over there. Gohan pointed towards the cave. Oh, we've arrived, Krillin acknowledged, glancing in the same direction. Aunt Bulma. Gohan called into the cave, but there was no response. Could she be hiding inside? They speculated, and so they ventured further into the cave. Bulma. We're back, Krillin shouted as they walked. Eventually, they reached the end of the cave where they discovered a house. He actually built a house in here. Thank goodness this cave is spacious, Krillin marveled. While Krillin was still speaking, the door to the house swung open, and Bulma stepped out. You two seem to be enjoying yourselves, leaving a girl all alone in the cave, she scolded, clearly upset upon seeing them return. We were just having a little fun, they replied with sheepish smiles. It was then that Bulma noticed Dend hiding nearby. Who is this? He looks like a miniature Piccolo. Could he be a Namekian? What on earth happened? Bulma exclaimed in surprise. Let us go inside first, Krillin suggested, opting not to respond to Bulma's barrage of questions immediately. However, Bulma was evidently unwilling to grant Krillin that favor so easily. By the way, I have good news. My father informed me that Goku has set off and will arrive here in 6 days, Bulma shared with the two. Really? In that moment, Krillin could hardly contain his eagerness to enter the house, anxiously awaiting Bulma's next words. Bulma, not one to keep him in suspense, promptly revealed the reason. My father has modified the spaceship that Goku used as a child, and Goku is currently undergoing rigorous training during his journey. This was truly magnificent. Goku was indeed engaged in intense training, and hope surged within them. Krillin, filled with exhilaration, exclaimed that they were merely waiting for Bulma's father to arrive, and then they could confront their foes and make wishes upon the Dragon Balls. Gohan chimed in, echoing the sentiments of the group. Meanwhile, after departing, Vegeta scoured Namek for a while until he stumbled upon a village. Ha ha ha, I can sense it, he exclaimed, detecting around 20 substantial energy sources. It must be the village of the Namekians, there is no doubt. With that, Vegeta soared towards the indicated direction, convinced that they possessed the Dragon Balls. Frieza and his minions lack detection devices. I shall act before they do. Following his instincts, it wasn't long before Vegeta arrived at the Namekian village. Just as I suspected. They are all alive. This is evidence that Frieza has yet to discover this place. With that, Vegeta descended into the village, where the Namekians quickly noticed his presence. Who is that? An alien. The villagers murmured among themselves. Which elder is present today? Hand over the Dragon Balls. Vegeta commanded. What did you say? Some of the Namekians, enraged by his words, retorted. I am the elder. What is your purpose in seeking the Dragon Balls? An overweight, green-skinned elder inquired. Spare me your prattle. Just hand them over. Vegeta demanded imperiously, disregarding their protests. You should leave. I will not give them to you. I can sense the malevolence within you. The elder responded defiantly. Then you shall perish. Vegeta declared coldly. Back in Bulma's house, she had just finished listening to Krillin recount his harrowing experience. Oh my, how perilous! Bulma exclaimed. I thought we were doomed. Krillin remarked while eating, and Gohan was solely focused on his meal, oblivious to other matters. Suddenly, Krillin noticed that Din was not eating at all. He merely sat there. Come on, eat something. Don't be shy. Even if it's not particularly tasty, Krillin suggested. Thinking Din was simply bashful. With the villagers being slain before our eyes, it's no wonder he can't eat, Bulma commented. Uncle Krillin. Uncle Piccolo once mentioned that they don't need to eat, just drink water, Gohan said after swallowing a mouthful of rice. You're right, water is sufficient. Din affirmed Gohan's statement. But what is going on? Your village has fields and grows vegetables, Krillin said, puzzled. If they need to cultivate, why don't they eat? Those are saplings of the Aki tree. Before the climate changed drastically, our planet was abundant with Aki trees, but now both the Namekians and Aki trees are nearing extinction. We strive to cultivate Aki trees to restore our planet's former beauty, Din explained the situation. By the way, what is your name? At this moment, it dawned upon everyone that after so much discourse, they had yet to learn the name of the Namekian. Dondi, who are you? Dondi first introduced himself and then inquired about Gohan and the others. Just as they were about to respond, they suddenly froze and hurriedly dashed outside. What are you doing? Has someone else arrived? Bulma, noticing their urgency, quickly asked, her anxiety mounting as she realized that another Namekian had been killed. The perpetrator was none other than the familiar Vegeta, the very individual who had attacked the village. It seemed that Vegeta had indeed mastered the skill to assess situations. This is quite serious, Krillin stated gravely, for Vegeta's acquisition of this ability was far from good news for them. He truly was a ruthless individual. Bulma concurred. This is dire. We must not act impulsively before Goku arrives. Are Vegeta and Frieza in cahoots? They both seek immortality, and regardless of who claims the Dragon Balls, the world will be doomed. Krillin pondered. Uncle Krillin and the two of them likely aren't allies. Otherwise, they wouldn't both desire eternal life. Gohan added. Then if we can find a Dragon Ball and conceal it, their ambitions will remain unfulfilled. Bulma proposed this solution, but Krillin countered. Indeed, we thought of that before. But it now seems unreliable. If we proceed in that manner, they would kill all the Namekians for a single Dragon Ball. Dondi, astonished, exclaimed, such a scenario is unfathomable. It could not be worse. Even if Goku were to arrive, victory is not guaranteed. If only we had eliminated Vegeta back then, Krillin lamented. Uncle Krillin, back then, both my father and I were unwilling to kill Vegeta. Discussing this now is futile, Gohan responded. Who are you? Where do you come from? How do you know about the Dragon Balls? Please, save the Namekians. Dondi questioned, bewildered, before tears began to flow. Meanwhile, Vegeta continued his slaughter of the Namekians. Seemingly indifferent to the Dragon Balls, he addressed the new green-skinned elder. Aren't you going to eliminate the Dragon Balls? The elder, cradling a child's lifeless body, retorted, I will never relinquish the Dragon Balls to someone as cruel as you. Old fool, still putting on a brave front? Then perish, Vegeta declared without hesitation, unleashing an energy wave that struck the elder before resuming his search for the Dragon Balls. Indeed, the elder is also a Namekian. He sought refuge on Earth. We hope to utilize the Dragon Ball's power to resurrect our fallen comrades, Krillin explained to Dondi, revealing the circumstances that led them to know about the Dragon Balls. If the Dragon Balls can truly grant wishes, then the ones on Earth could also bring them back, Bulma added. Now I understand who you are. Will you come with me? Dondi responded, finally grasping the situation. I shall take you to the Great Elder, Dandy exclaimed urgently. At long last, the moment had arrived. Once they encountered the Great Elder, he would assist in awakening his latent potential. Gohan mused that this was indeed one of the reasons he had ventured to Namek. Meanwhile, Vegeta had successfully located a Dragon Ball. I expected you to conceal them more deftly, yet here it lies in plain sight, he remarked, holding the 4-star ball in his hand. He then tossed the Dragon Ball into the water, chuckling, this place is the safest. No one would suspect it to be here. Except for me. Frieza possessed 5 Dragon Balls, leaving just 1 remaining. With that, he swiftly departed. Dodoria is too slow. Are those 2 brats truly that troublesome? Enough. If you can't even handle this minor task, it's not worth our time. Let us seek the remaining 2 Dragon Balls, Frieza commanded impatiently, taking his 5 Dragon Balls and leaving, while Zarbon and the last remaining soldier split up to search for the last 2. The Great Elder? Who is the Great Elder? Krillin and Bulma queried, perplexed by Dandy's words. Presently, all Namekians were descendants of the Great Elder, who had survived alone during a climatic anomaly, allowing the Namekian race to endure. I am the 108th child of the Great Elder, Dandy succinctly explained. One person? How can one give birth? Bulma asked, incredulously. By laying eggs, Dandy replied with utmost seriousness. I see. Your Great Elder must be a woman, right? A woman? What is a woman? Dandy responded, indicating his ignorance of such concepts. Are not Namekians divided into 2 genders? Like your father and mother, Bulma endeavored to clarify. 2 genders? Dandy's eyes widened, as he had never considered the existence of male and female distinctions. Did you hear that? There are no genders. What a dull planet. I am fortunate not to be a Namekian, Bulma remarked. Krillin, dismissing Bulma's comments, posed his own question. Then why must we seek the Great Elder? The villain who attacked our village has already collected 5 Dragon Balls, and you mentioned there are more villages under attack, correct? Dandy inquired. It was Vegeta who did it. There were no survivors. The entire village was slaughtered, Gohan replied, addressing Dandy's concerns. So, there are hardly any Namekians left, Dandy said, lowering his head, visibly saddened. If Vegeta had indeed discovered a Dragon Ball in the attacked village, only 1 remained. Does the Great Elder not possess the last Dragon Ball? Krillin asked. You are correct. Dandy responded. This is dire. Although Frieza's group lacks sensors, Vegeta possesses the ability to sense energy. If he finds the Great Elder, the final Dragon Ball will be lost as well, Krillin noted anxiously. At the very least, we must find 1 Dragon Ball. Thus, we must promptly notify the Great Elder. Regardless of whether it is Frieza or Vegeta, we must not allow them to attain eternal life, Gohan declared. Let us hasten, Krillin. Allow me to accompany Dend. We are both children, our objectives are relatively modest. If our ambitions are too grand, we risk being discovered. Gohan urged. It is imperative to reach the Elder as soon as possible. This will ensure a greater safeguard for our lives. Very well, Bulma and I shall remain here. If you wish to avoid detection by Vegeta, you must travel on foot. How long will that take? Krillin inquired. Walking? It would take approximately 30 days, Dend pondered. 30 days? That is far too long. The Dragon Balls will have already been seized. Krillin exclaimed. Gohan, let us fly instead. We can proceed with caution, Gohan suggested. All right, but do exercise extra caution, Krillin advised, and the 2 took flight. Krillin watched as they soared into the distance, contemplating the situation, while Goku continued his rigorous training aboard the spaceship. Goku, can you hear me? The voice of King Kai suddenly resonated in Goku's ear. King Kai's voice. It's me. Where are you? Are you also in the universe? Goku queried. What business do you have in the cosmos? Is it Namek? Are you seeking the Dragon Balls? King Kai asked. King Kai, you are unaware? An unexpected event has transpired on Namek, Goku responded. An unexpected event? Huh, we shall discuss that later. I have several guests with me, King Kai chuckled. Guests? Who are they? Goku inquired. They traversed Snake Way in even less time than you. And there are 4 of them, King Kai teased. For people? Indeed, they are all familiar to you, and they seek rigorous training, King Kai affirmed. That's splendid. Everyone has gone to see King Kai, Goku exclaimed. Can we converse with Goku? Yamcha asked. Place your hand upon my shoulder, King Kai instructed, allowing Yamcha to rest his hand there. Goku, can you hear us? We encountered the deity of the afterlife, who sent us here. We heard you traveled to Piccolo's homeland, Namek, in search of the Dragon Balls to resurrect us, Yamcha explained. For people? Yamcha, Tien and Piccolo, Goku surmised. Haha, you are correct, Yamcha confirmed. Only you alone becoming stronger would bruise my pride, Piccolo remarked. Is the last individual a deity? You're mistaken, it is Kaiatsu, who remains in the afterlife. Goku inquired about the final person. Kaiatsu. But wasn't he obliterated? Gohan exclaimed in astonishment, for training on King Kai's planet requires a physical form. And Kaiatsu's body had perished. The deity restored Kaiatsu's body, allowing him to train with us, Yamcha replied. That is wonderful. Goku responded with great joy. The gravity here is incredibly intense. Even walking is a challenge, Yamcha remarked, beginning to converse casually. I am aware, I must travel to Namek, necessitating an even more rigorous gravity training regimen. In merely 5.5 days, I must hasten to strengthen myself, exclaimed Goku. What on earth has transpired? Yamcha inquired, intrigued by Goku's statement. Indeed, you mentioned an urgent matter earlier. Do elaborate, he urged. At that moment, King Kai recalled that Goku had initially indicated the significance of the situation, only to be interrupted. I have sustained grave injuries and am unable to act. Consequently, Krillin, Bulma, and Gohan have ventured to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls. However, the Saiyan Vegeta has also made his way there, seemingly in pursuit of the Dragon Balls as well, Goku explained. What do you mean? Are Krillin and the others in peril? Yamcha asked anxiously. No, they have not yet been discovered, but it is entirely my fault. I should not have prevented Gohan from confronting Vegeta. Furthermore, due to the enemy's interference, they are unable to return to Earth and are trapped on Namek, Goku continued. After a brief pause, Goku added, there is something even more incredulous afoot. It appears a group of unknown individuals is also searching for the Dragon Balls. Their attire resembles that of Vegeta, and one among them possesses strength that far surpasses his. Goku's expression turned serious. What? Both King Kai and Yamcha exclaimed in astonishment. Their reasons for astonishment, however, differed. Yamcha was merely taken aback by the notion of an enemy stronger than Vegeta, while King Kai was alarmed, pondering whether Frieza was among them. Is his name Frieza? King Kai inquired urgently. I am not certain yet. I will inform you once I ascertain the truth, Goku replied, his thoughts racing as he considered the dire implications if it truly were Frieza. I will first investigate Namek, King Kai declared, beginning to utilize his abilities for scrutiny. I am counting on you, Goku responded. Before long, King Kai successfully located Namek and indeed spotted Frieza. Frieza. The shock was unmistakably etched upon King Kai's face. King Kai, are you familiar with him? Goku asked. Goku, Frieza is an exceptionally malevolent being. You are no match for him at this moment. Do not engage in direct confrontation. King Kai cautioned. What do you mean? Goku questioned, perplexed by King Kai's words. Goku, heed my command. Under no circumstances approach him. Find a way for the Namekians and Krillin's group to escape. Understand that I am not only speaking for your well-being, but for the safety of Earth, Namek, and indeed all beings across other planets. An attack on him would be futile, with catastrophic repercussions, King Kai urged, his expression grave. Is he truly that formidable? I am eager to test my strength, Goku responded, his curiosity further ignited by King Kai's warning. Under no circumstances approach him. King Kai shouted in frustration at Goku's words. At that moment, Piccolo placed a hand on King Kai's shoulder, saying, Goku, gather the 7 Dragon Balls so we may be resurrected. We shall train here until we surpass you, and then confront that fiend on Namek. Piccolo seemed unfazed by King Kai's admonitions. Enough with the nonsense. You have no comprehension of Frieza's true power. The King of Worlds was immensely anxious, as none of them heeded his counsel. Subsequently, Piccolo casually deceived him. And to his astonishment, the king believed him. However, the king required each individual to share a joke to elicit laughter from him before they could proceed with their training. As expected, the reticent Tenshinhan and Piccolo found themselves at an impasse. Even if he was not permitted to engage in combat with him, enhancing his own strength was undoubtedly a prudent choice. Thus, he resolved to embark on a rigorous training regimen under 50 times gravity, resuming his arduous exercises aboard the spaceship. Meanwhile, on Namek, Gohan was still accompanying Dandy to the residence of the Grand Elder. Dandy, at this pace, how long until we reach the Grand Elder? Gohan inquired. Having flown for quite a while without nearing their destination, he was cautious not to exert himself fully, fearing Vegeta might discover their whereabouts. Perhaps another 5 hours. Dandy pondered before responding. 5 more hours? How excruciatingly slow. Gohan lamented, his expression one of despair. At that moment, Vegeta was scouring the vicinity for other Namekian villages. Sensing a lack of significant energy concentrations, had all the villages ceased to exist? He had traversed Namek for an extended period, yet remained empty-handed, growing increasingly agitated. Suddenly, he halted, glancing diagonally behind him. There were 2 moving energy signatures that seemed peculiar. One did not resemble a Namekian, nor did it belong to Frieza's faction. Intrigued, Vegeta decided to investigate further, abandoning his previous thoughts and soaring towards Gohan's direction. As Gohan traveled, he suddenly halted. Stop, Dandy. Vegeta has sensed us and is rapidly approaching. I never anticipated that despite our caution, he would still detect us, Gohan informed Dandy, prompting the two to hastily conceal themselves. However, moments later, under Gohan's sensing abilities, Vegeta's trajectory shifted unexpectedly. Gohan was momentarily taken aback before realizing that Vegeta was likely distracted by Zarbon. That was a close call. They had narrowly avoided detection. Currently, Vegeta was no match for Zarbon in his transformed state, and he was bound to suffer severe injuries again. Gohan exhaled a long sigh of relief, feeling somewhat reassured. Oh, so it was Zarbon. At last, I've caught him alone. Vegeta exclaimed with excitement as he sped towards Zarbon. If only the scanner were operational. Locating the village would have been effortless. Zarbon lamented about the difficulties without the scanner, when suddenly, he seemed to notice something and turned his head. Vegeta. Zarbon gasped in astonishment. It has been a while, Zarbon. I have already disposed of Dodoria. Now, it is your turn, Vegeta taunted with a mocking grin. What? Dodoria has been defeated by you? Zarbon exclaimed in disbelief. Huh. It was effortless, Vegeta replied nonchalantly, unconcerned. Zarbon could hardly believe that Vegeta had the audacity to eliminate Dodoria. Then give it a try, Vegeta continued. Vegeta, why have you betrayed King Frieza? Zarbon was perplexed, questioning what audacity Vegeta possessed to act thus. Well aware of Frieza's formidable strength. It's quite simple. I have long harbored a deep-seated hatred for that wretch. Saiyans do not take kindly to being commanded. Yet due to my inferiority, I had to endure. However, now that I know I can attain eternal life, Vegeta explained, I have no qualms elucidating my reasons for betraying Frieza to you. Are you referring to the Dragon Balls? Zarbon suddenly comprehended. Indeed, I cannot allow Frieza to seize this opportunity. If I were to attain eternal life, there would come a day when I could vanquish him. Fool. You will never defeat King Frieza, Zarbon scoffed, unable to fathom that anyone could overpower Frieza, whose terror was indelibly etched in his very being. What a pity. You have now lost your scouter, while I, through countless battles, have surpassed your imagination and strength. You are exceedingly naive. The might of King Frieza is beyond your comprehension. Zarbon mocked, influenced by Vegeta's declarations. Be silent. I have no time for your prattling. Dodoria has already stated that Frieza fears the power of Saiyans. Now, allow me to demonstrate my prowess. As he spoke, Vegeta assumed a combat stance. Such arrogance. The only threat to King Frieza comes from united Saiyans. Observing Vegeta's readiness for battle, Zarbon concentrated intently on him, prepared to react at the slightest movement. He understood that Vegeta's current combat power had reached a level where, in his normal state, he would not be able to defeat him. Transforming would be too grotesque for someone as vain as Zarbon to endure. Suddenly, Vegeta vanished. Zarbon turned sharply to the side and threw a punch at the very spot where Vegeta reappeared. In an instant, Vegeta grasped Zarbon's fist, effortlessly deflecting the attack. Seizing the moment, Vegeta exerted tremendous force, sending Zarbon flying through the air. Zarbon quickly adjusted his position, stabilizing himself midair. However, when he glanced back at Vegeta, he saw him hurtling towards him. Without hesitation, Sabo gathered a significant amount of energy in his palm and unleashed a wave of energy directed at Vegeta. Yet Vegeta, brimming with confidence, did not dodge or evade, instead meeting the attack head-on with his fist. The energy wave, painstakingly gathered by Sabo, was deflected from its intended course, veering off to the side. The wave was no mere attack. Upon striking the ground, it unleashed a tremendous explosion, creating a massive crater where a mountain once stood, showcasing the immense power of the attack. Even so, Vegeta effortlessly withstood it. Miles away, Gohan and Dandy witnessed the explosion. Incredible. This is beyond what I can contend with at present. We must hurry to find the Elder, Gohan exclaimed, grasping Dandy's hand as they swiftly took flight. Taking advantage of their fierce battle, with no time to concern themselves with us, we shall advance with all our might, Gohan urged. The clash between Sabo and Vegeta raged on, with Sabo clearly at a disadvantage. New wounds continuously appeared on his body, while Vegeta remained remarkably unscathed. Haha. How does it feel? You, Sabo, are clearly losing. Your movements are far too sluggish, Vegeta taunted, delivering a swift kick that struck Sabo squarely in the head, sending him flying a considerable distance. As Sabo landed and hurriedly scrambled to his feet, he looked up only to find Vegeta's figure absent. Unbeknownst to him, Vegeta had stealthily appeared behind him once again, resulting in Sabo being knocked down yet again. To lack even the ability to retaliate is truly disgraceful, Vegeta remarked, unable to suppress his derision, recalling how Sabo had previously mocked him while working for Frieza. Significant progress, indeed. However, this time, the power that has slumbered within me for so long has been awakened by you. Sabo responded to Vegeta's mockery, not in anger, but with a smile. What? I awakened your dormant power? Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. From their recent skirmish, he certainly did not perceive that Sabo had been concealing his true strength. You're right, Sabo said as he stood, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Oh, ha ha ha, I see you're rather humorous. Vegeta laughed heartily, dismissing Sabo's words as mere attempts to prolong his inevitable demise. Rest assured, I shall ensure your death is unequivocal. To unleash my true power, I must transform. However, the form I take is rather grotesque, and I prefer beauty, thus I despise transforming. Yet, when faced with the threat of death, Sabo began to explain. Transform? Like a seance? Huh, you're feeling desperate, aren't you? Now you're rambling, Vegeta interrupted, skeptical of Sabo's claims of transformation. Having spent ample time alongside Frieza without ever hearing of Sabo's ability to change form. I do not require the hideous appearance of a great ape like a Saiyan, but the power that comes with it is undeniably formidable, Sabo asserted. I would indeed like to witness the true nature of a Saiyan unleashed, Vegeta thought, curious to discover whether Sabo was indeed lying, granting him the opportunity to transform. Then watch closely. With that, Sabo's body suddenly swelled, his jaws protruding, and his entire being became covered in countless warts, resembling a grotesque toad. However, as Vegeta beheld Sabo's hideous form, he found no humor in it. Through his senses, he realized that Sabo's energy had surpassed his own significantly. Facing the present Sabo, Vegeta was left with no option but to be effortlessly overpowered. Sabo, exhibiting remarkable agility, dashed forward in a matter of moments. Seizing the opportunity before Vegeta could react, he clasped the latter's head with both hands and delivered a powerful headbutt, momentarily stunning Vegeta. Capitalizing on this fleeting moment of vulnerability, Sabo retaliated by launching Vegeta into the air. Once Vegeta regained his composure aloft, he charged towards Sabo once more. Sabo, undeterred, met Vegeta head-on, and they collided with great intensity. Following their clash, the two combatants swiftly separated, assessing the situation. Sabo remained poised in the air, seemingly unfazed, while Vegeta struggled for breath, clearly at a disadvantage in this exchange, even more so than Sabo had been prior to his transformation. Vegeta could not help but ponder the formidable strength of Sabo. Surprised, are you? You are quite naive to think that after my transformation, you stand a chance against me. Sabo taunted, noting Vegeta's hesitation to attack as he lingered in the air. Before you meet your demise, let me impart one more piece of information. King Frieza can also transform, Sabo declared bluntly, aiming to psychologically undermine Vegeta and diminish his resolve, thus facilitating his victory in the battle. What? Vegeta gasped, his shock aligning perfectly with Sabo's expectations. Seizing this moment, Sabo unleashed a wave of energy. "You are no match for me. What makes you think you can contend with King Frieza?" he proclaimed as he attacked. Vegeta, snapping back to reality, hastily evaded the assault. But it played directly into Sabo's strategy. In an instant, Sabo lunged forward, ensnaring Vegeta and propelling him downward with incredible speed. He thrust Vegeta into the ground, creating a massive crater with a diameter of several dozen meters, which quickly filled with surrounding water, forming a lake. Has he vanished? Is he dead? Sabo contemplated, his cunning nature evident. He hovered above the water's surface, attentively monitoring for any signs of movement. After a brief wait, the stillness suggested that Vegeta had indeed perished. Sabo, satisfied, reverted to his handsome form, declaring, "Even if he survives, he should now comprehend the true disparity between us. He will think twice before opposing us again." With that, he set off towards their spaceship. Beneath the water, Vegeta remained acutely aware of Sabo's energy until the latter had flown a considerable distance away. Only then did he dare to emerge from the depths. "I will not concede so easily. I must grow stronger," Vegeta vowed, his body adorned with wounds, his resolve unwavering. Another soldier, having parted ways with Sabor, has now stumbled upon a village of Namekians. However, as he gazes upon it, he is taken aback to discover that the village has already been ravaged, despite the fact that they have yet to make their move. What could have transpired? "We have not yet acted, yet the entire village lies in ruins. It must be that scoundrel Vegeta." He hastily decided to report to Lord Frieza. The soldier pondered for a moment and, recalling the previous conversation between Dodoria and Sabor, began to surmise the events that had unfolded. The scene shifts to Sabor, who is now aboard a spacecraft, preparing to meet Frieza. "Lord Frieza, I seek an audience," Sabor's voice echoed from outside the door. "Enter," Frieza commanded. "Have you located the village?" he inquired as he turned to face Sabor. "Not yet found, but I have defeated that brat Vegeta," Sabor respectfully answered. "Is that so? It has been quite some time since you last transformed. Is that boy still alive?" Frieza deduced that Sabor must have transformed again, for it would be improbable for him to have vanquished Vegeta in his base form. "I did not confirm, but even if he is alive, he must be gravely injured," Sabor hastily explained in response to Frieza's inquiries. "Then why did you not verify?" Frieza pressed. Because he fell into the river," Sabor replied. "What if he escaped by the water? Why are you so careless? Is it because you wish to avoid dirtying your body that you did not confirm?" Frieza, well aware of Sabor's tendencies, could not help but reprimand him. "Please forgive me. I shall go at once," Sabor quickly stated, but before he could act, another soldier rushed in without even filing a report. "Report, Lord Frieza. I have found the village, but it has already been destroyed." The soldier's revelation sent shockwaves through both Frieza and Sabor. "What?" Frieza bellowed in fury. Could it be Vegeta? He did not have the Dragon Balls in his possession. Where could they be hidden? Sabor, equally alarmed, feared that this revelation might result in Frieza punishing or even executing him. "Bring me Vegeta. I need him alive, for I have use for his tongue," Frieza commanded. Just as Sabor was about to exit, Frieza spoke again. "Yardrat, immediately contact Planet Frieza and inform the Ginyu Force to come here and bring the scouters. They should arrive in about 5 days, correct?" My lord. Why summon the Ginyu Force? Is it really necessary to deal with Vegeta?" Sabor asked in astonishment, knowing that the Ginyu Force was Frieza's elite unit, having conquered countless planets on his behalf, and their captain Ginyu was not only immensely powerful, but also fiercely loyal to Frieza. "I have a foreboding sense of unease," Frieza replied. "What do you mean?" Sabor inquired. "I have been contemplating that the formidable Saiyans we have trained may turn against us. I initially thought it was Vegeta, but now I am inclined to believe otherwise," Frieza mused as he continued to reflect. "You are overly concerned, Lord Frieza. There are only 2 Saiyans remaining, aside from Vegeta. There is that child on Earth, who is even less formidable than Vegeta," as Sabo remarked. "Are you suggesting that my intuition is flawed? Quickly bring me the aircraft." Frieza, not wishing to engage in further discourse with Sabo, commanded him to depart promptly. Sabo complied and hurried away. The Saiyans harbor immeasurable combat potential within them, and with each battle, they grow exponentially stronger. Naturally, they are no match for me, but it is wise to eliminate this latent threat before it becomes insurmountable. Once they transform into Super Saiyans, it will be far more challenging. Frieza contemplated. Meanwhile, Vegeta had collapsed by the water's edge, and Sabo was racing back to the recent battlefield. Before long, Sabo discovered Vegeta lying unconscious nearby. Upon seeing Vegeta, Sabo hastened to assess his condition. The lad is still alive. I can report back to the king, he thought, feeling relieved after checking Vegeta's pulse. Consider yourself fortunate. To ascertain the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls, I shall tend to your injuries for now. What happens next remains to be seen, Sabo declared, lifting Vegeta and soaring towards the spacecraft. It is worth mentioning that planet Namek is graced with 3 suns, thus it experiences perpetual daylight, devoid of night. After a brief respite, Gohan and Dondi resumed their journey toward the Grand Elder. Guided by Dondi, they finally located the Grand Elder's residence. That one. Dondi pointed to a peak, and the two hastily flew towards it. This is it. That is the Grand Elder's home. Dondi indicated a structure as they approached. It's quite a distance, yet this place is not secure. It will inevitably be discovered, he remarked as they entered. At that moment, a Namekian resembling Piccolo emerged from within the house. Naru, wonderful, you are all safe. Upon first sighting the newcomer, he exclaimed joyfully. You have arrived, Dondi. The Grand Elder is already aware of the general situation, Naru stated. Dondi, unsurprised by this revelation, acknowledged that further explanation was unnecessary. The Grand Elder wishes to see you. Please, come in, he said, ushering them inside. Since you already know, why not take precautions? Dondi inquired curiously. The Grand Elder, being advanced in age, is aware of his impending departure. Hence, I have remained here to guard this place, Naru responded, addressing Dandy's query. Subsequently, Naru led the two upstairs. As they reached the upper level, Naru gestured towards a towering Namekian, who was evidently the Grand Elder. Notably, a Dragon Ball was prominently displayed upon his seat, and within it, the final star shimmered, unmistakably indicating it was the last Dragon Ball, a hybrid of Earthling and Saiyan. Is it? In conclusion, I express my gratitude to you for assisting my child, the elder Dandy, who turned to son Gohan, and said, it is but a trifling matter. There is no need for gratitude, son Gohan hastily replied. Those wicked individuals nearly killed my child. How cruel. It appears they intend to seize the 7 Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls symbolize the wisdom and power of the Namekians. They represent our hope. The elder gradually articulated the current situation. Elder, let me speak plainly. May I borrow the Dragon Ball atop your head? I swear I will ensure that those villains do not take it, son Gohan remarked. Having set his eyes on the Dragon Ball, knowing that the elder would undoubtedly relinquish it to protect it, I also implore the elder's assistance, if their wishes are granted. The Dragon Balls on Earth will regain their strength. Dandy interjected to support son Gohan's plea. What? There are Dragon Balls on Earth as well? Could there be other Namekians there? The elder was taken aback by Dandy's words, having believed himself to be the last of his kind. The revelation of other surviving Namekians filled him with excitement. Indeed, long ago, when this planet faced calamity, he escaped in a spaceship to seek refuge on Earth. Son Gohan recounted the circumstances of that time. He is the child of Kadaz. He managed to reach Earth safely. He is indeed a genius capable of crafting Dragon Balls. Did that genius die of natural causes, or was it by some misfortune? The elder first appeared enlightened, then perplexed, pondering the nature of his demise, for Namekians, especially those of the Dragon Clan, have notably long lifespans. He was slain by a Saiyan named Nappa, and another Saiyan named Vegeta also came here, son Gohan replied. I do not comprehend why the original text states that Piccolo was killed by Vegeta when it was clearly Nappa. Vegeta did not kill anyone on Earth. Slain by a Saiyan? Truly, the Saiyans live up to their reputation, capable of defeating a genius of the Dragon Clan. Could that Saiyan be a Super Saiyan? The elder was astonished to hear that Piccolo had fallen to a Saiyan. Recognizing Piccolo's talent, an ordinary Saiyan would never be his match, leaving only the possibility of a Super Saiyan. No, I have not heard of such a thing as a Super Saiyan, Gohan said, fabricating the lie without a hint of embarrassment. Earthling, please come here. The elder beckoned son Gohan, evidently to delve into his memories. Hey, system. Can he probe into my memories? Son Gohan inquired of the system. You only remember me when you need something, don't you? Just think about how long it's been since I last appeared. The system complained. Enough of this idle chatter. Tell me quickly, can he access my memories? Son Gohan disregarded the system's grievances. He can only see what I choose to reveal to him. Beyond that, he cannot access. Rest assured. I am quite confident in this regard, the system assured him. All right, you may take your leave now. It is no longer your concern. Son Gohan's relationship with the system is indeed one of fleeting presence, easily summoned, yet quickly dismissed. This is also the reason why the system proves to be of little assistance to Gohan. Its absence would scarcely alter his fate. Had it been a system that casually bestowed upon him the legendary bloodline of a Super Saiyan, one can only imagine how he would revere it. Akin to a father figure. Consider Zhang San in his current state. He likely curses his own system daily. Allow me to delve into your past, the elder said, placing his hand upon Gohan's head. Ah, I see now, malevolent forces have invaded your being, causing a division within you. How foolish. Such rare talent has been halved. Had you remained whole, perhaps you would have survived this ordeal, the elder lamented. It is important to note that before their separation, Piccolo and Kami possessed extraordinary talents. After their fusion during the Android saga, they attained powers comparable to Android 17, even surpassing Android 18 slightly. Youth, you exhibit remarkable courage and a pure heart. I am willing to assist you wholeheartedly. This Dragon Ball is yours. However, your wish may prove difficult to fulfill, the elder stated. Why is that? Gohan inquired, following the elder's words with curiosity. My days are numbered. Can you retrieve the remaining Dragon Balls from the hands of evil within such a brief time? Otherwise, they will vanish with my demise, the elder explained. I understand. I shall not concern myself with that for now. I will protect this Dragon Ball with all my strength. I cannot allow those villains to attain eternal life, Gohan vowed. Please, I am unable to move. If Frieza attacks, even Nairu may be powerless. I sense within you an immense potential yet to be realized. Allow me to help you unlock this power, the elder said, placing his hand once more upon Gohan's head. Chapter 40. A surge of power. At that moment, Gohan felt a surge of excitement upon hearing the elder's words. This was precisely the purpose of his visit. As the elder continued to exert his abilities, Gohan's aura expanded exponentially. Ah, such formidable power. Incredible. It feels as though I have been reborn, Gohan exclaimed, feeling the overwhelming energy coursing through him. If measured by a power-level device, his strength now rivaled that of the Jinyu Force, with the exception of Captain Jinyu himself. May I bring a companion? He too possesses latent potential, Gohan asked, clearly referring to Krillin, who, following this enhancement in the original narrative, could also reach substantial heights in power. Certainly, the more righteous souls, the better, the elder agreed. Very well, I shall seek him out. Dandy, I will return shortly, Gohan declared. Take it. The fate of the universe rests upon you both. Proceed with caution, the elder advised. Then, Sun Wukong swiftly encapsulated a star into his watch and hastened towards the cave where Bulma resided. With my current strength, I have no adversaries. Save for Frieza. With such prowess, I shall soon reach my destination. Krillin, come quickly. One of the Dragon Balls has suddenly lost its signal. What could be the reason? Bulma exclaimed. Now, only 6 Dragon Balls remain. Frieza possesses 5, and there was one over there, but now the last one has mysteriously vanished, she continued. What is going on with this Dragon Ball? The village that Vegeta attacked is in that direction, yet I cannot sense his energy. He must not be there, Krillin remarked, pointing in astonishment. I understand now. Although he attacked the village, he did not locate the Dragon Clan, so he must have gone elsewhere to search, Bulma deduced. Realizing the unfolding events, I shall wait for Gohan to return before I venture out, Krillin thought, not wanting to leave Bulma alone. Meanwhile, aboard Frieza's spaceship, Vegeta had entered the healing chamber to recuperate from his injuries. Humph, tending to a traitor, how amusing. When will he reveal the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls? Sabo inquired of a minor soldier present. The soldier estimated, Vegeta's injuries are quite severe. He will need at least 30 minutes to regain consciousness. I shall report to Lord Frieza, Sabo stated before departing the healing room, leaving the minor soldier alone to observe Vegeta. Such a formidable warrior as Vegeta must ultimately reveal the location of the Dragon Balls before Lord Frieza, the soldier muttered to himself. Just then, Vegeta suddenly opened his eyes and unleashed a ki blast that obliterated the healing chamber, simultaneously ending the life of the minor soldier. Thank you. But you underestimate the Saiyan's recuperation speed, Vegeta shouted. What was that sound? At that moment, Sabo was briefing Frieza when the sudden explosion took him by surprise, igniting a flicker of suspicion. Could it be Vegeta? Frieza exclaimed in astonishment. When they arrived, only ruins remained, devoid of any trace of Vegeta. This is bad. He has escaped. That scoundrel. Sabo seethed with a mix of shock and fury, aware of his responsibility for allowing Vegeta to flee. You must pursue him at once. Frieza bellowed with rage. Frieza is here, and I remain aboard the spaceship. You have all fallen into my trap. Vegeta concealed himself in a corner, relishing his success in luring Frieza out. Found it. The Dragon Balls are all here, Frieza. This was my intent in willingly allowing myself to be captured, Vegeta declared as he soon located the Dragon Balls. At that moment, Gohan had also returned to the cave. Uncle Krillin, Aunt Bulma, I have brought back the Dragon Balls, he proclaimed, unveiling the Dragon Balls he had retrieved. At the very moment when Sun Wukong retrieved the Dragon Ball, Bulma's Dragon Radar also revealed the location of this particular Dragon Ball. Oh, Wukong has returned. We were just wondering why there was no signal from the Dragon Balls. It turns out you had it all along. Perhaps the Grand Elder of Namek used some method to conceal the Dragon Balls from detection. Before Sun Wukong could utter a word, Bulma offered a plausible explanation. Yes, Wukong replied awkwardly, scratching his head. Wukong, what is the source of your energy? Why has it become so formidable? You are even stronger than Vegeta, exclaimed Krillin in astonishment as he gazed at Wukong. Slowly, Wukong began to elucidate the reasons behind his newfound strength. If that is the case, does it mean my power can also increase? Krillin said excitedly. Indeed. I brought you to meet the Grand Elder, Wukong replied. Let us not rush. Since you possess such immense strength now, you should seek out a Dragon Ball that has been lost, Krillin suggested, directing Wukong with the Dragon Radar. This must be the Dragon Ball that Vegeta concealed. With my current power, I have no fear of encountering him. Wukong silently contemplated as he examined the radar. Very well. I shall secure this Dragon Ball to prevent it from falling into enemy hands. I will retrieve it first, and then take Uncle Krillin to meet the Grand Elder. He decided. All right. Be swift and safe. We shall wait for your return. Bulma concurred with Wukong's plan. With that, Sun Wukong seized the Dragon Radar and soared towards his destination with all his might. Meanwhile, Vegeta approached the Dragon Balls discovered by Frieza, contemplating the 5 orbs before him. Not only have you healed my wounds, but you have also delivered all the Dragon Balls to me. Vegeta mused. It would be difficult to escape with 5 Dragon Balls. But there is no time for hesitation. Very well, I'll take a gamble. May fate be on my side. Vegeta surveyed his surroundings. Hey, I'm still on the spaceship. Vegeta shouted to draw attention, then unleashed a powerful energy wave down the corridor, resulting in a significant explosion. Both Zarbon and Frieza hastened towards the direction of the explosion, inadvertently moving away from Vegeta. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta hurled all 5 Dragon Balls out of the window with all his strength and quickly made his escape. Could he be attempting to seize the Dragon Balls? Frieza realized Vegeta's true intentions. By the time they returned to the location of the Dragon Balls, both the orbs and Vegeta had vanished without a trace. Where has that scoundrel gone? Zarbon exclaimed anxiously, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he hurriedly flew out in search. He must still be hiding aboard the spaceship. Search quickly. Frieza roared in fury. As the illustrious ruler of the universe, it was intolerable for him to be mocked by a mere Saiyan monkey. At that moment, Vegeta had concealed himself nearby, contemplating that if he attempted to flee, Frieza would undoubtedly pursue him. In a sudden burst of resolve, he plunged into the water, seeking refuge in its depths. This infuriates me. Not only has Vegeta escaped, but I have also lost the Dragon Balls. With 5 Dragon Balls in his possession, he cannot possibly escape swiftly. We must conduct a thorough search of the spacecraft. Frieza seethed through clenched teeth. Listen closely. If you do not locate him within the hour, prepare for death. Frieza issued his final ultimatum to Zarbon. Meanwhile, Vegeta swam toward the direction where he had discarded the Dragon Balls, having now reached the approximate location and emerged ashore. They must be somewhere nearby, he mused as he searched the vicinity. Here they are, remarkably well hidden. In no time, Vegeta discovered the 5 Dragon Balls he had thrown. You're out of luck, Frieza. The Dragon Balls are mine. Ha. Vegeta exclaimed with exhilaration. With the one I sank in the river of that village, I am merely 1 Dragon Ball short of completion, he thought to himself. At that moment, Gohan, utilizing the Dragon Ball radar, successfully located the Dragon Balls underwater and was on his way back. All right, I shall retrieve the Dragon Ball I found earlier, Vegeta decided, hastening toward the village. Meanwhile, Zarbon was still searching for Vegeta, lamenting, this is dire. I cannot find him. If only I had a detector. Locating him would be much easier. As he turned around, he spotted someone soaring through the air, and upon closer inspection, he could hardly contain his excitement. Vegeta, Zarbon exclaimed. elated that he had unexpectedly revealed himself. Zarbon hastened to pursue him. A formidable energy signature. It seems to be Zarbon. How annoying, Vegeta thought, slightly exasperated. However, he seized the opportunity to defeat him. After all, Zarbon had bested him last time, and this time he would likely underestimate him. Vegeta descended to the ground, ready to engage Zarbon once more. As Vegeta landed, Zarbon followed closely behind, declaring, "Vegeta, you dare to mock me, causing Lord Frieza to question my capabilities? Hand over the Dragon Balls now, and I may consider granting you a swift end. Why don't you give it a try?" Vegeta replied, unfazed by Zarbon's threat. "You're growing impatient," Zarbon retorted, transforming into his battle state, preparing to strike with full force to subdue Vegeta. There are two powerful energies over there. They must be engaged in battle. It must be Zarbon and Vegeta. I shall intervene and gauge my own strength." Gohan, on his way back, noticed the two combatants and decided to join the fray. Zarbon charged forward, ready to launch a direct assault on Vegeta, who thought to himself, he is far too complacent. Vegeta adeptly evaded Zebo's assault by swiftly lowering his body, narrowly escaping the attack while seizing a handful of dirt in his grasp. In an instant, he soared aloft, positioning himself directly above Zebo, exclaiming with a laugh, "You are doomed." Zebo, noticing Vegeta's unguarded stance above him, immediately ascended to confront him. However, at that moment, Vegeta's tightly clenched hand suddenly released, casting a substantial amount of soil into Zebo's eyes. "What is this, you scoundrel?" Zebo exclaimed, rubbing his eyes in distress. While Vegeta seized the opportunity to circle behind Zebo, delivering a powerful punch that sent him crashing to the ground. Just as Vegeta contemplated pursuing his advantage, he abruptly halted, sensing an overwhelmingly potent energy approaching. "Is it Frieza? No, that can't be right," Vegeta murmured, momentarily disregarding Zebo as he focused on the source of the energy. This was indeed Gohan, who was about to arrive on the scene. Meanwhile, Zebo regained his footing. "Vegeta, you wretch!" he shouted in fury. Yet, Vegeta paid him no heed, fixated on Gohan's approaching presence. "He's coming," Vegeta declared, feeling the energy drawing nearer and preparing for what was to come. Gradually, Gohan's figure materialized, soon standing before the two combatants. "It's you, little brat. So, you're in cahoots with Vegeta," Zebo seethed upon recognizing the newcomer. "What? This little brat? How can he possess such strength?" Unlike Zebo, who failed to discern Gohan's true power, Vegeta was bewildered. He could not fathom how Gohan, who had been so weak before, had transformed into such a formidable force. "Oh, are you two engaged in battle? May I join?" Gohan inquired. "You wretched fiends. I will annihilate you all," Zebo roared. Vegeta, however, remained silent, eagerly awaiting the clash between Gohan and Zebo, curious to witness Gohan's combat prowess. "Oh, is that so? Allow me to demonstrate my current strength," Gohan proclaimed as he approached Zebo. "You little brat," Zebo retorted, launching a punch while keeping his gaze fixed on Vegeta, wary of a sudden ambush. "Humph, how underestimated I am," Gohan mused internally. "Nevertheless, such a weakling hardly piques my interest. I shall end this swiftly." In a flash, Gohan ascended above Zebo, and taking advantage of Zebo's unpreparedness, he delivered a kick that sent Zebo hurtling through the air, blood spurting from his mouth as he flew. "Oh, you're still alive? It seems I haven't exerted enough force," Gohan remarked, observing Zebo struggle to rise. "Well, since I'm feeling generous, let me grant you a swift end," Gohan declared, unleashing an energy blast that obliterated Zebo completely. Following this, Gohan's attention shifted to Vegeta. "Now it's your turn. Will you accompany me willingly? Or shall I strike you down first before you follow?" Gohan addressed Vegeta, explaining that the reason for bringing him along was to confront the Ginyu Force. For Vegeta indeed possessed formidable combat strength. Setting aside the prowess of the Ginyu members, the potential collaboration among the others would present considerable challenges. "Hey, you little brat. So you're the one they were talking about? Has your father Kakarot arrived yet?" Vegeta inquired, though his stance suggested he was prepared for any sudden developments. "He hasn't arrived yet, but he is on his way." "Enough of this chatter. We must hurry, for the Dragon Balls are beyond your reach now," Gohan replied. "What? You think just because your power has surged unexpectedly, you can defeat me?" Vegeta retorted, his eyes suddenly bloodshot with rage. "Very well. Even if you have indeed gathered all 7 Dragon Balls, do you know how to use them?" Gohan remarked, observing Vegeta with a calm demeanor. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Gohan with a look of confusion. Surely, no one believes that simply collecting the 7 Dragon Balls will grant wishes, do they? Gohan added with a hint of sarcasm. Damn it, could it not be true? Vegeta thought to himself, too proud to voice his doubts aloud. I've received word that the Ginyu Force is on their way. They appear to be quite formidable. If we wish to survive, we must unite. Gohan declared. What? You mean the Ginyu Force? How could they possibly come here? Where did you hear this? Vegeta was genuinely astonished by the revelation. You can trust my source. The Ginyu Force will arrive on Namek in about 4 days. Gohan informed him of their expected arrival. Frieza has indeed dispatched the Ginyu Force. You must tell me how to use the Dragon Balls quickly. I need to attain eternal life, or we are doomed. I assure you, once my wish is granted, I will not harm you. Vegeta expressed his urgency. It's futile. The power of the Dragon Balls is not as grand as you imagine. If a wish exceeds the abilities of the Creator, the Dragon Balls cannot fulfill it. In other words, even if you successfully wish upon the Dragon Balls, you won't achieve true immortality. At most, you may enhance your recovery, but you will still perish. It's possible that the Eternal Dragon may refuse your wish altogether. Gohan elucidated the limitations of the Dragon Balls. Damn it, how can this be? I thought the Dragon Balls could grant any wish. Yet this is their reality, Vegeta responded. Stunned. Thus, we must move swiftly. I have a method to help you rapidly enhance your strength. It is how I quickly increase my own power. We need to confront the threat that awaits us in 4 days with all our might, Gohan stated, taking off without waiting for Vegeta to follow. After a moment of hesitation, Vegeta decided to follow suit. It was not yet the time to utilize the Dragon Balls. Summoning Shenron would create too much commotion, and attracting Frieza's attention would be disastrous. It would be wiser to wait for his father to arrive before invoking the dragon, Gohan mused. Observing the direction in which Gohan was flying, Vegeta grew increasingly suspicious. Hey, brat, where are you headed? Vegeta finally could not restrain himself from asking. Of course, I'm off to find the Dragon Balls. The 5 should be together. You must have placed them there, Gohan replied. How do you know the Dragon Balls are there? Vegeta exclaimed, astonished by Gohan's words. Well, I'm using this device to locate them. This is the Dragon Radar. The Dragon Balls emit a unique, invisible light, which this radar can detect, thus enabling me to find them, Gohan explained, waving the Dragon Radar in his hand. Vegeta was equally impressed by the convenience of such a device. If only I had something like that, finding the Dragon Balls would have been so much simpler. Before long, after collecting the Dragon Balls, the two soared towards Bulma and the other's residence. Outside a cave, Bulma and Krillin were engaged in idle chatter when Krillin suddenly looked up. Hey, it seems like 2 energy signatures are approaching. Is it Gohan? Why is he taking so long? Bulma remarked. It's not just Gohan, it's Vegeta too. Krillin exclaimed as he squinted into the distance. As Bulma and Krillin exchanged words, the two landed. Gohan, what is going on? Why has Vegeta come along? Krillin inquired. Oh, it's you, little bald head. You showed up here too, and what is this? You brought along a woman devoid of any combat power? Vegeta remarked, eyeing Krillin and Bulma. This situation can wait. For now, Vegeta is temporarily on our side. I intend to take him to the Grand Elder to address the impending crisis. Gohan explained to the duo. What? You're bringing him to the Grand Elder? He's killed quite a few Namekians. Will the Grand Elder assist him? Krillin questioned. We have no choice but to try. The enemy we face is unimaginably powerful. Gohan defended his reasoning. Krillin fell silent, realizing that an alliance with Vegeta might indeed be necessary. What? Are you planning to leave me here all alone? Bulma could not help but voice her concern. Troublesome woman. You are nothing but a burden right now, Vegeta retorted, prompting Bulma to hide behind a rock, too intimidated to speak. Let us not be hasty. All our provisions are with her. Don't you wish to enjoy a proper meal? Gohan suggested, presenting Vegeta with an opportunity. Upon hearing this, Vegeta felt a pang of hunger. Hurry up and bring out the food, he commanded Bulma before finding a spot to sit. What a greedy man. He's enjoying a free meal, yet has such a foul attitude. Bulma grumbled. Since I'm a bit hungry as well, why don't we eat now? Krillin quickly interjected to ease the tension. Before long, a large table laden with food appeared before everyone, and several individuals eagerly began to feast. I must admit, the cuisine on your planet is quite delightful. Hence, I have decided against destroying your world, and shall simply conquer it instead. Vegeta held a bun in one hand and slurped noodles with a fork in the other, while his plate overflowed with an array of dishes. Eating does not hinder your ambitions to conquer the earth, does it? Observing that Vegeta neither assisted in preparing the meal nor refrained from indulging excessively, Bulma exclaimed in irritation. Vegeta, upon hearing her, remained silent and did not express anger. After all, one cannot be upset when one's mouth is full. Hey, I must ask, why haven't I received any points for defeating Cybermen? Gohan inquired of the system during the meal. Originally, defeating Cybermen would grant you points. But due to the significant disparity in strength, the points awarded are minimal. However, since Vegeta also participated in the battle, the combined factors resulted in no points for you. The system explained in detail. What good are you then? You provide nothing of value, and now earning points is exceedingly difficult. You truly are worthless, Gohan reproached the system. I am not designed for combat. Regarding battle-type missions, I cannot generate tasks. At most, I can issue those that ensure your survival, the system replied, acknowledging its limitations. Must I be reduced to a scholar? Gohan jested with the system. Precisely. If you rank first in your class or receive praise from your teachers, your points will substantially increase. The system exclaimed, seemingly oblivious to Gohan's sarcasm. Enough. You are of no use to me right now, Gohan retorted, ignoring the system's incessant chatter. All right, since we have finished our meal, let us depart, Krillin announced to the others. Very well, let us set off, Bulma concurred, gathering her belongings. Are we really taking her along? Vegeta inquired of Krillin. We can't simply leave her here unattended, Krillin responded. Fine. You can take Aunt Bulma with you, Gohan declared matter-of-factly. Bulma and Krillin were both perplexed by Gohan's suggestion. Why must I take her? Vegeta pointed at Bulma. Firstly, Uncle Krillin is too slow. If we allow him to carry someone, our speed would be significantly reduced. Furthermore, my height renders me unsuitable for carrying anyone while flying. So you are the most appropriate choice. Gohan justified his reasoning. Krillin stroked his chin, pondering the logic. What do you know about it? Bulma exclaimed, striking Krillin's bald head with her bag. Enough of this. Let us be on our way, Gohan said as he pulled Krillin into the air, leaving Vegeta and Bulma behind. Hey, you can't just leave me all alone, Bulma exclaimed, watching the two figures soar away, her gaze reluctantly shifting to Vegeta. Damn it, Vegeta muttered, his eyes fixed on the receding silhouettes. After a series of negotiations, the two had finally set off, and at that moment, Bulma found herself grasped by the collar of her shirt, being hastily pursued by Vegeta. Could you perhaps employ a different method? Being lifted like this is rather uncomfortable. And what if I were to fall? Bulma complained. Stop whining. Carrying you is my own business, Vegeta retorted, though he nonetheless adjusted his hold, slipping his arms beneath her armpits to continue their flight. This is even worse. Are you trying to choke me? Bulma protested, her body swaying as she spoke. Don't move, Vegeta exclaimed, momentarily losing his grip and nearly tossing Bulma away. In a frantic reaction, he reached out to catch her, while Bulma clung desperately to him. Thus, Vegeta held her in a princess carry, and she wrapped her arms tightly around his neck. Can you please remove your hands? Vegeta, noticing that Bulma had not released her hold, reminded her impatiently. Oh. Bulma snapped back to reality and quickly let go, yet Vegeta maintained his hold on her. While Bulma seemed unfazed, gazing down at the scenery, Vegeta's ears had turned a deep shade of crimson. The two fell into a silence, navigating through the peculiar atmosphere as they continued their journey towards the Elder. Because of the need to care for Bulma, it took them 2 days to reach their destination. During the journey, Gohan provided Vegeta with a brief overview of the situation, and both Krillin and Bulma began to familiarize themselves with him. Bulma even playfully teased Vegeta from time to time, while Krillin's fear of him began to diminish. Up ahead, do you see that tall mountain? Gohan pointed towards the peak where the Elder resided. Have we finally arrived? The others expressed their joy. Wait, Vegeta, please remain calm. Do not lose your temper. We are here to seek assistance, and there is a formidable Namekian there whom you cannot defeat, Gohan cautioned. Please. If it weren't for that Elder's ability to enhance one's strength, I wouldn't have come at all, Vegeta replied dismissively. Do not underestimate the Namekian. The previous individuals were not combatants, yet even they possessed considerable strength. The warriors guarding the Elder are exceptionally powerful, Gohan warned. So, there are combat-type Namekians? No wonder they can create Dragon Balls, Vegeta mused to himself. At last, you have arrived. Upon landing, they discovered Nail had been waiting for them. He really resembles Piccolo. Krillin couldn't help but remark as he looked at Nail. Get lost. You are not welcome here, Nail said bluntly to Vegeta. What? As you witnessed. Before Vegeta could utter another word, Krillin and Gohan quickly restrained him. Naru, please be lenient. We are truly in dire need of him, Gohan implored. For someone who has committed such atrocities against our kin, it is already commendable that I have refrained from striking him down, Naru replied. Naru, allow them to enter, came the authoritative voice of the Grand Elder from within the chamber. Yet, Naru seemed intent on saying more, but ultimately acquiesced to the Grand Elder's command, leading the group inside. Wow, how imposing! Bulma exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by the Grand Elder, having previously witnessed Piccolo's transformation during the World Martial Arts Tournament. Indeed, Namekians possess the ability to alter their size. Come here, child, the Grand Elder beckoned to Krillin, who promptly trotted over. What must I do, Grand Elder? Krillin inquired. Ha ha. You need do nothing but stand here, the Grand Elder replied kindly. Soon after, the Grand Elder placed his hand upon Krillin's bald head, and before long, Krillin felt a shift in his energy, followed by a surge of immense power emanating from within him. Ha ha ha, my strength has increased tremendously, Krillin exclaimed joyfully, now boasting a formidable fighting power. How astonishing! Is this the magic of the Namekians? The power can suddenly amplify, Vegeta remarked, observing the exhilarated Krillin. That Saiyan over there. Even though you have slain many of my kin, let it be, you may approach as well, the Grand Elder said with a complex expression. Grand Elder, I still do not comprehend why you would allow this individual to see you, Naru said, perplexed by the Grand Elder's decision as Vegeta advanced toward him. I sense my time is drawing near, and a calamity looms over our Namek. They could provide us with significant assistance, the Grand Elder stated, placing his hand upon Vegeta's head. In an instant, another wave of formidable energy erupted, causing Vegeta's power to soar past that of Gohan's. Ha ha ha, this overwhelming strength, Vegeta declared, clenching his fists. We should quickly familiarize ourselves with this newfound power. Let us spar. Do you think we can contend with the Ginyu Force now? Gohan suggested. Humph. You underestimate the Ginyu Force. As Frieza's elite squad, their captain, Ginyu, is said to possess terrifying strength, Vegeta responded, regaining his composure. It seems you truly are a Saiyan prodigy. Now, allow me to instruct you and reveal what true combat entails, Vegeta asserted before striding toward the exit. Bulma, you may remain here. The Grand Elder's sanctuary is exceptionally secure, Krillin instructed Bulma before departing with Vegeta. Thus, amidst the continuous training of the group, 2 days elapsed. Son Goku was relentlessly training aboard the spacecraft, having completely acclimated to a gravity of 100 times that of Earth. He was now in the process of readjusting to the original gravity, and his body had become capable of withstanding tenfold Kaioken. Meanwhile, on Frieza's end, he found himself entirely alone on the spacecraft, having lost all his minions, including the likes of Zarbon and Dodoria. Our Lord had been idly waiting for 4 days, pondering the absence of Zarbon. Had he been slain, or had he fled? Frieza finally voiced his concerns. Had I known this would happen, I would have summoned the Ginyu Force. However, they are expected to arrive shortly, equipped with a power level scanner. I suspect Vegeta has not yet gathered the Dragon Balls. Otherwise, he would have come looking for me by now. With this thought, Frieza couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Just wait, Vegeta. Once I have the power level scanner in hand, you will have nowhere to hide. The more he pondered, the more hopeful he became. At that moment, during their training, both Gohan and Vegeta halted their movements, gazing skyward. It must be noted that Vegeta, having fought in harsh conditions from a young age, had significantly enhanced Gohan's battle instincts and experiences over the past 2 days, likely due to their Saiyan bloodline's inherent combat prowess. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, indeed. Frieza has summoned the Ginyu Force. Vegeta exclaimed. The Ginyu Force has truly arrived. Can we defeat them? Krillin had also heard of the formidable Ginyu Force from Vegeta. First, we need to find a battlefield. This will be a tough fight, so do not hinder me, Vegeta declared before soaring away. Let's go, Uncle Krillin. There's no other option now, Gohan said, following suit, with Krillin also taking to the skies in silence. Bang, 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 with the sound of explosions. 5 circular spacecraft descended near Frieza's vessel. The Ginyu Force had finally arrived after such a lengthy wait. Frieza too emerged from his craft. Shortly, the 5 figures disembarked from their circular ships and flew to the spacecraft, standing respectfully before Frieza. The classic moment arrived as one tall figure stepped forward. His left foot bent and right leg extended back, left hand raised high at an angle while the right hand rested on his abdomen, shouting, "Guldo!" Another blue-skinned individual struck a pose opposite to Guldo's, exclaiming, "Berta!" A red-skinned, white-haired figure knelt on one knee, extending both arms high above, palms curved, and shouted, "Jinyu!" A diminutive figure resembling a toad, albeit with 4 eyes, struck a pose akin to that of Jinyu, except that he knelt on his right knee and bellowed, "Guldo!" Following him was a being with pale lavender skin and 2 sharp horns atop his head. He faced away from the crowd, his legs spread apart, and peered through the gap between them, arms extended above his head at a distance of approximately 5 centimeters, shouting, "Jinyu!" The assembly then echoed in unison, all team members. "Assemble!" They shifted their stances, details omitted to avoid excessive elaboration, and collectively shouted, "Jinyu Force!" Frieza observed their awkward entrance in silence for an extended moment. After a pause, he finally spoke, for these were his most elite and loyal subordinates, and he was rather forgiving of their antics. "My sincerest apologies, Lord Frieza. Please entrust this task to us." Captain Jinyu stepped forward and declared, "The Dragon Balls I collected have been seized by the traitor Vegeta. Bring him back to me alive. He must reveal the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls." Frieza instructed the Jinyu Force. "Not a problem. We have already tracked Vegeta's movements," Jinyu responded, adjusting the combat power scanner. "He is not far from here, seemingly awaiting our arrival, and he is accompanied by 2 individuals of considerable strength. 2. It must be those 2 troublemakers from before. Eliminate them both." Frieza contemplated briefly, recalling the moment when Gohan and Krillin had sent Dodoria flying with a kick. "Understood. The game has begun. My Lord Frieza. Here is the combat power scanner you requested." Guys respectfully presented a box with both hands. "Ah, you have my gratitude," Frieza commended. "Let us commence our operation. Forward!" The Jinyu Force shouted in unison and took to the skies. Chapter 45. The battle commences. They are here. Prepare yourselves. Vegeta instructed Krillin and Gohan. At that moment, Goku was still 20 minutes away from Namek. With the Dragon Balls currently in Gohan's possession, it was certain that Jinyu, the strongest among the Jinyu Force, would take action. Whether they could survive the next 20 minutes remained uncertain. A series of whooshing sounds pierced the air as the Jinyu Force materialized before them. "Greetings, Vegeta," Jinyu said first. "Damn it, they are so fast," Krillin thought, recalling the speed of the 5. "Haha. We come under the orders of Lord Frieza to demand the Dragon Balls from you. Quickly reveal their location, and considering your past contributions to Lord Frieza, I might grant you a swift end," Jinyu proclaimed. "Never. I will not give you the Dragon Balls," Vegeta retorted. Currently, Vegeta cannot disclose that the Dragon Balls are incapable of granting Frieza the wish for eternal life. Firstly, it is due to their inherent disbelief, and secondly, should Frieza ever catch wind of this revelation, he would undoubtedly obliterate Namek, leading to the demise of all its inhabitants. "Oh, then we shall resort to some unconventional measures," stated Jinyu. Gohan and Krillin surveyed their companions. Jinyu was the most formidable among them, possessing the ability to adjust his combat power, which could peak at an astonishing level. Following him was Rikuum, with a combat power of his own, while Geese and Butter wielded similar strengths, each around comparable levels. The weakest among them was Guldo, whose combat power barely registered, yet he possessed exceptionally potent psychic abilities, making him a formidable adversary even for Krillin. The power level scanner can track human movements, but it is powerless against the Dragon Balls, is it not? Vegeta remarked. "What do you mean by that?" Jinyu inquired. "In other words, you cannot eliminate us. Should you attempt to do so, the Dragon Balls would remain out of your reach." Gohan interjected before Vegeta could respond, eager to seize the spotlight. "Ha ha ha, how amusing. If we slay you, we will merely dispatch more individuals to Namek. Do you truly believe we cannot locate such a small planet?" Jinyu laughed heartily. "But what if the Dragon Balls are not on this planet?" Gohan countered. "What? Impossible. This planet has always been under Frieza's scrutiny. You cannot possibly transport the Dragon Balls elsewhere." Jinyu was clearly skeptical of Gohan's assertion. "You may attempt it, if you fail to find them. Let us see how you will manage. Are you willing to gamble?" Vegeta challenged Jinyu. "Damn it. Then I suppose we must capture all of you and interrogate you slowly," Jinyu declared, unwilling to let Vegeta off the hook for such a trivial reason. "Very well then, let us deal with you now. It has been far too long since I have had the chance to stretch my limbs. This presents a splendid opportunity," Jinyu announced. "In other words, we shall teach them a lesson and demonstrate our might," Geese added. Silence. Jinyu snapped, clearly displeased by Geese's interruption. Such overwhelming power. Can we truly survive this? Krillin pondered anxiously. Although your strength is vastly inferior, perhaps you may still prove useful. Give it your all. Vegeta encouraged Krillin. Leave Vegeta to me. Those two boys are your responsibility. The one with hair possesses some strength, so handle him with care, Jinyu instructed the others. Captain, I object, Buddha protested. Indeed, it is always you who steals the spotlight. Rikuum and Guldo concurred. Enough. This time, the opportunity shall be granted to you. I will merely observe, and you all must treat me to ice cream. Jinyu pondered before concluding. Very well, we shall take care of this. Let us engage in a game of chance. The victor shall face Vegeta, and the runner-up will contend with the two boys. I trust there are no objections? Jinyu addressed the remainder of the group. Magnificent. Long live the captain. The other four members were equally pleased with Jinyu's arrangements. How infuriating that they would underestimate us. Vegeta glared at the Jinyu force, enraged by their dismissive attitude. This might work to our advantage. I can buy some time. My father will arrive shortly, and his strength is formidable, Gohan remarked to Vegeta. What? Kakarot is coming too? If we can endure until his arrival, the three of us together may indeed defeat Jinyu. Vegeta expressed his astonishment at this revelation. We only need to hold out for 10 minutes. Gohan specified a more precise time frame. 10 minutes? That is quite a test. Krillin was initially overjoyed to hear that Goku was coming, but upon realizing they needed to last 10 minutes, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Rock, paper, scissors, a tie, let us go again. Meanwhile, the Jinyu force was engaged in internal competition for their turn to fight. Shortly thereafter, the results were in. Huh. Vegeta is mine. Rikuum shouted joyfully. What bad luck. Jeez and Berta commented from the sidelines. Ugh, how dull, Guldo remarked disdainfully. Listen, we need to eliminate that short one first. He possesses an extremely peculiar power. If he uses it during our battle, we will be in grave danger, Vegeta advised. Strategizing. Are we? Haha, let the games begin. Rikuum declared. Hey, Guldo, take out those two kids first, Rikuum instructed Guldo. I am not a janitor. This is such a waste of my talents. Guldo replied with disdain. Don't be so reluctant. We can't even act as janitors ourselves. Why not step down and let us take your place? Jeez jested at Guldo's complaint. Oh, come on, it's still a chance to stretch our legs. Guldo said as he approached Gohan and Krillin. I'll take you down effortlessly. Gohan, do you remember our training on the spaceship? Let us unleash our power in an instant and take him down, Krillin advised Gohan. All right. The two agreed as they suddenly released an astonishing aura and charged at Guldo. At that moment, Rikuum observed the battle between Guldo and Gohan and was taken aback by the reading on the battle power tester, which displayed numbers that left him stunned. It was this moment of distraction that led to Guldo's demise. Chapter 46. Jinyu takes action. Krillin initiated the attack with a Kamehameha directed at Guldo, while Gohan seized the opportunity, utilizing his incredible speed to position himself behind Guldo. You think such an attack can defeat me? Wait. Their SA, Guldo began, but before he could finish, Gohan unleashed a ki blast that pierced through Guldo's body. What? Before Guru could finish his words, he was struck by Krillin's energy wave, instantly disintegrating into dust. Alas, Guru has been slain. It is truly unexpected that he could not withstand those two youngsters. Jisoo remarked while observing Gohan and his companions. The battle prowess displayed by that little brat has already surpassed expectations. Even the bald-headed fighter's strength has reached impressive levels. Like him noted, recalling the data he had just witnessed. Such formidable combat abilities are indeed rare. It is astonishing that they can enhance their power without transformation. Bart expressed his surprise, acknowledging that some warriors possess unique strengths even within the Frieza force. Vegeta, your friend possesses quite the talent, yet with one less member. Our Jinyu force's fighting formation is no longer flawless, Lycum commented, baring his teeth in frustration. Captain, perhaps you could devise a new strategy? We could redesign our combat formation for 4, he suggested. Certainly, I have some new techniques to try out. However, it is a pity that the ice cream Guru promised me is now gone, Jinyu mused, stroking his chin. The group appeared to be unfazed by Guru's demise. Their only lament was the need to rethink their once perfect combat formation. Whether they initially considered Guru, with his seemingly inferior power, as part of their team or simply lacked camaraderie remains uncertain. Let us set aside those thoughts for now. Continue with the rock, paper, scissors to determine who will face the two youngsters, Jinyu instructed. I still intend to confront Vegeta. Do not interfere with my fight, like him declared. Why are those fellows so bothersome? Krillin remarked, observing the ongoing game. Do not underestimate them. The real terror lies ahead, Vegeta warned, his gaze fixed intently on Jinyu. Is Jinyu truly as formidable as you claim? It seems his energy is not as potent as yours, Krillin asked Vegeta, still under the impression that Frieza's crew could not control their energy. Jinyu, much like us, can freely alter his battle strength. His true power is far more terrifying than what you can currently perceive, Vegeta clarified for Krillin. Is that so? Vegeta, it is now our turn. Like him announced as he approached. Vegeta, we must feign an equal footing with that giant. We need to buy some time, Krillin advised. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that without Kakarot, I cannot possibly win? Vegeta expressed his dissatisfaction with Krillin's words. That is not what I meant. I simply believe that having Goku here would ensure greater safety, Krillin hastily explained, recognizing that this was not the time for internal conflict. As the strongest Earthling, he understood the gravity of their situation. What are you all discussing? If those two youngsters wish to assist, they may join us. Come forth, like him urged, eyeing Vegeta as he prepared to confront them. Enough with the chatter. It's time for me to engage in battle, Vegeta declared. Hey, you can't touch those two. They are our Jisoo, Riquelme protested upon overhearing the plan to confront Gohan and Krillin. Jinyu Force. Riquelme exclaimed theatrically, striking an exaggerated pose, balancing on one leg. His body was taut and parallel to the ground, while the other leg stood perpendicular. Krillin and Gohan exchanged bewildered glances. Meanwhile, Vegeta concentrated his energy and charged forward in an instant. Before Riquelme could even assess the reading on his scouter, he was struck squarely in the face, blood spewing from his mouth as he was sent flying. What just happened? Vegeta's power level has already reached. How could a Saiyan achieve this? Jisoo was taken aback. It appeared that Vegeta had mastered the control of his power levels, something Jinyu could also manipulate, allowing him to quickly discern Vegeta's situation. I estimate Vegeta's maximum power level to be at least, Jinyu speculated. How could he possibly attain such strength? Bart was equally incredulous at Vegeta's newfound prowess. It's not surprising, considering Vegeta is a prodigious fighter, constantly yearning for combat. His ascendance to this level does not astonish me in the least. This battle promises to be quite exhilarating. It seems I must reveal my true abilities, Jinyu chuckled, as Jinyu conferred with his teammates. The conflict between Vegeta and Riquelme raged on. After sending Riquelme sprawling, Vegeta seized the moment. He accelerated behind Riquelme and delivered a devastating punch that drove him into the ground. Relentless, Vegeta stomped down on Riquelme's abdomen, causing another torrent of blood to erupt from his mouth. As a significant amount of energy gathered in Vegeta's hands, poised to unleash a powerful energy wave that would obliterate Riquelme, Jinyu intervened. With a speed that left Vegeta no chance to resist, Jinyu kicked him away, saving Riquelme. Hey, Riquelme cannot be taken out just yet, otherwise, our battle formation will falter. Allow me to be your opponent now, Jinyu asserted, eyeing the recovering Vegeta. Oh, so you're finally ready to engage? Let me witness the true might of the captain of Frieza's elite forces. Vegeta readied himself for combat. Jinyu glanced at the motionless Riquelme and addressed Bart standing nearby. Hey, Bart, take Riquelme away. Though he isn't dead, he has lost his fighting capability. Shall we handle these two? Jisoo inquired, hearing his captain's command. Do as you wish, just ensure you do not interfere with my battle against Vegeta. Goku will arrive on Namek in 5 minutes. The speed of updates on the Xiaoku Chinese network is unparalleled across the internet. In Chapter 47, Krillin cleverly distracts the Jinyu force while Nairu has accepted the Elder's command to assist Gohan and his companions. However, he has turned back midway. For an ominous feeling grips him, an intuition that someone aims to harm the Elder. Earthlings, I beseech your understanding. My foremost duty is to safeguard the Elder. Nairu muses. Let us momentarily set aside Nairu and turn our attention back to the battle between Gohan's group and the Jinyu force. Krillin, your task is to divert the attention of one of them while I exert my utmost to deal with the other, Gohan proposes to Krillin. Understood, Krillin replies affirmatively. All right, Bart, the moment has arrived. That little brat is mine, Jaisus declares. Very well, I shall utilize my unparalleled cosmic speed to eliminate that bald-headed kid. Then join you in confronting the other, Bart concurs with Jaisus. They are acutely aware that Gohan possesses the ability to control his combat power, having just unleashed a surge. Who knows if in the next moment his power might surpass theirs. Let the invincible Ginyu Force teach them a lesson. They strike a pose and shout in unison, preparing for action. With that, they soar into the air, targeting their respective foes. This turn of events aligns perfectly with Gohan and Krillin's intentions. Now, all they need is for Krillin to endure until Gohan can defeat Jaisus. Listen, the Ginyu Force is not to be trifled with. Jaisus approaches Gohan but refrains from attacking immediately, uncertain of Gohan's true combat capabilities and intending to probe first. However, Gohan does not adhere to the rules of engagement. Before Jaisus can finish speaking, a direct punch connects with Jaisus's face, sending him crashing to the ground, though Gohan refrains from using excessive force out of a sense of fairness. "You scoundrel!" Jaisus exclaims, clutching his bleeding nose. "My apologies, I couldn't hold back." Gohan scratches his head sheepishly. "Enough of your prattle," Jaisus retorts, launching a flying kick toward Gohan. Unfazed, Gohan sidesteps effortlessly and counters with a kick that sends Jaisus flying. On the other hand, Krillin finds himself in a less favorable position. "Kid, prepare to witness the terror of the Ginyu Force," Bart declares as he charges forward. Wait. Krillin urgently calls out as he sees Bart preparing to attack. "What is it? Is there something wrong?" Bart, ever obedient, halts and inquires. Unwilling to engage the Ginyu Force head-on, Krillin seeks to buy time. "Don't you wish to learn some information about the Dragon Balls?" he thinks, hoping to lure them in with tidbits about the Dragon Balls. "Humph. Once we deal with you, we will find our own way," Bart responds, yet he still pauses, ready to hear what Krillin has to say. "Do you truly understand how to utilize the Dragon Balls?" Krillin inquired, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. "Utilize? Is it not simply a matter of gathering all 7? Bardock responded, equally perplexed. "Certainly not. To wield the Dragon Balls, one must possess the appropriate incantations, location, and arrangement." Krillin continued, fabricating details to mislead them. "What? I had no idea such complexities existed." "I am truly grateful," Bardock expressed his appreciation. Even Ginyu, who was engaged in combat with Vegeta, found his attention drawn to Krillin's dialogue. Moreover, if the creator of the Dragon Balls perishes, their powers will also be rendered ineffective. Krillin elaborated, sharing information that seemed advantageous to them. "Damn it, we must notify Lord Frieza," Bardock declared. "No need. I've already heard. When you encounter those Namekians, do not kill them," Frieza's voice echoed from the power-level scouter. "I have certainly gleaned a wealth of knowledge from you. As a token of gratitude, I will." Bardock was abruptly interrupted as Gohan struck him with an energy blast. What is happening? Where's Ginyu?" Bardock exclaimed, astonished as he glanced at the approaching Gohan. "That white-haired fellow. I've already dealt with him," Gohan replied. 2 minutes earlier, after Gohan had sent Ginyu flying with a kick, he wasted no time and unleashed a surge of energy. His combat power, having been honed over the past few days alongside Vegeta's training, had reached new heights. Capitalizing on the significant disparity in power, he intercepted Ginyu mid-flight, landing a decisive blow to Jinyu's ribs. With a single strike, several of Jinyu's ribs shattered, and he expelled blood and internal organs in a gruesome display. The Saiyan blood coursing through Gohan's veins would not allow him to squander this opportunity. After a brief moment of gathering energy, he unleashed a devastating attack that obliterated Ginyu, then hastened to Krillin's side, sending Bardock retreating with an energy blast. "Haha, Gohan. You've finally arrived," Krillin exclaimed, his spirits lifted at Gohan's arrival. "Damn it, you dare to deceive me," Bardock shouted in anger. "Do not speak so. I have provided you with plenty of information regarding the Dragon Balls," Krillin hastily countered, reminding them that the information had its value, though he silently acknowledged that he had embellished some details. "Uncle Krillin, I believe it's time to conclude this battle. I see that Mr. Vegeta is nearing his limit," Gohan remarked, glancing at Vegeta, who was being overwhelmed by Ginyu. "Indeed, we should hurry to assist Vegeta," Krillin agreed, turning to follow. "Do not underestimate me. I possess the fastest speed in the universe," Bardock shouted as he charged forward. It must be noted that Bardock's speed was indeed impressive. Although there was a considerable gap in their combat powers, he was not at all slower than Gohan. Gohan, surprised to find an opponent whose speed matched his own, prepared for the ensuing confrontation. "Who are you exactly?" Bart inquired. "I am Gohan, a Saiyan with half-Earthling blood," he replied. "Impossible. How could a Saiyan possess such speed?" Bart was utterly incredulous. After all, there was already a formidable warrior, Vegeta, who surpassed them in power. He never anticipated that Saiyans could be this powerful, let alone two of them. Perhaps it is due to my rigorous training, Gohan responded. As for me, I am a Vegeta that goes unnoticed. I must say, it is quite impressive that you can stand here and battle me, Jinyu remarked, gazing at Vegeta. Enough chatter. We Saiyans are a race of warriors. We are the mightiest fighters in the universe, and I am the strongest among them, Vegeta declared, pointing to himself. Haha. Let me witness the prowess of this so-called strongest warrior in the universe. Jinyu assumed a combat stance. Chapter 48. Goku arrives on Namek. Don't underestimate the Jinyu force, Bart exclaimed as he charged forward, engaging Gohan in combat. Don't think my speed is all I possess. Feel my power, Bart shouted. Krillin, observing the fierce clash, felt helpless as both fighters moved with such agility that finding an opening seemed impossible. Seizing an opportunity when Bart's attack missed, Gohan delivered a kick that sent Bart flying. In an instant, a gaping hole tore through Bart's battle suit, and Gohan capitalized on the moment, delivering a kick that broke Bart's neck. At this juncture, the Jinyu force was left with only the severely weakened Rikuum, aside from Jinyu, who continued to pummel Vegeta. After exchanging words, the two remained vigilant, analyzing each other's movements for vulnerabilities. Time progressed to when Vegeta and Jinyu commenced their battle. When Jinyu heard Krillin mention the Dragon Balls, his attention was momentarily diverted. Vegeta, a super warrior who had clawed his way from a sea of corpses, immediately recognized this rare opportunity. He launched a flying kick at Jinyu. Caught off guard, Jinyu was struck and sent flying, prompting Vegeta to pursue him. However, to Vegeta's surprise, Jinyu swiftly regained his composure as he was being chased, clearly revealing this vulnerability intentionally. Jinyu retaliated with an elbow strike directed at Vegeta, landing a solid hit. Vegeta hastily controlled his descent, and as he landed, Jinyu appeared behind him, executing a hand strike. Vegeta sensed Jinyu's energy and crouched just in time to evade, quickly pivoting to deliver a side kick. Jinyu, effortlessly dodging, engaged Vegeta in close-quarters combat, and the battle intensified. Jinyu had been overwhelming Vegeta with relentless force, and after a brief exchange, they quickly separated, leaping away from one another. How could that guy be so strong? Vegeta muttered, wiping the blood that trickled from the corner of his mouth. You possess commendable skill, but alas, you are no match for me. Had you not betrayed Lord Frieza, you could have joined the Jinyu force, Jinyu remarked, eyeing Vegeta with a smirk. Do not underestimate me. I will soon defeat you, Vegeta retorted through clenched teeth. Humph. Such bravado. It is the first time I have heard such words directed at me. Do not be so arrogant. Soon, you will be unable to rise again. My battle power can still increase, Jinyu declared, channeling more energy into himself. Was that not his full strength just now? Vegeta pondered, feeling Jinyu's power surging unexpectedly. Jinyu, having gathered his energy, launched a powerful energy sphere towards Vegeta. Sensing the impending danger, Vegeta hastily dodged, and when the dust settled, a gaping, bottomless pit marred the ground where he had stood. Seizing the opportunity, Jinyu reappeared beside Vegeta, ready to finish him off with another energy blast, when suddenly, a beam shot through the air. It was Gohan, who had freed himself and unleashed his special beam cannon. Although Jinyu attempted to evade, the attack grazed his shoulder. How could you, brat, be here? Jinyu exclaimed, his fury directed at the suddenly emerging Gohan. Vegeta had also been pulled away by Krillin, narrowly avoiding Jinyu's blast. Stay out of this, you fool. Instead of wasting time saving me, you should attack him. Vegeta snapped at Krillin. Jinyu's attack had struck the ground, obliterating the surface and creating an irregular crater, leaving Krillin in astonishment at the devastation. The scene shifted back to Gohan. You were right. The one with blue skin and white hair has been dealt with. Now, only you remain, Gohan responded to Jinyu's inquiry. Damn it. It's just me and Rikuum left now. Our formation is ruined, and we can no longer display the might of the Jinyu force. Jinyu exclaimed incredulously. Humph. You wretched fiend. I will not let you go unpunished. Jinyu's face contorted with rage, his teeth gritted and eyes bloodshot, embodying every word that conveyed fury. At that moment, Vegeta re-entered the battlefield. Hey, Mr. Vegeta, let us join forces. For now, let us not focus on defeating him. We at least need to hold out until my father arrives, Gohan suggested to Vegeta. This time, Vegeta refrained from offering a rebuttal through the recent battle. He had come to comprehend the disparity between himself and Jinyu. What can the two of you possibly achieve? Do you genuinely believe that you can confront me with just the two of you? I intend to send both of you to join Jisoo in the afterlife, Jinyu remarked, casting a dismissive glance at Krillin, whose combat power was so feeble that Jinyu scarcely regarded him as a threat. Alas, poor Krillin, whose strength had become so inadequate. Thus, the two engaged in combat with Jinyu. In the exchanges of fists and kicks, despite Gohan and Krillin's teamwork, honed over several days of training, their attacks were systematically neutralized by Jinyu, who seized every opportunity to counterattack. The injuries sustained by the two escalated, rendering their situation even more dire than when Vegeta had fought Jinyu alone. It was evident that Jinyu, wielding his full power, was beyond what the two could withstand. In just a few brief encounters, Gohan was sent crashing to the ground, clearly gravely injured. Vegeta fared little better, having taken a direct hit from Jinyu's energy blast at close range, leaving him in a pitiable state. Both appeared on the verge of collapse. Just then, a spaceship suddenly descended, capturing Jinyu's attention. Goku had finally arrived on Namek. Oh, another spaceship? Jinyu pondered, perplexed by the vessel that had just landed. Meanwhile, on Frieza's side, he had been monitoring the situation through a combat power detector since the Jinyu Force's departure. His intent was twofold: to ascertain the specifics of the Dragon Ball's whereabouts, and to pass the time. Upon hearing Krillin's remarks about the Dragon Balls, he hesitated momentarily. Yet, he suddenly recalled the words of the Namekian when he had seized the second Dragon Ball. Even if you gather all the Dragon Balls, your wish cannot be granted. It must be so. There is undoubtedly a secret code that only the Namekians know, Frieza bellowed in a sudden rage. What could it be? A password? A location? Or perhaps the sequence of the Dragon Balls? He needed to interrogate the Namekians, ensuring that the Dragon Ball creator remained unharmed. Frieza quickly regained his composure, contemplating his next course of action. However, they had nearly exterminated all the Namekians. He could only hope that the Dragon Ball creator was still alive. Frieza began to adjust the combat power detector, aiming to locate one or two surviving Namekians to inquire about the usage of the Dragon Balls. As for whether he could obtain the Dragon Balls, Frieza had never doubted it, especially since he had dispatched the Jinyu Force. In Frieza's mind, there was no task that the Jinyu Force could not accomplish. Their previous achievements served as irrefutable evidence. It appears that there are still two Namekians alive in this area. How delightful. We have yet to attack there. Before long, Frieza discovered the Grand Elder's location and burst into laughter. He then boarded his infant-like spacecraft and set off towards the Grand Elder. The most terrifying event had finally transpired. Frieza had located the Grand Elder and was swiftly approaching his destination. I am but an inconspicuous Goku. At last, you have arrived. Krillin, upon seeing the large logo of the Universal Capsule Corporation on the spaceship, sighed in relief. Landing. We have arrived at Namek. The spaceship suddenly emitted a notification sound, followed by the slow opening of the hatch, revealing the figure of Son Goku. We must find those three immediately. I hope Krillin, Gohan, and Bulma are all safe. Goku remarked as he surveyed his surroundings. There are people over there, and also here. What is happening? It feels like there is a malevolent aura surrounding us. Goku sensed the atmosphere and continued, It's Gohan. And Krillin, what is going on? Noticing Gohan's unstable energy, he thought, The ominous energy is gathering over there. After carefully locating Krillin and Gohan's energies, he quickly pinpointed their whereabouts. Hang in there, I'm coming. Allow me to demonstrate the fruits of my training under 100 times gravity. With that declaration, Gohan soared into the air, rapidly heading towards the battlefield. Goku's speed was astonishing, and in an instant, he arrived at the scene, positioning himself beneath Jinyu. Kakarot, you have finally arrived. Vegeta, now significantly wounded, had been the primary target of Jinyu's attention, unlike Gohan, who had been struck down to allow Jinyu to unleash his fury upon Vegeta. Thus, Gohan's injuries were not severe. With a few days of rest, he would recover. If his combat power remained unaffected, he would heal in mere hours. Should he utilize the healing chamber of Frieza's army, his wounds could be mended in minutes. Krillin, on the other hand, had suffered no harm. The Jinyu Force had paid him no mind whatsoever. What are you doing? Are you allied with Vegeta and the others? Jinyu inquired of Goku, secretly reflecting on the speed at which Goku had approached, recognizing him as a formidable adversary. Observing Goku advancing towards the others, Jinyu did not intervene. He was eager for a proper confrontation with Goku. Dad, you finally come. Quickly help us defeat this guy. He is far too powerful. and even with Vegeta and me working together, we cannot overcome him. Gohan exclaimed. I brought some Senzu beans. Here, Gohan, Goku said, producing a bean. No, my injuries are trivial. A bit of rest is all I need. There is no need to waste Senzu beans at this moment, Gohan replied. Huh, Vegeta is also gravely wounded? Goku turned to see the injured Vegeta. Wukong, you have finally arrived. How many Senzu beans do we have left? At this moment, Krillin also rushed over. There are 3 remaining, Sun Wukong replied as he glanced into the bag. How could it be that even Vegeta is gravely injured? Shouldn't they be on the same side? Sun Wukong expressed his confusion. That was the case before. But Krillin had not finished his sentence when he was interrupted by Sun Wukong. All right, let me feel your head, he said, placing his hand on Krillin's bald head. Huh, what is that for? Am I burning up? Krillin asked in puzzlement. Then, a miraculous scene unfolded, though I suspect it was due to the artist's laziness. In an instant, Sun Wukong grasped the entirety of the situation. Oh, I see now. Bulma is safe, and your powers have both increased. I am aware of the situation regarding Vegeta and Frieza, Sun Wukong stated. No way. How could you possibly know that? Krillin exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing Sun Wukong's words. How could he know the details without having been told? When did you acquire such abilities? Krillin inquired hastily. Huh. Just by touching your head, I know everything. Although Vegeta is quite fierce, he still assisted you. Sun Wukong said as he pulled out a Senzu bean and tossed it to Vegeta. Vegeta, catch. With a resounding clap, Vegeta securely caught the bean. Gazing at it in bewilderment. Eat it, Sun Wukong urged. Gohan and Krillin did not attempt to dissuade him from this action. After a brief moment of silence, Vegeta consumed the Senzu bean. In the very next instant, his injuries and stamina were instantly restored. It seems my strength has returned. Vegeta marveled at his own body. What is going on? Wasn't he that guy just severely wounded? How is this possible? Jinyu, witnessing this, was equally astonished. All right, now let the 4 of us join forces to defeat him, Krillin exclaimed with enthusiasm. No, I will handle this guy on my own, Sun Wukong declared as he strode boldly towards Jinyu. You intend to take him on alone? Krillin shouted in disbelief. Just moments ago, even Vegeta and Gohan working together were unable to contend with Jinyu. Are you finished talking? Since you wish to face me one-on-one, I shall grant your request, Jinyu said, eyeing the approaching Sun Wukong. What is he planning? Is he out of his mind, thinking he can win? Krillin fretted anxiously. Uncle Krillin, trust my father. He will surely defeat that guy, Gohan reassured Krillin. Unbelievable, Kakarot remains calm. Could it be that he is unaware of the enemy's strength? Vegeta observed Sun Wukong, sensing not a trace of hostility. In the next moment, Vegeta's expression shifted. Could it be that Vegeta struggled to articulate his thoughts? If only it is utterly impossible. Vegeta declared resolutely, Kakarot is merely a lowly warrior and can never become the legendary Super Saiyan. According to the legend, a Super Saiyan is born once every 1,000 years. Someone who can surpass the barriers of a genius warrior. If this legend holds any truth, then only I am worthy of becoming a Super Saiyan, Vegeta mused to himself. Let me witness the true extent of Kakarot's strength through my battle with Jinyu. Vegeta fixed his gaze intently on Son Goku. Interesting. It seems you may be even more formidable than Vegeta, Jinyu remarked. I believe Vegeta is now on par with me. A Saiyan's strength multiplies upon recovering from the brink of death, Son Goku stated confidently. You are aware of that, Vegeta retorted. Vegeta, do not interfere with my battle against him, Son Goku instructed. TCH, do you think I would assist you? Vegeta scoffed. Then found a spot to sit and prepare to watch the duel unfold. Jinyu seized the initiative, launching a ki blast as a probing attack. Although it was a mere test, its power was not to be underestimated. Son Goku quickly dodged and maneuvered behind Jinyu, delivering a kick aimed at Jinyu's head. Jinyu, however, was undeterred and effortlessly evaded Goku's strike, countering with a swift downward chop. The two engaged in a fierce exchange. Suddenly, Jinyu took to the skies, prompting Son Goku to pursue him, swiftly overtaking Jinyu in an instant. Damn, his speed surpasses mine, Jinyu exclaimed in astonishment, positioning himself above Jinyu. Son Goku executed a downward strike, his heel colliding with Jinyu's head, resulting in a resounding thud as Jinyu crashed to the ground. Vegeta, observing their clash, was taken aback by Son Goku's prowess. His strength indeed exceeds that of a typical Saiyan. Compared to when we were on Earth, he appears to be an entirely different individual. How has he trained? Could the legend be true? Has he already transformed into a Super Saiyan? Vegeta found himself voicing his thoughts aloud. Mr. Vegeta, my father has not yet become a Super Saiyan, Goten interjected. From what I understand, a Super Saiyan is a transformation akin to becoming a giant ape. Hearing this, Goten aimed to enlighten Vegeta, wishing to prevent him from feeling disheartened. Indeed, he has not yet achieved the Super Saiyan form. Even though his power has increased, he cannot defeat Frieza unless he becomes a Super Saiyan. You cannot begin to fathom the terror that Frieza embodies, Goten added. Vegeta felt a surge of excitement upon hearing that Son Goku had not yet attained the Super Saiyan form. He dismissed the source of Goten's information and the validity of its content to know that Son Goku was still not a Super Saiyan. I am not boasting. I can see that Goku's battle power has significantly increased. He is indeed very strong. Does that mean there is still no hope for victory in the battle against Frieza? Krillin listened to Vegeta's words, perplexed. In his view, Goku was already incredibly strong, and together, they should be able to confront any adversary. Indeed, if you wish to engage him in battle, prepare for death. The combat prowess of Frieza is beyond your imagination, Vegeta stated, not to belittle Krillin, but rather to convey a harsh truth. You are exaggerating too much. Goku just defeated that Jinyu without any resistance. You witnessed it. I refuse to believe anyone can defeat Son Goku, Krillin replied. Just wait and see. Once you experience the terror of Frieza, you will understand, Vegeta retorted. At that moment, Jinyu rose from the ground. You have yet to unleash your true abilities. You must be saving them for your duel with King Frieza, right? Do not underestimate me. Show your true skills and fight seriously. Jinyu challenged Goku. Very well, I shall demonstrate my power, Goku replied, eager to engage in a serious battle. Wise decision. Otherwise, you would meet a grim fate, Jinyu exclaimed with excitement. Carefully observe your power level meter and see how formidable my strength is, Goku declared to Jinyu. I estimate your power level should peak around this, Jinyu mused, based on their recent encounter. Kaioken. Goku silently invoked, then unleashed the Kaioken technique. In an instant, a formidable aura erupted around Goku. Jinyu watched the numbers on the power level meter, and slowly, the smile faded from his lips, replaced by a look of seriousness. Impossible? It's still rising. At this moment, Jinyu's expression transformed into sheer astonishment. It's still increasing. My heavens, 16, 17. As he gazed at the final reading on the power level meter, Jinyu was rendered speechless by shock. Incredible. Is this your true strength? Jinyu inquired. Damn. How can Kakarot possess such power? Vegeta, sensing the overwhelming energy radiating from Goku, was equally astonished into silence. To be honest, my instantaneous power is even greater than this. Goku revealed another shocking truth. What did you just say? Jinyu was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that you are a Super Saiyan? Jinyu exclaimed incredulously. Damn. To reach such strength and not even be a Super Saiyan. Just how powerful is a Super Saiyan? Vegeta was equally astounded. I am a being that goes unnoticed, Frieza. Meanwhile, was still on his journey and had caught sight of the location of the Grand Elder's peak. He chuckled, saying there it is. Super Saiyan. What is that? I have no idea what you are talking about, Goku said. How can this be happening? Are you truly the legendary Super Saiyan that even King Frieza fears? Jinyu exclaimed. Thus, you cannot possibly defeat me. I have no desire to expend my energy. You should depart from this planet, stated Goku. It appeared that Kakarot had indeed not attained the form of a Super Saiyan, and upon hearing Goku's words, Vegeta felt a sense of relief. The Super Saiyan is said to be the coldest warrior in legend, lacking the compassion that Goku displayed. What did you say? Are you serious? Jinyu was bewildered by Goku's statement, unable to fathom why Goku would spare him. Indeed, I do not wish to unjustly take innocent lives, Goku affirmed. Not wishing to unjustly take lives, not wanting to squander energy, the Super Saiyan is the most combative warrior in the universe. Hearing Goku's words, Jinyu regained his composure. It seems you are not a Super Saiyan, nor can you ever become one, he concluded, feeling relieved that Goku was not the fabled Super Saiyan. However, you are indeed stronger than I, and by a significant margin, Jinyu then uttered something perplexing. I am but a being of no consequence. Indeed, there were still 3 surviving Namekians, but why was one of their power levels so low? That cannot be a Namekian, Frieza remarked. It seems someone has discovered us. They are drawing nearer, Naru sensed as Frieza approached. At that moment, the Grand Elder unlocked Dandy's potential. Young Dandy gazed in astonishment at his newfound power. Dandy, go. The Earthlings require your assistance. I have awakened your strength. You will soon be able to fly there, the Grand Elder instructed. And what about me? Bulma quickly inquired. However, Dandy appeared to wish to say more, but was abruptly interrupted by the Grand Elder. Hurry, take this Earth Girl with you. Very well, Grand Elder. You must not perish. Dandy exclaimed before soaring off with Bulma. How could I die? Will I be killed, or will I pass peacefully? The Grand Elder spoke calmly, seemingly unconcerned about his own demise. Frieza observed Dandy and Bulma as they flew away, disregarding them entirely. There is no need to concern ourselves with them. They are merely a child and a useless woman. I must focus on my grand endeavor, Frieza declared as he arrived at the Grand Elder's residence. Who are you? Nara stepped out of the house, regarding Frieza. I am Frieza, and I have been gathering the Dragon Balls in hopes of fulfilling my wish. I am close to collecting them all, but I have heard that a specific method is required to realize a wish. Frieza spoke with an air of politeness. I have come to inquire how to use the Dragon Balls to achieve my desire. Leave at once. Evil beings do not deserve to know, Nara replied. You should reconsider. I am aware that there are two individuals here, and I can ask either of them, Frieza threatened, before the conflict ensues. Allow me to share an important revelation. The other individual within this abode is the Grand Elder of Namek, the very creator of the Dragon Balls, as stated by Nail. The Grand Elder? He is indeed the creator of the Dragon Balls. Frieza expressed his astonishment, taken aback by the discovery of the Dragon Ball's architect. Nail harbored the hope that by revealing this information, Frieza would refrain from harming the Grand Elder. Once again, I hear the same words. It seems this news bears truth. Frieza contemplated. He then unleashed a beam from his eyes, penetrating the ceiling to unveil the Grand Elder's figure. You appear to speak the truth. He is indeed unlike the other Namekians, Frieza remarked, gazing at the noticeably larger Grand Elder. Grand Elder, I presume you will not divulge the methods of utilizing the Dragon Balls. Yet, you cannot simply stand by and allow him to perish. Frieza directed his words toward the Grand Elder, evidently alluding to Nail. Nail was not to be trifled with. He was the sole combat-ready Namekian. Unlike the other Namekians who suffered at your hands, the Grand Elder asserted. His statement underscored the rarity, yet formidable strength of combat-type Namekians. Are you truly not inclined to share? Frieza inquired once more. Nail, do your utmost to stall for time, the Grand Elder instructed, disregarding Frieza's inquiry and instead commanding Nail. Understood, Nail responded without hesitation. Very well, since you insist on withholding information, I shall demonstrate the most terrifying power in the universe. Frieza proclaimed. Nail began to ascend slowly, seemingly bracing himself for a confrontation with Frieza. Ha ha ha, fool. You truly intend to engage me in battle? How impatient you are. Frieza laughed heartily. Humph. I shall soon compel you to willingly divulge the methods of the Dragon Balls. You will regret not telling me sooner. Frieza retorted with a scoff, proceeding to speak leisurely. You should be aware that the Grand Elder's life is nearing its end. Engaging in battle here would be detrimental to you should he be harmed. Let us find another location for our duel, Nail responded, ignoring Frieza's words, focusing instead on how to safeguard the Grand Elder. Humph. A different location would yield the same outcome, Frieza mused, realizing the validity of Nail's assertion. He, too, did not wish for the Grand Elder to perish at this moment. So relocating seemed prudent, as it would not alter the eventual results. With that, the two took to the skies, heading toward the mountains below. Please, Nail. You must hold on until we reach the Earthlings, the Grand Elder sighed, recognizing that the fate of Namek now rested in their hands. Thus, Frieza followed Nail as they soared through the air, with Nail showing no inclination to halt. The further they ventured from the Grand Elder, the safer he would be. Moreover, this approach allows for a judicious delay of time. He had not forgotten the Elder's command, and even in its absence, he felt a responsibility towards Dandy. How much further must we traverse? Frieza, having flown such a distance, could no longer contain his impatience. Upon hearing Frieza's words, Naru acknowledged that the time for delay had passed, opting instead to descend towards the ground, with Frieza closely following suit. To his surprise, there were still many who sought their own demise, Frieza remarked to Naru. At that moment, Naru discarded his upper garment and began to gather energy, revealing his most formidable state. He understood the vast disparity in power between himself and Frieza. Without showcasing his true abilities, it would be impossible to hold him at bay. Frieza, now observing the combat power tester, expressed astonishment, noting the impressive reading. This further illustrated the extraordinary talent of his fellow combat-type Namekian, Piccolo, especially considering Piccolo's lineage as a Dragon Clan member. After all, Naru had not been hailed a genius by the Elder, yet he possessed notable combat prowess. If Piccolo were not separated from the deity, it was conservatively estimated that even Frieza in his third form would stand no chance against him, let alone against the likes of Buu and Vegeta. You are indeed unlike other Namekians, possessing considerable combat strength. You would make an excellent addition to my ranks, Frieza declared, unable to resist the temptation to recruit Naru, recognizing the unique talent he presented, worthy of joining the Ginyu Force. Let me share my combat power with you. Consider it carefully. My combat power is, but fear not, I shall not exert my full strength against you, Frieza contemplated, intending to subdue Naru through the display of his might, aiming to incorporate him into his Frieza Force, a rare asset indeed. Naru was momentarily taken aback by this proclamation. Very well, I shall engage you using only my left hand. What do you say? Frieza suggested, extending his left hand. Infuriated, Naru, as a combat-type Namekian, perceived Frieza's offer not as kindness, but as an affront. If it were me, I would have shouted in response, what a splendid opportunity. Without hesitation, Naru charged at Frieza, delivering a knife-hand strike aimed at Frieza's neck. Yet, Frieza remained unfazed, taking the blow head-on, merely twisting his neck slightly, rendering the attack utterly ineffective. Seeing his furious strike yield no results, Naru's astonishment grew. Indeed, Frieza's combat prowess was unparalleled. Frieza, carefully assessing Naru's assault, remarked, your strength is truly remarkable. With a speed that left Naru unable to react, Frieza seized his arm with a firm grip. A slight increase in Frieza's strength instantly contorted Naru's expression into one of agony. As Frieza continued to apply pressure, Naru let out a pained scream. With a sudden jerk, Frieza snapped half of Naru's arm, holding the severed limb triumphantly in his hand. Naru clutched his broken arm, howling in despair, yet Frieza paid no heed. With a swift elbow strike, he sent Naru crashing to the ground. Ah, my apologies for breaking your arm, Frieza remarked with a hint of amusement. Now, wouldn't it be wise to cooperate? You should hasten to reveal the method for using the Dragon Balls, or else I shall end your life. He taunted as he watched Naru struggle to rise. Ignoring Frieza's threats, Naru raised his arm, anguish etched across his face. Suddenly, with a pop, and to Frieza's astonishment, Naru's severed arm regenerated. Though his arm had returned, the exertion had drained him significantly, leaving Naru gasping for breath, uncertain if it was pain or fatigue that plagued him. Ah, so you possess the ability to regenerate, Frieza observed with intrigue. However, even with your arm restored, your power has diminished greatly due to the immense energy expenditure. Frieza, seasoned from numerous battles, quickly discerned the flaw in this ability. Knowing you cannot defeat me, why do you persist? I fail to comprehend your reasoning, he questioned Naru, perplexed. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta were still locked in confrontation high above. Why aren't you making a move? Goku inquired of Ginyu. Because you are exceedingly strong. Your battle power far exceeds my own, Ginyu replied with a hearty laugh. The scene shifted to Gohan, who, as Goku unleashed the Kaioken, had left the battlefield to assist the incapacitated Ginyu, lifting him and soaring back. What are you doing with that guy? Krillin asked, noticing that Gohan, due to his height, was dragging Ginyu along the ground. You'll find out shortly. He is of great use, Gohan teased, withholding immediate answers. Vegeta merely cast a glance in their direction before returning his attention to the battle between Goku and Ginyu. What are you laughing at? Goku queried, confused by Jinyu's amusement. Ginyu, discarding his scouter, suddenly delivered a brutal punch to his own chest, blood gushing forth. What is he doing? Goku gasped in shock, unable to fathom the spectacle before him. Though you may not yet be a Super Saiyan, I admire your robust physique, Ginyu declared, his words laden with ambiguity. Admire my body? Goku shuddered at the implication. Change bodies. With a resounding shout, Ginyu unleashed a beam of light that surged forth from his body. Just as it seemed poised to strike Goku, Gohan unexpectedly hurled Riku's body into its path. Following a cloud of smoke, Jinyu's form crashed heavily to the ground, while Riku, who should have been rendered unconscious, floated gracefully in midair just before impact. How infuriating! How could this happen? Exclaimed the revived Riku, blood spilling from his mouth. Confusion swept over the onlookers. How could Ginyu suddenly be incapacitated? How had Riku regained consciousness? Allow me to elucidate, Gohan interjected. Jinyu possesses the ability to swap bodies. If he had succeeded just now, Father, your body would have been his. How dare you uncover my secret? The new Jinyu retorted incredulously. So that's why you brought that massive creature over here, Krillin realized with dawning comprehension. Wait, Gohan, how did you know? Never mind. It's not important. Gohan sighed in relief as Goku ceased to dwell on the matter. Very well, since it has come to this, you may leave, Goku said, turning to fly towards Gohan and the others. However, Vegeta suddenly intervened, swiftly delivering a kick that snapped Riku's neck, which was now inhabited by Jinyu's essence. Another energy blast obliterated Jinyu's original form. The system's voice echoed abruptly after Jinyu and Riku fell to their demise at Vegeta's hands. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Reward points awarded. 5,000 points for defeating Geese. 5,000 points for defeating Buddha. Wow, that's a considerable amount of points, Gohan mused, feeling a surge of excitement. Currently, Gohan held points in his possession. I can't quite recall the exact amount. Perhaps you all could verify for me. Let me think. I have 2 Sensibines. And my father also has 2, so that makes 4. For now, I should be fine, but it's always prudent to have a few extras, he pondered thoughtfully. After careful consideration, Gohan decided to spend his points to exchange for 4 Sensibines, followed by a tenfold draw from the system. After all, the items obtainable from the system were often quite valuable. With a mere thought, the 4 Senzu beans materialized in his system backpack. Previously, it had been stated that only items procured from the system could be stored there. He then transferred all 6 Senzu beans into his watch for convenient access in emergencies. The tenfold draw differed from a single draw. The latter involved smashing open a jar, whereas the former revealed a flower pot from which 10 items gracefully emerged. Let us see what treasures await, Gohan said, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. The items this time are all introduced below, unlike before, where Son Gohan had to guess or inquire about them from the system, which is incredibly convenient. The first item is a cylindrical object, and he looks at the description below. Air cannon, from the world of Doraemon, is a commonly used tool that, when worn on the hand and shouted bang, releases an invisible air pressure attack on enemies, capable of instantly stunning an adult. Wow, this is quite impressive. It can be used in daily life, with considerable power, and without revealing one's true abilities. Son Gohan is thoroughly satisfied with this tool. Next, he gazes at the second item, which is a bottle filled with a strange purple liquid, completely unidentifiable from its exterior. Night Vision Potion, from the game Minecraft, allows one to see objects clearly in the dark. Note, can be turned on or off at will, with no time limit. Well, today is quite fortunate. Drawing 2 excellent items in succession, the Night Vision Potion is indeed a valuable find. Son Gohan exclaimed in astonishment. He then turns his attention to the third item, which is a pair of glasses, and looks at the description. Glowing glasses, from the world of Detective Conan. Conan's glasses, but they serve no purpose other than glowing. Huh, I knew it. I am quite content, Son Gohan thought, feeling utterly unfazed. Next is the fourth item, which surprisingly is a skirt. What on earth is a skirt doing here? He then directs his gaze to the item description. Anti-gravity skirt, found in various worlds, can defy the laws of gravity to change the direction of the skirt, preventing young ladies from any wardrobe malfunctions. The fifth item is a lollipop. Lollipop. From the world of Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf, it is Lazy Goat's lollipop. Although it is not Lazy Goat's most treasured lollipop, it is still one of his collectibles, which he adores. Son Gohan is now at a loss for words. The sixth item is a large box. But when Son Gohan sees the description, it brings him great joy. Currency from the Dragon Ball world on Earth, yuan. Let us assume this is similar to renminbi for ease of writing. Money. Now, that is something truly useful and very practical, Son Gohan thought with delight. The seventh item is a shovel. Magical shovel, from the game Plants vs. Zombies, has a peculiar counter effect on plants, able to remove them in an instant. Let us move on to the next item. The eighth item is a sword. The strongest sword, from the world of Magical Au, crafted by the master blacksmith of Bondastars, capable of cutting through anything. I recall that this thing could break even when cutting a blade of grass. What good is that? Son Gohan thought angrily. Initially, he was quite eager to see a sword, but it turned out to be a mere decorative piece. No, it is even less useful than that. The ninth item is a gun that appears to be quite vibrant. The remarkable firearm, while remarkably ineffective against living entities, astonishingly boasts a high accuracy rate when targeting the inanimate. Originating from the world of Bears Out, the weapon wielded by the bald-headed Chong is capable of discharging BB pellets, exhibiting considerable power sufficient to penetrate wooden boards. It is indeed a commendable artifact, albeit one that stands in conflict with the functionality of the air cannon. Overall, my assessment leads me to conclude that it pales in comparison to the air cannon, as Sun Wukong mused quietly. As he approached the final item, Sun Wukong inhaled deeply, casting his gaze upon his last glimmer of hope. The 10th item was an ethereal, luminous basketball. The basketball experience and innate talent of Shindu Akira, hailing from the world of slam dunk, encapsulates his comprehensive knowledge and skills acquired during his high school years. Upon utilization, you shall emerge as an undeniable basketball prodigy. Shindu Akira, a true basketball savant, once overshadowed Rukawa Kid and maintained an air of composure. In the narrative, the inaugural official basketball match featured a face-off between Shohoku and Renanzan. In the dying moments, Shohoku led Renanzan by a single point. As the Shohoku players relaxed their vigilance and Renanzan's team surrendered hope, Shindu Akira calmly scored a basket, turning the tide in the final seconds. The Zen-like genius, Shindu. This could indeed prove to be a valuable asset, something to cultivate as a hobby, and an opportunity to forge camaraderie with classmates, Sun Wukong reflected. Thus, the 10 draws were complete. Sun Wukong first retrieved the night vision potion, swirling it briefly before consuming it in one swift motion. Quite palatable, with a hint of carrot flavor, he mused. However, currently on Namek, where night does not exist, he found himself unable to ascertain its effects. Next, Sun Wukong produced the ethereal basketball. No sooner had he done so than the ball seamlessly merged into his being. In an instant, a torrent of memories flooded his mind, causing a sudden throbbing discomfort. Techniques for dribbling, diverse shooting abilities, strategies for playing as a swingman, as well as superior organizational skills and a keen sense of the game all converged, transforming him into an exceptional all-around player. What an unpleasant sensation. Could it not be a gentler experience? Sun Wukong muttered to himself. Meanwhile, as Sun Wukong was engaged in his draws, Vegeta and Goku found themselves embroiled in a dispute regarding the Jinyu Force. Vegeta, what are you doing? Goku exclaimed, witnessing Vegeta's lethal actions against two foes. There is no need for mercy against such individuals, Vegeta retorted, still poised to unleash his energy blasts. But they are already on the brink of death. There is no need to resort to such extremes, Goku countered. I detest your childish demeanor. You could have effortlessly eliminated them. Why allow such beings to persist? It seems you possess no hope of becoming a Super Saiyan, Vegeta declared to Goku. Super Saiyan? What is that? Just moments ago, Jinyu mentioned this name again. And Sun Wukong felt a surge of curiosity. The Super Saiyan is a legendary warrior, reputed to be the strongest in the universe, and the very existence that Frieza dreads. Vegeta remarked. Is Frieza truly that formidable? Sun Wukong inquired with palpable excitement. You can hardly fathom the terror that Frieza embodies, Vegeta replied, clearly reluctant to delve further into the subject. Dad, we caught a glimpse from a distance, and he truly is fearsome, Son Gohan and Krillin chimed in unison. Come, I shall escort you to Frieza's spaceship to acquire some equipment and rest, Vegeta proposed. Wait a moment, we must first locate Dandy and Bulma, otherwise we will be unable to utilize the Dragon Balls, Son Gohan interjected. Why can't we use the Dragon Balls? Krillin and Sun Wukong expressed their confusion. It is because the Dragon Balls of Namek can only grant wishes in the Namekian language, and none of us can speak it. We must seek out Dandy and Bulma. Son Gohan elucidated. Vegeta, why not accompany us? Together we can confront Frieza, Sun Wukong urged. Vegeta clenched his teeth, but ultimately remained silent, understanding that survival hinged upon joining forces with Sun Wukong and the others. Thus, the group sensed the energy of Bulma and Dandy and soared toward them. Had I known this would transpire, I should have disclosed the incantation to the Earthlings earlier, the elder contemplated anxiously, feeling his strength waning. Dandy, you must hurry. I cannot endure much longer, he thought with urgency. Before long, the two parties met. Hey, Dandy, Bulma, Krillin exclaimed joyfully upon spotting Dandy. What brings you here? I was just about to search for you, Dandy responded. Oh, and Wukong is here too. What on earth happened? How could you leave me so carelessly? Bulma exclaimed in frustration upon seeing them. Let us set that aside for now. If all goes well, We shall use the Dragon Balls to fulfill our wish. Son Gohan replied. We must hurry. The Elder's time is running short, and Frieza may be on his way, Dandy urged. All right, Vegeta, please lead the way, Krillin said to him. Vegeta snorted disdainfully and took the lead. Bulma mused to herself, reflecting on how she never imagined she would be in the company of such powerful beings, while constantly bickering with Yamcha. She regretted her choice of words. Casting a glance at Vegeta, who was swiftly flying ahead, seemingly oblivious to their conversation. With a sigh, she followed. Before long, they arrived at Frieza's spaceship. We have arrived. We must act quickly. Frieza is about to return. Let us rest briefly, Vegeta instructed the group. A few individuals then performed a brief cleansing, meticulously erasing their injuries and the traces of blood. Allow me to guide you to a new combat uniform, Vegeta declared, gesturing for them to follow. Their civilization appears to be more advanced than that of Earth, Krillin remarked as he observed the equipment aboard the spacecraft. Indeed. I shall see if I can dismantle some components to bring back to Earth for study, Bulma replied. Hurry and change. Don this combat attire, Vegeta said as he presented two brand new uniforms to Krillin and Goku. Curse it, there are no suitable sizes for the new combat suits. Only the older styles are available, Vegeta lamented. What about mine? Gohan inquired anxiously. Wait a moment. First, you must enter a healing pod to recover from your injuries, Vegeta instructed Gohan. Very well, Gohan conceded after considering that some injuries might indeed hinder his combat effectiveness. Fortunately, there were shorter sizes available among them, Vegeta mentioned. Yet you are not particularly tall yourself, Bulma muttered under her breath. However, the strength of those present rendered even the faintest whispers audible during battle. How could Bulma's words escape notice? You. Vegeta flushed crimson at Bulma's remark, momentarily at a loss for a retort. Ha! Vegeta, you are indeed not very tall, Goku exclaimed, laughing heartily. I'll just go see if there's anything worthwhile for me to study. Farewell, everyone, Bulma said hurriedly, sensing the awkwardness. All right, Vegeta, how does one wear this? It's too small, my head fits, but my arms cannot. Krillin quickly diverted the topic, inquiring about the combat attire. Humph, this garment possesses remarkable elasticity. It stretches easily. Even when I transformed into a great ape on Earth, it did not tear. It is quite sturdy, Vegeta replied, clearly eager to move past the previous exchange. Truly, it holds up even when pulled this much, Goku exclaimed, tugging at the fabric in astonishment. Are the gloves and boots made from this material as well? Krillin asked. Indeed. They are remarkably light. One hardly perceives their weight. I had no idea such excellent equipment existed, Krillin and Goku remarked as they donned the combat suits. However, I feel yours allows for greater shoulder mobility, Krillin observed, glancing at Vegeta's uniform. Mine is an older style. It lacks your sizes, Vegeta explained. Look, this attire does not impede shoulder movement at all, Goku said, demonstrating his range of motion. Now, you little rascal, come here and enter the healing pod. You should recover in about 3 minutes, given the severity of your injuries. Vegeta ushered Gohan into a room filled with incomprehensible devices. Although this is an older model of the healing pod, it will suffice for your injuries, which are not overly severe. The heart-shaped one has already been destroyed by me. Vegeta, speaking as he approached the healing chamber, initiated the infusion of the healing liquid. Will he drown? Goku inquired with concern. Must you pose such foolish questions, Kakarot? Vegeta retorted, turning his head away and disregarding Goku's presence. After a brief interlude, Gohan's injuries had completely healed, and he donned the battle attire that Vegeta had prepared for him. Let us take a moment to rest, Goku suggested. Wait a moment, Dad. Let us divide the senzu beans. Don't you have 2 in your possession? Gohan asked. Gohan, do you desire senzu beans? I indeed have 2. Goku replied as he produced the beans. No, I also have a few senzu beans. I will share, Gohan responded, revealing 3 beans. Mr. Vegeta, as the primary combatant. Here are 2 for you. These are the ones that previously restored your health, Gohan said as he handed Vegeta 2 beans. Uncle Krillin, here is 1 for you, which may prove useful in a dire situation, Gohan continued, offering Krillin 1, leaving him with 3 beans remaining. Where did you acquire these senzu beans, Gohan? I recall that Karin did not provide you with any, Goku inquired, puzzled by Gohan's distribution of the beans. These are merely trivial details. No need to dwell on them, Gohan replied. Well, having senzu beans is certainly a positive development, So let us not concern ourselves with their origin, Krillin interjected. Noticing Gohan's reluctance to elaborate, understanding that everyone has their little secrets, Krillin respected Gohan's silence. Very well, since we have gathered all 7 Dragon Balls, let us make a wish. First, let us resurrect Piccolo and the others, Goku declared. At this moment, Naru was gasping for breath, covered in wounds. In stark contrast, Frieza remained composed, not a speck of dust upon him, a clear indication of their disparate conditions. Do not waste your efforts any longer. Your right arm is incapacitated. How could you possibly win? Just divulge the secret of the Dragon Balls, Frieza taunted Naru. Unbeknownst to Frieza, his elite squad, the Jinyu force, had been utterly decimated, and he mistakenly believed that Jinyu had successfully secured the Dragon Balls and awaited his return to fulfill wishes. Undeterred by Frieza's taunts, Naru summoned the last vestiges of his strength and unleashed a powerful energy wave. With a thunderous boom, dust erupted, embodying the law of smoke and mirrors. As the dust settled, Frieza reappeared before Naru and scathed. Naru was left speechless, astonished by the outcome. Was that your final effort? I have already told you it is futile. I simply cannot comprehend why, faced with an inevitable demise, you still refuse to surrender. Frieza gazed coldly at Naru and said, Are you seeking vengeance for your friend, or merely acting on impulse? As he spoke, Frieza slowly ascended, hovering in front of Naru, turning his back to him. Suddenly, Frieza unleashed a punch that struck Naru squarely in the face, causing him to collapse to the ground, clutching his face in agony. I shall warn you one last time. Quickly divulge the method to summon the Dragon Balls, or I will no longer show restraint, Frieza declared, looking down at the fallen Naru. It is already too late, Naru replied with a smile. Frieza, perplexed by Naru's words, could not fathom their meaning. Dandy is about to meet the Earthlings. He will reveal the incantation to them. Naru felt the time was ripe and decided not to conceal the information any longer, believing that revealing it would buy him some time. What? Frieza exclaimed in shock after hearing this. It is them. Images of Dandy fleeing with Bulma flashed through Frieza's mind. How infuriating. You are stalling for time. At this moment, Frieza could no longer maintain his composure, disregarding Naru's fate. He sped away. During his flight, Frieza activated his power level scanner to inquire about the status of the Jinyu force. Why is there no response from the Jinyu force? Have those 5 already been eliminated? Frieza searched in vain for their presence, thoughts racing through his mind. Vegeta and the Earthlings had just been engaged in combat with the Jinyu force, and the Dragon Balls were still in their possession. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Frieza's eyes burned with rage. Only I, Frieza, shall fulfill wishes. You lowly beings shall not prevail, he shouted in fury. All right, Dandy, quickly summon the Eternal Dragon. Krillin urged Dandy. Muska, Mickey Mouse, demons and monsters be gone. Dandy recited a peculiar incantation, causing the 7 Dragon Balls to react, emitting a soft glow. Look, the Dragon Balls are shining, exclaimed Goku. The sky has suddenly darkened. Gohan pointed to the night sky, where his night vision abilities proved useful, allowing him to see the surroundings more clearly than in daylight. This night vision potion is truly remarkable, Gohan thought to himself. This scene resembles that of summoning the Dragon Balls on Earth, Krillin noted. Then, amidst a dazzling radiance, the Namekian dragon, Porunga, materialized before them. Porunga, resembling a genie from Aladdin, was green in hue, adorned with 4 horns atop his head, and sported a fin-like appendage on his back. His name in Namekian means God of Dreams. It is so immense, far larger than anything on Earth, and its appearance is quite distinct. Krillin gazed in astonishment at Porunga, who stood at an impressive height of 650 meters, compared to the 500-meter stature of the dragon on Earth. Moreover, Porunga's robust physique made him appear significantly larger than his earthly counterpart. Is this the legendary dragon that can grant wishes? Vegeta inquired, observing Porunga. It doesn't seem as aesthetically pleasing as our dragon, Son Goku remarked. His name is Porunga, which means God of Dreams in the Namekian language. This is my first encounter with him. Dandy introduced to the group. Speak your wishes, possessors of the 7 Dragon Balls. Within my capabilities, I can help you realize 3 desires, Porunga addressed them. What happened? Why has it suddenly turned to night? Frieza, en route, noticed the sky darkening and voiced his confusion. What is that beam of light? And there is a life signal. Frieza pondered as he gazed towards Porunga's direction. No, could they be using the Dragon Balls to fulfill their wishes? Frieza thought, gritting his teeth. Having said that, he wasted no time and sped towards Piranga's location. With Frieza's full speed, he would soon arrive. But the question remained whether Gohan and the others could realize their wishes before his arrival. At this moment on King Kai's planet, everyone was closely monitoring the situation on Namek through King Kai's abilities. Wishes can be granted. King Kai exclaimed with great joy at the sight. Wonderful. The deceased behind King Kai expressed their excitement upon hearing the news. After all, who would not desire to live? It truly is as they said. Only wishes within his capacity can be fulfilled. Thus, my wish for eternal life is impossible to realize, Vegeta lamented, his last glimmer of hope extinguished by Piranga's words. 3. Is it truly 3 wishes? Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, 3 wishes can be granted at once. Dandy replied matter-of-factly. That's incredible. Our Earth's Dragon Balls can only fulfill 1 wish at a time, Son Goku noted, equally amazed. It seems the Dragon Balls of Namek are indeed superior, Bulma commented. After all, this is the origin of the Dragon Balls, Gohan added with his perspective. Alright, quickly express your wishes. Frieza is nearly here, Dandy urged. Okay. For the first wish, let all the Earthlings slain by Saiyans be resurrected. Krillin declared. Miska, Muska, Mickey Mouse, demons and monsters depart. Demons and monsters depart. Dandy translated from the side. It is impossible. The notion that only 1 person can be resurrected at a time surprised many, as articulated by Piranga. It appears that the Dragon Balls possess such limitations. Merely this much. How trivial. Vegeta remarked scornfully from the sidelines, showing no inclination to approach. Having lost all interest in the Dragon Balls. What? No way. Others expressed their astonishment. The King Kai had informed a few deceased souls about the situation. One at a time? 1. Tien Shinhan could not help but exclaim. Revive Uncle Piccolo. Gohan suddenly shouted amidst the stunned silence of his companions. What? The others looked on, perplexed. If Uncle Piccolo were to be revived, then the Guardian would also return. And the Dragon Balls on Earth could restore their miraculous powers. In that case, we could utilize the Earth's Dragon Balls to save everyone. Gohan elucidated his reasoning for reviving Piccolo. Indeed, Gohan, you are remarkably astute. Otherwise, with 3 wishes, we could only resurrect 3 individuals. Such stinginess from the Dragon Balls of Namek, only permitting 1 revival at a time. Krillin praised Gohan, while simultaneously criticizing Piranga. Truly, Gohan is brilliant, Bulma added her commendation. Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, the others learned of Gohan's thoughts through King Kai. Son Goku's son is quite impressive. He conceived such a strategy, Yamcha remarked in astonishment. I need to converse with Gohan. Please, Piccolo suddenly addressed King Kai. You wish to speak with Son Goku's son? What is it, Piccolo? King Kai inquired, perplexed, unaware that Piccolo was about to be resurrected and had something to discuss with Gohan. Hurry up, please. Piccolo urged without responding to King Kai's question. Very well. Place your hand on my shoulder and speak. King Kai acquiesced to Piccolo's request. Thank you. Piccolo expressed his gratitude and placed his hand on King Kai's shoulder. Gohan, can you hear me? This is Piccolo. Please respond if you can hear me. Piccolo's voice suddenly echoed among Gohan and his companions. No way. Piccolo's voice? But we haven't wished for his revival yet. Goku questioned, bewildered. I can't hear you, Uncle Piccolo. Gohan eagerly replied. I am currently communicating with you through King Kai. Piccolo explained to the group. You should address me as King Kai. King Kai interjected, unable to contain himself. Listen closely. I wish to return to Namek to confront Frieza. He has slaughtered so many of my kin. Training here has greatly enhanced my abilities. I am certain I can defeat him. Please, allow me to go. Piccolo declared. All right. Uncle Piccolo, Gohan agreed. Piccolo's return is indeed advantageous. It certainly increases our chances, Krillin noted. And there is still 1 wish remaining, Bulma reminded them. Let us fulfill these 2 wishes first. We can discuss the last one later, Krillin suggested. Dandy. The first wish was to resurrect Piccolo, the Namekian on Earth. Dandy said to Krillin. Piccolo. Understood. Balala energy, Sarera, little magical fairy, transform completely and activate the super transformation, Dandy translated. No problem. Yes, this wish has been granted. Piranga informed the group. As Piranga's words resonated, the halo above Piccolo's head immediately vanished. Wonderful. I have been revived. Quickly send me to Namek. Piccolo exclaimed. At that moment, the figure of a deity suddenly appeared in the Earth's temple. A deity. Bobo exclaimed, visibly excited at the sudden appearance. Haha, Sun Wukong's son is quite clever. The deity remarked with a smile. The second wish was to bring the resurrected Piccolo to Namek, Gohan said to Dandy. Oh, understood, Dandy quickly replied. I'll buy some oranges. You stay here and don't move. You're so beautiful. You're just too beautiful. What are you doing? Dandy continued to play the role of translator. Easy. Your second wish has been granted, Porunga stated. At that moment on King Kai's planet, Piccolo's figure instantly vanished. Alright, what is the third wish? Porunga had fulfilled 2 of their wishes, leaving only 1 remaining. Has it been granted? Why can't I see Piccolo? Krillin looked around, puzzled. Where is Piccolo? Sun Wukong also searched the surroundings, trying to locate Piccolo's presence. Oh dear, you merely said to bring him to this planet. But you didn't specify to bring him here. Dandy exclaimed anxiously, realizing he hadn't fully conveyed his intent to Porunga. No way, Bulma scoffed. Gohan had anticipated such a scenario. He wouldn't intervene in this matter, as Piccolo's fusion with Nail would significantly enhance his power, enough to potentially defeat Frieza's second form. Meanwhile, Piccolo had arrived on Namek, unable to resist glancing at his surroundings. So this is my homeland, Namek, Piccolo remarked. I see. It feels familiar, perhaps because the blood of a Namekian flows through my veins, he pondered, reflecting on his time spent on Earth. There's no time for nostalgia now. Where are Gohan and the others? Piccolo then became concerned about Gohan's situation. Where could they be? They don't seem to be nearby. He sensed the atmosphere around him, realizing no one was present. Suddenly, Piccolo sharply sensed something and turned to look in a particular direction. There's a powerful energy. Could it be Frieza? And there are 4 other strong energies nearby. They must be Gohan and the others. With that, Piccolo flew swiftly toward them. There remains but one final wish. Speak swiftly, Porunga. The delay in revealing the last wish has prompted a gentle nudge. Otherwise, shall we not use the last wish to return to Earth? After all, Piccolo has already been revived. Bulma interjected, suggesting that with the Dragon Balls of Earth, they could resurrect everyone. No, Aunt Bulma, Gohan countered. If we do that, Namek will surely be destroyed. There's even a possibility that Frieza will come to Earth and obliterate it from space. At that point, we would truly be helpless. Indeed. Bulma, if they were to attack from space, we would be finished, Krillin concurred. Yes, I too would relish a confrontation with Frieza, remarked Goku, his intent unmistakable. Very well. I understand. Bulma conceded upon realizing none supported her notion. How about we attempt to weaken Frieza's condition, perhaps by exhausting his stamina significantly? Krillin proposed. To which the others agreed. All right. Dandy, you may speak to Porunga, Gohan instructed. Indeed, Dandy affirmed. Missy, flower, don't let me miss, or I cannot pull. La la la, Dandy translated. I cannot do it, Frieza interjected, but before he could finish, his figure abruptly vanished. The sky brightening once more as the 7 Dragon Balls transformed into stone and fell. What is happening? Why has the dragon suddenly vanished? Goku exclaimed, visibly astonished. The Grand Elder, the creator of the Dragon Balls, has passed, Dandy solemnly remarked, gazing at the petrified Dragon Balls with a heavy heart. In the Grand Elder's abode, he lay peacefully with his eyes tightly shut. As silence enveloped the group, Vegeta, Goku, and Gohan suddenly turned their gaze towards the mountain peak. The others followed their line of sight, discovering a figure standing there, none other than Frieza, who had come at full speed. Frieza, Krillin gasped. Is he truly Frieza? He looks rather peculiar, Bulma commented, observing him with curiosity. Aunt Bulma, you must hide at once. We genuinely lack the ability to protect you, Gohan urged. Without hesitation, Bulma fled, swiftly producing a capsule to release a motorcycle, buzzing away from the battlefield. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Frieza glanced at the power level detector, disregarding Bulma entirely as he allowed her to escape unimpeded. You are audacious indeed, transforming my dream of immortality into mere vapor, Frieza articulated, each word dripping with disdain. One wonders if, at this moment, the king truly wished for nothing more than to grow taller, considering the limited personnel he brought from Namek. Might this be to prevent others from uncovering his true desire? The 5 members of the Jinyu force exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Have you eliminated them? Regardless of the methods employed, the demise of the Jinyu force has taken me by surprise. Frieza felt a profound sense of regret over their annihilation. Just moments ago, I witnessed everything unfold, only to see the Dragon Balls turn to stone, Not only is Vegeta disheartened, but I too am filled with sorrow. Frieza had only observed the moment when Dend made his wish, leading him to believe that it was Vegeta who intended to wish for eternal life. A wish that ultimately went unfulfilled. As he spoke, Frieza leapt from the cliff. This is indeed the first time I have been outwitted by fools such as you, Frieza remarked with a smile. However, the others did not share in the jovial atmosphere. Instead, they regarded Frieza with grave expressions. I never anticipated this turn of events. It is unforgivable. Frieza's demeanor shifted abruptly. You inferior beings. I shall not spare you. I will tear you to shreds to vent my rage. Frieza shouted in fury, his anger palpable even across the dimensional barrier. Terrified, Krillin and Dend hastily distanced themselves from Frieza. Gohan too took a step back at this moment. He was ill-equipped to confront Frieza, even in his initial form. Presently, only Goku and Vegeta stood before Frieza. You cannot escape. Resign yourselves to your fate. Frieza declared to the group. At last, your true nature is revealed. Do not underestimate me. If you possess the courage, come at me. Vegeta replied confidently to Frieza. Following his recovery, and due to the Saiyan constitution, Vegeta's combat power had surged, enabling him to contend with Frieza. Goku at this juncture could harness the Kaioken to an extent of 10 times, reaching a significant combat power level. Gohan was slightly behind, yet should he face death in battle once more, he could potentially reach a combat power akin to that of his father. It is crucial to note that only through combat or near-death experiences can such power be awakened. Otherwise, strength does not manifest without reason. The Saiyans' near-death experiences serve as a catalyst for unlocking their true potential. Without combat, from where would this power arise? Do not be misled by an excessive increase in strength. In the original story, Vegeta would be able to engage Frieza at an early combat level upon his next recovery. Here, let me elucidate the combat power levels. Frieza's first form, approximately X combat power. Frieza's second form, approximately X combat power. Frieza's third form, approximately X combat power. Frieza's fourth form is something he cannot control entirely. Thus, he must gradually accumulate energy to elevate his power. Frieza's fourth form upon its initial appearance, approximately X combat power. Frieza's fourth form, when engaged in a serious battle against Goku, approximately X combat power. Frieza's fourth form at full power, approximately X combat power. Frieza's fourth form at full power, 120 million. Such a staggering number, it would be impolite to express it in Arabic numerals. Piccolo and Nail's fusion, comparable power levels. Krillin, negligible strength. Goku's next near-death recovery, comparable power levels. Vegeta's next near-death recovery, comparable power levels. Gohan's next near-death recovery, slightly stronger than Vegeta. Perfectly splendid. As expected of me, I am but an unnoticed presence. How amusing. Have you forgotten how formidable I truly am? Frieza could not help but let out a sinister laugh. Allow me to assist you in recalling, he proclaimed, as an overwhelming aura erupted around him. Indeed, this aura is quite exaggerated, Goku thought. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. How infuriating. Vegeta regarded Frieza with a grave expression. Wow, he is incredibly powerful, Krillin remarked, feeling the oppressive energy of Frieza. Trembling uncontrollably. This power is intensifying. Frieza has already initiated his assault. Meanwhile, Piccolo, rushing towards the scene, sensed Frieza's energy and grew increasingly anxious. There is a faint energy. Who could it be? Piccolo said as he landed to investigate. This one resembles me entirely. Is this the Namekian? Piccolo exclaimed, astonished, gazing at the fallen Nail, who was on the brink of death. With such grievous injuries, Piccolo realized that Nail could not be saved. Are you the Namekian from Earth they spoke of? It seems they have fulfilled their wish. How splendid, Nail's weak voice resonated. Were it not for the extraordinary sensitivity of a Namekian's ears, others would scarcely comprehend Nail's words. It seems you possess some knowledge. Then you must also understand my urgency to rescue my friend. Apologies, but I cannot assist, Piccolo replied nonchalantly. He did not regard Nail with much importance, considering he had only recently discovered his own Namekian heritage. Truth be told, he felt little emotional connection or sense of belonging to the Namekian race. He was merely here out of curiosity. How did you train? Your strength is remarkably powerful, Nail expressed, astonished by Piccolo's evident superiority. He had heard from the elder that this was the result of a division of innate potential. Had he retained his original gifts, how formidable would he now be? However, if you were still the same Namekian, perhaps you could confront Frieza. Nail's voice trailed off, laden with regret. What? Are you suggesting that I can only defeat Frieza by merging with Kami? Upon hearing this, Piccolo felt displeased, as if the notion of their fusion rendered him utterly worthless. Indeed, although Frieza has reduced me to this state, I have come to understand the extent of his formidable power. Nail provided his explanation. Your current statements are utterly futile, and moreover, I have no intention of merging with him. Piccolo is evidently quite resistant to the notion of uniting with the divine. Therefore, let us assimilate. I am the sole combat-type Namekian of my planet. Nello's declaration left Piccolo astounded. What did you say? Assimilate with you? Piccolo uttered in disbelief. I appreciate your goodwill, but I merely wish to be myself. Piccolo did not acquiesce to Nello's request, as he feared that merging with Nello would compromise his own mental integrity. Hurry, for I am on the brink of death. Place your hands upon me without hesitation. Your personality will remain intact. Nello's words grew increasingly feeble, punctuated by labored pauses. Is that truly the case? Piccolo asked, incredulous once more. Doubt if you must, but let Frieza finish you off, Nello retorted, sensing Piccolo's lingering hesitation. After a moment of contemplation, Piccolo thought of Gohan. Very well, I shall trust you this once. However, should I sense anything amiss, I will expel you immediately. Ultimately, Piccolo placed his hand upon Nello. I am aiding you. You should not only express gratitude but also treat me better, Nello remarked as he noted Piccolo's compliance. Allowing himself to relax. Hurry, I can barely hold on. You must defeat Frieza? Piccolo impatiently replied. I will exert every ounce of my strength, even for my own sake. Observing this, Nello ceased his excessive words. With a resounding cry from Piccolo and a burst of blinding light, Nello's physical form vanished before Piccolo's astonished gaze. Breathing heavily, Piccolo maintained his contact with Nello, gasping for air. After a long while, he finally rose, astonished at the immense surge of power within him, and could not resist clenching his fists. I never anticipated such a transformation. My strength has magnified tremendously. Is this truly the result of assimilation? Piccolo exclaimed in shock. A smile involuntarily spread across his face. With such formidable power, no matter the opponent, victory is assured. Ha ha! He shouted joyously towards the heavens, accompanied by his laughter. Piccolo surged towards the gathering place of Gohan and the others with a markedly accelerated pace. Chapter 59. The battle against Frieza begins. What a terrifying aura, Krillin remarked. Of course, can a few small ants defeat a dinosaur? Frieza replied with a scornful expression. We can win. If Kakarot and I join forces, perhaps we shall prevail. Not to mention these two little ones, Vegeta said, pointing at Gohan and Krillin as he addressed Frieza. Ha ha ha, what a fanciful notion. Do you truly believe these two stand a chance? Frieza regarded the power level readings of Gohan and Krillin, noting that while their strength was not overwhelming, it was certainly not negligible either. He appeared skeptical of Vegeta's assertions. You may not yet realize that these two youngsters' combat abilities have been steadily ascending, particularly that little rascal. I can see he possesses boundless potential, Vegeta elucidated to Frieza. Indeed, Gohan's innate talent and potential surpass even my own, Goku interjected. This very individual who just spoke managed to vanquish Jinyu, and his power is on par with mine. Together, we are certain to compel you to kneel and beg for mercy, Vegeta declared, gesturing towards Goku. And I am gradually transforming into the Super Saiyan you dread, he concluded, confidently pointing his thumb at himself in a gesture of bravado. After Vegeta's lengthy monologue, Gohan felt as though their strategy had been laid bare, with no apparent intention to conceal their capabilities. Perhaps they simply wished to engage Frieza in a fair confrontation. Boasting without shame. You believe you will become a Super Saiyan? Frieza scoffed, finding Vegeta's final words ludicrous. You are all insufferable, he exclaimed, launching a punch toward Vegeta. Taken aback, Vegeta managed to grasp Frieza's wrist just in time to deflect the blow, although the strain was evident on his face as he struggled against Frieza's formidable strength, veins bulging on his forehead. Observing this, Goku swiftly activated his Kaioken X10 and delivered a powerful kick, sending Frieza crashing into the stone wall. Feeling the overwhelming energy emanating from Goku, Vegeta was both astonished and infuriated. Huff, huff, damn it, Kakarot. Even without your assistance, I could have handled him, Vegeta panted, his tone betraying his struggle despite his bravado. With that, he unleashed his full power, preparing to engage in battle at his peak. Before any further actions could unfold, Frieza emerged from the rubble of the wall. "How is this possible?" he exclaimed in disbelief, staring at the power level readings. Just as Frieza began to speak again, the power level scouter on the side of his face suddenly exploded, rendering it inoperative. "It appears you are not merely boasting," he remarked, maintaining an air of nonchalance. "Yes, perhaps we stand a chance if Vegeta and Goku join forces, and with Gohan and me supporting from the sidelines. Though he is formidable, we continue to progress," Krillin contemplated. Presently, it seemed Frieza was on the verge of entering his second form. If Piccolo did not arrive soon, neither Vegeta nor Goku would be able to defeat him. Gohan, noticing the absence of Piccolo's energy, felt a twinge of anxiety. "Both Vegeta and I have evidently surpassed our limits. Yet why does this fellow named Frieza remain so composed?" Goku gazed at the relaxed Frieza, perplexed by the situation. "Transform, Frieza. Let us witness your true form." Vegeta suddenly interjected, leaving the others in a state of confusion. "Huh? How did you know?" Frieza responded, astonished, for he had no recollection of disclosing such information to Vegeta. "This matter was inadvertently mentioned by Zarbon during our battle." Vegeta elucidated. "What? This guy can transform too?" Goku exclaimed, slightly taken aback. "Very well. If you seek death, I shall not hinder you," Frieza remarked with a sinister smile. "Is he really going to transform?" Goku pondered aloud. "Vegeta, what does transformation entail?" Krillin began to inquire about Frieza's situation. "Aliens can alter their appearance based on circumstances. Their usual form conserves stamina and energy," Vegeta explained to the group. "Hee. I am not the same," Frieza countered, reacting to Vegeta's statement. "My strength is so formidable that I cannot even control it," Frieza calmly elaborated. "Is that true?" Krillin said in disbelief, struggling to fathom that Frieza's reluctance to transform stemmed from such a reason. Just how powerful could he be? "It sounds impressive. Is it akin to our transformation into great apes?" Goku inquired. "Do not fear. He merely intends to intimidate us. There's no need for such exaggeration," Vegeta encouraged the group. "Are you certain?" "Unlike you lowly Saiyan monkeys, I do not require specific conditions to transform. I simply unleash my true power," Frieza mocked. "Then allow me to demonstrate. Pay close attention, for this is a rare opportunity." Frieza's words implied that witnessing his transformation was an honor. "When I invaded the Saiyan planet, I did not transform even when clashing with the Saiyan King, Vegeta. Your father, King Vegeta, was quite ordinary." Frieza taunted Vegeta. "Humph, do not be too proud. I possessed power surpassing my father's from a young age," Vegeta retorted, unfazed by Frieza's insult towards his father. "What? He destroyed the Saiyan planet?" Goku shouted in astonishment. "Yes. Kakarot, do not let him escape," Vegeta urged. "Kakarot? That's a Saiyan name," Frieza contemplated, recalling that, apart from the 3 members of Vegeta's team, he was unaware of any other Saiyans still alive. Indeed, during the destruction of planet Vegeta, the one who resisted until the end looked just like him. Frieza suddenly remembered the Saiyan who had attempted to attack him until the very last moment. Unbeknownst to Frieza and Goku, the Saiyan he had ruthlessly slain was, in fact, Goku's father. Then Frieza ceased his words, shattering his battle suit with a single blow. "What is the purpose of that torn battle jacket?" Krillin inquired, perplexed. As he gazed at Frieza, the update speed of the Xiaoku Chinese network is the fastest across the internet. Chapter 60, Frieza's Transformation. "Huh, what a farce. Is this what you call a transformation? Simply shedding a jacket is considered a metamorphosis?" Vegeta remarked, unable to suppress his disdain. "I understand your reasoning. But why must you ruin your battle attire? Could you not simply wear it properly?" Gohan expressed his bewilderment towards Frieza. Ignoring Vegeta and Gohan's remarks, Frieza focused intently, gathering energy to transform. His power surged, intensifying with each moment. "Look at Frieza, his aura is escalating," Goku observed, his gaze fixed on the swelling power of Frieza. Suddenly, Frieza's form expanded rapidly. His body grew colossal, arms and legs elongated, and even his tail thickened. With a thunderous roar, Frieza's neck elongated, and the horns atop his head curved and lengthened, resembling those of a bull. At last, Frieza's second form was complete. "Ah, so that's how it is," Vegeta thought, already intimidated by Frieza's imposing presence. "He's as formidable as a monster. Even with my Kaioken times 10, I doubt I could defeat him," Goku stated, his expression one of caution. "A nightmare. This is truly a nightmare." Krillin was paralyzed by Frieza's terrifying aura. Uncle Krillin, please remain calm, Gohan urged, hastily trying to snap Krillin out of his stupor. This strength is difficult to control. If I utter another word, my battle power currently surpasses yours, Frieza declared with a smug grin. How could this be? Vegeta, astonished by Frieza's words, struggled to comprehend the situation. He had not anticipated that Frieza's transformation could amplify his power to such an extent. Even Zarbon's power had only increased by a mere 5,000. In Vegeta's mind, he believed Frieza could at most elevate his battle power by a mere 1 to 200,000. Without granting anyone a moment to ponder, Frieza gathered energy in his hand and suddenly thrust it upwards. The ground beneath them erupted in a colossal explosion, and the surrounding seawater surged inwards. Dandy. At a critical moment, Krillin grasped Dandy, ensuring both remained unharmed. Of course, this was merely a ploy of Frieza to toy with them. None among them suffered direct injury from Frieza's attack. Krillin, are you alright? Goku called out, glancing in Krillin's direction. We're fine, just a minor scrape from some rocks. Krillin reassured the others. Humph, you escaped quite swiftly. This was merely a greeting. Even the Saiyans could manage such feats, Frieza remarked, hands on his hips, addressing those hovering above. At that moment, the ground was nearly entirely submerged, save for a small patch where Frieza stood, now devoid of any land. All consumed by the encroaching ocean. Vegeta, do you comprehend now? My power is beyond your imagination, Frieza proclaimed. Vegeta fell into a contemplative silence. Which one should I deal with first? Frieza pondered while observing the crowd. Let us go with that one. With that, Frieza shot towards Krillin and dinned at breakneck speed. Just as Frieza was about to launch his attack on Krillin, Goku hurriedly intervened, gripping Frieza's sharp horn with both hands in front of Krillin. What just happened? It was too swift. Krillin thought in terror, realizing that had Goku not arrived in time, he would have been gravely injured, if not dead. Without hesitation, Krillin swiftly led Dend away from Frieza's vicinity. Damn it, those two are far too fast. I can't keep up, Vegeta remarked with a dark expression. Haha, not bad at all. You managed to block my attack, Frieza said with a tone of feigned admiration. However, Goku was not faring well. He had absorbed the brunt of Frieza's assault. Goku's face flushed red, veins bulging on his forehead, as waves of energy surged within him. The strength gained from the Kaioken was inherently unstable. Facing an opponent with equal fighting power had already proven difficult, let alone Frieza, whose might surpass Goku's by a significant margin. In the next moment, Frieza delivered a swift kick, and Goku, unable to evade in time, was sent sprawling across the ground. My apologies, such overwhelming power is indeed beyond my control, Frieza teased with an air of nonchalance. Moments later, Goku, now with blood at the corner of his mouth, flew back to confront Frieza once more. Very well, let us engage in a proper battle, Goku declared, assuming a fighting stance. Roar. Show me the extent of the amusement you can provide, Frieza taunted as he moved in closer, initiating combat with Goku. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Gohan could only watch helplessly from the sidelines, unable to assist. Their speed was no match for the fierce exchange. Krillin, having safely landed with Dend, sought refuge in a secure location. As the battle progressed, Goku's disadvantage became increasingly apparent. Each of Frieza's strikes dealt substantial damage. While most of Goku's attacks were easily evaded by Frieza, and the few that landed barely inflicted harm. This won't do, we need to devise a plan, Krillin set upon returning after ensuring Dend's safety. Yet Gohan remained unfazed by his father's predicament, knowing that Goku still held 2 Senzu beans, should the situation prove dire. Consuming one would dramatically enhance his fighting power. Meanwhile, the battle between Frieza and Goku raged on. Seizing an opportunity, Frieza executed a sidekick that struck Goku in the waist, sending him hurtling sideways, blood spilling from his mouth. Damn it, Kakarot isn't even a match for him. Vegeta gritted his teeth in frustration. Your strength is quite impressive. Certainly superior to that of Jinyu. What do you say? Would you consider following me? I can allocate a planet for you to govern while Frieza observes the enduring battle against Son Goku. Seizing a fortuitous opportunity, Vegeta, witnessing Frieza's back turned, erupted in fury and unleashed a powerful energy wave. This strike lived up to expectations, directly hitting Frieza and resulting in a tremendous explosion. How delightful. You've afforded me such an excellent opportunity to strike you, Vegeta proclaimed with a triumphant expression. As the smoke cleared, though I know not whence it came, one would discover that Frieza remained unscathed, as if the previous assault had not touched him at all. Do not fret, Vegeta. Once I deal with that individual, I shall attend to you, Frieza remarked, turning to Vegeta. This is dreadful, Vegeta despaired. Frieza's powers surged dramatically. Gohan, hold on. I am on my way. Piccolo was racing at full speed. Ah, my apologies, but I still desire a tranquil life. Son Goku had risen once more. Frieza, noticing this, landed and locked eyes with Goku. Regrettably, it seems I must eliminate you, Frieza lamented. As he spoke, Frieza suddenly recoiled in alarm, hastily leaping away from his previous position. Yet, he remained unsuspecting and was struck by Krillin's energy-slicing attack, severing his tail. Hey, Goku, we're here to assist you. Krillin continued to concentrate his energy for another slicing attack. As he spoke, he launched 4 more energy slashes, but this time Frieza evaded them all. No longer concerned with Goku, Frieza charged directly at Krillin. Standing before Krillin, he refrained from immediate assault. You, daring enough to sever my tail, are truly audacious, Frieza fumed. I shall rend your body to pieces, ensuring your eternal demise. Realizing he was no match for Frieza, Krillin contemplated a more cunning strategy. Solar flare. Krillin placed his hands over his forehead and shouted, releasing an intense radiance that blinded Frieza, who had been watching intently. My eyes! My eyes! Frieza cried, rubbing them in distress. Vegeta, Goku, the opportunity has arrived. Swiftly attack. One must commend Krillin. Each of his actions is timed impeccably, consistently proving to be pivotal. Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien are the 3 strongest Earthlings. Tien, without question, possesses the greatest raw strength among them. During the Cell Saga, he valiantly protected Android 18 from being absorbed by Cell. As a companion who has grown up alongside Goku, Krillin has been a constant presence in various significant events. His combat prowess and intelligence are commendable, even though his fighting strength may lag behind. Nevertheless, he often manages to unleash unexpected effects with each of his attacks. Regarding Yamcha, I find it difficult to provide a thorough evaluation. Personally, my impressions of him are not particularly favorable. It is undeniable, however, that he has neglected physical training in the latter stages and has not fully grasped his career. Yet, whenever a situation arises, he genuinely steps up, albeit without much impact, which is rather amusing. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Goku wasted no time, charging towards Frieza together. Seizing the opportunity, Gohan discreetly gathered his energy and unleashed a special beam cannon directed at Frieza. Krillin's Kienzan was capable of severing Frieza's tail, so there was no reason to doubt that Gohan's attack could penetrate Frieza's body. Although Frieza was unable to see them, he sensed the approach of Goku and Vegeta, suddenly radiating a formidable aura that repelled the 2 warriors. However, he could not evade Gohan's special beam cannon, which, at the last moment, struck his shoulder after he managed to twist his body slightly. How infuriating! Frieza exclaimed, clutching his injured shoulder. In an instant, he appeared before Gohan, delivering a powerful slap that sent him crashing to the ground. Before Gohan could even hit the ground, Frieza grasped his hair. Ah! Gohan cried out in pain. Frieza then lifted Gohan by his head, delivering a knee strike to his abdomen before discarding him onto the ground. Frieza opened his fist, scattering a shower of hair across the floor. Struck by the blow, Gohan clutched his stomach and coughed up a mouthful of bile. Before he could rise again, Frieza kicked him into the air. Seeing this, Goku felt a surge of anxiety, having just sustained some injuries. He was unable to match Frieza's speed and could only watch as Gohan was mercilessly beaten. Frieza then approached Gohan from behind, swinging his tail against him. As Gohan landed, he quickly got to his feet, disregarding the searing pain in his back, and turned his gaze towards Frieza. Just as he did, he noticed Frieza preparing to deliver another kick, prompting Gohan to raise his arm in defense. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, he realized Frieza's attack had yet to land. Unable to contain his curiosity, Gohan looked up to find Piccolo standing before him, blocking Frieza's assault. Uncle Piccolo! Gohan shouted with excitement. Sorry to keep you waiting, Gohan. Allow me to take revenge for you now, Piccolo said coldly, fixing his gaze on Frieza. Wow, Piccolo! You finally arrived, Krillin exclaimed, equally delighted to see Piccolo. That's fantastic. We were just waiting for you, Goku added. So this is Frieza? His skills are indeed extraordinary, Piccolo remarked, feeling the strength in his hands and unable to suppress his admiration. Oh, to my astonishment, there still exists a living Namekian. You appear to be rather extraordinary, evoking a distinct sensation within me. Nevertheless, I, Frieza, shall inevitably emerge victorious. Withdrawing a few steps, I cast a glance at Piccolo. I was curious about who it could be. It turns out to be the worthless creature we once vanquished. Humph. Did you wish upon the Dragon Balls to resurrect this useless being? Vegeta remarked with a sidelong glance at Piccolo. At that moment, Piccolo's energy was contained, and thus Vegeta was oblivious to his current strength. To dare label me as worthless, remember this. After I deal with Frieza, I shall settle accounts with you. Piccolo, however, did not regard Vegeta, instead maintaining his focus on Frieza's every move. You intend to eliminate Frieza, and then confront me? Ha ha ha. The Namekian certainly possesses a sense of humor. Vegeta could not help but exclaim. This is problematic. Despite having trained under King Kai, Piccolo is still no match for Frieza. Krillin pondered anxiously. Piccolo, your energy feels different. This observation was made by Goku, who sensed something amiss with Piccolo. We shall discuss this matter later. Now, let us commence the eradication of cosmic debris. I can handle him alone. You need not interfere, Piccolo stated to Goku and the others. How about we find a suitable location for a proper battle? Frieza expressed a burgeoning interest in Piccolo, disregarding whether Piccolo concurred, and flew towards a stretch of land. As you wish, said Piccolo, following Frieza to the expansive terrain. Upon their descent, they discovered it was indeed the place where Dandy was hiding. Is that Piccolo? He bears an uncanny resemblance to Nail, Dandy remarked. Observing Piccolo's face, which bore a striking similarity to Nail's. Dandy, keep your distance. Do not get caught in our conflict, Piccolo advised him. Huh. How does he know my name? Dandy mumbled to himself in confusion as he ran away. After merging with Nail, although Piccolo's intellect remained unaffected, he retained some of Nail's memories. Coincidentally, the recollection of Dandy was among them. How has today been? It's already late, yet due to the significance of the data, there has been a slight improvement. Daily earnings have surpassed 5 yuan, which brings me joy. The update speed of the Xia Ku Chinese network is the fastest across the internet. Chapter 62. The obscured and twisted battlefield, what nonsense. He has no idea how formidable Frieza truly is. Krillin exclaimed anxiously. He is far too reckless, Goku added. Frieza's might will soon become apparent. I can sense that in this form, Frieza is no match for Uncle Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo is not one to act rashly, Gohan defended Piccolo, specifying the current form in question. Among the group, Goku and Gohan are significantly injured, yet it is not severe enough to necessitate the use of senzu beans. As for Vegeta and Krillin, they have even less to spare, and thus cannot afford to use them carelessly. What an unknowing fool. Frieza sneered at Piccolo. With a mighty roar, Piccolo charged towards Frieza, who was taken aback by Piccolo's remarkable speed. Unprepared, Frieza was struck squarely in the face by Piccolo's fist, sending him hurtling backwards from the force of the blow. Piccolo swiftly pursued, bringing his hands together to strike at Frieza once more. But Frieza narrowly evaded the attack and retaliated with a kick that sent Piccolo crashing to the ground. Quickly regaining his composure midair, Piccolo landed with a tremendous stomp, creating a deep crater in the earth beneath him. Harnessing this momentum, he launched ahead but aimed at Frieza's chin. Although Frieza was caught by the blow, he seized the opportunity to swing his tail, which had been partially severed by Krillin, flipping Piccolo over. Before Piccolo could fully descend, Frieza began to gather energy, unleashing a ki blast towards him. As Piccolo touched down, the attack was already upon him, leaving him little chance to evade. Hiya! Piccolo bellowed, striking sideways at Frieza's ki blast. After a brief stalemate, he deflected the energy sphere elsewhere. Frieza, astonished, was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Before Frieza could contemplate further, Piccolo retaliated with a powerful wave of energy as a counterattack. This assault had a far greater range than Frieza's previous attack, leaving him with no time to escape, and he was struck head-on. Following a resounding explosion, Frieza bore the marks of battle for the first time. The spectators, previously entranced by the clash, were left in stunned silence. Krillin remarked in astonishment. It is hard to believe he is evenly matched with Frieza. No, just now. Piccolo had the upper hand, Goku interjected. What on earth is happening? It hasn't been long since their last encounter on Earth, yet he has become so formidable. Vegeta pondered in confusion. You scoundrel! Frieza exclaimed in anger as he gracefully descended, a sinister smile gracing his lips as he regarded Piccolo. Perplexed by Frieza's grin, Piccolo was caught off guard, failing to evade the incoming strike. Frieza landed a fierce elbow to Piccolo's face, then seized the moment to pivot his attack. driving Piccolo forcefully into the ground. In quick succession, Frieza aimed a punch at Piccolo, but this time, Piccolo leapt just in time to evade the blow, ascending higher into the air. However, to his surprise, Frieza pursued him with even greater speed. Before Piccolo could execute his next move, Frieza slammed him back down to the earth, and this time, Piccolo did not evade the onslaught. With a thunderous crash, Piccolo slammed into the ground, creating a massive crater that displaced rocks and soil around him. Frieza chuckled softly as he surveyed the devastation. How could this be? He had just concealed his true strength, Krillin exclaimed in disbelief. Frieza truly is a formidable adversary, yet Piccolo has not exerted his full strength. Son Goku remarked from the sidelines. What does that mean? Krillin inquired, puzzled. You'll find out soon enough, Goku replied, gesturing for Krillin and the others to continue watching. Meanwhile, as they conversed, Frieza had already descended, gazing at the rising Piccolo. Ha! I underestimated your strength earlier. I didn't realize you possessed such abilities. Allow me to reveal my true power for your viewing pleasure, Frieza declared, crossing his arms with a mocking expression. My strength, he reiterated. His power is virtually limitless. I had thought to compete with him, Vegeta mused, astonished as he observed the clash between the two fighters. It dawned on him how ludicrous his earlier boast of defeating Frieza had been in light of the reality before him. However, Piccolo remained unfazed, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the ground before slowly removing his cape and headgear, which landed with a resounding thud, indicative of their considerable weight. These weights were specially crafted by Piccolo, designed not only to be exceptionally heavy, but also to suppress the flow and circulation of his energy. Normally, a martial artist with a full measure of energy could utilize around 80% of it, but donning such attire would reduce that to a mere 60%, disregarding the weight itself. Now, having shed his burdens, Piccolo flexed his neck and clenched his fists. I too shall unleash my full potential, he exclaimed, a spark of excitement illuminating his features. What did you say? You weren't using your full strength before? Frieza responded, taken aback. It was essential to note that this was the complete power of Frieza's second form, and throughout his extensive battles, no one in the universe had ever pushed him to such an extent. He had never even resorted to his third form, as battles would invariably conclude upon the activation of his second form. After all, Frieza had inherited the legacy of his father, King Cold, and upon assuming leadership, he had already established a formidable empire. The mightiest foes encountered during King Cold's reign had long been vanquished. And it was precisely because King Cold frequently faced powerful enemies that he often utilized his second form, consequently maintaining that state over time. Consider this a filling of a gap, a rectification of a narrative. Praise me, Frieza scoffed, clearly unconvinced by Piccolo's bravado. I understand now. At such a critical moment, Piccolo still wore his heavy training gear, Krillin realized as he watched Piccolo remove his cloak. Right? Goku remarked to Krillin. This revelation only deepened Vegeta's astonishment. He could scarcely fathom the extent of strength possessed by these two warriors. I will make you comprehend the wrath of the Namekian you have harmed, Piccolo declared, seething with anger. Chapter 63, Dandy's Abilities and Gohan's Strategy. Fool. Do you really believe my capabilities are limited to this? Frieza's expression once again transformed into one of ease. Piccolo was bewildered, uncertain of Frieza's intent. Through their recent clash, he was convinced that Frieza had already unleashed his utmost power. Yet, observing Frieza's demeanor, it seemed genuine. Perhaps you remain unaware of my ability to transform, Frieza continued. Soon, you will experience the same dread as Vegeta and the others. Hasn't he already transformed? Krillin inquired, perplexed. The implication was unmistakable. Frieza possessed more than one transformation, Gohan remarked, revealing astonishing news. What? Frieza can transform again. Vegeta, upon hearing this, felt beads of cold sweat trickle down his brow. It appears that King Kai's warning was not unfounded. We may have been overly confident, Goku chuckled ruefully. Transformations? Piccolo echoed, equally confounded by Frieza's proclamation. Allow despair to engulf your heart. A helpless kind of despair, Frieza taunted with malicious delight. With each transformation, my strength magnifies considerably. And I have 2 more transformations left, he stated, raising 2 fingers. Do you comprehend what this signifies? Frieza retorted, directing the question at Piccolo. What? Piccolo found Frieza's words utterly astonishing, not to mention the shock it brought to Vegeta and the others. Wait, Did he just say he has 2 additional transformation opportunities? Krillin gasped in disbelief. There is one more approach we can explore, leveraging our Saiyan traits. Each time we rise from the brink of death, our combat prowess significantly enhances. Gohan proposed. What should we do then? Are you suggesting we fight Frieza now? Surely, we would be obliterated the moment we step onto the battlefield. Krillin expressed skepticism toward Gohan's suggestion. No, we must take action ourselves. You just need to severely injure us 3. Vegeta exclaimed excitedly, gripping Krillin's shirt as he elaborated on his plan. How could I possibly inflict such severe wounds upon you? Krillin questioned. That's simple. We will reduce our combat power to the bare minimum. Moreover, we possess those miraculous beans that can instantly restore our stamina and injuries, Vegeta reasoned, growing more convinced of the plan's viability. Isn't that rather wasteful? The Senzu beans not only heal injuries, but also replenish stamina. Besides, we have a limited supply, Goku interjected. We cannot afford to dwell on such concerns now. If we do not act, we will all be killed, Vegeta countered. I have an idea. Dandy, being a healing Namekian, can utilize his abilities to mend our injuries, thus conserving our Senzu beans for emergency use during battle, Gohan suggested. Wait, Dandy possesses such abilities? How was I not aware of this? Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. This was conveyed to me by the elder before. But there is no time to dwell on such matters now. We must seek out Dandy, Son Gohan remarked. That little brat from Namek actually possesses such utility. Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. With that, the group hastened towards Dandy's direction. Meanwhile, let us shift our focus back to Frieza and Piccolo. As Son Gohan and the others engaged in conversation, Frieza was conversing with Piccolo. Open your eyes wide and behold. You should consider yourself fortunate, for you are the first to witness my transformation, Frieza declared with fervor. It becomes evident why Frieza's 4th form exhibited such a low combat power upon its initial appearance, unable to even muster the strength of his 3rd form. After all, he had not even utilized his 3rd form, let alone mastered it. How could he possibly control his 4th form? Prepare to witness the 2nd stage of my transformation, Frieza proclaimed, as his aura began to surge dramatically. With Frieza's exclamation, his muscles expanded further, causing his physique to broaden horizontally. Long, sharp spines sprouted from his back, and the armor on his shoulders elongated, while his head elongated as well, retracting its sharp protrusions, now adorned with 4 new spikes, though his tail remained unchanged. It is said that Akira Toriyama originally designed this form inspired by the appearance of the xenomorph, but due to the complexity of the design, it was forced to be shelved shortly after its introduction. At long last, let us commence the 2nd round of our contest, Frieza addressed Piccolo. This monster. Piccolo sensed the potent yet concealed energy emanating from Frieza, which had greatly intensified since their last encounter. It doesn't appear to be anything particularly special, Krillin remarked, still en route, but glancing back at Frieza's 3rd form. Fool. His latent power has significantly amplified. It is entirely different from before, Vegeta asserted after sensing Frieza's aura. Moreover, any injuries Frieza sustained have fully healed, Son Goku added. All right, I can see Dandy now. Let us hasten, Krillin announced upon spotting Dandy. The group promptly descended to the ground. Hey, Dandy, I heard from the elder that you possess healing abilities. Is that true? Son Gohan inquired, feigning curiosity. Yes, I do possess that ability. I am a healing Namekian, Dandy affirmed. Wonderful. Dandy, could you assist us? I will incapacitate them. Please tend to their injuries. Krillin gestured towards Son Gohan and the others. I'm afraid I must decline. Dandy's response left everyone in shock. Why, Dandy? Son Gohan questioned. That is not my intention. I am willing to assist Goku and Gohan. Dandy indicated towards Son Goku and Son Gohan. However, I will not extend my aid to Vegeta. He concluded, pointing at Vegeta. Why can everyone else be treated, yet I am excluded? Vegeta, perplexed, could hardly contain his frustration. Due to the fact that many of our compatriots have suffered at your hands, I cannot assist the merciless Dandy in offering a reason for his reluctance to treat Vegeta. Alas, Dandy, I understand your unwillingness to aid Vegeta, yet without him, we are all doomed. Krillin implored. He is as vile as Frieza. Many of my kin have fallen to his wrath, Dandy retorted. Very well, we shall utilize the Dragon Balls from our planet to resurrect all those Namekians, Gohan proposed, devising a solution. All right, I consent. Dandy, upon witnessing the hopeful gazes of his companions, ultimately agreed to treat Vegeta. I will go first. Shortly, I will assist Uncle Piccolo. And together we shall confront Frieza, Gohan declared. The order of events mattered little to Vegeta, who showed no particular concern. All right, I leave it to you, Gohan. Krillin entrusted him, while Goku refrained from further comment. You make it sound easy. How can you expect me to take action? Krillin shouted angrily at Goku. This predicament was unavoidable. Krillin feared that Vegeta might strike too forcefully, potentially harming Gohan. After all, Goku was Gohan's father. It was unreasonable to expect Goku to intervene. And Krillin was not so frenzied. Uncle Krillin, please hurry, Gohan urged, glancing at Piccolo, who was being tormented by Frieza. All right, Gohan, bear with me, Krillin replied, channeling a ki blast from his palm. However, this strike did not penetrate Gohan's body. Instead, it caused him to cough up blood, clearly indicating that the force had been tempered. Uncle Krillin, this isn't how you do it. Gohan lamented, on the verge of tears. Krillin, you need to exert more energy. Goku remarked. Shut up. Otherwise, you can do it yourself. Krillin shouted back at Goku. Goku merely chuckled, choosing silence. Krillin unleashed another attack, which this time pierced Gohan's abdomen. Quickly, Dandy, treat Gohan. Krillin urged in a panic. Very well, leave it to me, Dandy said, placing his hands upon Gohan, initiating a swift healing process. In no time, Gohan's injuries were fully mended, and his combat power surged to an impressive 2.7 million. Now there are no excess zeros. I can't be accused of inflating my word count. He mused, feeling the explosive power within him. Gohan couldn't help but clench his fists. Fantastic. I shall now assist Uncle Piccolo, Gohan proclaimed, launching himself towards Frieza. Gohan has become incredibly powerful, Goku observed, sensing the energy Gohan had inadvertently released. Now, it is my turn, Vegeta announced, stepping forward. Wait, let me catch my breath, Dandy interjected at that moment. Very well, then, please wait a moment, Vegeta said to Goku. Hurry up, Vegeta thought, feeling powerless. He could not force him to heal him. Let us rewind the clock a few minutes. Are you ready to shed that cumbersome outer layer and prepare for battle? Frieza remarked, observing the garments discarded by Piccolo on the ground. If that is the case, your speed should have increased, and your confidence as well, Frieza added, shifting his gaze towards Piccolo himself. All right then, let me witness your prowess, Frieza declared, charging towards Piccolo. Seeing this, Piccolo swiftly evaded, with Frieza hot on his heels. You scoundrel! While your strength may surpass mine, my speed is unmatched. You shall not catch me. Piccolo retorted as he soared through the air. However, his momentum abruptly halted, and he gazed forward in disbelief. Hello again, Frieza said, arms crossed, a playful expression adorning his face. Without allowing Piccolo a moment to respond, Frieza pointed with his index and middle fingers, unleashing a burst of energy that inflicted a wound on Piccolo's left leg, blood seeping forth. Frieza aimed again, this time targeting Piccolo's head. Sensing the impending danger, Piccolo hastily turned his head to evade. Though prepared, he still sustained a grazing injury, a fresh cut appearing on his face. The astonishing speed and terrifying power of Frieza made Piccolo ponder in awe. Frieza was indifferent to Piccolo's thoughts, having rarely utilized his third form. He was determined to relish the experience, now employing his fingers to unleash a flurry of energy attacks upon Piccolo, delighting in the chaos. Cease this at once. Just then, Gohan arrived, executing a swift kick towards Frieza. Caught off guard by Gohan's remarkable speed, Frieza was unable to evade and was sent flying, spitting blood as he landed in the sea, evidently suffering significant damage from Gohan's strike. Gohan hurried to support the battered Piccolo. Gohan, you have made tremendous progress. You are now stronger than I am, and I am truly proud of you, Piccolo remarked. Uncle Piccolo, we can discuss that later. First, take this Senzu bean and recover from your injuries, Gohan said, quickly retrieving a Senzu bean from his watch and offering it to Piccolo. Without hesitation, Piccolo accepted the Senzu bean and swallowed it whole. In an instant, all his wounds were healed. At that moment, Frieza emerged from the water, unaware that Piccolo had fully recovered, as the bloodstains still marked his skin. How curious! How could that little warrior possess such formidable power? How could his strength have surged so abruptly? Frieza pondered, perplexed. Then it struck him. Saiyans tend to experience significant boosts in power upon near-death revivals. That boy is a Saiyan. Frieza suddenly recalled the characteristics of the Saiyan race. He bears a striking resemblance to the Saiyan I just fought. He must be his son. I shall not spare any Saiyan, They must all be eradicated. At this moment, Frieza fully comprehended the threat that the Saiyans posed to him. The notion of the strongest Super Saiyan in history was nothing but a ludicrous fantasy, entirely unworthy of belief. Frieza consoled himself. Vegeta, that Saiyan named Kakarot, along with this young lad, indeed possesses rapidly increasing power. Hey, listen to me. Allow me to showcase my utmost strength. It is an honor for you to witness my final transformation, which represents my true power, Frieza declared to Gohan and Piccolo, who hovered above. Frieza realized he could not afford to hesitate any longer. Who knew what extraordinary feats this unpredictable group of Saiyans might conjure next? The Saiyans truly were a remarkable race. Just a week ago, Vegeta was merely a minor player in terms of combat power, and now, in such a brief span, his strength had multiplied exponentially. Gohan's transformation was even more astonishing. He surged from a combat power of less than 10,000 upon his arrival on Namek to an astounding 2 million. Goku's prowess was nothing short of miraculous. Through the Kaioken technique, he had forcibly elevated his capabilities to 3 million, and with the maximum 20-fold Kaioken, he boasted a staggering 60 million. Akira Toriyama exhibited remarkable audacity in his illustrations, and not only did he create such narratives, but he also dared to publish these figures. Today is yet another late night. I have persevered until 2 in the morning, yet I still have classes tomorrow. What concerns me is that the data has been halved. The speed of updates on the Xiaoku Chinese network is the fastest on the internet. Chapter 65, Confident Vegeta in Frieza's original form. Gohan's expression tensed upon hearing Frieza's words. What is happening now? Vegeta, having flown over, inquired as he gazed at the motionless Frieza below. He is currently undergoing his final transformation. We must be cautious, Gohan cautioned. Ha ha ha, what a joke. My power has significantly increased. Why would I fear him? Vegeta's confidence was almost pitiful. Heh, just wait. Soon you'll be questioning your very existence after being soundly beaten by him, Gohan thought to himself. In a short while, a tremendous sound erupted, drawing everyone's attention towards Frieza. What is happening? Is it caused by Frieza? Vegeta questioned. He has completed his final transformation. Piccolo squinted as he observed. At that moment, Frieza emerged from the billowing smoke. In truth, this transformation was not a true metamorphosis. The fourth form was Frieza's original state. Unlike before, his entire physique had become streamlined. It's easier to draw, he mused, as his form became more human-like, with no visible patterns or appendages. He appeared rather ordinary, akin to a human unclothed, yet the color scheme possessed a certain depth, and his icy gaze exuded an intimidating aura, signaling that he was not to be trifled with. The system task has now been issued. Survive the battle against Frieza. Task reward, points. Just as Frieza's fourth form was completed, the voice of the system echoed. Why is the system task being released now? Gohan inquired. It is because this form of Frieza is the true Frieza. The previous 3 forms were merely seals. Only when facing an adversary in their normal state can a task be initiated, the system explained to Gohan. Well, that is how it is. As long as I'm not sacrificed, I'm fine with it. Speaking of which, if I were to be sacrificed, would the Dragon Balls revive me and count as task completion? Gohan suddenly pondered this question. Good question. I hadn't considered that before. This does seem a bit peculiar. Other worlds do not possess the casual ability to resurrect the dead. However, I think you could try it. Dying and then being revived should count as task completion, right? The system hesitated in response to Gohan's inquiry. All right, but I refuse. I have no desire to experience death, Gohan stated, choosing not to engage further with the system. This monster, its power is terrifying, Piccolo remarked after sensing the energy. You two stay aside. I will handle Frieza alone. Vegeta commanded Gohan and Piccolo. Okay, we'll head to my father, Gohan agreed after some thought, reasoning that Vegeta wouldn't perish anytime soon, and it would be better to temper his arrogance. Piccolo, indifferent to Vegeta's fate, sensed Goku's energy and flew in that direction, with Gohan hastily following suit. Upon reaching their destination, they were greeted by an unexpected sight. Krillin was attacking Goku. Krillin, filled with exhilaration, had gathered the Kamehameha with both hands, displaying a mischievous grin that revealed his eagerness to unleash this move, which he had long desired to do but had never found the opportunity. Hey Krillin, wait. This isn't what we discussed. Why are you launching a Kamehameha at me? Goku exclaimed, alarmed and waving his hands. Don't mind the details. I am going to attack, Krillin declared, disregarding Goku's protests as he unleashed his strike. Faced with this unexpected situation, Goku had no choice but to lower his defenses and allow Krillin to hit him. What on earth is happening? Piccolo observed. Bewildered by the scene, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead, utterly confused by their actions. Just wait a moment, and you'll understand, Gohan said. Scratching his head, unable to bear watching the two. They landed, and Gohan greeted Krillin. Uncle Krillin, we're back. Oh, you've returned, Krillin replied. At that moment, Dandy placed a hand on Goku, and shortly thereafter, Goku was restored. I can hardly believe it. Do I possess such an ability as well? Piccolo had only absorbed a fragment of Nail's memories. Thus he remained oblivious to many matters concerning Namek and its inhabitants. No, you are of the warrior type. The warrior Namekians possess no extraordinary abilities, yet their strength is generally formidable, Din elucidated to Piccolo. What is the situation now? Where is Vegeta? Goku inquired. Gazing at the two of them with a hint of confusion, he stated that he would confront Frieza alone and instructed us to depart. Piccolo responded. Very well. Let us proceed to observe. By the way, Krillin, that last strike of yours was quite powerful, Goku remarked. Hee, the results were rather satisfying, Krillin replied with a grin. In a short while, they arrived near the battleground where Frieza and Vegeta clashed, witnessing what appeared to be an exchange of blows. Though it was evident that Vegeta was being thoroughly overwhelmed by Frieza. So, that is Frieza's true form? Quite diminutive. He does not seem imposing at all, Krillin commented. Observing Frieza's significantly reduced stature. Appearance does not equate to power. He is currently far beyond ordinary strength, Piccolo cautioned. Indeed. Did you not see how Vegeta is utterly powerless against him? Goku remarked, his gaze fixed on the fierce confrontation. Let us rewind time to the moment Vegeta bid Gohan and Piccolo to leave. Oh, Vegeta, you seem quite confident. Surely it is not merely due to overwhelming fear clouding your mind. Frieza taunted as he noticed Vegeta standing alone. Do not be so arrogant. I have become the Super Saiyan you dread the most, Vegeta declared boldly to Frieza, though the basis for his assertion remained unclear. Gohan had previously informed him that a Super Saiyan was a transformation, yet Vegeta dismissed this notion, believing that sheer strength alone sufficed to claim the title. Thus he spoke with unwavering confidence. Frieza, taken aback momentarily by Vegeta's words, soon erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, what a grand jest. He replied with an elegant chuckle. I require no assistance from Kakarot. I can defeat you alone, Vegeta proclaimed as he charged towards Frieza. Upon witnessing Vegeta's assault, Frieza sidestepped with a slight evasive maneuver. I see you, Vegeta exclaimed, having detected Frieza's movement, and swiftly altered his attack, transforming his punch into a palm strike aimed at Frieza. However, to Vegeta's astonishment, Frieza suddenly vanished without a trace. Vegeta frantically scanned his surroundings, frustration mounting. Damn it, where has Frieza gone? He thought, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Ho ho ho, just a bit more effort, and you would not be able to keep up. Do you truly consider yourself a Super Saiyan? Frieza remarked coolly, his demeanor entirely dismissive of Vegeta. Indeed, Frieza was quite astonished that Vegeta managed to evade his attack the first time. Thus, he slightly intensified his effort during the second attempt. Frieza could have easily withstood Vegeta's onslaught, remaining unscathed before him. In fact, Frieza had evaded Vegeta's strike merely to toy with him, relishing the astonishment and despair that flickered across Vegeta's visage. How could this be? At this moment, Vegeta gazed at Frieza, who stood at a distance, filled with both shock and dread. Vegeta was utterly oblivious to how Frieza had positioned himself so far behind him, without him even noticing. As Vegeta stared at Frieza in silence, cold sweat trickled down his brow and his breath quickened. To put it frankly, you stand no chance against me. Save yourself the humiliation. The legend of the Super Saiyan is utterly laughable, Frieza proclaimed. He dismissed the notion of the Super Saiyan legend, believing that if it were indeed true, it could not possibly pertain to someone of Vegeta's caliber. In Frieza's mind, he was more inclined to believe that Goku might become a Super Saiyan, given that he had just exchanged blows with Frieza's second form quite impressively. My power must be greater than this. How could it be? How is this possible? Vegeta muttered to himself, seething with anger. I am a Super Saiyan, he shouted furiously. Damn Frieza. Upon uttering these words, Vegeta concentrated all his energy and unleashed a massive energy blast directed at Frieza, a force potent enough to obliterate Namek. Surprised, Frieza widened his eyes and planted his feet firmly on the ground, launching a kick at Vegeta's energy blast. Aya. Vegeta's most formidable attack was effortlessly deflected by Frieza's kick, leaving him in a daze as he watched his own assault soar away, rendered speechless. For the first time in his life, Vegeta truly experienced fear, a heavy blow to his spirit. Tears streamed from his eyes involuntarily. He was overwhelmed by despair and terror. Having completely lost his fighting spirit, he could not comprehend why there was such a vast chasm between him and Frieza. Vegeta had always lived in Frieza's shadow. Am I truly doomed to never attain my revenge? He pondered despondently. Frieza, however, paid no heed to Vegeta's thoughts, delivering a brutal head but that left Vegeta momentarily unconscious. He then ascended above Vegeta, preparing to deliver a decisive kick. Just as he was about to strike, Goku suddenly arrived, intercepting Frieza's attack with his arm. Meanwhile, Gohan caught Vegeta below, ensuring he would not fall ungracefully to the ground. In truth, if Vegeta desired, he could have landed gracefully. However, at that moment, his spirit was despondent, devoid of any will to resist. Come on, Mr. Vegeta, gather yourself. You are a super genius, the Prince of the Saiyans. We possess boundless potential. Do not succumb to despair, Gohan urged, striving to console Vegeta. Initially, Gohan had left Vegeta alone, hoping to instill a lesson to temper his arrogance. Yet, he was utterly bewildered to witness Vegeta, in such a state, retreating into a shell like in the original narrative, overwhelmed by Frieza's might. In reality, Gohan had misjudged Vegeta. His despondency stemmed not merely from his defeat by Frieza, but predominantly from the pressure exerted by Gohan and his father, Goku. As the Prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta had been hailed as a prodigy since childhood, having engaged in countless battles, never doubting his own abilities. However, upon arriving on Earth, he was first bested by Goku, a warrior deemed inferior, and then witnessed Gohan, a mere 5-year-old, effortlessly surpassing him, leaving him deeply unsettled. Vegeta raised his gaze to Goku, who was locked in confrontation with Frieza, his eyes widening in astonishment. This was not the Kakarot of old. He had finally transcended his limits and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta mused. Now, let us observe the battle between my father and Frieza, Gohan declared, as he, along with Piccolo and Krillin, found a stone to sit upon. Ah, you have finally arrived. I have awaited your presence for quite some time, Frieza remarked to Goku. Very well, let our battle commence. Goku responded. Just what I desired, Frieza exclaimed, and before he could finish his sentence, he launched a kick toward Goku. In response, Goku simply leaned back, supporting himself with one hand, and countered with a kick of his own. Given that Goku's legs were longer than Frieza's, his strike landed first, successfully neutralizing Frieza's attack while inflicting damage. Frieza, struck by the blow, tumbled in midair before landing, gingerly touching his injured face, a smile creeping onto his lips. After all, there was no one in the entire universe with whom he could engage in such a thrilling battle, and he eagerly anticipated the clash with Goku. Frieza then concentrated, summoning a beam of death energy, relentlessly firing it at Goku. Arrogant fool, Frieza sneered. Observing this, Goku raised one hand, waiting for the opportune moment, and swiftly waved his palm, deflecting all of Frieza's death beams. How could this be? You managed to fend off my attack with just one hand, Frieza exclaimed, astonished by Goku's response. Although Frieza initially doubted the effectiveness of such an assault, he believed that at the very least, Son Goku should endure more. He never anticipated that Goku would so effortlessly withstand his onslaught. Your power has significantly increased, Frieza remarked, gazing at Son Goku. Of course, I have prepared extensively to defeat you, Goku replied, momentarily diverting his gaze towards Krillin. Frieza. Suddenly, Vegeta bellowed into the sky, capturing everyone's attention. I suggest you exert your full strength. He is the legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta continued to shout. Humph, that's quite a flattering statement, Frieza retorted. The Super Saiyan is the mightiest warrior in the universe. Ha ha. Frieza, your demise is imminent. Accept your fate. Vegeta laughed heartily. Silence, Frieza exclaimed, unleashing a death beam towards Vegeta. Witnessing this, Gohan emulated Frieza, firing a similar death beam that countered Frieza's attack. Huh, I did it, Gohan exclaimed excitedly. Having observed Frieza's repeated use of the death beam and the technique he employed against Piccolo, utilizing his own innate talent and the rapid memory skill he exchanged from the system, Gohan successfully replicated Frieza's technique. Wasn't this more effective than the Dodon Ray? What? This brat has actually learned my technique? When did that happen? Frieza was taken aback, astonished that Gohan could block his attack. Hey, Gohan, your talent is truly exceptional. Krillin remarked. Is it difficult? I watched you perform it a few times, and I learned it right away. Gohan replied nonchalantly, displaying a hint of arrogance. Damn it. Saiyans should not exist in this world. Frieza shouted in disbelief. You think watching a few times is enough to learn? Are you two children debating the sun? At that moment, Vegeta was equally bewildered. Could it be that he was indeed the legendary Super Saiyan? Vegeta's mind was in disarray, struggling to comprehend how everyone seemed stronger than him. Why must our battle involve Vegeta? Goku asked angrily, asserting that for Saiyans, combat should remain undisturbed. During the Cell Saga, when Vegeta was interrupted by Dend, he experienced a glimpse of what paternal love felt like, filling the void of his childhood. Now, let us resume the tale of the battle between Son Goku and Frieza. For you see, I despise the jest of others claiming that a Super Saiyan can defeat me. He always brings up the ridiculous legend of the Super Saiyan, that loquacious fellow. Damn, Frieza remarked to Goku. Hey, Mr. Vegeta, didn't I tell you? The Super Saiyan is a transformation unique to our Saiyan race, and theoretically, every Saiyan has the potential to achieve this form, Gohan asserted to Vegeta. Gohan, what exactly is a Super Saiyan? Goku, having overheard the discussion surrounding Super Saiyans, inquired. Gohan, do you know something about it? Krillin also asked. Indeed. I possess some knowledge regarding the Super Saiyans, Gohan candidly admitted. Oh, then enlighten me about this legendary warrior. Frieza expressed his curiosity. Having always kept a vigilant eye on this myth, having witnessed the Saiyans' latent abilities, he pondered the possibility of the existence of such a being. At that moment, Vegeta perked up, having grown up with tales of the Super Saiyan. He harbored an almost obsessive fascination with this legendary transformation. Piccolo did not accompany Goku and the others, but remained on the sidelines, watching over Dend, meaning that all present were now focused on Gohan. Sensing the atmosphere, Gohan decided to contribute to the conversation and organized his thoughts briefly. The Super Saiyan is a transformation unique to us Saiyans, but the prerequisites for achieving it are quite stringent. Firstly, one must possess a significantly high combat power, roughly quantified. Gohan began to explain. Upon hearing this figure, both Frieza and Vegeta were taken aback, as they had never heard of any Saiyan reaching such an extraordinary level of power. It is worth noting that on the entire planet Vegeta, even those Saiyans with combat powers just exceeding 10,000 could be counted on one hand, with the majority of elite warriors only possessing powers around 3,000 to 5,000. This requirement alone would disqualify the vast majority of Saiyans. Gohan continued to elaborate, and the others refocused their attention. Moreover, transforming into a Super Saiyan requires the assistance of a unique S-cell found in our Saiyan physiology. Normally, the quantity of S-cells in a typical Saiyan is quite limited, and only when the quantity reaches a certain threshold can one transform into a Super Saiyan. S-cells? What are those? And how can one increase this so-called S-cell count? Vegeta could not help but inquire. Patience, I'm still explaining, Gohan replied, slightly annoyed that Vegeta interrupted him. But he continued with his explanation. S-cells can naturally increase through a peaceful and tranquil lifestyle and mindset. Generally speaking, Saiyans are either engaged in battle or en route to one, which hampers the growth of S-cells. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze shifted towards Goku. Does that mean Goku has a significant chance of becoming the Super Saiyan you speak of? Krillin asked. Damn it, why is it that the Saiyans, a race of warriors, can only transform into Super Saiyans through a tranquil existence? Vegeta pondered in confusion. Despite having an abundance of S-cells within, it ultimately requires an overwhelming surge of rage to trigger their activation, thus enabling the transformation into a Super Saiyan. At this juncture, Gohan cast a deliberate glance at Krillin, leaving him utterly perplexed. There's no other way, Uncle Krillin. It seems you'll have to be offered as a sacrifice, Gohan mused internally. As the saying goes, Krillin's sacrifice yields boundless power. This is our sole recourse. It is worth noting that if the previous generation of Saiyans possessed a significant number of S-cells, these could be inherited, granting their descendants an intrinsic advantage in transforming into Super Saiyans with considerably less difficulty. Gohan shared these insights regarding Super Saiyans openly. How amusingly fabricated. I am nearly convinced, yet legends remain mere myths. In reality, Super Saiyans are impossible. Frieza declared. Kakarot, heed my words. We were born on planet Vegeta. And its destruction was not due to a colossal meteor strike. Vegeta suddenly addressed Goku. What relevance do these discussions hold now? Frieza interjected. It was Frieza who annihilated planet Vegeta. We Saiyans have always been subservient to him, toiling relentlessly at his behest. Alas, all other Saiyans perished, including your parents and my father. For Frieza truly feared the emergence of a Super Saiyan, Vegeta articulated. Humph, such flattering words, Frieza retorted, crossing his arms. Utterly indifferent to Vegeta's remarks. I am fully aware that I cannot become a Super Saiyan at this moment. Thus I implore you to transform swiftly and vanquish Frieza, avenging all Saiyans. Vegeta bellowed in a crescendo of desperation. Goku, Vegeta murmured softly, revealing an unexpected facet of his character, showcasing the profound impact Frieza had on him. Vegeta's words were not merely an outlet for his pent-up resentment. He sought to incite Goku's fury, thereby facilitating his transformation into a Super Saiyan. I am a Saiyan raised on Earth, and for the fallen Saiyans, as well as the Namekians here, I shall personally slay you, Goku declared to Frieza. Humph. Such audacious claims. Do you truly believe you can become a legendary warrior? Frieza scoffed. We must depart swiftly, lest we become an encumbrance here, Gohan urged. With one last penetrating gaze at Goku, Vegeta followed Gohan and Krillin away from the battlefield. How can I find a suitable justification for Uncle Krillin's sacrifice? Gohan mused while soaring through the air. Beside him, Clint inexplicably shuddered, an uneasy feeling gnawing at his senses, as though some ominous event was imminent. Vigilantly surveying the surroundings and finding no immediate danger, he scratched his bald head, a look of perplexity etched upon his face. Once the others had flown far away, only Sun Wukong and Frieza remained in the arena. At this moment, Sun Wukong and Frieza locked eyes, each seeking to exploit the slightest vulnerability in the other. Yet, both were seasoned warriors, adept in the art of combat, making it exceedingly difficult to reveal any weaknesses. For a time, neither could find an opportunity to strike. I assure you, this shall be the final instance where I depict the battle style from the original work, considering Son Gohan is not yet involved in such a conflict. To provide a hint, following his encounter with Frieza, Son Gohan will logically transform into a Super Saiyan, subsequently defeating Mechanical Frieza and King Cold before the arrival of the androids. 3 years hence, he will be on par with androids 17 and 18. Suddenly, unable to contain himself any longer, Sun Wukong launched himself into action, his foot creating a substantial crater upon impact with the ground, dust swirling in his wake as he charged at Frieza with astonishing speed. Frieza, however, remained unfazed. He first blocked Sun Wukong's attack with his left elbow, then swiftly retaliated, aiming a strike at Sun Wukong's face with his right hand. Sun Wukong evaded the blow by tilting his body to the side, then leaped into the air, delivering a punch towards Frieza. Frieza, of course, was not one to be easily struck. He ducked to avoid Sun Wukong's fist, and in a split second, kicked upward with his right leg. Yet, Sun Wukong deftly pressed his feet against the ground, propelling himself into the air. Seizing the moment, Frieza unleashed a barrage of energy beams aimed at him. However, Sun Wukong had already maneuvered behind Frieza, delivering a swift knife hand strike towards his neck, only for Frieza to vanish from sight. Sensing Frieza's energy, Sun Wukong quickly turned to look back, only to find Frieza had inexplicably submerged into the sea. Moments later, Frieza erupted from the water, launching an energy blast at Sun Wukong, and thus, their fierce battle resumed. As the pace quickened, they began conversing once more. I genuinely wanted to write about Sun Wukong toying with Frieza using 2 Kamehameha waves in the water. It was an incredibly impressive scene. However, that would make the word count excessive, and to avoid harsh criticism, I shall hasten the narrative of their conflict. You are remarkably skilled. I truly did not anticipate this. Aside from my parents, you are the first to soil me, Frieza remarked, brushing the dust from his attire. This is the first time in my life I have felt such exhilaration. How shall I make the experience of defeating you truly enjoyable? He declared to Sun Wukong. How unfortunate. I had expected my previous attack to yield some effect, he mused, though a smile remained on Sun Wukong's face. After Frieza had toyed with Sun Wukong using his extraordinary abilities for a while, both warriors resolved to dispense with the warm-up, commencing their genuine battle. This is dreadful. Both of them are monsters. I cannot comprehend the limits of their capabilities, Vegeta commented, observing the clash between the two. It appears we genuinely have a chance to defeat Frieza, Krillin exclaimed with joy. No, if Father cannot transform into a Super Saiyan, it is utterly impossible to triumph over Frieza. At present, Frieza hasn't even unleashed a fraction of his full power, which is less than 14 in combat strength. Gohan remarked. Gohan, you cannot be serious. With such strength, he hasn't even utilized his 14. Piccolo said in astonishment. Meanwhile, Goku continued his battle against Frieza. At the onset, Frieza had granted Goku a boon, stating he would fight him without the use of his hands. However, after Goku took a bite of Frieza's tail, Frieza, infuriated, retaliated with a punch that knocked Goku down. Weren't you supposed to fight without your hands? Goku questioned Frieza. Humph, the time for leniency has passed, Frieza retorted, justifying his actions. Thus, I shall offer you a piece of advice. Your arrogance has rendered your attacks riddled with openings, Goku stated. You are quite clever and possess considerable strength. Even I cannot help but commend you, Frieza praised Goku. Yet, I find this fight tedious. The time for resolution has arrived. Regardless, I shall grant you one final opportunity. The terms I previously offered still stand. I will elevate the single planet I promised to 10. And I could even appoint you as the second in command of the Frieza force. Will you pledge your allegiance to me? It would be a pity to annihilate someone like you. You would surpass Captain Jinyu, Frieza remarked. Dream on. Do you truly believe I would accept? Goku countered Frieza. I knew you would refuse. Saiyans are inherently stubborn fools. Frieza replied without a hint of regret, fully anticipating this outcome. Then you are left with but one path. Death, Frieza said darkly. It won't be so easy to kill me, Goku responded, maintaining his stance. Quite confident, are we? I know you claimed you would unleash your full strength. Yet you are still holding back, Frieza commented. You see right through me, Goku acknowledged, unfazed by Frieza's words. Such tricks cannot escape my notice, Frieza declared. Humph. I could reduce you to cosmic dust with merely half my power, could I? Huh. That sounds overly exaggerated. Be cautious not to overstate your prowess, Goku replied, clearly skeptical of Frieza's claims. I am simply exhilarated. It has been ages since I had a chance to truly exert myself, Frieza said. It seems both parties are ready to engage seriously, Piccolo noted with his keen sense. Hey, is it true that Goku cannot win? Krillin inquired. Indeed. Father cannot even contend with half of Frieza's strength, Gohan replied. Is the disparity truly that vast? Piccolo questioned in disbelief. It appears he is not merely posturing. Goku sensed Frieza's overwhelming aura. At this moment, the disparity between Sun Wukong and Frieza became starkly apparent. Sun Wukong was utterly outmatched, enduring a relentless barrage of blows from Frieza. Each of Frieza's attacks inflicted immense pain upon Sun Wukong, who, regrettably, failed to lay a single finger on his adversary, let alone execute any effective counterattack. In no time, Sun Wukong found himself battered and bruised, gasping for breath. Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, the king was intently observing the situation on Namek, particularly Sun Wukong's condition. My goodness, I never imagined his opponent would be this formidable, the king stammered. Is Wukong still wearing that heavy outfit? Yamcha inquired, under the impression that Sun Wukong's cumbersome attire was the reason for his struggles against Frieza. No, the clothing he wears now is sturdy, but it does not hinder his strength. The king's words rendered Yamcha momentarily silent. Do not worry, Wukong will prevail, Tien Shinhan suddenly declared, his tone imbued with confidence. Oh really? Yamcha quickly pressed, eager to understand Tien's reasoning. Let us not forget the Kaioken technique. Wukong is now capable of withstanding a tenfold Kaioken, Tien expressed his thoughts. Indeed, with the Kaioken, he must surely win. Yamcha exclaimed, his spirits lifted. How unfortunate. He is currently employing the tenfold Kaioken. The king's statement sent shockwaves through the crowd. What did you say? The assembly gasped in astonishment. Wukong is using the tenfold Kaioken, yet he is being thoroughly overwhelmed. Tien sought confirmation from the king. Even more alarming is the fact that Frieza is only utilizing half of his power. I had warned him repeatedly not to engage Frieza, the king lamented. A look of despondency on his face, as he held great hope for Sun Wukong and wished to see him survive Frieza's onslaught. At this juncture, Sun Wukong narrowly evaded another of Frieza's attacks, which nearly cleaved planet Namek in two. What a devastating technique, Sun Wukong remarked, gazing into the bottomless pit left by Frieza's strike. I have long told you, I possess the capability to obliterate this planet. It was I who annihilated planet Vegeta, Frieza declared. This is dire. I cannot overcome him. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, staring at Frieza. What should we do? Wukong is truly unable to defeat Frieza, Krillin exclaimed, his anxiety palpable. Do not fret, Uncle Krillin. I have a plan, Gohan interjected suddenly, drawing the attention of everyone present. What is your plan? Gohan, please tell us. Krillin urged. I already mentioned it. We must enable Dad to transform into a Super Saiyan. Gohan stated. But how can we induce him to become a Super Saiyan? Piccolo queried. Of course, it is the utmost fury, Son Gohan remarked, shifting his gaze towards Krillin. What do you want me to do? How can I possibly make Goku angry? Krillin, bewildered by Son Gohan's stare, responded, Uncle Krillin, you have a good relationship with my father, don't you? Ha ha. I understand your meaning. What a rather unfriendly little child you are, Vegeta chuckled. Wait, you don't mean to imply that, Krillin exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. Even Piccolo regarded Son Gohan with a hint of peculiarity in his eyes. No, I have already been resurrected once. I cannot use the Dragon Balls to bring myself back again. If I die once more, it will be for real, Krillin thought, his hands waving frantically after grasping Son Gohan's intention. It's all right, Uncle Krillin. I've heard that the Dragon Balls from Namek can resurrect the same person repeatedly. Son Gohan stated. Isn't there any other way? Krillin inquired. Uncle Krillin, look at the people present. Is there anyone more suitable than you? Do you want me to go instead? I'm only 5 years old. At this, Son Gohan donned an innocent expression, his wide eyes fixed on Krillin. Gohan did not wish to perish. Although resurrection was possible, failing the system task would mean losing precious points. He could always compensate Krillin later. Upon hearing this, Piccolo scrutinized Krillin with a penetrating gaze. Ha ha ha, can you truly bear to let a 5-year-old child die for you? Vegeta, reveling in the spectacle, delivered a decisive blow to Krillin. Everything must be examined to be understood. In ancient times, human sacrifices were often made to the heavens. I still recall this. Though I cannot recall the details. They spoke not a word, yet fixed me with strange stares. I was rendered speechless, and after a prolonged scrutiny, I discerned the characters within their gazes, both inscribed with the words, Sacrifice to Heaven. Krillin's diary. Now, let us shift our focus back to Frieza and Goku. Do not worry. I will not kill you immediately. That would be too merciful, Frieza remarked. Heroic novels boast the fastest update speed on the internet. Chapter 70, Spirit Bomb. Krillin's hope after a week of contemplation. I have decided to write about GT first, culminating in the defeat of the evil dragons and the disappearance of the dragon. Following that, I will transition into the Super world. If you wish to see Super, you may wait until GT is complete. Previously released films will be revisited through Cell's time machine. This was a suggestion from my readers. Now, without further ado, let us continue. I can only employ a 20 times Kaioken. My body may not withstand it. However, if what he claims is true, that he has only utilized half of his power, then I am utterly at a loss, Goku pondered. After all, even the 10 times Kaioken could not match Frieza, and the heightened power from the 20 times Kaioken would be even more tenuous, making him an even more inadequate opponent against Frieza. It is too late for regrets now. You were the one who challenged me, Frieza observed, gazing at the battered Goku. With a sense of determination, Sun Wukong resolved to give it his all, hoping for a favorable outcome. However, he felt a twinge of uncertainty within. He then discreetly summoned his energy, activating the 20-fold Kaioken. This technique was far beyond what his current physique could bear. If he desired victory, he had to conclude the battle swiftly. With a powerful shout, Sun Wukong dashed towards Frieza, who was clearly taken aback by the sudden surge in speed. Caught off guard, Frieza received a forceful punch to the face. As Sun Wukong contemplated a follow-up attack, Frieza swiftly regained composure and evaded the second strike aimed at him. Yet, unbeknownst to Frieza, the initial assault had merely served as a diversion. Sun Wukong had been gathering energy during the feint. As Frieza dodged, Sun Wukong unleashed a Kamehameha wave towards him, seizing the moment while Frieza was still recovering. Frieza, witnessing the impending attack, chose not to evade but instead raised his hand, intending to block the oncoming wave with a single palm. With a furious roar, a tremendous explosion erupted. As the dust settled, the onlookers beheld Frieza, his left hand scorched from absorbing the blow, bearing various burns and abrasions. Nevertheless, aside from superficial injuries, Frieza had effectively withstood Sun Wukong's Kamehameha wave with one hand. At this moment, Sun Wukong gazed at Frieza suspended in the air, his expression one of utter disbelief. How could this be? The 20-fold Kaioken seemed to have little effect. He exclaimed in astonishment. He was not boasting. In truth, he had only utilized half of his strength. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on Sun Wukong. What is happening? Why is the ground shaking? Is it the aftermath of the battle between Wukong and Frieza? Bulma, having retreated to a safe distance, pondered as she felt the lingering tremors. I wonder if Wukong and the others can defeat Frieza, she added, her face etched with concern. It is truly unbelievable that Wukong's previous strike, so powerful, failed to harm Frieza, Krillin remarked, his expression a mix of complexity and worry. If Wukong cannot defeat Frieza, does that mean his fate is truly sealed? Vegeta, standing apart, muttered quietly to himself, his thoughts unknown to those around him. Dad's energy is starting to diminish. Gohan noted after sensing the energies of both combatants. Krillin, soon we shall execute my plan to assist Wukong, Piccolo instructed. When did you share your plan with me? Krillin questioned, puzzled by Piccolo's assertion. I mentioned it, Piccolo replied, his tone somewhat more insistent. All right, I understand. Krillin initially seemed poised to protest, but then acquiesced. Following Piccolo's lead, the tedious antics of Vegeta went unremarked upon, as he merely adjusted his breath to recuperate from his injuries. After all, the miraculous Senzu beans were a treasure one could only hope to encounter unexpectedly. Vegeta wished to reserve them for a moment of true crisis. This left the nearby Gohan in a state of bewilderment. When had they devised a plan behind his back? They had always been together, so how was he unaware of it? Setting aside Gohan's thoughts, let us turn our attention back to Goku and Frieza. At this moment, Goku struggled to withstand the immense pressure exerted on his body by the 20-fold Kaioken, nearly losing his balance and collapsing to the ground. That was perilously close. That fiend possesses such formidable strength, Frieza remarked, observing his own injured left hand and clenching his fist in frustration. Dreaded Saiyan, Frieza seethed, enunciating each word with venom. Frieza descended once more, locking eyes with Goku. You have inflicted pain upon me, and now you shall experience the taste of suffering. With that, Frieza launched himself at Goku with a headbutt. Given Goku's current state, evasion was impossible. He was sent flying several meters away by the force of the blow. Had he not tempered the impact with his ki, he would have skidded along the ground for hundreds of meters, such was Frieza's might. Before Goku could regain his footing, Frieza delivered a kick that sent him soaring into the air, followed by a sidekick that slammed him back down to the earth. Weren't you quite boastful a moment ago? What has become of your bravado now? Frieza taunted as he advanced toward Goku. Goku pondered, my energy has dwindled significantly. Even the 20-fold Kaioken is unable to subdue him. He racked his brain, seeking a way to defeat Frieza. Frieza unleashed another attack, but this time, it did not target Goku directly. Instead, it created a seemingly bottomless pit before him. It is time to end this. Allow me to escort you to the afterlife, Frieza declared. In that instant, Goku's next move left Frieza perplexed. Goku extended his arms straight above his head. He is actually going to use the spirit bomb, Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. What is a spirit bomb? Piccolo queried, as he was unaware of the technique, having never been taught it by King Kai. The spirit bomb is a special technique imparted to Goku by King Kai, Krillin explained. Isn't this the same technique that Kakarot used against us on Earth? Vegeta remarked, recognizing Goku's stance as reminiscent of their previous encounter. Indeed, the spirit bomb is formed by gathering life energy from all living beings, plants, animals, microorganisms, and even humans, culminating in a powerful sphere to strike adversaries, Krillin elucidated to Piccolo and Vegeta. Is that so? That despicable King Kai has never mentioned the spirit bomb to us, Piccolo chided with a wry smile. In the current predicament, is it possible to confront Frieza? The life on this planet is exceedingly scarce. There seems to be no alternative. Goku must be aware of this as well, but given the present circumstances, there truly appears to be no other recourse. He must take a gamble, Krillin remarked. At this moment, Krillin's heart raced with anxiety. If Son Goku could successfully defeat Frieza, it would spare him from experiencing the rather unfriendly consequences that would otherwise ensue. Son Goku pondered, I am reluctant to utilize the spirit bomb, for if its power exceeds a certain threshold, this planet could very well be obliterated. After all, the spirit bomb is not an attack derived from one's own energy, making it difficult to control. A moment's carelessness could lead to the destruction of Namek. Thus, Goku was resolute in his decision to avoid employing this technique unless absolutely necessary. The Kaioshin realm, being the abode of the Kaioshin, is relatively sturdy, and thus Goku knew he need not worry about it being destroyed. Ultimately, he decided to wield the Spirit Bomb. However, if Frieza is not vanquished, the entire universe would succumb to calamity. I cannot be entirely certain of success. I must simply give it my all, Goku thought. Subsequently, he began gathering life energy, conceiving a clever strategy to also draw energy from other planets. Namek and the nearby celestial bodies, lend me a portion of your life energy. Goku projected his thoughts toward Namek and its neighboring planets, employing the techniques imparted by the Kaioshin. With just this skill, who could assert that the Dragon Ball techniques rely solely on brute strength? They are undeniably skillful. Enriched by Master Roshi's telepathy, Tien's multiform technique, not to mention instantaneous movement, he can even traverse to the afterlife. What are you scheming now? You can barely stand, and yet you wish to attack me? Frieza inquired, perplexed and entirely at a loss regarding Goku's actions. Before long, as everyone gazed upward, they beheld the energy coalescing in the sky. Ah! Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. What is the matter? Piccolo inquired, bewildered. Impossible. The energy is colossal. Krillin, disregarding Piccolo's question, continued to express his astonishment. Even Vegeta looked up in shock at the spirit bomb forming in the sky. It's massive and still growing. Krillin remarked. Is it truly that exaggerated? Piccolo questioned, perplexed. They could indeed unleash such a tremendous attack. However, it would require immense time and effort, making it easily detectable by the enemy. Most would refrain from undertaking such a thankless endeavor. When my father used this technique against Vegeta, it was only the size of a dragon fruit, Gohan explained. At that moment, such a minuscule attack instilled in me a profound fear of death, and now, witnessing its current size, it must be approximately 50 meters in diameter, Vegeta stated, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. From this single planet, it is utterly implausible to encounter such a formidable spirit bomb. Goku must have gathered the life energy from all nearby celestial bodies. Krillin immediately discerned Goku's strategy. Frieza, however, seemed oblivious to the urgency of utilizing that spirit bomb for an attack. Why is he taking his time? Piccolo inquired, perplexed. To vanquish Frieza, it is imperative to amass an adequate amount of life energy. Goku is meticulously preparing, Krillin explained. When Frieza attempts to interrupt my father, we shall intervene, Gohan declared. What is he planning? Why is he assuming such a peculiar stance, yet remaining motionless? Frieza pondered in confusion. Just a little more, Goku silently calculated. What are you doing? If you possess the courage, come and attack me. Are you raising your hands in surrender? Frieza taunted Goku. Yet, Goku remained silent, concentrating on the spirit bomb. Gathering life energy requires time, which is the greatest vulnerability of the spirit bomb. Just a bit more, do not let him notice. Goku thought, invoking all the fortune he could muster. Enough. How long do you intend to stand there? Frieza was clearly growing impatient. What business is it of yours? Goku retorted defiantly. I have had enough of you, insolent brat. With that, Frieza launched a kick toward Goku. However, just as Frieza's kick was about to strike, Gohan soared up and delivered a powerful blow to Frieza's side. The impact sent Frieza hurtling backward. Gohan! Goku exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, Piccolo, Vegeta, and Krillin also arrived. Do not concern yourselves with us. Focus on your task, Piccolo urged. Goku, hurry. We can only manage a surprise attack. We cannot withstand a direct confrontation. Are you all seeking death? I have never understood what goes on in the minds of you Saiyans, you wretched creatures. Frieza fumed. I have no more time to play with you. I shall obliterate you and this planet together. The Super Saiyan is merely a legend. The game is over. I will annihilate everything within and this planet as well. As Frieza spoke, he concentrated energy in his fingers, forming a planet-destroying blast, specifically designed to annihilate the core of a planet with precision. Done. I have completed the spirit bomb. Goku exclaimed joyously. Then, as Frieza's attack had yet to descend, Goku forcefully swung his arms downward, sending the spirit bomb hurtling toward Frieza. Frieza, sensing Goku's movement, hastily turned to look. No, he shouted in alarm, realizing that his own planet-destroying blast was being consumed by Goku's spirit bomb. Damn it! Frieza braced himself, attempting to block Goku's spirit bomb with both hands. Ugh! Damn it! Frieza's forehead throbbed, straining under immense pressure. Yet, it was evidently futile. With Frieza's exclamation, a tremendous explosion erupted on Namek, visible even in the vastness of space. At this moment, King Kai suddenly froze, sensing something amiss. Could it be that Goku had been slain? Yamcha, noticing the shift, inquired anxiously. No, Goku has triumphed over Frieza. He has defeated him, King Kai exclaimed, leaping with exhilaration. The inhabitants of King Kai's planet, momentarily taken aback by the news, erupted into a chorus of jubilant cheers. On Namek, at the site recently struck by the spirit bomb, a gaping chasm had formed, with the surrounding seawater continuously flooding in, transforming it into a lake. A while later, Gohan emerged from the water and swiftly ascended into the sky to assess the situation of others. Before the explosion of the spirit bomb, everyone had scattered to safety. Upon reaching the air, Gohan spotted Krillin, floating on the water while clutching a stone. Uncle Krillin, Gohan exclaimed, landing atop the stone. Are you hurt? He asked, pulling Krillin out of the water. I'm fine. What about the others? Krillin replied from his perch. I sense their energy. They are over there. Gohan indicated towards a small island, several dozen meters in size. The two of them then flew over, and upon arrival, they witnessed Piccolo and Vegeta helping to lift Goku from the water. Ah, we found them. They are all safe. Krillin joyfully declared. Let us hurry over. Once they landed, they began to converse casually. Let us head back, Piccolo suggested. Let us take my spaceship back to Earth. It will only take 5 days, Goku proposed. Mr. Vegeta, what are your plans? Gohan inquired. Of course, I will return to Earth with you. I have no spaceship, Vegeta replied, acknowledging the lack of alternatives. Once we find Bulma, we can all return together, Krillin added. Dad, quickly eat a Senzu bean to recover your strength, Gohan urged. What's the matter? Just let me rest for a bit. And I can move freely without wasting another Senzu bean, Goku replied, puzzled. Frieza is still alive, Gohan stated. At that moment, the chasm created by the spirit bomb was only just being filled by the encroaching seawater. How is that possible? The group clearly doubted Frieza's ability to survive such an onslaught. I can sense Frieza's energy. He's right there, Gohan asserted. From the outset, Gohan had never anticipated that Frieza could be so easily vanquished. However, due to Goku's uninterrupted release of the spirit bomb, he felt uncertain about the outcome. However, the system had not provided any indication of task completion. Just moments ago, among the few remaining with preserved combat strength, the formidable Son Gohan sensed Frieza's energy. How despicable! Even the spirit bomb, Son Goku exclaimed as he prepared to retrieve a Senzu bean to consume. Wait, Goku, use mine, Krillin said, offering his own Senzu bean to Son Goku. Old man, take this. You can use your remaining 2 Senzu beans during the battle with Frieza, Piccolo interjected, casting a meaningful glance at Krillin. Very well, I shall accept it, Son Goku replied promptly, taking the Senzu bean and consuming it in one swift motion, instantly restoring his full vitality. The current situation was Son Goku with 2 Senzu beans, Vegeta with 2 Senzu beans, Son Gohan with 2 Senzu beans, and additional energy points. Suddenly, Krillin shot a surprised glance at Piccolo, who remained still and unperturbed, evidently engaged in telepathic communication with Krillin. They're coming. You all stay back, Son Goku declared, assuming a fighting stance, directing his gaze toward a specific direction. Impressive, I didn't expect you to detect me, Frieza remarked, initially planning a surprise attack, but now abandoning that strategy due to being discovered. Did you think I was dead? Nonsense. I, Frieza, am not so easily vanquished, Frieza stated with a calm demeanor. You all must leave this place. Find the location from which I arrived to locate the spaceship and take Bulma away swiftly, Son Goku urged. Do you truly believe you can escape? No one shall return alive, Frieza replied with a smirk. I will tear you all to shreds, Frieza declared, unleashing an energy blast toward the group. Seeing this, Son Goku promptly deflected the energy blast. Oh, you still possess such stamina? Frieza remarked, astonished, for after their prolonged battle, Goku's strength should have diminished. Subsequently, Son Goku activated the Kaioken at 20 times his normal strength, engaging Frieza in fierce combat. Goku, we're coming to help you, Krillin shouted as he advanced toward the battlefield. Although he said we, he was essentially the only one charging forward. Krillin, don't come here. You all run, Son Goku called out anxiously. How infuriating. You're the one who severed my tail, aren't you? Frieza said, delivering a powerful kick that sent Son Goku flying. Here. For some reason, during the battle with Son Goku, Frieza's tail remained intact, but after being obliterated by the spirit bomb, it reverted to the state as if severed by Krillin. Frieza pointed a finger at Krillin, using his telekinetic powers to lift him off the ground. Krillin! Son Goku shouted urgently. Release him, Frieza! Son Goku implored, his tone tinged with desperation. Frieza paid no heed to Goku's words, opening his palm. This is somewhat different from what I anticipated, Krillin muttered. With a resounding bang, Krillin was obliterated. Indeed, in the most literal sense, leaving not a trace behind. Ha ha. Now it's your turn, Frieza declared, utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. You wretched fool. Goku trembled with fury. Unforgivable. He gritted through clenched teeth. Suddenly, Goku's hair stood on end, and his gaze transformed to a striking golden hue, exuding a chilling aura. He has succeeded. Father has become a Super Saiyan. Gohan exclaimed to the others. Is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan? Such power is truly admirable, Vegeta observed. His eyes fixated on Goku, as if glued to him. What is that? Frieza gazed at the dramatically transformed Goku. Ha ha ha. Frieza, accept your fate. This is the true form of what you fear most. The strongest warrior in the universe. The Super Saiyan. Vegeta proclaimed with laughter. You all must flee. Find Bulma, and take her away, Goku urged. Leave quickly, while I still retain my sanity. He bellowed once more. All right, we're going. Piccolo called to Gohan and Vegeta as they left the battlefield. Gohan, you and Vegeta go find Bulma. I will retrieve Dend, Piccolo instructed. Understood, leave it to us. Gohan replied. So this is a Super Saiyan. Indeed, it is extraordinary, Vegeta mused, still preoccupied with thoughts of the Super Saiyan. Mr. Vegeta, there's no need to rush. With your potential, you too can become a Super Saiyan. Haven T, I already shared the method with you? Gohan remarked. Ah, a tranquil life, is it? Vegeta pondered. Let us hurry. Once we find Bulma, you can stay on our planet for a while, Gohan suggested as they soared through the air. Where could Aunt Bulma be? How can her motorcycle run so fast? Gohan mused aloud. Going to Earth seems like a fine idea, Vegeta commented. No need to dwell on it. When you see Aunt Bulma, do be courteous, Gohan couldn't help but advise. You want me to show that woman respect? Vegeta retorted angrily. I didn't say respect. Just a bit of courtesy, no commanding tone or threats of violence. Gohan shot a glance at Vegeta. Who knows, you might not even dare to raise your voice at her. Gohan thought to himself. Why? What is so special about her? Vegeta inquired, calming slightly at Gohan's words. She is indeed somewhat exceptional. Her family is quite wealthy. If you wish to live peacefully on Earth, you must adhere to certain rules, Gohan explained. Vegeta remained silent, merely soaring through the skies. Gohan, undeterred, continued to speak. As Saiyans, we generally have a substantial appetite. Have you ever considered how you would manage daily life upon arriving on Earth? Surely, you cannot resort to theft, can you? I cannot fathom that a prince of your stature would stoop to such dishonorable acts. Gohan's words rendered Vegeta momentarily speechless. Are you suggesting that I should appease her? Vegeta exclaimed incredulously. Gohan retorted, what kind of thought process are you operating with? Communication, normal communication, do you understand? He shouted in exasperation. Forget it. You two can handle your own matters. We should focus on finding someone, Gohan declared, eager to shift the topic. As Gohan and Vegeta continued their search for Bulma's aura, a terrifying energy surged forth, accompanied by a violent explosion. This is bad. This planet is about to be destroyed. Vegeta shouted. What is happening? Gohan inquired. Gohan was aware that Frieza, realizing he could not overpower his father, would resort to desperate measures, intending to obliterate Namek. However, he did not expect such urgency, especially when Bulma had yet to be found. He pondered anxiously whether Den had been brought to the spaceship by Uncle Piccolo. If not, how would they summon the dragon on Namek? I have previously destroyed several planets, and each time a planet faces annihilation, a unique energy emanates. I can sense that energy now, Vegeta explained. Consequently, the two hastened their pace, striving to locate Bulma before the impending explosion of Namek. Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, the atmosphere was grave. Lord King Kai, Yamcha called out, but received no response. What's wrong? Tien asked, visibly anxious. Goku is so powerful that even Frieza cannot contend with him. However, Frieza, in his frustration, has destroyed Namek, King Kai stated. It turned out that Frieza's recent attack led King Kai to believe that Namek had been obliterated and that Goku and the others were dead. What exactly has transpired? Yamcha asked, bewildered. From the perspective of everyone present, this seemed utterly nonsensical. If Namek were destroyed, none could survive. Only Frieza could endure in the void of space. King Kai seemed to sense the group's thoughts and began to clarify. Just then, a voice echoed in King Kai's mind. King Kai, can you hear me? It is the Earth's deity. I must say, the deity is quite remarkable, with an array of extraordinary abilities, able to create matter from nothing, inhabit other bodies, and traverse between the realms of the living and the dead, the deity explained. Ah, it's you. I can hear you. King Kai responded. I have dispatched Popo to search for the Dragon Balls, and I believe we shall soon gather them all. The deity is explaining the current situation. Please remain calm. The sacrificed warriors will soon be resurrected. However, I regret to inform you that Kaiatsu has already perished twice. The deity's voice continues. Oh, King Kai's voice suddenly falters. Huh. Wait, did you not already? Only then does he realize. Piccolo, being a Namekian, cannot survive in the cosmic environment. Piccolo's life is intertwined with that of the deity. If the deity is alive and well, then Piccolo cannot be dead, nor could Namek have been destroyed. Ahem. It is indeed the Dragon Balls of Namek that have revived me, the deity explains, albeit somewhat perplexed. Logically, King Kai should be aware that Piccolo and I were resurrected by the Dragon Balls of Namek, the deity muses. So Piccolo is still alive. Well, you see, Piccolo and I are essentially one. Although the deity does not fully grasp King Kai's meaning, he respectfully responds. At this moment, Piccolo has found Dend, sitting beside the spaceship, awaiting the arrival of Gohan and the others. Thus, Namek still exists. Goku, Gohan, and Piccolo are all alive. King Kai exclaims with excitement. Tradition holds, the Saiyans are stirring. Goku insists on waiting until Frieza has fully charged his power before engaging him in a fierce battle, which frustrates King Kai immensely. Goku, do you hear me? While Frieza gathers energy, strike now. Seize this opportunity. King Kai urges. I refuse, for Frieza is the mightiest in the universe. I wish to witness the full extent of his power in battle. Do you understand the joy of fighting? I still hope to face Frieza in a serious duel. And besides, Krillin is such a good person, how could I? Essentially, this is Goku's sentiment. King Kai, of course, is infuriated and reprimands Goku, but Goku remains unyielding. Krillin is his dear brother, a cherished friend. Moreover, having already died once, he cannot be resurrected again by the Dragon Balls, hence Goku's ire towards Frieza. After unsuccessful negotiations, King Kai abandons the hope of persuading Goku. He is no longer Goku, but rather a warrior devoid of reason, the Super Saiyan. King Kai laments. The updates from the Xiaoku Chinese network are the fastest across the internet. Chapter 74. Wishing upon the dragon for the final desire. Found it. Gohan senses Bulma's energy. At this moment, due to Frieza's destruction of Namek's core, the planet is experiencing earthquakes and tsunamis and other natural disasters. Bulma is currently dodging falling debris, but suddenly, a massive rock descends, and she finds herself unable to escape. Next comes the much-anticipated moment of heroically rescuing a damsel in distress. With a single energy blast, Vegeta shattered the descending boulder into fragments, then seized Bulma by the collar and whisked her away from the scene. Wait, Vegeta, what about Gohan and Goku? Why did the ground suddenly quake? Bulma bombarded him with questions. I'll explain later. We need to leave quickly. Gohan interjected. Why the rush? Bulma protested, struggling to break free from Vegeta's grip, only to wrap her arms around his waist, seeking a more comfortable position. Do not move around. Otherwise, I shall drop you. Vegeta warned her, clearly annoyed. What does it matter? I don't mind at all, Bulma retorted nonchalantly. Meanwhile, on Earth, Porunga had gathered the 7 Dragon Balls and summoned the Eternal Dragon. State your wish. I can grant any desire, but only one, the deep, resonant voice of the dragon proclaimed. Please bring back to life those who were slain by Frieza and his minions. They are far away on planet Namek. Is that possible? Porunga inquired. I cannot guarantee it, the dragon replied after a moment of contemplation. I shall do my utmost. The dragon's response was as generous as it could be. With no other options, Porunga silently prayed for the dragon to fulfill this wish. As the dragon's eyes glowed red, its power began to manifest. On the distant planet Namek, the deceased Namekians began to resurrect one by one. What is happening? Are we alive again? Voices echoed throughout the Namekian villages. Something is amiss. This earthquake feels unusual, and the sky is shrouded in darkness, some Namekians noted with concern. Is this an anomaly before a planet's explosion? Frieza pondered, gazing up at the darkened sky, perplexed. Unbeknownst to Frieza, The abnormality in the sky was not a prelude to a planetary explosion. It was the manifestation of the Namekian dragon. Clearly, the dragon on Earth had succeeded. All right. Those who were killed by Frieza on planet Namek have been resurrected. The dragon announced to Porunga. I am immensely grateful. Porunga expressed his thanks to the dragon. Farewell. The dragon declared before vanishing, and the 7 Dragon Balls transformed into stones, scattering across the globe. Splendid. The deceased have returned to life. King Kai exclaimed with exhilaration from King Kai's planet. Has the Grand Elder of Namek been revived? Did the Namekian dragon appear? Tien asked eagerly, having overheard King Kai's words. There should be no issues. The sky is so dark that the Grand Elder must have been revived. King Kai speculated. I shall confirm immediately, he said, hastily checking on the situation on planet Namek. On planet Namek, the Grand Elder slowly awakened. What has transpired? How have I returned to the realm of the living? The Grand Elder pondered aloud, expressing his confusion. The dragon from Namek, Porunga, had reappeared at the spot where everyone had initially made their wishes. Splendid. Just as I had planned, exclaimed King Kai with excitement. Hurry and share your thoughts with the Grand Elder. His lifespan is limited, Tien Shinhan reminded anxiously from the side. Oh, understood, King Kai responded, promptly utilizing his abilities to connect with the Grand Elder of Namek. Can you hear me, Grand Elder of Namek? I am King Kai of the North Galaxy. Please listen carefully, he introduced himself. The planet Namek is on the verge of exploding, and the Dragon Balls there can grant one last wish. Quickly, wish for everyone to be transported to Earth, except for Frieza. King Kai conveyed his intentions to the Grand Elder. Very well, King Kai, thank you. However, one must directly face the dragon to make the wish effective. The Grand Elder clarified the requirements for wishing. Let me see who is closest to the dragon so that they may wish immediately. Before the Grand Elder could finish his statement, Goku's voice unexpectedly interjected. How did Goku manage to join the conversation? How did he enter the private channel? I am utterly bewildered, the Grand Elder thought in astonishment. Please alter the content of the wish, Goku declared. Transport everyone to Earth, but leave Frieza and me here. He expressed his desire. Goku, listen to me. I can understand your feelings, but King Kai was again interrupted by Goku before he could finish. If I cannot face him in battle, I will resent you for eternity, Goku asserted. Very well then, we shall proceed as you wish. King Kai conceded. The person closest to the dragon is Dondi and that child who has wandered to Earth. The Grand Elder assessed the situation surrounding the dragon. Dondi, can you hear me? This is the Grand Elder. You must immediately attend to an urgent matter. The Grand Elder's voice resonated in Dandy's mind, startling him. What is wrong, Dondi? Piccolo inquired. The Grand Elder suddenly contacted me, instructing me to do something, Dondi replied. The dragon is nearby, awaiting the Wishmaker. The Grand Elder's voice echoed in Piccolo's mind as well. Initially, the Grand Elder had been unable to communicate with Piccolo directly due to their lack of prior contact, but now he had established a link through Dondi. Hurry and make the final wish. The Grand Elder urged the two. Understood, we are on our way. Piccolo acknowledged the urgency and swiftly agreed, leading Dondi as they flew off. The final wish was for everyone present, except for Frieza and Goku, to be immediately transported to Earth, as conveyed by the Grand Elder. Oh, such a wish. It must be that Old Sun's wish was more fervent than that of Piccolo. Upon hearing this wish, Piccolo immediately discerned Sun Wukong's intent. He undoubtedly yearned for a confrontation with Frieza. The speed of updates on the Shaka Chinese network is the fastest across the internet. Chapter 75. Return to Earth. Why has the sky suddenly darkened? Bulma inquired, perplexed. It is the dragon of Namek has appeared. Gohan exclaimed. Hasn't the dragon already vanished? Vegeta questioned, equally baffled. It should have been revived by our Earth's dragon. The other Namekians should also have returned, Gohan explained. Oh no, I forgot to inform them of the situation. Now, the Namekians that Vegeta killed won't be able to resurrect. What a grave oversight, Gohan pondered. This served as a lesson for Gohan. The essence of a Saiyan's nature is etched in their very bones, coursing through their veins. No amount of hardship could alter that innate truth. Before long, Piccolo and Dandy arrived at Porunga, ready to make their wish. At that moment, Frieza also noticed Porunga's presence. That is the divine dragon, Frieza shouted exuberantly. With this realization, Frieza disregarded his battle with Sun Wukong and soared towards Porunga, who was quickly pursued by Sun Wukong. What is your wish? Speak it now. This is the last one, Porunga prompted Dandy. Just as Dandy began to articulate his wish, Frieza suddenly swooped in. "Grant me eternal life," Frieza bellowed, expending all his strength. However, unbeknownst to Frieza, Porunga only acknowledges wishes spoken in the Namekian language. Sun Wukong had been present during the initial wish-making and was aware of this stipulation. Thus, he remained unfazed by Frieza's abrupt interruption. In contrast, Piccolo, who was guarding Dandy, was greatly startled by Frieza's appearance. As Frieza gazed at Porunga with eager anticipation, Dandy continued, "Monkey brother, you are truly remarkable. Even the 5 Elements mountain cannot contain you. You leap forth as the Monkey King." Frieza looked utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend Dandy's words. "Very well, I understand. Apart from these 2 individuals, everyone shall be transported to Earth." Porunga translated Dandy's wish appropriately. "What?" Frieza exclaimed in disbelief, unable to trust his own ears. He had been the first to voice a wish. How could that little brat's wish be fulfilled? In the next instant, all of Namek's inhabitants vanished, leaving only Sun Wukong and Frieza behind. The Dragon Balls of Namek also faded from existence, and Frieza's hand froze midair. Clearly, Frieza had intended to intercept the Dragon Balls, but he had failed to do so. At this moment on Earth, the group of individuals, having been abruptly transported here, stared at one another in confusion, completely unaware of the unfolding situation. "What has happened? Where are we?" Bulma inquired, her voice laced with bewilderment. "Get off me at once," Vegeta retorted to Bulma. At this moment, Bulma had yet to regain her composure, still clinging to Vegeta, albeit in an awkward manner due to her greater height. Grand Elder, the Namekians, upon spotting their esteemed leader, hurried towards him to ascertain the circumstances. "Esteemed guests, you find yourselves on Earth," the Grand Elder addressed the assembly, resolving the majority's queries. "Earth?" Bulma exclaimed, hastily releasing her grip on Vegeta, her astonishment palpable at the Elder's proclamation. "What on earth is going on?" the crowd asked in collective perplexity. "My time of resurrection is brief. Before I depart, allow me to elucidate the situation," the Grand Elder began. "This individual is a Namekian who has found himself on Earth, and he has recently merged with Nail," the Elder indicated towards Piccolo. "He is also an esteemed member of the Dragon Clan and has created Dragon Balls here on Earth." "So that is the case. I never expected to find one of our kin on Earth, nor that Nail would choose to merge with him." The Namekians expressed their astonishment. "We utilized the Dragon Balls on Earth to wish for the resurrection of all those slain by Frieza and his minions, which is how we have returned." The Grand Elder continued. "Truly remarkable, to resurrect so many at once." The other Namekians praised Piccolo, who felt a tinge of embarrassment. For although he was one with the deity, the Dragon Balls were crafted solely by the deity, a skill he did not possess. "Upon my resurrection, the Dragon Balls of Namek regained their potency. I sent Din to make a wish that all, except for Frieza and those who battled him, would come to Earth. Thus, we find ourselves alive and here." The Grand Elder finally clarified the sequence of events. "Grand Elder, why have the second green-skinned Elder's people not arrived?" the first green-skinned Elder inquired. "Indeed, why are they absent?" The surrounding Namekians had also noticed this anomaly, but refrained from interrupting the Grand Elder until now. "Perhaps it is because that village was annihilated by me. The wish was to resurrect those killed by Frieza's faction, and I am no longer allied with Frieza," Vegeta interjected. "You." The surrounding Namekians glared at Vegeta in ire. Just then, 7 spherical stones descended from the sky. Were they not the Dragon Balls of Namek? "The Dragon Balls of Namek have also made their way to Earth," the Grand Elder exclaimed with great joy upon witnessing the miraculous sight. "However, my life is nearing its end. From this moment forth, the number 1 green-skinned Elder shall be the new Grand Elder," the Grand Elder proclaimed to him. "The extraordinary powers of the Dragon Balls will be restored once more. You must utilize them wisely." "Very well, I shall heed the Grand Elder's command," the number 1 green-skinned Elder responded. "I implore you, may the Namekians forever dwell in peace." With these final words, the Grand Elder vanished from this realm. "Grand Elder." The Namekians surrounding him cried out in sorrow. "Respected Grand Elder, may you rest in peace," said Piccolo, who held deep respect for the Grand Elder, the one who enabled the Namekians to thrive. "I finally understand. You assimilated with Brother Nail," Dandy remarked to Piccolo. Piccolo merely smiled at Dandy without uttering a word. "Hey, where did Krillin go?" Bulma inquired, glancing around and noticing the absence of Krillin. In a moment of urgency, the narrative shifted. Chapter 76, The Flight from the Exploding Namek. Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, a state achieved only through profound rage. At this point, Piccolo paused. Vegeta's expression shifted, becoming somewhat uneasy. I orchestrated Krillin's death at the hands of Frieza to incite Goku's fury, thus triggering his transformation into a Super Saiyan. Piccolo revealed his premeditated plan. Uncle Piccolo! Gohan exclaimed, his gaze fixed on Piccolo in astonishment, wanting to say something, but was silenced by Piccolo's glance. Understanding the situation, Gohan realized that Piccolo taking this burden upon himself would not affect the bond between him and Goku. Even if the likelihood was slim, it could not be disregarded. Wait a moment, Krillin was also killed by Frieza. Why hasn't he been revived? Bulma questioned, perplexed. They were all resurrected using the Dragon Balls on Earth. The same individual can only be revived once with the Dragon Balls. Uncle Krillin had already perished once, hence he cannot be resurrected again, Gohan explained. The Dragon Balls on Earth cannot revive the same person twice? Dandy asked, bewildered. What's wrong? Bulma echoed Dandy's confusion. The Dragon Balls of Namek can revive someone multiple times, provided that the individual did not die of natural causes, Dandy clarified. Indeed. If we utilize the Dragon Balls of Namek, Uncle Krillin can be brought back, Gohan concurred. That is wonderful. So it means everyone who has passed can be revived. Bulma exclaimed joyfully. At this moment on Namek, Frieza, in a moment of carelessness, was gruesomely bisected by his own attack, blood oozing profusely. Lying on the ground, he desperately pleaded for Goku's help. Please, I beg you, save me. Help me. Frieza gasped weakly, addressing Goku. As Sun Wukong listened to Frieza's pleas for mercy, he felt a tumult of emotions within him. He was inherently kind-hearted, yet he also possessed the reckless tendencies typical of the Saiyans. Hurry, what are you waiting for? The King Kai urged anxiously, for planet Namek was on the brink of destruction, and time was of the essence. You have ruthlessly slain so many who begged for your life, and now you wish for my assistance? Sun Wukong shouted in frustration. Please, I beg you, save me. Frieza continued to plead desperately. With clenched teeth, Sun Wukong decided to bestow a portion of his energy upon Frieza. Though the amount was modest, it was sufficient to temporarily alleviate Frieza's injuries and allow him to move freely. I've transferred some energy to you. You can move now. Use it wisely. Sun Wukong informed Frieza with a glance. This is unexpected. You truly shared your energy with me? Frieza, dragging half of his body, took to the air, astonished that Sun Wukong could genuinely assist him. Aren't you capable of surviving in space? Then leave this place swiftly, Sun Wukong remarked, consuming a senzu-bean, which instantaneously restored both his strength and injuries. I hope that after this experience, you learn to value your life, he added, turning to impart a lesson to Frieza. But planet Namek is about to explode. Where can you go? You are simply awaiting your demise. Frieza retorted. It is too late to return to my spaceship. So I must borrow yours, Sun Wukong replied. I'm afraid Vegeta has already destroyed my spaceship. It cannot take off. Frieza laughed mockingly. How absurd. You have defeated me, yet must perish, while I can survive. He continued, cackling. You are truly foolish to think I would share my energy with you, Frieza scoffed, belittling Sun Wukong's actions. I will not die. Sun Wukong disregarded Frieza's taunts and soared into the sky. I am the strongest in the universe. So you must die by my hand, Frieza thought bitterly to himself. I must kill you with my own hands. Seizing the opportunity while Sun Wukong had his back turned, Frieza launched a desperate attack with a remaining arm, unleashing a wave of energy. However, Sun Wukong had just consumed a senzu-bean, fully restoring his power. Even at his peak, Frieza would not have posed a threat, let alone in his current weakened state. Thus, it was indeed fortunate that he had come prepared for such betrayal. Fool! Sun Wukong shouted in rage, countering Frieza's attack with his own energy wave. As he glanced back, his expression was complex, perhaps reflecting a longing for the deceased Krillin or a sense of regret for the formidable foe Frieza, or perhaps both sentiments intertwined. On King Kai's planet, the king observed the dire situation on planet Namek in silence. Frieza has finally met his end. Sun Wukong shared his energy to save him. Yet he resorted to treachery. Wukong had no choice but to retaliate, the king remarked. Marvelous. Who could have imagined the immense power of the Super Saiyan? Tien Shinhan exclaimed. Goku has already become the mightiest being in the universe, yet he feels as though he is transformed into a distant entity. As Tien reminisced, He couldn't help but recall the fierce competition he had with Goku during the World Martial Arts Tournament, where they were evenly matched. However, now it seems that he can only aspire to be the fleeting champion of the universe, and his spirits are not high. What is happening? The crowd inquired, puzzled. Fear not, for Goku may not have boarded the spaceship before Namek explodes. The nearest vessel belongs to Frieza, yet it remains in disrepair, the King Kai responded gravely. Nonsense. Goku will surely find a way. A Super Saiyan should be able to avert disaster, Yamcha reassured, attempting to uplift the somber mood. Hurry, we must be swift, the King Kai urged anxiously. At that moment, Goku was racing towards Frieza's spaceship, determined to escape before the explosion. I must leave before it detonates, he declared as he boarded the vessel. After a series of maneuvers, expectations were dashed as Namek erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, yet Frieza's spaceship remained grounded. It is over. Utterly over, the King Kai lamented as he witnessed the destruction of Namek, fearing that Goku had perished alongside it. Goku. The news struck the crowd with profound sorrow. What misfortune! How shall I convey this to Gohan? The King Kai pondered, lost in thought. Let me deliver the message. Yamcha volunteered, his face etched with sadness. The King Kai, after some deliberation, decided to assign this delicate task to Yamcha, uncertain how to break the news to those on Earth. Perhaps it would be better to have Bulma relay the message to Gohan, Yamcha suggested, reasoning that the news should not be directly communicated to Chi-Chi and Gohan, fearing they might not withstand the burden. Bulma is quite clever. She will surely devise a way to inform Gohan and the others, Yamcha thought optimistically. Ding. Congratulations, host. Mission accomplished. Reward points awarded. The system's voice echoed after the explosion of Namek, and Gohan realized he had now accumulated points. Once I return, I shall contemplate how to best utilize these points, Gohan mused. Bulma, can you hear me? This is Yamcha. He suddenly communicated telepathically. Yamcha? Bulma responded, bewildered by the unexpected voice. It is I, reaching out through King Kai's telepathic link, Yamcha clarified. I understand. I heard you on Namek. Bulma quickly deduced the source of the communication. What is it? Is King Kai contacting you? Piccolo observed, sensing Bulma's unusual demeanor. Indeed, Yamcha replied. But the one speaking with me is Bulma. Yamcha, how have you been? Bulma inquired, causing Yamcha to pause slightly, for he was, after all, deceased. Oh, I am well. Despite my demise, I must inform you about Goku, so please listen carefully. After Goku triumphed over Frieza, before Yamcha could complete his thought, Bulma interjected excitedly. Hey everyone, listen. Goku has defeated Frieza. Of course, the Super Saiyan is invincible. He is the strongest warrior in the universe. What is Frieza compared to that? Vegeta remarked with an air of nonchalance, evidently still lacking the harsh realities of life. Listen, the situation is not over, Yamcha hastily interrupted, urging Bulma to temper her enthusiasm. Goku exhausted every effort to escape peril, but Yamcha hesitated, struggling to articulate the grim news. The Namekian planet exploded, and Goku perished. With a heavy heart, Yamcha finally delivered the sorrowful message. What? Goku died due to the planet's explosion? Bulma exclaimed, failing to keep the news under wraps as Yamcha had anticipated. Her loud outburst made it seem as though it would have been better for her to inform Gohan directly. Fool, consider Gohan's feelings. You cannot be so blunt. Yamcha shouted in frustration. Haha, it's all right. The Namekians and their Dragon Balls have arrived on Earth. Even more astonishingly, the Namekian Dragon Balls can revive individuals multiple times. Bulma dismissed Yamcha's concerns, believing they could use the Namekian Dragon Balls to resurrect Goku. Wait, so Goku, Krillin, and Kairatsu can all be revived? Yamcha responded, elated by the news. Initially believing Kairatsu to be irretrievable, he now felt a sense of relief knowing that Kairatsu could come back, allowing Tien to no longer remain in the afterlife. The dilemma lay in the fact that while Kairatsu could be revived on Earth, Goku and Krillin needed to be resurrected on Namek, which had already vanished, as the King Kai explained the current predicament. If they were to revive in the vastness of space, they would still be unable to survive and would perish again. There is nothing I can do. This is beyond my jurisdiction, the King Kai lamented, acknowledging the deadlock, as he was merely the king of the North Galaxy and lacked the power to intervene in Namek's affairs. Upon hearing this, Bulma was momentarily rendered speechless, her eyes glazing over in disbelief. They cannot be revived? Piccolo asked Bulma. Yes, it must be done as with Kairatsu. The deity must recreate his body and bring it to Lord King Kai for resurrection, Yamcha explained, his voice audible to everyone, clarifying the situation. Revival could occur at the place of death. However, the Namekian planet no longer existed, and Lord King Kai had no authority over it, Yamcha reiterated. Use your brains. Vegeta jeered from the side. What? Is there a way? Bulma looked at Vegeta with eager anticipation. If we can transfer their souls back to Earth, wouldn't that rekindle hope for their revival? Vegeta replied with an air of arrogance. Indeed. That is quite a splendid idea. Bulma exclaimed excitedly. Mr. Vegeta, do you have any plans? Surely you must have a place to go? Gohan inquired of Vegeta, deliberately probing, as Vegeta had little choice beyond seeking refuge with Bulma. Enough of this nonsense. I came here solely to transform into a Super Saiyan and to face off against that cockroach fellow. I must defeat him with my own hands. Vegeta declared. Excuse me, the elderly green-skinned alien, referred to as Number 1, suddenly addressed Bulma. What is it? Bulma asked, puzzled. We wish to relocate to a suitable planet once the Dragon Balls regain their miraculous powers. In the meantime, could you assist us in arranging proper accommodations? Number 1 requested of Bulma. Why not stay at my house? It's quite spacious and can comfortably house all of you. Besides, we require your Dragon Balls to save lives. Bulma readily agreed to the Namekian's request. After all, her family was the wealthiest in the world, easily able to support dozens, especially since the Namekians needed only water to survive. It's settled then. Otherwise, wherever you go will surely cause a commotion, Bulma asserted. As the stark differences in appearance between the Namekians and Earthlings would undoubtedly draw attention if dozens were released into the populace. You should come along too. Since you have nowhere else to go, Bulma suggested to Vegeta. I've said it before, to survive on Earth, you must rely on her. Hurry and accept her offer. Gohan encouraged from the sidelines. I shall, but I will provide you all with ample delicious food. Just don't get any ideas because of my charm. Bulma warned Vegeta. What a tasteless woman, Vegeta said, sweat beading on his brow. He was uncertain how life would proceed from here, as he desired a peaceful existence to achieve his Super Saiyan transformation. Indeed, no one can escape the true allure of Emperor Jing's law of attraction. By the way, Gohan will transform into a Super Saiyan tomorrow. Let us see what method I will employ. Please wait a moment while I call home and have my father come to pick us up, Bulma announced. At that moment, Gohan approached, looking expectantly at Bulma. What do you want? Bulma asked Gohan, puzzled. I was wondering if I could stay at your house too. Gohan suddenly recalled what Chi-Chi had instructed him before she left. Gohan, you should hurry home. Your mother has been waiting for you. Bulma patiently urged Gohan. I have yet to complete my homework, and my mother will surely scold me. Son Gohan said, feeling quite embarrassed. There was no way around it. The system could not write on his behalf, and even with points, it was futile. The notion of homework had long since slipped from his mind, not to mention that he couldn't even find it now. His assignments were stored aboard the spaceship, and Son Gohan would never think to cram such things into the confines of his wristwatch's storage. At this moment, they had likely vanished into the cosmos alongside Namek. He had just checked the system shop to see if there was anything that could assist him, but he was perplexed to find that even the most elementary knowledge required 1,000 points for redemption. Who could fathom such exorbitance? Even if he redeemed something, he lacked both the time and the capacity to complete it. Thus, Son Gohan's heart raced with anxiety. Ultimately, Son Gohan did not stay at Bulma's residence. Instead, she sent him to Chi-Chi. However, Bulma did not entirely abandon him. She testified that he had completed his homework while aboard the spaceship. After all, the only person privy to the truth, Krillin, had tragically perished, leaving no witnesses. All the Namekians temporarily resided at Bulma's home in West City, and of course, Vegeta accompanied them. When Son Gohan returned home, Chi-Chi, holding a towering stack of books, earnestly admonished him, "You have fallen behind in your studies. If this continues, you will be left behind by the other children." Other children, what have we done to deserve this? If Frieza and his ilk were judged by Earth's laws, they would be deemed serial killers. Have you ever seen a 5-year-old pit their wits against a group of such monsters? All right, mother. What are all these books? Son Gohan replied, bewildered. Even if you add in first-grade material, there can't be this many. I'm still just in preschool. He gazed at the sizable stack, which easily exceeded 15 volumes. These will be essential for your future. The foundation must be laid from an early age. Otherwise, how will you manage when you grow up? Chi-Chi inquired. Your father is not yet home, and when he returns, I'll already have enough to worry about regarding dinner. He doesn't earn a living. And if you marry without a stable income, what will you do? Chi-Chi pleaded earnestly. All right, mother. I'm only 5 years old. Isn't it a bit premature to discuss marriage? Perhaps you could first explain what these books are about, so I can gain a general understanding, son Gohan hastily interrupted. That's true, but Gohan, you must find a wife as virtuous as your mother. Do not seek out a woman of dubious character, Chi-Chi warned him. This one is arithmetic. This one is language arts. This one is expressive language. And this one is music, she listed extensively. Son Gohan felt increasingly dazed by the barrage of information. He would rather face Frieza in battle than endure this. The arithmetic methods in the world of Dragon Ball are far more advanced, swifter, and convenient than ours. And the language differs greatly as well. Thus, when Gohan remarked that certain knowledge from his previous life was of no use at this stage, he felt justified in his assertion. No need to fret. I shall simply add a setting of my own, he mused. Mother, does this mean I must read all of it? Gohan inquired of Chi-Chi. Of course not. Aside from arithmetic and the language, you may choose the rest based on your interests, Chi-Chi replied, allowing Gohan to exhale in relief. It was a comfort to know he need not tackle everything. Very well, Gohan. I shall not disturb your studies further. I will check on your progress this evening, she concluded, gently closing the door to his room as she departed. At last, she's gone. Now, let me explore the gains from this endeavor, Gohan thought. First, he invested 6,000 points to exchange for all the knowledge from kindergarten and elementary school. As previously mentioned, knowledge from grades 1 to 3 costs 2,000 points, while grades 3 to 6 cost 3,000 points. Knowledge from middle school would only unlock once Gohan entered elementary school, with high school and university knowledge following suit. Now, onto the main event, Gohan declared, flipping through the system store until he landed on a particular item he had noted during his journey home with Bulma. Illusion Creation Disposable Item allows the user to set the content or rules of an illusion. The illusion can only be terminated upon fulfilling the requirements set by the creator. Regardless of how long one is trapped in the illusion, only 1 minute passes in the external world. Note, the creator must set an end requirement, which cannot be unreasonable, and the individual trapped in the illusion will not realize their predicament. Exchange price, points. Despite its numerous restrictions, this item was precisely what Gohan needed. With a slight adjustment, it could assist him in transforming into a Super Saiyan. Without hesitation, Gohan exchanged for it, planning to utilize it in a tranquil environment. As he could not risk transforming into a Super Saiyan at home, a miscalculation could lead to the destruction of the entire house, leaving him homeless. With points still available, Gohan surveyed the stack of books before him, selecting a few that piqued his interest and contemplating their utility. He then exchanged points for various skills. Elementary Calligraphy Proficiency, 2,000 points. Intermediate Calligraphy Proficiency, 5,000 points. One must first exchange for the skill of the previous level to obtain the next. Elementary Singing Proficiency, 1,500 points. Elementary Comprehensive Instrument Proficiency, 8,000 points. Elementary Painting Proficiency, 2,000 points. This should suffice for now. Given the importance of calligraphy, it was wise to directly exchange for the intermediate level. With 480 points remaining, I shall opt for 5 consecutive draws and save the remaining points for future use, Gohan contemplated. Chapter 79. The Lottery of the Super Saiyan Son Gohan, without hesitation. Son Gohan immediately expended 5,000 points and initiated a 5-fold draw. The familiar jars reappeared, and one by one, items emerged from the shattered fragments. Gohan lifted his gaze to inspect the first item. Delicious crab burger recipe, originating from the world of SpongeBob SquarePants. This delectable burger contains the preparation steps and the secret recipe for the patty. Note, some ingredients unique to the SpongeBob universe have been substituted with those available in the current world. A crab burger? Could it be that the unique ingredient from the SpongeBob universe is none other than Patrick Star? Upon this thought, Gohan couldn't help but shudder. Nonetheless, it was a viable endeavor. If all else failed, he could set up a stall to sell crab burgers, he mused. Gohan dismissed further contemplation and shifted his focus to the next item. Talking Meowth. From the Pokemon world, this is a talking Meowth that can walk upright. It seems to be a rather delightful source of free labor. Note, stored in the system space, accompanied by a red and white ball. Currently in a state of slumber. Whenever you choose to open the ball, it will awaken and recognize you as its master. Isn't this the Meowth from Team Rocket? It possesses considerable mechanical prowess. Should I send it to Aunt Bulma for training? Gohan pondered. On second thought, it would be better to keep it by my side as a pet, he decided, shaking his head to dismiss the earlier notion. The third item appeared, Magic Gun, from the world of Balala the Fairies, possessed by Prince Yule. It serves as a defensive artifact while he roams the human world. Its power is formidable. When used, the barrel and trigger assembly separate, loading 5 luminous rounds before reassembling, ready to fire at any moment. Note: if you lack magical abilities, it is merely a slightly sturdier toy gun. The system has no intention of modifying it for you. What on earth? Is this not merely a useless trinket? Furthermore, did you add that last line yourself, system? Gohan inquired. Ah, you guessed it. Regardless, this item holds no value for you. So I couldn't be bothered to alter it. What? Do you wish to shout katana when you fire this gun? The system retorted. Well, perhaps not. If it were the original Gohan, he would undoubtedly have been thrilled. Gohan reflected on the scene where he suddenly brandishes a handgun mid-fight, exclaiming katana, and quickly shook his head, casting aside the thought. Gohan's taste is questionable. The Ginyu Force must bear full responsibility. Gohan's gaze settled on the fourth item, which lacked a physical form. Much like the previous basketball talent and experience of Shindao Akira, this item manifested as a pulsating orb of light. However, the fourth item transformed continuously, at times resembling Mario. At others, Steve from Minecraft, rendering it utterly inscrutable. Gamified body data from various online games. Your physique will be transformed into a game-like entity. You shall no longer possess fatal weaknesses. Your stamina and life force will be quantified. Even a piercing of the heart will not lead to immediate demise, merely inflicting substantial damage. Your combat prowess will remain unaffected by injuries, ensuring you are always in peak condition, capable of surviving in the vastness of outer space. However, the downside is that your entire body becomes a target of lethal points. Even a mere strike to your fingertip could result in your demise. Unbreakable defense like Gohan. No matter how many times one attacks, he remains unharmed. There is no need to worry. Anyone can defeat him. What a remarkable treasure. This is undoubtedly a wondrous item. I never imagined I would be fortunate enough to draw such an exceptional prize from the system lottery. Gohan could hardly contain his excitement, especially at the prospect of being able to survive in outer space, which addresses the greatest flaw of the Saiyans. I cannot believe my luck. This item in the game would certainly be classified as an SSR, wouldn't it? I wouldn't be hindered in showcasing my abilities due to injuries. Gohan was immensely pleased. Gohan then eagerly turned his attention to the fifth and final item. Sun and Moon Necklace. Originating from a fantastical realm, it consists of 2 parts. The sun and the moon. Those who wear them can detect each other's presence within a 2,000-meter radius and communicate within 500 meters. This is indeed a special item. Perhaps I should gift it to Bulla? He chuckled to himself, considering that Bulla is only 5 years old at this point. Later that evening, after dining with Chi-Chi, she began reviewing Gohan's schoolwork from the day. Chi-Chi presented several arithmetic problems, some of which were beyond the standard curriculum. Her intention was to challenge Gohan, hoping to prevent him from becoming overly complacent. However, to Chi-Chi's surprise, Gohan completed all the problems correctly, which brought her immense joy. Chi-Chi then proceeded to ask numerous questions in various languages, and Gohan answered each one accurately. My goodness, Gohan, you are truly a genius. You are destined to become a great scholar. Unable to contain her pride, Chi-Chi rushed forward to embrace him affectionately. Mom, may I take a day off tomorrow? I am quite fatigued after our trip to Namek, Gohan suggested eagerly. Of course, I'll grant you 3 days off. You deserve a good rest. Chi-Chi readily agreed, even foregoing the review of extracurricular content, clearly elated by Gohan's accomplishments. All right, tomorrow I will find a place to transform into a Super Saiyan, Gohan thought to himself. Mom, I'm going out to play. Early the next morning, after finishing breakfast, Gohan soared towards the depths of the Baozi Mountain. Be careful, and remember to return home early for lunch, Chi-Chi reminded him. Since she had promised him 3 days off, she would not interfere. Moments later, Gohan arrived by a small river. This will do nicely, he thought to himself. The system instructed me to create an illusion wherein my father and mother were slain by enemies, and Uncle Krillin and Uncle Piccolo perished before my eyes in their attempt to save me. The condition for the conclusion of this scenario was my successful transformation into a Super Saiyan. Gohan commanded the system. Very well, let your journey of enjoyment commence. The system replied. A minute later, an ominous aura erupted from the Bowsy Mountain, annihilating the surrounding trees. Gohan hastily contained his energy, preventing further devastation. Ha ha ha, I have succeeded. I have transformed into a Super Saiyan. Gohan exclaimed joyfully. At that moment, Gohan's hair stood tall and golden, reminiscent of Goku's, while his eyes turned a vibrant green, signifying his successful transformation. This aura. Is it Gohan? He has also become a Super Saiyan. How splendid. Piccolo, in the midst of his training, suddenly opened his eyes and smiled in the direction of Bowsy Mountain. Damn it, that little brat has surpassed me. I cannot accept this. Vegeta thought of unleashing his frustration, but forcibly suppressed the urge. I must remain calm. I must maintain a tranquil mindset, Vegeta repeatedly reminded himself. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly shouting? Bulma inquired as she approached Vegeta. It's nothing. It's none of your business, Vegeta replied brusquely. As if anyone genuinely cares about you. This is my home. Of course, I would be concerned if something happened, Bulma retorted, displeased. Although Gohan's Super Saiyan aura had only briefly spiraled out of control, it was still felt by everyone around. That level of energy was impossible to ignore. Now it's time for the gamified body data, Gohan declared. Retrieving the orb of light. How does one utilize this? Do I simply insert it into my body as before? Gohan inquired of the system. Indeed. This item is not like the previous basketball that contained memories, so there will be no peculiar sensation during fusion. You need not worry, the system, clearly aware of Gohan's unasked questions, provided the information directly. That's a relief. I thought I might endure discomfort again, Gohan said as he inserted the orb into his body. Shouldn't there be some sensation? Why do I feel nothing at all? Has it been successfully used? Gohan pondered, feeling no change in his body. What more do you expect? Are you hoping for some extraordinary sensation? The system replied with a hint of disdain. Forget it. I won't argue with you any longer. Besides, you have no significant role in this. I'll just focus on my cat. Gohan promptly abandoned any further dialogue with the system. System, Son Gohan, you silly fool, Son Gohan, disregarding the system's remarks, directly retrieved a red and white sphere from the system space. Upon pressing the button, a burst of crimson light flickered, revealing an animal that resembled a cat, and indeed was a cat, before him. Distinct from ordinary felines, this creature walked on 2 feet, adorned with light yellow fur that transitioned to a brown hue at the tip of its tail and hind paws. Its oval face was accentuated by 4 prominent whiskers, and like Krillin, it possessed no nostrils. The outer layer of its ears was black, while the inner side displayed a rich brown. A gleaming oval coin was affixed to its forehead. From now on, let us refer to it in the third person as Meow Meow. Once released, Meow Meow circled around Son Gohan, inspecting his surroundings. Are you my new master? You are quite young. It seems I will have to take care of you, Meow Meow mused, addressing Son Gohan while also engaging in self-reflection. After all, Son Gohan was merely 5 years old, an age still in kindergarten, necessitating care, possessing a kind heart and a sense of responsibility. Meow Meow's immediate thought upon encountering such a young Son Gohan alone in the wilderness was to consider how to look after his little master. Actually, there's no need to worry. I can still find my way home. Son Gohan scratched his head and replied. This desolate mountain range seems devoid of any nearby homes. How will you return alone? Meow Meow inquired, perplexed. I can fly, Son Gohan declared, demonstrating his ability to float using his energy. Are you some sort of superhuman? Meow Meow asked in astonishment. Despite its surprise, Meow Meow maintained composure, aware that the Pokemon world harbored many with extraordinary abilities. I am not a superhuman. It's more akin to a martial skill, Son Gohan clarified after a moment's contemplation. Well then, let us not dwell on that. We should head home, Meow Meow suggested, leaping onto Son Gohan's shoulder. Son Gohan's physique was evidently more robust than that of a typical Super Saiyan, allowing Meow Meow to perch effortlessly upon him. Chinese name, Meow Meow, weight, 42 kilograms, gender, male, height, 0, 4 meters. Here, do not concern yourselves with Gohan's height. After all, this is a novel, right? Shortly thereafter, as lunchtime approached, Son Gohan returned home with Meow Meow. Mom, look, I brought back a pet, Son Gohan exclaimed excitedly, lifting Meow Meow for Chi Chi to see. Hello. Pleased to meet you. I hope to be well taken care of from now on, Meow Meow chimed in at the opportune moment. Wow, this cat can talk. What a special cat indeed, Chi-Chi remarked, scrutinizing Meow Meow. His name is Meow Meow, and he will be living with us from now on, Son Gohan said. Cradling Meow Meow. I have yet to agree to that. Chi-Chi responded. This sum of 100,000 yuan must be the settlement fee he brought along. Noticing that Chi-Chi was reluctant, Sun Wukong quickly revealed the 100,000 yuan he had won from a lottery on Namek. Well, as long as you do not disturb Wukong's earnest studies, you may stay at home and relax, and perhaps even serve as a playmate for him. Chi-Chi remarked after weighing the money in her hand. Sun Wukong chuckled awkwardly, yet inwardly reveled in the clever justification he had found to produce this sum. Meow Meow, observing the scene, dared not speak excessively, fearing Chi-Chi might cast him out of the house. Financial matters were beyond the purview of a mere pet, and he was now free from the burdens of labor. After all, who wouldn't wish to take it easy? Thus, Sun Wukong led a tranquil existence, diligently studying for a span of 130 days. Given his extensive engagement with diverse knowledge, the concepts taught in kindergarten posed no challenge whatsoever to him. He consistently scored perfect marks in every examination, earning Chi-Chi's utmost satisfaction. A year on Namek equated to a mere 130 days on Earth. Consequently, by today, the Dragon Balls of Namek had regained their miraculous powers, and the inhabitants of Namek summoned the Eternal Dragon. The summoning occurred at Bulma's residence in West City, where her father was a brilliant inventor. When the citizens of West City witnessed this extraordinary spectacle, they were astonished yet remained calm, assuming it to be a new invention. State your wishes, spoke Porunga, the guardian of the 7 Dragon Balls. This time, let all the wishing opportunities be granted to you. We can make our wishes another time, remarked the old green-skinned elder. This decision was a collective resolution made by the Namekians as a gesture of gratitude towards the people of Earth for aiding them in defeating Frieza, resurrecting them, and providing them with a new place to reside. We are immensely grateful to you, Grand Elder. The crowd expressed their thanks to the old green-skinned elder. Wukong, well done. Piccolo praised Sun Wukong. Haha, I merely wanted to give it a try and fortunately succeeded, Sun Wukong replied with a smile. What is the story with this cat? Piccolo inquired, pointing at Meow Meow. Hello, my name is Meow Meow. Meow Meow greeted everyone. Remarkably, it can speak. Oolong exclaimed in astonishment. If a pig can talk, why can't I? Meow Meow retorted to Oolong. This is my new pet. It is an exceptionally capable cat, able to cook, do laundry, and manage various household chores. Since its arrival, my mother has seen a significant reduction in her daily workload, Sun Wukong explained to the group. Indeed, this child has been a tremendous help to me. Chi-Chi added, cradling Meow Meow in her arms. Please take good care of me from now on, Meow Meow said. The father and son duo surpassed me. Vegeta mused in frustration while observing from the sidelines. How long must I languish idly before I can transform into a Super Saiyan? At that moment, Vegeta approached Gohan, inquiring. Approximately a year, I suppose. During this year, try not to engage in overly strenuous training, Gohan pondered before responding. A year? I can endure that, Vegeta muttered to himself. Meanwhile, during their discussion, Bulma and Dandy were making wishes upon the Dragon Balls of Namek. First, please bring back the souls of Goku and Krillin, who perished on Namek. To Earth, Bulma stated to Dandy. Dandy promptly translated. Hey, Porunga roar. Hey, Porunga roar. Stinky Bear, I've finally caught you. Upon seeing Porunga, Meow Meow was not overly surprised. After all, their world also boasted numerous gigantic Pokemon. I have summoned Krillin's soul, but I am unable to call back Goku's soul, Porunga declared. Huh, why is that? Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. Gohan felt a sense of relief. He was not particularly concerned about his father's fate, as they could always use the Dragon Balls of Namek to resurrect him. In fact, if he were to return to Earth now, they could reunite as a family a year earlier. What truly concerned him was the instant transmission skill, which he deemed a game-breaking ability. If Goku had not boarded the circular spacecraft of the Ginyu Force, he would have been unable to travel to Yardrat and learn instant transmission. Now, upon hearing Porunga's words, it became clear that Goku had indeed boarded the Ginyu Force's circular spacecraft at the last moment. Because he is still alive, I can only summon the souls of the deceased, Porunga responded. He is still alive on the distant King Kai's planet. Goku is not dead. The news astonished King Kai, who had last witnessed Goku failing to activate Frieza's spaceship, followed by the explosion of Namek. Logically, Goku should not still be alive. How marvelous. The others expressed their excitement upon hearing that Goku was still alive. He's alive? Why doesn't he come back? Bulma asked, perplexed. Perhaps the spaceship is broken and cannot take off, which is why he cannot return, Oolong chimed in. Then let us ask Porunga to bring him back, suggested the green-skinned elder. Good idea. Bulma agreed. The second wish is to resurrect Krillin. Bulma shouted. I was careless, didn't he dodge, and was caught off guard. Youngsters lack martial virtue. I advise you to take heed, Dandy translated in a timely manner. With a whoosh, Krillin appeared before everyone. Huh, I'm alive again, Krillin exclaimed joyfully. I have meticulously restored his body and mended his garments, Porunga stated, considering this an additional service, a rather trivial aftercare, if you will. Thank you so much, Porunga. You are truly attentive, exclaimed Bulma, casting a flirtatious glance in his direction. The final wish is to bring Goku back to Earth, Bulma declared. Personally, I believe that this pasta ought to be mixed with concrete number 42, for the length of this screw could significantly affect the torque of the excavator. This is still Dandy's translation. The Machik Star language is indeed quite perplexing. He refuses to return, stating that he will come back in due time. After a while, as Goku's figure remained absent, they heard Porunga's words, which astonished everyone. Why is that? The crowd inquired, puzzled. I understand now. Suddenly, Master Roshi shouted, capturing everyone's attention. It is because Chi-Chi is too formidable, and he does not wish to return. The strongest in the universe must be Goku's wife, Chi-Chi. Master Roshi bellowed. Then, Chi-Chi unexpectedly produced a sword from seemingly nowhere, glaring menacingly at Master Roshi. I was merely jesting, Master Roshi quickly replied with a nervous smile, leaving Piccolo and the others wide-eyed in shock. When the time comes, he will return. For now, Porunga, please resurrect our companions from the other world, Piccolo suggested. Now you're talking about companions. It's as if you're a full-time caretaker, he added. Thus, due to Kairatsu's desire to be with Tien, Yamcha utilized the last wish to revive him. 130 days later, Kairatsu and Tien were also resurrected, and the Machik beings along with their Dragon Balls successfully relocated to a new planet suitable for their existence. A year passed, and Goku had yet to return. Gohan was now 6 years old, on the verge of starting first grade. At present, he was diligently completing tasks assigned by Chi-Chi, preparing for the imminent high-level elementary examinations. Although for Gohan, it seemed preparation made little difference. Over the year, due to being in kindergarten, his opportunities for performance were scarce, accumulating a mere 500 points, bringing his total to 1980, insufficient to exchange for even a modest initial skill. Lost in thought, Gohan was suddenly jolted, gazing skyward. This energy is Frieza and his father. They have finally arrived. Let them test my current capabilities, Gohan mused. Throughout the year, Gohan had not neglected his training, practicing daily at home and during holidays. He sought out Piccolo for joint training sessions. Consequently, despite attending school, his strength not only remained stable, but actually increased. Suddenly, the phone rang, and it was answered by Meow Meow, who was outside cleaning. Meow, meow, Gohan said, addressing the feline companion in the house. This must surely be a call from Uncle Krillin, Gohan pondered. Hello, Gohan, can you sense it? That overwhelmingly malevolent energy, Krillin exclaimed over the phone. I can feel it. They are rapidly approaching Earth, Gohan responded. You must have sensed it too. That energy resembles Frieza's, Krillin remarked with a serious expression. What is happening? Wasn't he Frieza already killed by Goku? King Kai muttered in confusion. What could this mean? Piccolo, upon sensing Frieza's energy, appeared equally incredulous. Humph, that fool Kakarot. He failed to eliminate Frieza, Vegeta said angrily, still at Bulma's house enjoying barbecue. Is this truly Frieza's energy? Yamcha, who had never encountered Frieza, felt cold sweat bead on his forehead as he sensed the powerful and evil aura. Hey, what is wrong with you two? Bulma inquired, noticing the odd demeanor of the two men. It feels as though it's not just one being. There seems to be an overwhelming presence, Tien Shinhan said, his brow furrowed after sensing Frieza's energy. In the vastness of space, a spaceship was steadily making its way toward Earth. Just ahead lies Earth. That Super Saiyan father of mine has reduced me to this state, yet it appears we will arrive before him, Frieza said to King Cold beside him. At this moment, Frieza, having sustained severe injuries on Namek, had managed to survive due to his remarkable vitality and was discovered by King Cold's subordinates. However, the extent of Frieza's injuries could not be treated by conventional means, forcing him to undergo a transformation, replacing his body with mechanical enhancements, thus becoming Mecha Frieza. Frieza's battle power did not diminish. In fact, it increased significantly. Mecha Frieza, battle power 150 million. King Cold, battle power 100 million. Gohan, normal battle power 5 million. Super Saiyan form battle power 250 million. Future Trunks, normal battle power 6 million. Super Saiyan form battle power 300 million. Goku, normal battle power 9 million. Super Saiyan form battle power 450 million. Others are inconsequential. We shall address them in 3 years. During this intervening period, I shall weave my own narrative. This diminutive planet could be obliterated with a mere punch, King Cold remarked, sitting back in his chair, visibly bored. It seems Namek is several times larger than Earth. That would be too lenient on them. I must demonstrate just how formidable I have become, Frieza declared. Hehe, I have already detected your approach to Earth via radar. Soon we shall ascertain who reigns as the strongest in the universe, Frieza stated, with the you clearly referring to Goku. Meow, meow, you stay here. I shall venture out. Gohan said to his feline companion. Be cautious on your journey. Meow meow, advised Son Gohan. Subsequently, Son Gohan exchanged 80 points for a set of attire fashioned from battle suit material, resembling that of Piccolo. Once he donned the garments, he soared through the window. Wait. Gohan, where are you going? Chi-Chi inquired, perplexed by Gohan's sudden departure. Gohan replied that he had some matters to attend to, while Meow Meow reassured Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi chose not to press further, as Gohan had already completed his tasks for the day. Very well, let Frieza and his son assess my current strength. Gohan pondered within himself. Huh, that's Uncle Krillin's energy. Gohan suddenly sensed Krillin's presence, who likewise detected him, leading them to draw nearer until they finally met. Uncle Krillin, have you noticed that, aside from Frieza, there is another individual with a similarly formidable energy? Gohan remarked. Indeed, such a powerful energy is impossible to overlook, Krillin responded. I have also transformed into a Super Saiyan. I shall take on Frieza and his minions, Gohan declared. Haha, we are counting on you. Krillin laughed heartily. King Cold. Lord Frieza, we have arrived on Earth, a soldier aboard the spacecraft reported to the two. At that moment, Vegeta and Yamcha, having approached the landing site of Frieza's forces, remarked, it should be around here. Suddenly, a plane flew overhead. It's Bulma. That fool. Yamcha exclaimed in frustration. Master Yamcha. Pilaf rushed towards Yamcha upon disembarking. What brings you two here? Bulma asked, confused. I want to see Frieza. Back on Namek. I didn't get a good look before fleeing, Bulma said, hands on her hips. You came just to have a look at him? Do you have any idea how dangerous that is? You might as well have fled like you did on Namek. Yamcha scolded. I am fully aware of the danger, but if Frieza truly intends to annihilate Earth, fleeing will be futile. Ultimately, we would all perish, Bulma asserted. Besides, hasn't Gohan already become a Super Saiyan? He can handle Frieza when the time comes, Bulma said nonchalantly. It had been a year since Gohan successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan, and everyone was well aware of it. Does your conscience not ache? Gohan is still so young. Yamcha retorted. At that moment, Tien and Kairatsu arrived. Tien and the others are here too. Yamcha exclaimed in delight. Vegeta, do you still harbor ill intentions towards Earth? Tien immediately directed his words at Vegeta. What do you mean by that? Vegeta dismissed Tien's remarks without concern. After all, for Vegeta, at this moment, on the entire Earth, aside from Gohan, no one could withstand his blow. He had no need to concern himself with the opinions of others. He was not even a native of this planet. Were it not for his desire to ascend to Super Saiyan, he could depart at any time. Stop daydreaming. It was you who killed me. If it weren't for Yamcha, I would never fight alongside someone like you, Tien declared. Enough of the noise. Yamcha hastily intervened to mediate. It appeared the situation was indeed grave. Is it truly Frieza? Tien gazed at the sky. It is highly likely, Yamcha replied. Silence, you bunch of worthless fools. Quickly conceal your energy signatures. They possess power detectors, and that Namekian is already prepared for battle, Vegeta stated. What Namekian? Yamcha and Tien asked in confusion. It was only then that they noticed Piccolo had somehow positioned himself on the cliff. Piccolo. When did he arrive? Gohan and Krillin had also made their way to the scene. Uncle Piccolo, everyone is here, Gohan remarked. It seems they all sense that energy, Krillin added. Gohan has arrived. He is currently the strongest among us, Yamcha noted. I never imagined Goku's son would surpass us, Tien reflected. They're here. Piccolo interrupted their conversation, signaling that the enemy was approaching. Under everyone's gaze, Frieza's spaceship descended. Indeed, it was Frieza. He had truly survived. Accompanying Frieza was another figure, and Krillin gritted his teeth. Frieza, his energy is astonishingly powerful, Yamcha remarked, astonished by Frieza's aura. Leave this to me. Let me showcase the fruits of my labor over the past year. Gohan stated as he soared towards Frieza's spaceship. Gohan, be cautious, Bulma urged. The Earth environment is quite pleasant, Frieza remarked as he disembarked from the spaceship, surveying the surroundings. The Super Saiyan won't arrive for another 3 hours. Shall we wait for him? King Cold inquired. Of course, we shall wait, father. However, I intend to make him experience profound suffering by exterminating everyone on this planet. 3 hours will suffice, even with so many inhabitants here, Frieza proclaimed with a maniacal laugh. Eliminating Earthlings is simple, yet we must devise a way to eradicate the Super Saiyan completely. Our race is the mightiest in the universe. He must be destroyed. King Cold declared fiercely. With father and I joining forces, it will be effortless. My strength has significantly increased. Perhaps I won't even need father's assistance. Frieza asserted with baffling confidence. Now, while Frieza was still contemplating issuing commands to his minions, he was abruptly interrupted by a thunderous shout. Frieza! Son Gohan had transformed into a Super Saiyan on the way. What? Another Super Saiyan? Frieza gazed at Son Gohan with astonishment. Is this what a Super Saiyan looks like? King Cold looked at Son Gohan in utter shock. What's the matter, Frieza? It's only been a year. And you no longer recognize me? Son Gohan remarked to Frieza. You are that little brat from Namek. Frieza spat, his expression turning vicious. Indeed, all Saiyans should be exterminated. With a fierce glare, Frieza concentrated a ki blast in his hand and hurled it towards Son Gohan. Undeterred, Son Gohan faced the attack head-on, absorbing the blow. And in an instant, a vast cloud of dust erupted. The battle had commenced. The onlookers, witnessing the rising dust, understood that combat was underway. At that moment, a young man with purple hair, clad in a coat emblazoned with the Capsule Corporation logo and wielding a large sword, hid in a corner. His expression one of disbelief as he observed Son Gohan's transformation into a Super Saiyan. As the dust settled, Son Gohan stood unharmed. Not only intact, but also gathering a key disc he had learned. What? He suffered no harm. Frieza stared at Son Gohan in shock. Prepare to meet your end. Frieza. With that, Son Gohan launched the key disc towards Frieza and King Cold. The two quickly soared into the air to evade it. Before they could fully react, Son Gohan unleashed a death beam that pierced through Frieza's head. Frieza gasped. Son Gohan interjected. I had no choice. The special beam cannon requires time to charge. Uncertain of Frieza's resilience, Son Gohan resolved to deliver a final blow. Seizing the opportunity while Frieza was vulnerable, he advanced and unleashed a ki blast that obliterated Frieza entirely. Ding! Host has defeated Frieza. Reward, 8,000 points. What? Only 8,000 points. Not even a full 10,000. Why so little? I earned 100,000 points from Frieza before. Son Gohan felt a surge of frustration at the meager reward. You mentioned you had already received points from Frieza. Do you expect to fleece every last bit from him? Moreover, we now live in the era of Super Saiyans, and Frieza's power has become obsolete. Thus, the points awarded are minimal, the system remarked dryly. Fine. I never expected you to be of much use anyway, Son Gohan sighed, resigning himself to this reality. After all, what other option did he have? From the moment Gohan engaged until the battle concluded with Frieza's demise, less than 5 seconds had elapsed. Incredible. He took down Frieza in an instant. Yamcha exclaimed in astonishment. The formidable Frieza, surprisingly, could not withstand a single encounter, Tianjin Fan remarked with a complex expression. Your keen perception is truly impressive. I see nothing at all, Bulma exclaimed, straining her gaze towards the battlefield, yet perceiving naught. It is astonishing. Gohan has become remarkably powerful. This father-son duo has saved the Earth on more than one occasion. Bulma marveled. All right, let us hasten, Piccolo urged the group. At that moment, the young man who had initially concealed himself appeared on the battlefield. A Terran? King Cold regarded Gohan with utmost caution. After all, if he could defeat Frieza, he could certainly vanquish himself. King Cold's demeanor was one of intense focus. And upon the young man's arrival, he immediately took notice. Dispose of him. King Cold commanded a nearby minion. Gohan, however, paid them no mind, for he recognized the mysterious youth as Trunks from the future. As the most steadfast Saiyan, he could not possibly be bested by mere foot soldiers. A power level of merely 5? Pathetic, sneered one minion as he observed the reading on the scouter. With that, he raised his weapon and fired at Trunks. Trunks effortlessly deflected the attack with a swift motion, then rapidly approached the minion, delivering an elbow strike that shattered his skull while artfully avoiding any mess. At that moment, the others arrived, gazing at Trunks with bewilderment. Who is he? Are there such formidable beings on our planet? Krillin pondered, feeling the aura that emanated from Trunks' recent attack. I wonder, perhaps he is a hidden martial arts master, Yamcha mused, stroking his chin in thought. In that case, once this crisis is resolved, I must seek his counsel, Tianjin Fan declared. However, just then, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan. What? Another Super Saiyan? King Cold was now visibly unsettled. Who is this lad? Vegeta exclaimed, his face a picture of shock. He too is a Super Saiyan. Impossible. Aside from us, there are no other Saiyans left. As the Prince of the Saiyans, I have never encountered such an individual. Vegeta appeared thoroughly perplexed. Trunks paid no heed to the thoughts of others. He surged forward, dispatching the minions with a flurry of strikes. Shall I take on King Cold? Gohan suggested, pointing at him, then turned to Trunks. Allow me, Trunks replied. Gohan understood that Trunks needed to demonstrate his prowess to those present, and moreover, upon vanquishing Frieza, he had discovered that the points awarded by the system were rather meager. Thus, Sun Wukong no longer harbored any thoughts of competing with Trunks. How infuriating! We are the mightiest race in the universe. Upon uttering this, King Cold suddenly paused and directed his gaze towards Sun Wukong. Why not take Frieza's place as my son? King Cold proposed to Sun Wukong. You effortlessly vanquished Frieza. You are the strongest in the universe, and only you are worthy to join our kin. I shall bestow upon you all the planets under my dominion. King Cold tempted Sun Wukong. Do you think me naive simply because of my youth? Sun Wukong silently pondered. The others recognized that King Cold merely underestimated Sun Wukong due to his age, attempting to manipulate him into confronting the fellow Super Saiyan, Trunks. Do you take me for a fool? I have no interest in your offer, Sun Wukong retorted to King Cold. How dare you dismiss my proposal? Do you believe I won't annihilate Earth? King Cold threatened, his bravado betraying a hint of fear. Upon hearing this, Trunks was determined not to allow King Cold any chance to destroy Earth. He swiftly approached, and before King Cold could react, a ki blast ended his life. I am a Saiyan of no small repute. Tell me, are you afraid? Trunks declared triumphantly. I am off to meet Goku. Will you join me? He turned to address the others. What? The group was taken aback by Trunks' statement. How does he know about Goku? Krillin wondered in confusion. He must be nearby. Come with me, Trunks urged, disregarding their bewilderment. Should we follow him? Yamcha inquired. I can't discern whether he is friend or foe, Krillin remarked. Let us proceed. He aided us in defeating Frieza, and he does not seem malevolent. Besides, we have Gohan with us, Tien suggested. Indeed, as a fellow Super Saiyan, Gohan should stand a chance against him, Krillin contemplated. Do you truly believe he is going to meet Goku? Yamcha asked. I am uncertain. It is indeed peculiar. Let us investigate further, for I do not recall any unfamiliar Saiyans wandering about, Vegeta stated as he surged ahead. Let us hasten to catch up. He appears to mean no harm, Sun Wukong chimed in. What is happening? How can Gohan transform into a Super Saiyan at this moment? Trunks mused aloud. Never mind that for now. We must locate Mr. Goku. I believe he should be around here, Trunks asserted, descending towards the ground. The others followed closely in Trunks' wake, landing almost simultaneously as he touched down. At that moment, Trunks retrieved a box from his pocket, a container specifically designed for holding the versatile capsules. He tossed one of the capsules to the ground, and a small refrigerator materialized before the group. Be cautious, he has released a peculiar box, Yamcha warned. However, Trunks boldly approached and opened the box, revealing it to be filled with beverages. It will take 3 hours for Goku to arrive. There are plenty of drinks here, so everyone may help themselves, Trunks informed the group. I would like a bottle, Gohan remarked as he promptly stepped forward to retrieve one, popping the tab and drinking eagerly. No doubt, the drinks from the future possess an exquisite flavor, Gohan mused inwardly. Please, I would like one as well, Bulma said, unable to resist the allure of Gohan's enjoyment, and she too fetched a bottle. Is this a specially designed mini-fridge? Bulma exclaimed, astonished by the small appliance. I want a drink too, Krillin chimed in, observing that both Bulma and Gohan had already indulged. The others remained stationary, watching. Throughout this time, Trunks kept his gaze fixed on Bulma, who soon noticed his scrutiny. Have we met before? Bulma asked, puzzled by Trunks's familiarity. No, Trunks quickly denied. Then how do you know about Goku? Krillin inquired. I have only heard of him. I have never met him, Trunks replied. How do you know that Goku will return in 3 hours? Krillin pressed, increasingly perplexed. I'm afraid I cannot disclose that information at the moment, Trunks stammered. Why can't you? Where do you come from? How can you possess such formidable power? Vegeta demanded, clearly dissatisfied with Trunks' evasive responses, bombarding him with questions. I'm sorry, but I cannot say. Trunks lowered his head, clearly unwilling to elaborate. Did you transform into a Super Saiyan during the recent battle? Piccolo asked. Yes, indeed. Trunks affirmed. Impossible. Only I, Kakarot, and his half-breed son are Saiyans. There are no others. Vegeta vehemently retorted. But he did transform into a Super Saiyan and even defeated that Frieza look-alike, Yamcha interjected. Moreover, Saiyan hair is supposed to be black. Vegeta frowned in confusion. Wait. Isn't that the Capsule Corporation logo? Are you an employee of the company? Bulma suddenly noticed the emblem on Trunks' clothing. No, I am not, Trunks replied, growing increasingly anxious at Bulma's observation. Why so secretive? Are you going to keep your name and age confidential as well? Bulma asked with a smile, undeterred by Trunks' nervousness. I am currently 17 years of age, yet I find myself unable to disclose my name. Finally, Trunks has provided the others with something to share. The fact that he cannot even reveal his name leaves Tianjin fans somewhat perplexed. What could be the reason behind his reluctance to divulge such basic information? What are the intentions of this enigmatic youth? Indeed, there is no need for such secrecy. Yamcha remains cautious of Trunks, believing that exercising a degree of vigilance is never unwarranted. Let us not burden him further. After all, he has just assisted us in vanquishing Frieza and his minions. Bulma interjects, unable to contain her defense of Trunks amidst the skepticism of the two. What is it about this mysterious figure that compels me to speak in his favor? Bulma muses to herself. After exchanging a few idle words, the group seeks a suitable place to rest as they await Goku's return to Earth. Piccolo. I have always been perplexed by one question, Krillin states to Piccolo. What question? Piccolo replies without turning to face Krillin. Why did you not leave Earth alongside the Namekians? They are, after all, your kin, Krillin inquires with curiosity. Oh, I can explain that. Gohan suddenly interjects. Oh, you know the reason? Krillin's attention is immediately captured by Gohan. Currently, Uncle Piccolo is the only existing combat-oriented Namekian in our world. He yearns for a life filled with the thrill of battle, Gohan elucidates to Krillin. At this moment, Piccolo has yet to merge with the Eternal Dragon. Thus, he still aspires for combat and engages in rigorous training daily. Does that mean you have been diligently training all this time? Krillin continues to question Piccolo. Indeed, I have been training every day for the past year. And I occasionally instruct Gohan as well, Piccolo responds. Although Piccolo may not match Gohan in terms of strength at present. As the new Piccolo who has fully inherited the legacy of the previous Demon King, he possesses unparalleled mastery in the utilization of key combat techniques and experience, attributes that Gohan cannot compare to. Consequently, each week, Gohan learns from Piccolo the intricacies of key manipulation, combat stances, and techniques. These lessons are of utmost importance. And since Gohan is eager to learn, Piccolo willingly imparts his knowledge with utmost seriousness. Gohan, with his remarkable talent, absorbs what Piccolo teaches him with incredible speed, leaving Piccolo thoroughly satisfied. Furthermore, Gohan's academic performance is commendable. He excels in both curricular and extracurricular tasks, leading Chi-Chi to be more lenient with him. During the day, Vegeta is nowhere to be found. He is certainly engrossed in his intense training, Bulma remarks. The reason for the daytime absence of Vegeta is attributed to Gohan's previous words, which have had an effect. Every night, Vegeta devotes time to relaxation, refraining from excessively rigorous training. Moreover, Vegeta, having no place to go on Earth, returns to Bulma's home every night, indulging in her hospitality. Thus, Bulma is able to see Vegeta each evening. His pride is exceedingly strong. He cannot bear to be outdone by Goku, and curiously, he does not harbor the same sentiments towards Gohan, Krillin reflected. After all, He is the prince of the Saiyans. Krillin added. Perhaps the generational gap between Vegeta and Gohan contributes to his reluctance to compare himself with Gohan, Krillin mused. Do you think they resemble each other? Bulma suddenly inquired of Krillin. Who? Krillin responded, perplexed, unsure of which two individuals she was referring to. Vegeta and that child, Bulma replied with a chuckle. I always feel there's a slight resemblance. While she contemplated that they bore similarities to her as well, she refrained from voicing this thought. Indeed, there is a slight resemblance, Krillin acknowledged, yet their personalities are entirely different. Their temperaments are indeed distinct, and unlike any known Saiyan. He certainly possesses a knack for delivering a finishing blow, Krillin remarked. Meanwhile, the atmosphere between Trunks and Vegeta was less than amicable. Trunks occasionally cast glances at Vegeta, who, having noticed this, retorted with irritation, What are you staring at? There's nothing remarkable about me, even if you are a Saiyan. Ah, my apologies. Trunks hurriedly shifted his gaze and offered an apology. How annoying. Vegeta continued to scrutinize Trunks. Tien and Kairatsu were engaged in conversation when they suddenly broached the subject of Trunks and Goku's relationship. Tien noted that Trunks seemed quite familiar with Earth. Meanwhile, Kairatsu had inexplicably acquired a bottle of beverage, sipping it as he spoke to Tien. Indeed, I hope Goku returns soon. Then we will understand what is truly happening. He should be arriving shortly, Trunks remarked, glancing at his watch before standing and gazing towards the sky. Sure enough, at that moment, others also raised their heads skyward. It's real. I sense an incredibly powerful energy, Tien declared. Someone is indeed approaching, Yamcha confirmed, sensing the energy drawing near. The time and place aligned perfectly with what that young man mentioned. Bulma strained to look up at the sky, though she could see nothing. Yet it did not deter her from her thoughts. Yes, Dad, I can feel his energy. It's unmistakable, Gohan stated. Under the eager gazes of the group, a circular spacecraft descended heavily to the ground. There he is. As the circular craft landed, the crowd hurriedly rushed toward that direction. As the crowd gathered around the large crater created by the circular spacecraft, they collectively looked down in astonishment. The spacecraft gradually opened, and out stepped Sun Wukong, dressed in peculiar attire. Oh, why are you all here? Sun Wukong inquired, gazing in surprise at the assembled group. It's Trunks who first spoke up. Of course. This is what Gohan said. That was Krillin calling out to you, Wukong. How did you know I was coming back? Sun Wukong then ascended into the air, questioning the crowd. He is truly alive, Vegeta pondered. It was this child who informed us. Bulma gestured towards Trunks. You must know him, right, Wukong? Krillin added. Who is he? Sun Wukong's question rendered the crowd silent, their expressions filled with confusion as they turned their gaze towards the pair. Are you really not familiar with him? Bulma asked again. I do not know him, Sun Wukong affirmed once more. But he knew you would arrive at this time and place, Bulma remarked, bewildered. Upon hearing this, Trunks averted his gaze, unable to meet the eyes of the others. It is indeed strange. Frieza and his cohort discovered my spaceship. As if they were aware of my return, Sun Wukong expressed his confusion. Who defeated Frieza and his forces? I sense two immensely powerful energies, he continued. Was it Piccolo or Vegeta? He queried, looking towards Piccolo. You would never guess. Frieza was slain by Gohan. He, like you, has become a Super Saiyan. And he vanquished Frieza in an instant, Piccolo replied. And this young man, he too is a Super Saiyan, assisting us in combating Frieza's army, Bulma added. Sun Wukong was taken aback by this revelation. I cannot believe Gohan has achieved Super Saiyan status at such a young age. Although I was aware of your immense potential, I did not expect your progress to be so rapid, he said, gazing at Gohan with pride. And this young man, you are impressive as well. However, apart from us, there are indeed other Saiyans. He then redirected his attention towards Trunks. Impossible. There cannot be any other Saiyans, Vegeta firmly retorted. As the prince of the Saiyans, he recognized traits that only his kind possessed, and Trunks lacked these characteristics. Well, it's not so bad to have one more Saiyan in the world. Especially one who can transform into a Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong remarked nonchalantly, displaying an optimistic demeanor. You remain so carefree, Bulma remarked, looking at Sun Wukong in disbelief. Sun Wukong, I have something to share with you, and Gohan, you should come along as well, Trunks addressed the two. Initially, Trunks intended to confide solely in Sun Wukong. But upon noticing that Gohan could also transform into a Super Saiyan, he decided to include him as well. Why are you avoiding us? Yamcha expressed his dissatisfaction. Yet no one paid heed to his sentiments as Gohan and Sun Wukong approached Trunks. My apologies, please wait a moment, Sun Wukong said to the others. After the two had traversed a considerable distance, Trunks came to a halt. This will do, he declared. First and foremost, we must express our gratitude to you for aiding us against Frieza and his minions, Sun Wukong remarked. And Gohan, I truly apologize. I should have dealt with Frieza long ago on Namek, he added, gently ruffling Gohan's hair. It was meant to be your duty to eradicate them. However, unforeseen circumstances compelled me to intervene, Trunks suggested, casting a subtle glance at Gohan. Gohan understood that the unexpected circumstances referred to him. For in both the original and future timelines, he was not supposed to transform into a Super Saiyan at that moment. Frieza's spaceship was faster than mine, and they escaped without remorse. I was just contemplating how to deal with them when you all resolved the matter, Sun Wukong stated. You won't arrive until 3 hours later. I fear it may be too late, Trunks remarked, perplexed by Sun Wukong's assertion of confronting Frieza's group. No, I have learned a new technique, Sun Wukong replied. A new technique? Trunks inquired, clearly bewildered. Indeed, it's called instant transmission, Sun Wukong said, blinking his eyes. That's incredible. Instant transmission, indeed. We're all set now, Gohan thought excitedly. Having yearned for this technique for an entire year. Now that he had received confirmation of its existence, how could he not be thrilled? Instant transmission, Trunks exclaimed, astonished as he turned to face Sun Wukong, intrigued by yet another unfamiliar technique. Coupled with Gohan's ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, this world was indeed filled with phenomena distinct from their own. It was taught to me by the Yardrats. Although they lack immense power, they possess many remarkable and highly useful techniques, Sun Wukong explained. I want to learn it. Dad, can you teach us this technique? Gohan implored Sun Wukong. Of course, but it is quite challenging to master, so you mustn't give up, Sun Wukong advised Gohan. Certainly, I will not give up, Gohan replied. Of course, with such a game-changing skill, how could Gohan possibly abandon the pursuit of learning it? Uncertain whether Jebet's instantaneous movement could be learned, Trunks pondered. Have I inadvertently altered history? I intended merely to meet you in person, yet I encountered everyone instead. With a perplexed expression, Trunks fell into deep contemplation. History? What does that entail? Goku inquired, equally bewildered by the term. Initially, Trunks had contemplated asking whether Goku could transform into a Super Saiyan at will. But having witnessed Gohan's ability to both transform into and revert from the Super Saiyan state, he refrained from further inquiry. Could you allow me to witness your transformation into a Super Saiyan? Trunks boldly requested of Goku. Huh? Goku responded, taken aback by Trunks' request. Please, Trunks implored once more. Very well. Goku consented after a moment's thought. What are they discussing? The others wondered, casting puzzled glances toward the trio in the distance. Then, to the astonishment of the onlookers, Goku suddenly transformed into a Super Saiyan. Chapter 87. A powerful adversary from the future's warning. First and foremost, I must extend my heartfelt gratitude to the world for their assistance. As I tend to be somewhat careless, I often neglect to meticulously proofread my chapters, resulting in numerous typographical errors. However, this reader has patiently pointed out each mistake in every chapter, for which I am deeply appreciative. As I am for the support and suggestions from other readers. I read every comment, and I am truly grateful for all your encouragement. Is this satisfactory? Goku inquired of Trunks. Thank you. You astonish me. Your strength is truly formidable, Trunks responded. Must I also transform? Gohan asked Trunks. No, only Mr. Goku needs to transform. Trunks declined. What is happening? Goku, are you alright? Bulma questioned, eyeing Goku, who was glowing like a light bulb. He has transformed into a Super Saiyan. Krillin explained from the side. A Super Saiyan? Tien exclaimed, staring at Goku in disbelief. Are they preparing to duel? Yamcha wondered, his face etched with confusion. With such immense power, I must also become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta gritted his teeth, resolved. And then what? Goku asked Trunks. I am also a Super Saiyan, Trunks declared, subsequently transforming into a Super Saiyan himself. Indeed, our transformations are remarkably similar. Goku remarked with astonishment at Trunks. He too has become a Super Saiyan, Tien said nervously. What are they planning to do? Yamcha questioned, equally perplexed. Forgive me, Trunks suddenly stated, leaving Goku momentarily stunned. Without warning, Trunks drew his sword from his back and struck towards Goku with a swift slash. Upon witnessing the scene, Sun Wukong remained remarkably composed. Lacking even the slightest intention to evade, he simply stood there, unyielding. This startled the onlookers from a distance. Yet what was unexpected was that Trunks' sword halted a mere 5 centimeters from Sun Wukong's face. "Why do you not dodge?" Trunks inquired, perplexed. "Because I sense no murderous intent from you. I am certain you will hold back at the last moment," Sun Wukong replied with unwavering confidence. "I see. But this time I shall not hold back," Trunks declared, resuming his battle stance. "Very well," Sun Wukong responded. With that, he extended his index finger, channeling energy upon it. As Trunks lunged forward with his sword, Sun Wukong effortlessly raised his finger, blocking the strike. Despite the fact that this very sword had easily cleaved through Frieza in the original tale, Trunks executed a flurry of swift slashes. Yet each attempt was thwarted by Sun Wukong's finger. After Trunks delivered his final blow, he reverted from his Super Saiyan transformation and sheathed his massive sword behind him. "Indeed, you are formidable. Your strength surpasses my expectations," Trunks commended Sun Wukong. "This sword is exceptionally sharp. You do not genuinely wish to duel me, do you?" Sun Wukong had sensed from the outset that Trunks bore no ill will. "I will share everything with you," Trunks replied to Sun Wukong and Gohan. Meanwhile, the spectators were in awe of the two warriors' might. "Did you see that?" Tien asked Yamcha beside him. "Indeed, they are extraordinary. Is this what a Super Saiyan is?" Yamcha responded, astonished. Vegeta remained silent, observing the two intently. "However, what I am about to tell you must remain confidential," Trunks warned. "Rest assured, I shall not disclose it." Sun Wukong assured him. "I too shall keep this secret," Gohan added. "Perhaps you too will find this hard to believe." "No, precisely. You people of this era will find it incredible." Trunks paused momentarily before continuing. "I arrived here via a time machine from a future world, 20 years hence," he stated calmly, delivering this shocking revelation. "A future world? 20 years later?" Sun Wukong expressed his astonishment, finding it utterly unfathomable. "I am Trunks, a descendant of the Saiyan lineage. I am the son of Vegeta." Trunks unveiled another startling truth. In that instant, Sun Wukong was utterly taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically. Even the distant Piccolo, who had been eavesdropping, was startled. "What? You are the son of Vegeta?" Sun Wukong exclaimed in terror. "What?" Gohan feigned shock. Though he had been aware of it for some time, he simply could not reveal his knowledge. "Indeed, I am the son of Vegeta," Trunks confirmed once more. "Hearing you say that, I can indeed see the resemblance," Sun Wukong remarked, glancing back at Vegeta and then once again at Trunks. It was truly unimaginable that he would become a father. Sun Wukong still found it hard to believe. "I will be born in 1 year, Trunks stated, noting that 1 year equals 25. "Initially, I intended to inform only you, but for some reason, Gohan, you transformed into a Super Saiyan at this moment. So I also summoned him," Trunks explained. "Oh, could it be that in your world, Gohan has not yet transformed into a Super Saiyan?" Sun Wukong inquired curiously. "Yes. Perhaps it is the consequence of my time travel. In our world, you do not utilize the instant transmission technique," Trunks replied. "It is truly hard to believe that time travel is a reality," Sun Wukong mused. "I did not arrive here on the time machine merely to share this with you." Trunks interjected. "Then what is the matter?" Sun Wukong asked. "On May 12th, 3 years from now, at 11 a.m., 2 extraordinarily formidable beings will emerge on a small island located 9 kilometers southwest of South City. Their overwhelming power is beyond imagination," Trunks warned. "Are they extraterrestrials?" Sun Wukong inquired gravely. "No, they are androids created by humans, specifically engineered by Dr. Gero of the former Red Ribbon Army." Trunks elucidated the origin of their foes. "The Red Ribbon Army?" Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. "The Red Ribbon Army was my adversary in my youth. I defeated them while they sought to collect the Dragon Balls to dominate the world. I thwarted their plans," Sun Wukong explained to Gohan, as no one had previously informed him of these events. "Oh, I see," Gohan replied, although he had long been aware of the circumstances, even more so than Sun Wukong himself. After all, Sun Wukong was unaware that General Red's true wish was not world domination, but simply to grow taller. Nevertheless, Gohan maintained a facade of just discovering this information. "I have heard that the Red Ribbon Army was annihilated by you, yet the surviving Dr. Gero continues his research," Trunks stated. "Could they still be plotting to conquer the world?" Sun Wukong questioned about the resurgence of the Red Ribbon Army. "Uncertain, yet Dr. Gero has always been ambitious. Trunks, too, is not entirely clear about the intentions of the Red Ribbon Army. Originally, Dr. Gero aimed to transform androids into precise killing machines. However, unexpectedly, he met his demise at the hands of his own creation. At this juncture, Trunks paused slightly. This indicates that the androids are utterly terrifying beings who revel in slaughter and destruction, Trunks stated gravely. You have already attained the form of a Super Saiyan, displaying remarkable strength, yet you still regard them with such trepidation, Goku remarked, pausing without elaboration. Indeed, Trunks understood the essence of Goku's sentiment. I had initially intended to resist. Yet even in a one-on-one confrontation, my only recourse was to flee, Trunks confessed, his face marked with shame. Wait, there are only two of them. What about your companions? Upon hearing this, Goku responded quickly, posing this critical question. They are all gone. 20 years later, I am the sole surviving warrior, Trunks said, his expression laden with sorrow. Goku fell silent, at a loss for words. In the battle 3 years hence, my father, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, Kaiatsu, and Piccolo all perished. Trunks recounted the fates of his comrades. And Gohan, who managed to survive, taught me martial arts. However, he too was lost 4 years ago. Trunks couldn't help but cast a glance at Gohan. Rest assured, I am now capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan, which signifies that your arrival has indeed made a significant impact here. Such events from your future world shall never transpire in ours, Gohan assured Trunks. I hope that is indeed the case, Trunks replied. What is the situation in your world? Goku inquired once more. With Piccolo's demise, the Dragon Balls ceased to exist, and no one could be resurrected. The androids have become increasingly deranged, slaughtering the innocent. The future world resembles a hellish nightmare. Trunks continued to narrate the tragic experiences of their world. How dreadful! Gohan interjected. They are astonishingly powerful. Upon hearing Gohan's words, Trunks exclaimed with fervor. In my setting, androids 17 and 18 in the future world possess only a combat power of 4.5 billion, considerably weaker than their counterparts in the main timeline. I am uncertain why Piccolo and Kami did not merge again in the future world. Had they done so, wouldn't the androids have been effortlessly dismantled by Piccolo? But what of me? What has become of my fate? Goku, noticing Trunks' reluctance to disclose his own circumstances, could not restrain his inquiry. You did not partake in the battle. Shortly thereafter, you fell gravely ill and passed away. Trunks' words left Goku utterly bewildered. What? Goku exclaimed in astonishment. In the distance, hearing the news, Piccolo's expression reflected concern. You have been afflicted with a severe heart condition. Even a Super Saiyan cannot escape the clutches of illness. Trunks elucidated the situation. I believe it stems from consuming that divine water during the battle with Majin Buu and the prolonged use of the Kaioken technique. After all, the divine water itself is a poison, and the Kaioken exerts significant strain on the body, which likely exacerbated the toxic effects of the water. Moreover, he continued, Gohan's unique physiology allows him to remain immune to ailments. Perhaps this is fate. The sins of beings cannot cure diseases, Goku lamented helplessly. Illness does not equate to physical injury. It signifies the depletion of one's lifespan, and even the Dragon Balls cannot reverse that. Gohan remarked from the side. It is frustrating. I am on the brink of death and unable to confront them. How disheartening, Goku expressed regret. While not partaking in the battle is indeed disappointing. Shouldn't you feel at least a modicum of fear knowing that your time is nearly up? Trunks questioned, puzzled by Goku's nonchalance towards his own mortality. Of course, I feel fear, but what weighs heavier on my heart is the inability to witness their strength firsthand, Goku replied earnestly. Trunks, we Saiyans are a warrior race. When faced with formidable foes, our instinct is to engage them in combat, Gohan chimed in. Truly a warrior of the Saiyan lineage. It is as Mother and Gohan have said, quite admirable indeed, Trunks remarked as he retrieved a small vial from his pocket. When you feel the onset of your illness, take this medicine immediately, Trunks instructed, handing the vial to Goku. What is this? Goku inquired, perplexed by the small bottle offered by Trunks. This is a medicine. Your condition is currently untreatable, but in 20 years, a miraculous remedy will emerge, Trunks explained. Is that true? How wonderful. Thank you. Why didn't you present this sooner? I could have spared myself needless worry, Goku said, his face lighting up with joy as he held the vial. I really shouldn't have done this, as it may alter the course of history. Yet if history unfolds in such a manner, Trunks trailed off. But both understood his implication. that perhaps it was better to change the future than to accept a grim fate, for even a slight improvement would be welcome. Do not dwell on it too much. Even without this miraculous medicine, your arrival has already altered this timeline. At the very least, I can transform into a Super Saiyan now, Gohan stated earnestly, fully aware that his ability to ascend was not merely a consequence of Trunks' influence, but rather that Trunks' impact was far less significant than his own. Indeed, you make a valid point. If it were you, there would surely be a way to resolve their issues, Trunks remarked, sharing the same sentiment. My mother has painstakingly developed a time machine in the hope that you can save the Earth. He then addressed Sun Wukong. Wait a moment, does your mother know me? Sun Wukong asked, bewildered. Ah, yes, she is quite familiar with you, Trunks affirmed. Is your mother capable of creating a time machine? Could she possibly be Bulma? Sun Wukong's disbelief was evident as cold sweat began to bead on his forehead, revealing his alarm. Indeed, she is right over there, Trunks said, gesturing towards a group of onlookers in the distance. It was abundantly clear, among that cluster of individuals, there was only one woman, Bulma. Ah! Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment upon receiving confirmation, nearly losing his balance. Bulma. He could not help but reconfirm, his disbelief palpable. Let us shift our focus to the gathering crowd. What on earth are they chattering about? It is utterly exasperating, Vegeta remarked, observing that Sun Wukong and the others had yet to return. Goku appears to be quite astonished, Puer added. It is indeed surprising. I had thought Bulma would marry Yamcha. Who would have guessed that she ended up with Vegeta? They were still grappling with this monumental revelation. It seemed that due to Yamcha's indecisiveness, Bulma grew frustrated and ended their relationship. At that time, Vegeta had been feeling quite lonely, and as for Trunks, he was not particularly well versed in the intricacies of his parents' relationship. After all, what child would take it upon themselves to inquire about such matters? And which parent would candidly disclose such information to their offspring? Perhaps their prolonged single status was a reflection of Bulma's character, Trunks speculated uncertainly. I do not understand. But it is quite plausible, Sun Wukong remarked, unable to resist glancing back at Bulma and the others. I was very young when my father passed away. This is the first time I have seen him, Trunks confessed. Thus, this explains your vigilant watch over Mr. Vegeta, Gohan surmised. Indeed, I had never encountered my father before. Trunks acknowledged. Haha. Sun Wukong found himself at a loss for words, merely chuckling softly. Look, he is glancing this way, Yamcha noted, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Strange, he is smiling at us, Puer remarked, equally puzzled. Listen, you must absolutely, no, under no circumstances, disclose this information. Should it impact their relationship, I might cease to exist in this world, Trunks said earnestly to the two. This is no trivial matter. Imagine if you were to traverse back in time, to a moment before your father even conceived you, and he were to say to you, hey, you little brat, do you believe I would castrate myself for you? Wouldn't that terrify you? Rest assured, declared Sun Wukong. I will keep this to myself, Gohan also assured. I must take my leave. My mother will worry if I am late, Trunks said. Please convey my gratitude to your mother. And may we alter the course of the future, Sun Wukong replied. Indeed, after meeting you, I feel a renewed sense of hope, especially with you, Gohan. I never anticipated you would become a Super Saiyan at this moment, Trunks remarked. Shall we meet again? Sun Wukong inquired of Trunks. I cannot say for certain, as the energy required for the time machine's journeys takes a considerable duration to accumulate. If I am still alive 3 years hence, I will surely return to assist you. Trunks responded. You must survive. We will devote these 3 years to rigorous training in order to vanquish the foes that will arise in the future, Sun Wukong pledged. Do not worry. Leave it to us, Gohan added. Trunks gave a thumbs up to the two before ascending into the sky. 3 years, and I still have school to attend. Gohan thought, unable to suppress his frustration as he ruffled his hair. Why did that boy leave? The others witnessed Trunks flying away, puzzled by the events that had transpired. What a headache. How do I explain this to everyone? Sun Wukong muttered softly as he walked. Father, it would be best to disclose this matter. As it is of great significance, Gohan advised from the side. Wukong, what did you discuss? Krillin inquired as Sun Wukong approached. Well, it isn't much. I'll let Gohan explain, Sun Wukong said, nudging his son forward, prompting Gohan to exclaim, You're quite knowledgeable. You should reveal it quickly. This matter is too important. Piccolo interjected. Ah, you heard that? Sun Wukong said, astonished, looking at Piccolo. Indeed, my hearing is exceptionally acute, Piccolo replied. What is so significant? Bulma asked. If it is difficult for you to articulate, do not burden Gohan. Allow me to speak, Piccolo suggested to son Wukong. As expected of Uncle Piccolo, Gohan said joyfully. Yet, son Wukong still appeared hesitant. Do not fret. I shall not disclose anything that would jeopardize his existence, Piccolo assured, indicating that son Wukong could relax, as he was aware of his boundaries. From this moment forth, if we wish to preserve our lives, we must train diligently. Piccolo addressed everyone present, excluding Bulma. Consequently, Piccolo concealed Trunks' identity and conveyed all other information, astonishing everyone in attendance. Incredible. He hails from a future world, Yamcha exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief. The time machine? Bulma clearly exhibited greater interest in the so-called time machine. If you do not believe, then indulge yourself. I, however, shall diligently train in preparation for battle, Piccolo proclaimed to the group. Suddenly, their gazes shifted toward the sky, where an unusual machine hovered. What is that? Tien Shinhan inquired, perplexed. That is a time machine, Goku explained. At that moment, Trunks, seated within the time machine, gazed down, murmuring to himself, Father, you sound just like Mother. I hope you can survive and strive alongside the younger version of her. With a final wave to the others below, Trunks vanished into the heavens. I shall go train, Tien Shinhan declared. I will join you, Krillin added. Witnessing the disappearance of the time machine, they were now convinced of Piccolo's earlier words, and resolved to train earnestly for their survival in the times to come. Damn it, I will certainly be alive in 3 years. I must become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta thought to himself, Old man, if you lack experience in training others, leave Gohan to me. In these 3 years, I will mold him into an exceptional warrior capable of defeating any foe, Piccolo suggested to Goku. Haha, no need for that. I will handle it myself. If you take Gohan away, Chi-Chi will be furious, Goku replied awkwardly, scratching his head. TCH, Gohan, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me, Piccolo said to Gohan. Okay, I'll remember that, Gohan responded eagerly. Kakarot, how did you survive on Namek? Vegeta posed a question that left everyone puzzled. Yes. Wasn't Frieza's spaceship destroyed? Even King Kai believed you would not survive, Yamcha added. Haha, I thought I would perish too, but fortunately, I found 4 or 5 round spacecraft nearby, Goku recounted, reflecting on the past. I see, it was the spaceship of the Ginyu Force, Vegeta realized. In any case, I successfully escaped. Later, the spaceship landed on Yardrat. Goku continued his tale. The Ginyu Force intended to attack Yardrat, and had already set their destination there. Your peculiar attire is indeed that of the Yardratians, Vegeta remarked, glancing at Goku's strange outfit, suppressing a chuckle. Yes, Dad, your clothing is truly odd, Gohan chimed in. It is even less appealing than my original Super Saiyan outfit. No, how could I think such a thing? Gohan quickly dismissed the image of the red tunic and green cape from his mind. They were exceedingly kind to me, though this outfit is undeniably peculiar. My original clothes were all tattered. Son Wukong cast a glance at his attire and remarked, You ventured to Yadrak Star and chose not to return. It seems you must have acquired their remarkable techniques, Vegeta asserted with confidence. Indeed, you truly understand me, Son Wukong replied joyfully. So you stayed behind to learn new techniques, did you? Krillin added, somewhat exasperated. What technique is it? Pray tell. Bulma could not restrain her curiosity, directing her question at Son Wukong. Due to time constraints, I only managed to learn one technique, albeit with considerable effort, and that is instant transmission, Son Wukong informed the group. Instant transmission? The others expressed their astonishment. Let us witness it, shall we? Tien, a true martial artist, was eager to observe this seemingly incredible technique. Very well, Son Wukong agreed. First, one must concentrate on the person you wish to meet, then sense their energy, and you can arrive at their location. Son Wukong provided a rather vague explanation. Where shall I go? Ah, I have it. Son Wukong clearly intended to demonstrate the technique's effect. After uttering this, he instantly vanished from their sight. I'm back. Before the group could react, Son Wukong reappeared before them. Is this what you call instant transmission? It seems merely a ruse utilizing extraordinary speed, Vegeta commented skeptically, clearly unconvinced. Look, what is this? Son Wukong pointed to the sunglasses perched on his nose. Oh, Master Roshi's sunglasses, Krillin exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, that is correct. Bulma also recognized the glasses. But we are over 10,000 kilometers away from Kame House. Remarkable, Yamcha could not help but applaud the astonishing technique. Now do you believe? Son Wukong boasted. Father, remember, you promised to teach me this technique. Gohan urgently interjected. Of course, I had already promised you, didn't I? I shall begin teaching you as soon as we return, Son Wukong assured Gohan. At that moment, Vegeta's expression soured, feeling like a fool, utterly humiliated. Krillin, please return the sunglasses to Master Roshi, Son Wukong said as he handed the glasses to Krillin. Certainly, I shall return them, Krillin responded, placing the sunglasses on his own eyes. To his surprise, they suited his bald head quite well. Now, let us convene 3 years hence at the location where the androids appear. Please share the time and place, Tien suggested. Oh no, I forgot, Son Wukong exclaimed, looking bewildered. Gohan, do you remember? On May 12th, 3 years from now, at 10 a.m., on a small island 9 kilometers southwest of South City. It would be wise to arrive an hour early, so let us gather at 9 a.m., Piccolo instructed the group. As expected of Uncle Piccolo, your memory is impeccable. Son Gohan also praised. Although he possessed the skill of rapid understanding and memory, at that moment he had not truly listened to Trunks' words. Thus he was unaware of the specific time and place. Well, thankfully you still remember, Son Goku said while scratching his head. It's fortunate that Piccolo just heard. Yamcha remarked. Happy May Day to everyone. The update speed of the heroic Chinese network is the fastest online. Chapter 91. Arrangements and farewells. Due to the formidable nature of the enemy this time, those lacking confidence should refrain from participating, lest they trouble others, Piccolo addressed the group. I concur. Yamcha agreed. This is clearly directed at you. You were the first to fall, and you Haven T trained earnestly in 3 years. Vegeta remarked with a sideways glance at Piccolo. What did you say? If you have the guts, let us have a match. Piccolo retorted, unwilling to back down. Eager to challenge Vegeta. All right, let us not quarrel, Son Goku interjected, hastily playing the peacemaker. I have a splendid idea, Bulma suddenly spoke up, diverting everyone's attention to her. Why not eliminate the creator of the androids, Dr. Gero, right now? Bulma proclaimed proudly, confident that her suggestion would earn accolades from the group. We just need to enlist Shinran's help to locate their hideout. And we 1T need to engage in a strenuous battle 3 years from now. Upon hearing Bulma's proposal, the reactions among the group varied greatly. Indeed, a brilliant idea. Solving the problem without a grueling fight, Krillin exclaimed, evidently in agreement with Bulma, as he too preferred to avoid constant conflict. Anyone who dares to do this, I will not spare. Vegeta suddenly erupted in anger upon hearing Bulma's suggestion. Why not? This is no trivial matter. It concerns the survival of the Earth. Bulma replied defiantly, shouting back at Vegeta. Given the situation, had Krillin not intervened, Bulma might have confronted Vegeta directly to knock some sense into him. Goku, don't you think we should proceed in this manner? Bulma, seeing Vegeta's stance, turned to question Son Goku. I'm sorry, but to be honest, I prefer fighting, and currently, Dr. Gero has not committed any wrongdoing. How can we kill him? Son Goku responded innocently. Bulma nearly stumbled in disbelief at his words. Everyone, we need not indulge these Saiyans. They are inherently combative. If someone dies this time, there will be no way to resurrect them. With Son Goku's persuasion failing, Bulma decided to rally the others to support her viewpoint. They certainly did not wish to trouble the Namekians once more. It was uncertain whether they would lend their Dragon Balls again, and on Earth. Each Dragon Ball could only resurrect a person once. I too yearned to test my strength in battle. Even in death, I would accept my fate. Tien's gaze towards Bulma conveyed his steadfast resolve. What is the meaning of this? Bulma exclaimed in disbelief as she looked at Tien. Bulma, we were once adversaries. I once harbored disdain for Goku. Yet, in the face of formidable foes, we were compelled to unite, and over time, we became friends, Krillin voiced, having betrayed Bulma's trust. It seems Krillin has already begun to covet the beauty of Android 18. I suspect this has been a meticulously plotted scheme for 3 years. He added with a playful smirk. Though the situation was far from straightforward, Krillin expressed his concerns, acknowledging the overwhelming strength of their opponents. I do not grasp your meaning. Bulma replied, bewildered by Krillin's cryptic remarks. Without a shared enemy, Piccolo should pose no threat. But what of Vegeta? That remains uncertain. And it might well lead to our premature demise, Krillin whispered conspiratorially to Bulma. I can hear you, Krillin. You speak the truth, Bulma retorted, but Gohan, perplexed, questioned. Why should we fear Vegeta when we have 2 Super Saiyans on our side? What can a child possibly understand? Spare me your chatter. Am I mistaken? This is the reality, Krillin responded, crossing his arms with a serious demeanor. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your whims. As ordinary citizens, we have no choice but to follow your lead, Bulma remarked sarcastically. For the sake of future peace, we must fight, Goku proclaimed, raising his arm with fervor. Hooray! The others echoed in agreement. Such a dictator. Although I do not concur with your methods, I must still stand with you, Bulma sighed in resignation, realizing there was little she could do, as none would heed her counsel. On the morning of May 12th, 3 years hence, let those with confidence gather at the designated location, Goku declared. Just as the group was preparing to depart, Vegeta called out to Goku, Kakarot. What is it? Goku replied, perplexed. Do not become too complacent. Even if you have attained Super Saiyan status, I will eventually surpass you. I am the strongest Saiyan in existence, Vegeta proclaimed before flying off alone. We will certainly be there in 3 years, Tien assured the group. Farewell, Chaozu floated in the air, waving goodbye. With that, the two departed for their training grounds, preparing for the battle that awaited them. Piccolo, would you join me and Gohan in our training? Together, we can achieve great strength, Goku proposed to Piccolo. Indeed, Uncle Piccolo, Gohan remarked with eager anticipation. As Gohan embarked on his training under the tutelage of Piccolo, it was undoubtedly the most fitting course of action. I have previously asserted that should you entrust Gohan's training to me, I shall cultivate him into the mightiest warrior in the world, Piccolo declared to Goku. What I meant was not for you to take Gohan away, but rather for you to join us in training, Goku hastily clarified, aware that if Piccolo were to take Gohan, Chi-Chi would undoubtedly be furious. Very well, Piccolo acquiesced. Krillin, Yamcha, what are your plans? Goku inquired, turning his attention to Krillin and Yamcha. I intend to seek Master Roshi and train in my own way, Krillin replied. The title of martial arts god bestowed upon Master Roshi was not without merit. Even Goku would experience significant growth under his guidance. I shan't accompany you. To be frank, my skill level pales in comparison to yours, Yamcha stated, already resigning himself to mediocrity. I truly do not comprehend why, knowing he has not trained seriously in 3 years, he does not simply refrain from joining us like Chaozu. It feels rather disruptive. Fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 92. Gohan's Training Dilemma, bidding farewell to Bulma. Congratulations on the birth of your healthy little one. Goku waved to Bulma before departing with Piccolo and Gohan. While Gohan and Piccolo understood Goku's implication, Bulma, Krillin, and Yamcha remained oblivious. A little one? Bulma, are you pregnant? Krillin queried, casting a puzzled glance at Bulma's abdomen. No. What nonsense is Goku spouting? Bulma retorted, equally perplexed and irritated by Goku's words, as her relationship with Yamcha was not particularly strong at present. Perhaps he is suggesting we marry quickly and establish a happy family. Haha, even he thinks so, Yamcha said, somewhat pleased with himself, though it was unclear from where his confidence stemmed. Ghost, stop talking nonsense, I have no idea. In preparation to confront the formidable foes that would arise in 3 years, everyone commenced rigorous training, gathering at their predetermined locations. On Turtle Island, Master Roshi stared at Krillin in astonishment. Krillin, are you alive or a ghost? Just now, Goku's spirit appeared and even stole my sunglasses. Master Roshi exclaimed in terror. Oh, why are you wearing my sunglasses? At that moment, Master Roshi realized Krillin was donning his shades. In truth, I do not understand. Have they not sought out Master Roshi in the past year? How could he be unaware that Krillin and Goku are still alive? In West City, at Bulma's residence, you intend to construct a gravity chamber with 300 times the normal gravity? Bulma's father shouted in sheer horror. Kakarot can train in an environment with a gravity 100 times that of Earth. I must surpass him by 3-fold. Vegeta declared resolutely. After a year of seclusion, he could no longer resist the urge to train fiercely. No, it's impossible. If your weight is 60 kilograms, it would become 18 tons under such circumstances. Doctor, Brief responded, visibly troubled. At the home of Son Goku on Mount Pozu, Chi-Chi, upon seeing Goku, was unable to express her joy before he expressed his desire for Gohan to train alongside him. I tell you, that is out of the question. Goku, I do not agree. We cannot disrupt Gohan's studies any further. With such remarkable talent, do you realize how well he is performing academically? He is fully capable of gaining admission to a prestigious elementary school in the city. Chi-Chi exclaimed loudly, resolutely opposing Goku's proposal. What does becoming stronger through training have to do with Gohan? You should train with Piccolo. During normal times, I only allowed Gohan to go out to relieve his stress. It was never intended for him to train tirelessly. Chi-Chi's stance was exceptionally firm, likely due to the immense confidence Gohan's excellent grades had instilled in her. Yet we desperately need Gohan's strength. Of course, education is important, but the Earth could be destroyed in 3 years. Goku hastily explained. Gohan stood there, unable to utter a word. The quarrel between his parents was not something a child could involve himself in. Don't give me those excuses. You have never considered Gohan's future. Ever since we got married, you haven't brought in a single cent. Chi-Chi shouted at Goku, her voice raised in anger. This is my fault. The situation is dire. And Gohan wishes to participate in the fight as well. Goku felt utterly overwhelmed by Chi-Chi, lacking even the courage to meet her gaze. Gohan found himself at a loss. It was not the opportune moment to enter the hyperbolic time chamber. Firstly, Gohan had yet to fully grasp the Super Saiyan form. Entering the chamber only to familiarize himself with it would be a significant waste of a precious opportunity. After all, the chance to enter the chamber was limited. He believed that once he adapted to the Super Saiyan form, he could then enter the chamber to further enhance his abilities, striving to learn how to transform into Super Saiyan 2. Over the past year, Chi-Chi had developed an aversion to Gohan transforming into a Super Saiyan, viewing him as a delinquent in that state, resulting in Gohan's transformation occurrences being exceedingly rare. Secondly, since the hyperbolic time chamber only accommodates 2 individuals, Gohan could not simultaneously learn to control the Super Saiyan power from his father and combat techniques from his mentor Piccolo. However, the system, for reasons unknown, had issued a task that provided Gohan with an unavoidable reason to attend school. Ding. The system has issued a task. Successfully enroll in the prestigious primary school of Orange Star City. Task reward, a charming potion. Do you accept? Note, through the influence of the system, as long as the host enters the prestigious primary school of Orange Star City, you will be in the same class as Bidalai. Upon successfully enrolling in the prestigious junior high school of Orange Star City, you will receive an upgraded version of the charming potion, the handsome potion. The charming potion, as its name implies, transforms the drinker into an adorable being, enhancing the fondness of those around them. This is a tool for befriending young girls. No, strike that. Naturally, Sun Wukong chose to accept this task, not merely to witness his wife's youthful form, but to spare Chi-Chi any sorrow. No, absolutely not. Chi-Chi remained resolute. Don't worry, Mom, I will attend school. Just like before, all I need is to drop my tutoring classes, Son Gohan interjected. Do you truly believe Gohan's education is more vital than the survival of Earth? Sun Wukong questioned Chi-Chi. Indeed, Mom, canceling Gohan's tutoring sessions should pose no issue, right? Gohan's grades are exceptional, Meow Meow chimed in. Of course, no matter what occurs, Gohan's future is paramount. Chi-Chi insisted. Don't be absurd. What kind of joke is this? Sun Wukong laughed, playfully patting Chi-Chi, but unexpectedly, he miscalculated his strength, sending Chi-Chi crashing through the door. A significant hole was left in the wall, and a tree snapped, ultimately becoming lodged against a rock. Fortunately, Chi-Chi was a martial artist. Otherwise, this blow could have been fatal for an ordinary person. Mom, Son Gohan, and Meow Meow rushed out to assist Chi-Chi. I'm so sorry, Chi-Chi. I truly didn't mean to. Sun Wukong hastily explained. By the way, what has to deal with that cat? Sun Wukong inquired, pointing at Meow Meow. At this, everyone fell to the ground in disbelief. Have you only just noticed him? Chi-Chi replied with exasperation. Ha ha ha. Sun Wukong laughed sheepishly, scratching his head. He is Meow Meow. I brought him home a year ago. He is a part of our family now, Sun Gohan introduced. I look forward to working with you. Meow Meow greeted Sun Wukong, albeit a tad belatedly. The fastest update on Shaka Chinese Network. Chapter 93, Entrance Examination, Meeting Bidalai. It is always the women who get hurt. Yet Gohan must enroll in the prestigious primary school of the nearby city. Furthermore, 3 years from now, Gohan must not waste time on training. Chi-Chi sat in a chair while Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan, and Meow Meow busily tended to her wounds. I truly apologize, Sun Wukong said, as he tended to the wound on Chi-Chi's head. The Super Saiyans, too, possessed their vulnerabilities. Outside, Piccolo listened to the commotion and mused to himself, noting that both Super Saiyans were easily subdued by Chi-Chi single-handedly. 3 days later marked the day of Gohan's entrance examination. It is indeed true that even in the Dragon Ball universe, one must undergo examinations to enter elementary school. During these 3 days, Chi-Chi resolutely prohibited Gohan from training, while Goku, having recently returned from another planet, opted to rest and acclimatize to Earth once more. Gohan, you must take this seriously. With your abilities, gaining admission to a prestigious school should be a breeze, Chi-Chi encouraged fervently before his departure. Do your best, Gohan. Achieve excellent results to make your mother proud. And then we can resume training, Goku added with encouragement. Even the cat, Meow, chimed in, providing Gohan with support. Don't be so nervous. I'll do just fine, Gohan assured them, waving goodbye as he soared into the sky alone. What? You think it's perilous for a 6-year-old like Gohan to take the examination unaccompanied? That is absurd. Gohan is capable of obliterating the Earth with a mere energy blast. What conceivable threat could possibly endanger him now? As for the examination, Gohan was utterly unconcerned. Those 6,000 points were not earned without merit. Coupled with the intermediate calligraphy skills he obtained for 7,000 points, even if his writing wasn't perfect, his presentation alone would yield considerable benefits. After a brief period, Gohan arrived at the entrance examination site of Orange City Elementary School. In truth, had he not taken the time to enjoy the scenery along the way, he would have arrived even sooner. Excuse me, I'm here for the examination. Kindly open the door, he stated, presenting his admission ticket to the teacher at the gate for verification. In the Dragon Ball world, each participant must enter individually, and everyone, be they students or teachers, must undergo a thorough inspection to confirm their identities before entering the examination hall. This procedure is vital for preventing any potential dangers. As the Dragon Ball universe is far from tranquil, there are numerous openly notorious organizations, and even the government struggles against them. The Red Ribbon Army serves as a prime example, and one might even encounter robbers on the streets one day. How amusing. Let me see, Gohan. You may enter, the teacher said after carefully comparing Gohan's appearance with the photograph on his admission ticket, opening the door to allow him entry. At last, Gohan was inside. Now, let me find my examination room, he remarked, securely stowing away the admission ticket returned by the teacher. Before long, Gohan located his designated examination room, where a list of students set to take the exam was affixed to the door. Let me check if I'm on this list. Li Godin, Wong or Motsi. Kaya-kun, there I am. Gohan. He found his name amongst those listed. As Sun Wufan contemplated entering, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards the list of names, and he was suddenly taken aback. Good heavens, by Li. What is she doing here? Sun Wufan exclaimed, astonished. Ahaha, did you not expect it? It was I who orchestrated this. The system miraculously interjected. You possess such capabilities? How was I unaware of this? Sun Wufan inquired skeptically. Naturally, they are merely ordinary individuals. It is but a minor alteration of their trajectories, a task I can easily accomplish, the system replied with pride. What are the limits of your alterations? Sun Wufan asked eagerly. If the system's powers were substantial, the potential for manipulation would be vast. Well, in terms of combat power, anything exceeding 50 is likely beyond my reach, the system pondered before responding. What? Is that all? That's scarcely better than some leaders of the Red Ribbon Army. Like that General Blue who wields superpowers, Sun Wufan scoffed. At this moment, Sun Wufan contemplated retrieving a sturdy bag of salt from the system's space and hurling it to the ground with great force. Do you think General Blue is weak in other worlds? Firstly, his superpower could even control the then Son Goku, defeating Krillin in direct combat. He could swim in depths of hundreds, even thousands of meters without concern for the immense water pressure. Crushing a phone booth with his bare hands as easily as crumpling paper, the system lamented. Everyone can discuss what tier General Blue's power would be in another world. I feel the comic does not fully represent his strength. Tao Pai Pai should also possess the capability to obliterate the moon, and he is a world-renowned assassin, proficient in various methods of killing. It would not be surprising if General Blue fell at his hands. Fine, it is my fault. I should not have held such high hopes for you. I ought to have been content, sighed Sun Wufan. Rest assured, to help you accurately locate by Li, I have marked her position prominently, the system comforted. Oh, you have marked it for me? Sun Wufan's interest was piqued. Sun Wufan eagerly entered the classroom, and upon stepping inside, his gaze swept over the gathered individuals, causing him to stumble and nearly fall. This is the mark you speak of? Sun Wufan could not help but question the system. A delicate girl with short hair had a red virtual banner floating above her head, motionless in the absence of wind. boldly proclaiming in large characters, "Your beloved by D. Lee is here." Is it not conspicuous? Is it difficult to find? The system boasted with satisfaction. It is indeed easy to locate, but this is rather. Sun Wufan hesitated. What does it matter? Others cannot see it anyway, the system countered. Very well. Sun Wufan contemplated, considering the logic in that reasoning. The update speed of the Xiaku Chinese network is the fastest across the entire web. Chapter 94, Getting to Know Each Other and Gift Giving. Sun Gohan glanced at the number on Biddy Lee's desk, and then looked at the position indicated on his examination permit, discovering with astonishment that Biddy Lee was indeed sitting in front of him. He deduced with his heel that this was yet another benevolent act of the system. At that moment, Biddy Lee was earnestly organizing her stationery on her desk. It must be said that in the world of Dragon Ball, even the stationery needed for elementary school exams is quite extensive, including rulers, compasses, safety scissors, and even calculators. Of course, the calculator is merely capable of performing arithmetic and is uniformly distributed during the examination, lacking any advanced functions. Son Gohan, on the other hand, had stored his stationery within his watch and quickly returned to his seat to arrange his belongings. Hey, can such an item be brought into the examination room? Just as Son Gohan was tidying up his desk, Biddy Lee suddenly turned around and pointed at Son Gohan's watch. He was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting her to initiate a conversation. He had been pondering how to approach her while organizing, and now she had spoken directly to him. Items with storage functions cannot be taken into the exam room? Son Gohan inquired, bewildered. He had not reviewed the examination guidelines and had assumed they were akin to those from his previous life, merely warning against cheating or impersonation, which would result in severe consequences. Of course not. Wasn't your watch checked by a specialized machine upon entry? Biddy Lee asked, her confusion evident. Perhaps the machine was malfunctioning? Son Gohan replied nonchalantly, scratching his head. He had no idea that there were dedicated devices to inspect storage items, but upon reflection, it did not seem too strange. In their world, various storage items were developed by Bulma's father's Universal Capsule Corporation, which must possess specialized equipment for such inspections. However, Son Gohan's watch was not a product of this world, thus it could not be detected by the Universal Capsule Corporation's machinery. All right then, you should quickly put that away. If the teacher discovers that watch during the exam, it will be considered cheating, Biddy Lee advised. Thank you so much. Son Gohan replied gratefully to Biddy Lee. He then retrieved his small backpack from the watch, pretending to place the watch inside, effectively concealing it from view. At that moment, he also took out a lollipop that had been accumulating in the system space, specifically the lazy sheep lollipop he had drawn in Chapter 53. Judging by its appearance, he wondered what flavor it could possibly be, hoping it was not something like grass flavor. Fortunately, time in the system space was static. Otherwise, after such a long duration, the lollipop might have spoiled. As a token of appreciation, he decided to gift her this lollipop. As he spoke, Sun Wukong placed the lollipop on Bidalai's desk. Do you think I am still a child? A lollipop? Perhaps not, Bidalai remarked, casting a disdainful glance at Sun Wukong. Oh, is that so? I intended to express my gratitude towards you, but unfortunately, I have nothing else to offer. I truly apologize for not having anything more appealing, Sun Wukong replied, his expression transforming into one of profound sadness and a hint of existential despair. Is it really that serious? Bidalai said, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. No, it is entirely my fault. I am to blame. With those words, the atmosphere around Sun Wukong grew dimmer. Wait. I absolutely adore lollipops. I truly appreciate this gesture. Bidalai, merely a 6-year-old girl, was momentarily taken aback by Sun Wukong's demeanor. Upon hearing Bidalai's words, Sun Wukong's expression brightened, and he looked at her with eager anticipation. Reluctantly, Bidalai tore open the lollipop's wrapper and placed it in her mouth. Wow, what a rich grassy scent, and there's a hint of milk. This lollipop is delicious. Where did you buy it? This is my first time tasting a lollipop with a grassy flavor. Bidalai exclaimed in surprise as she savored the treat. Could it be true? It really does taste like grass. Surely, a strawberry flavor wouldn't be too much to ask for. Sun Wukong silently lamented. Ha. It was a gift from my father's friend. I have no idea where he got it, Sun Wukong explained. By the way, what is your name? Bidalai, with the lollipop still in her mouth, inquired. Hello, Bidalai. My name is Sun Wukong, he replied. Well, the lollipop was merely a jest. I cannot possibly give you just one lollipop. This is the true gift. Sun Wukong then pretended to pull something from his clothing. although it was actually the sun-moon necklace he had drawn from the system space in Chapter 79. Extend your hand, he instructed Piccolo. Why? Clearly, you are holding a necklace. Why should I extend my hand? Piccolo questioned, though she obediently reached out. Without answering her query, Sun Wukong first infused the sun pendant with his energy, then gently held Piccolo's hand, guiding a small trace of her energy into the moon pendant. Sun Wukong only drew a minuscule amount of energy from Piccolo. Mindful of her youth and inexperience in harnessing her own energy, extracting too much could adversely affect her well-being. What are you doing? Wait. Why do I feel an inexplicable connection to this necklace? Piccolo wondered, puzzled by Sun Wukong's sudden grasp of her hand as she gazed at the moon pendant he held. At her tender age of 6, Piccolo found nothing amiss about Sun Wukong holding her hand. She was yet untouched by more complex thoughts. As I grasp your hand, I intend to mark this necklace as yours. Thus, this necklace shall belong to you. At that moment, Sun Wukong released his hold on Biddy Lee's hand and presented the moon necklace to her. It feels quite soft, after all. It is merely the hand of a child. What am I truly anticipating? Sun Wukong pondered wistfully. Mark, does this imply that this necklace is mine now? Biddy Lee exclaimed joyfully as she snatched the moon necklace from him. Biddy Lee had a unique connection to the moon necklace, which was an irresistible temptation for a curious 6-year-old girl. Indeed, from this moment forward, it is yours. Its name is the moon necklace, and it is a pair with my sun necklace. You may wear it and see, Sun Wukong suggested as he donned his sun necklace. All right, I shall try it on. Without hesitation, Biddy Lee placed the necklace around her neck, and in an instant, it adjusted itself to the perfect size for her. Oh, so this sun and moon necklace possesses such a function? Sun Wukong observed curiously at his own sun necklace, realizing it had also resized, though he had been too focused on Biddy Lee to notice it earlier. How marvelous. I seem to be able to sense your location through this necklace, Biddy Lee said, eyes closed as she concentrated. This necklace is quite extraordinary. It allows the wearers to perceive each other's positions within a range of 2,000 meters, Sun Wukong explained. He chose not to mention its communication capabilities to Biddy Lee, contemplating how to tease her during the examination. This is far too precious. I cannot accept it. I shall return it to you, Biddy Lee said, reluctantly removing the necklace from her neck to give it back to Sun Wukong. He hastily stopped her. Wait. This item has already been claimed by you. It bears your mark, rendering it unusable by anyone else. Therefore, even if you return it to me, it would hold no value for me. It is better for you to wear it. Sun Wukong gently placed the necklace back around Biddy Lee's neck. Very well. If the opportunity arises, I shall certainly gift you something in return. I hope we can attend the same elementary school, Biddy Lee reflected, ultimately accepting Sun Wukong's gift. Perhaps not just the same school, but the same class as well. Sun Wukong replied with a smile. Let us both strive to perform well, Biddy Lee added. Following their exchange, the bond between them deepened, and they began to engage in light-hearted conversation. Soon, the bell rang throughout the classroom. Ding ding ding. Candidates, please enter the examination room. Upon entry, maintain silence and take your assigned seats. The sound of the broadcast resonated simultaneously as the teacher arrived at the examination hall. Holding the test papers, Sun Wukong and Biddy Lee, who had been engaged in idle chatter, fell silent, awaiting the commencement of the exam. All right, everyone. The examination is about to begin. Please place your bags or any items that may be deemed as cheating materials in the designated area, announced the square-faced middle-aged male teacher. Evidently the chief invigilator, while the two accompanying female invigilators were youthful in appearance. Sun Wukong placed his small bag into a cabinet. Although it contained little of substance, appearances must be upheld. I sincerely hope everyone refrains from cheating this time. If one does not resort to dishonest means, the worst outcome may simply be a poor performance in this subject. However, should one choose to cheat, the result could very well be a score of 0. Let us not sacrifice the greater for the lesser, the male chief invigilator continued. I must remind all examinees present, do not engage in any form of cheating, regardless of its scale. Cheating in minor assessments fails to reflect your true capabilities, thus hindering your understanding of your own weaknesses post-examination. In more significant examinations, the repercussions are even graver. Being caught can lead to severe penalties. I would like to inquire if anyone has particularly memorable experiences regarding cheating during exams. Please feel free to share, as I personally have none, primarily due to my own timidity. Ding ding ding. The distribution of test papers is now commencing. Just 5 minutes before the examination begins, the broadcast sounds again, and the two female invigilators begin to hand out the papers. Let me see what questions are present. Sun Wukong thought, eager to delve into the contents of the test after filling in his name and student number. He was intrigued by the questions, feeling no anxiety, as he was well versed in the material. Fill in the blank. You are too beautiful. Oh baby, you are too beautiful. The questions were not particularly difficult, and most candidates should be able to complete them, he mused. Ding ding ding. The time to commence answering has arrived. As the announcement echoed once more, all candidates picked up their pens and began to write. Sun Wukong seized his pen and wrote with remarkable speed, showing no signs of hesitation. He had meticulously reviewed the questions during the previous 5 minutes and was already well aware of the answers to each blank. In less than 5 minutes, he completed the paper, which had a total duration of 120 minutes, answering every question without omission. Sun Wukong's extraordinary physical prowess allowed him to respond with astonishing speed. What would take an ordinary person half an hour to transcribe, he accomplished in merely 5 minutes. After finishing, he placed his pen down and glanced at the clock on the wall, realizing he had ample time remaining. Observing Biddy Lee, who was still diligently writing, he decided it best not to disturb her during the exam. Well, I suppose I shall pass the time with a little nap, Sun Wukong thought to himself. System, please set an alarm for 15 minutes before the exam concludes, Sun Gohan instructed the system. With that, he settled into a state of leisure, finding himself devoid of any pressing tasks, so he simply laid his head on the desk and drifted into a deep slumber. Initially, a proctor noticed Sun Gohan asleep and contemplated waking him to prompt him to continue his examination. However, as he approached, he observed the fully completed test paper before Sun Gohan and promptly abandoned his intention, allowing him to rest undisturbed. Remarkably finished. I just glanced at it, and his accuracy seems quite commendable. Well, as long as he doesn't snore and disturb his peers, let him be, the proctor mused to himself. Time flew by, and while many examinees fidgeted in their seats, the announcement echoed through the examination hall once more. Ding ding ding. There are 15 minutes remaining until the end of the exam. It was at this moment that Sun Gohan awakened, not by the announcement, but by the system's gentle nudge. Is the exam nearing its conclusion? Time seems to drag on. Sun Gohan yawned, rubbing his eyes. Once fully awake, he surveyed his surroundings and noted that most of the candidates were deeply engrossed in thought, clearly still grappling with unfinished questions. Of course, there was also a small fraction who had given up on the particularly challenging problems and were meticulously reviewing their previously answered questions. At that moment, Sun Gohan's gaze fell upon Videl, who was scratching her head in deep contemplation. He quickly discerned that she was struggling with her exam. Feeling a surge of empathy, Sun Gohan decided to extend a helping hand to Videl. Utilizing his sun pendant, he initiated a mental conversation with her, akin to the telepathic communication used by the Kais, which remained imperceptible to others. Hey, Videl, have you not finished your questions yet? Sun Gohan inquired. Startled, Videl looked up, her expression one of confusion as she scanned her surroundings, puzzled by the voice. Don't look around. I'm communicating with you through the necklace I gave you. It has another function that allows for communication within a 500-meter radius. You should be able to sense it now, Sun Gohan continued. Really? I can hardly believe this necklace has such a remarkable feature. Videl responded, her surprise evident in her tone. As the owner of the moon pendant, she instinctively grasped the basic functions of the pendant, eliminating any concerns about her ability to use it. Have you truly completed all the questions on your test? Videl asked, her astonishment palpable. After all, Vidili was seated in front of Sun Wukong, and thus she could not see what he was doing during the examination. Consequently, she remained unaware that Sun Wukong had already completed the test paper. Of course, I finished these questions long ago. If you have any doubts, feel free to ask me. Sun Wukong conveyed to Vidili with a sense of pride. This isn't right. After all, it amounts to cheating, Vidili pondered, tempted by Sun Wukong's suggestion. However, as a well-behaved child, she hesitated to resort to such methods. Who says we are cheating? The examination rules state that communication through telepathy is prohibited, right? Sun Wukong countered. Look, we neither copied answers nor carried communication devices or materials. How could this be cheating? He continued, challenging her stance. Yet, Vidili still appeared somewhat hesitant. There are no buts about it. Don't you want to achieve a good score and enter the prestigious primary school in Qingxing City? Sun Wukong interrupted her telepathic thoughts directly. All right then. I will mention the questions, and you can share your answers with me. Dilly conceded after a fierce internal struggle. Rest assured, leave it to me. I am well versed in these questions, Sun Wukong assured her confidently. Let's start with this question. Kaya-kun, also known as Brother G, is a great artist. Yet people are not only forbidden from looking at him too much, but also from approaching him. Why is that? Dilly inquired, glancing at her test paper. This one is simple. The answer to the first question is, because looking at him even once could cause an explosion. The answer to the second question is, getting too close will lead to melting, Sun Wukong responded. Yes, I remember now, this content is in the textbook. How could I have forgotten? Thank you so much. Dilly transmitted joyfully. Perhaps we will indeed end up in the same class, and then you can thank me again. Sun Wukong began to weave his scheme. He was aware that due to the system, he was destined to be in the same class as Dilly. Next question. The examination time is running short, he urged, glancing at the clock. All right. Why did Simba from the Lion King agree to let Bear Big execute Black Cat Police Chief during the duel between Makabaka and Peppa Pig? Dilly continued to ask. Sun Wukong immediately provided the answer, and thus, through their question and answer exchange, Dilly completed her test paper. Ding ding ding. The examination has concluded. Candidates must immediately stop writing and lower their hands naturally. Any continued attempts to answer will be considered a violation. As the announcement echoed once more, this examination came to a perfect end. This entrance examination lasted the entire day, so candidates typically address their lunch needs directly at the examination venue. Fortunately, there was a canteen available. However, most individuals feared they might not be accustomed to the food offered, so they brought their own lunchboxes from home. This examination was truly made possible by your assistance. There were numerous questions I was uncertain about. With your help this time, my performance will undoubtedly be commendable. As Bidalai tidied her belongings and exited the examination hall, she remarked to Son Gohan. It's nothing. Let us swiftly find a place to have lunch. Otherwise we might struggle to find a suitable spot later, Son Gohan replied, revealing his watch once again while stowing away his small backpack. All right, let us proceed, Bidalai concurred. Before long, thanks to their commendable physical fitness, they discovered an available table for two in the cafeteria. What splendid fortune! We managed to find a spot so quickly. Bidalai exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, just look over there. Many are still searching for suitable seating. It appears they will have to stand while dining, Son Gohan observed, nodding towards a cluster of people still seeking a place. Enough of that. Let us hasten to eat, Bidalai suggested, retrieving a lunchbox from her backpack. Within Bidalai's lunchbox lay grilled fish, rice, sausages, fried chicken pieces, and some broccoli. Quite the ordinary yet delightful meal. That looks quite sumptuous, Son Gohan remarked, eyeing Bidalai's lunch. Bidalai's family is certainly well off. Her father, Satan, has garnered numerous accolades in martial arts and operates a dojo, yielding a substantial income. Not too shabby. What do you have for lunch? Bidalai inquired curiously, glancing at Son Gohan. My mother prepared quite a generous meal for me, featuring many ingredients unique to our region. You might be taken aback, Son Gohan cautioned Bidalai in advance, in case his lunch surprised her. Is it merely a larger portion? How peculiar could food possibly be? Bidalai responded, unfazed. Yes, you are correct, Son Gohan affirmed, as he reached into his watch and retrieved an entire roasted lizard, which measured approximately 1.2 meters in length. What on earth is this? Why would you have lizard for lunch? Bidalai gasped in horror. This is no ordinary lizard. It is a rare animal unique to our region, requiring 3 full days of roasting over an open flame to reach perfection. Moreover, it is quite scarce. I seldom get to eat it. Were it not for my mother's generosity today, such delicacies are reserved for significant celebrations or birthdays, Son Gohan explained, donning a pair of plastic gloves in preparation for his meal. Would you care to try a bit? It is incredibly delicious, requiring no seasoning whatsoever. It is a true culinary marvel, Son Gohan offered, tearing a piece of lizard meat and extending it to Bidalai. The piece of lizard meat was modest in size, akin to a slice of bacon, and Son Gohan hoped to let Bidalai taste it first. If she enjoyed it, he would gladly share more. Is this truly edible? Bidalai questioned, her curiosity piqued. Bidalai gazed intently at the lizard meat presented by Son Wukong, yet hesitated to accept it. Of course, she could eat it. If it were someone else, she might have been reluctant to share, even occasionally snatching some from her father's portion. Son Wukong, sensing her skepticism, swiftly tore off a generous piece of lizard meat with his other hand and consumed it, a look of sheer delight illuminating his face. Well then, let me sample it, Biddy said, observing Sun Wukong's enthusiastic chewing, unable to suppress her own salivation as she reached out to grasp a small strip of meat. Cautiously, she brought it to her mouth, savoring it slowly. Suddenly, her eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, this is incredibly delicious, and it's still warm, she exclaimed. The outer layer was exquisitely crispy, while the interior was remarkably tender and juicy, each bite releasing a burst of flavor. I never expected something that looks so peculiar could be this delightful, she remarked, glancing at the roasted lizard on the table. Noticing her enjoyment, Sun Wukong tore off a hefty chunk of meat and placed it directly into her lunchbox. If you find it delicious, you should indulge a bit more, he encouraged her. Can you really finish such a large lizard? Biddy asked, her curiosity piqued. Rest assured, this is hardly enough for a single meal for me. I have more food than just this, Sun Wukong replied, retrieving a large platter of roasted salamanders from his watch. Though they were no larger than 10 centimeters. The platter was brimming with them. What are these? And will you truly be able to eat all of this? Biddy inquired, eyeing the abundant spread that nearly filled half the table. This is roasted salamander, remarkably tender in texture. And fear not. I assure you I can finish every bit of it, Sun Wukong declared, placing a pair of chopsticks filled with roasted salamander into her lunchbox. I'll give this a try. Having already overcome her initial reluctance after tasting the roasted lizard, Biddy eagerly picked up a roasted salamander and began to chew heartily. This is incredibly tender. Even the bones are soft enough to swallow, Biddy exclaimed in wonder. Hee, isn't it delightful? When you come to my house to play in the future, I'll have my mother prepare it for you again, Sun Wukong said, grinning. Soon after, he began to unveil an array of peculiar dishes, including fried frog bears, stewed wolf snakes, and steamed shrimp-headed black fish, all in generous portions. Many of these creatures were entirely unfamiliar to Biddy, reinforcing the notion that Bao Mountain was indeed a wondrous place. Finally, to her astonishment, Sun Wukong produced an enormous bucket of rice. Can you really finish all of this? Biddy inquired with astonishment, skepticism evident in her voice as she surveyed the mountain of food before them, which could surely feed dozens. My mother advised me against overindulgence on exam day, as it might hinder my performance. Thus, I only eat until I am about 70% full at lunch and save the rest for a hearty dinner at home, Son Gohan replied, deftly maneuvering his rice with remarkable clarity, his enunciation so precise that it belied the fact he was chewing. Who on earth is this Son Gohan? How can he consume so much? Biddy pondered silently. She sampled various dishes from his feast, perplexed by the strange sweetness of the steamed shrimp head and black fish. Reminiscent of lychee. After a whirlwind of consumption, Son Gohan had completely cleared his portion, leaving Biddy in quiet admiration. The afternoon exam passed without much to elaborate upon. With Son Gohan's assistance, Biddy managed to answer all the questions. As they prepared to part ways, Biddy expressed her gratitude. I truly owe you for your help during this exam. There were many questions I struggled with. Not at all. In just 2 months, we will be entering elementary school. Let us see if we can be in the same class. I doubt getting into the same school will be an issue, Son Gohan replied. Yes, perhaps my father will take me to your house to play then, Biddy suggested. Certainly, you are always welcome, Son Gohan assured her. Please wait a moment. My father has arrived. I'll call him over to meet you. Biddy waved to Son Gohan and hurried towards a muscular man with tousled hair. That must be Mr. Satan, Son Gohan mused, sensing the man's formidable presence amid ordinary earthlings. From a distance, Biddy seemed to converse with Mr. Satan, gesturing towards Son Gohan. Moments later, they returned together. Hello, young man. Your name is Son Gohan, correct? Biddy has mentioned you. She is fortunate to have made a friend like you during this exam, Mr. Satan remarked, affectionately ruffling Son Gohan's hair. Hello, sir. I should be the one saying how pleased I am to meet Biddy, Son Gohan responded politely. Hey, you didn't tell your dad about me providing you answers during the exam, did you? Son Gohan quickly transmitted a thought to Biddy using his pendant upon hearing Mr. Satan's words. What are you thinking? Of course, I wouldn't share something like that with anyone. I merely mentioned you treating me to lunch, Biddy replied. A hint of exasperation in her voice, yet she still conveyed the message to Son Gohan. That is well, indeed. Upon receiving Dilly's telepathic message, Sun Wufan let out a long sigh of relief within his heart. If you all remain in the same class by then, dear uncle shall extend an invitation for you to visit my home, said Satan. After all, they were merely 6-year-old children. And Satan did not consider that Sun Wufan would harbor any unfriendly thoughts towards him at such a tender age. Naturally, Sun Wufan felt no such animosity. They were both just children, after all. However, the future remains uncertain. All right, I shall definitely come, Sun Wufan readily agreed, climbing onto the bandwagon of enthusiasm. Now, I shall take Dilly and depart. You must wait here patiently for your designated escort. Do not wander off or accompany strangers, Satan cautioned Sun Wufan. Indeed, we are leaving. Please take care of yourself. Dilly also bid farewell to Sun Wufan. Thank you for your concern, Sun Wufan replied graciously, watching as Satan led Dilly away. To be honest, I truly wish to encounter a situation akin to a child abduction. I long to witness the expressions of astonishment on the faces of those kidnappers when they see me punch a car into oblivion, Sun Wufan mused, chuckling at the thought. Subsequently, he ventured to a secluded area before taking flight towards his home. Since this journey was a return home, and he was to undergo training upon arrival, Sun Wufan did not dawdle. With all his might, he soared through the air and soon reached Baozi Mountain. Mother, I have returned from my examination, Sun Wufan shouted as he entered the house. Wufan, you're back. How did you perform? Are you confident? Chi-Chi, donned in an apron and wielding a spatula, inquired. Rest assured, Mother, I am exceedingly confident. I shall achieve full marks once again. I can solve all the questions, Sun Wufan declared with conviction. I knew my Wufan would excel. Your father is currently on the back mountain with that fellow Piccolo. They said to come over after you returned. I truly cannot fathom what they are thinking. Remember to come home early for dinner, Chi-Chi advised Sun Wufan. All right, Mother. With 2 months remaining until enrollment, may I take a proper rest during this time? Sun Wufan asked Chi-Chi. What rest are you speaking of? Do you think I am unaware of your intentions? You merely wish to join your father in his training, don't you? Very well, consider this your reward for your examination, Chi-Chi replied with a hint of resignation. Hee, I'm off, Sun Wufan said with an embarrassed smile before swiftly darting towards the back mountain. Feeling a surge of excitement, Sun Wufan soon located Goku and Piccolo. At that moment, the two were engaged in a sparring match, both elevated in the air, exchanging kicks and punches in a lively display of combat. Uncle Piccolo, Dad, I'm back, shouted Gohan, his voice echoing skyward. Oh, Gohan has returned. How did you fare on your exam today? Goku, upon hearing the commotion, paused his activity and approached Gohan. Piccolo, witnessing this exchange, dissipated the energy orb he had been forming and followed suit, descending alongside Goku. Well, the exam went decently. Today, we shall commence training. I managed to negotiate 2 months of time with Mom, Gohan exclaimed joyfully. Impressive indeed, Goku replied, astonished. For he had expended considerable effort to carve out time for Gohan's training, yet with little success, as Chi-Chi was not swayed by the notion of protecting Earth. Time seems adequate, Piccolo remarked thoughtfully, recognizing the extent to which Goku had argued for even a small window of training for Gohan. All right, Dad. Didn't you promise to teach me instant transmission? Can we start now? Gohan looked at Goku with eager anticipation. Well, I had initially planned to teach you that at the end, but given that you have such a generous training period, and considering the necessity for continuous practice with this technique, I believe it's best to teach you now, Goku mused, stroking his chin. This technique took me an entire year to master. Is there truly enough time to impart it to Gohan? Perhaps he should focus on enhancing his own strength instead. Piccolo interjected, somewhat dissatisfied. This technique is incredibly practical. It allows for transporting others as well, enabling one to catch adversaries off guard during combat, Goku explained, emphasizing its utility. Indeed, Uncle Piccolo, I also find this technique immensely beneficial, Gohan chimed in. Very well, do as you wish. I shall retreat to practice on my own, Piccolo stated. Then flew to the far side of the mountain, hovering in the air, seemingly meditating, reminiscent of the training he and Krillin had undertaken on Namek. All right, Gohan. Let me first impart some fundamental information about instant transmission. This technique is not a combat move, but rather a special ability, allowing one to traverse from one location to another without the need for a pathway, and without consuming any time, Goku explained. However, to utilize this technique, one must sense the opponent's energy to teleport to their location. You have already mastered the ability to perceive others' energy, so I won't elaborate further. Therefore, this technique cannot be executed in desolate areas and has distance limitations if the opponent's energy is too far away or too faint to detect. You will be unable to reach their position. Goku further elucidated the limitations of instant transmission.